more vinegar. He turned around and saw his allies. Oh, second elder came first. Come on. But second elder played a card that he didn't expect. He pointed at his face and said loudly, Sun Zimi, you are the great elder of our 100 refinement sect. But what kind of bullshit are you saying? Sun Zimi was dumbfounded. Yi Feng bailed. Second elder, face red, gushed about Yi Feng. She's like childhood sweethearts with the sect leader, a match made in heaven. It's fate that they're together. Then, in a booming voice, how dare you utter such filthy words? Sun Zimi turned to third elder, pleading, What do? I think second elder's gone bonkers. Third elder turned and angrily said something that terrified Sun Zimi. Are you blind? The heck? Sun Zimi cursed inwardly. Third elder held out his hand and boomed. What's wrong with what second elder said? Yi Feng and the sect leader are a perfect match, and you're against it. Are you blind? Then he yelled, The saying goes, better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. Any kid that comes out of your dongfu would be born without eyes? Yi Feng snickered, showing all her teeth. Sun Zimi's face turned purple, bailed. This sucks, he thought, grinding his teeth, eyes red with anger. What's going on? Why aren't those two following what we agreed on? Betrayed, M-I-O-M-I. Some random clown popped up and said, Grand Elder Sun Zimi, I'm asking you in front of everyone here, what are you trying to achieve by opposing this marriage? Are you jealous of the sect leader's position? Trying to use the ancestors' teachings to bring him down? The others chimed in, Yeah, that's right, several people shouted. Look at Mistress Yi Feng. She alone represented our 100 refinement sect in the upper sect competition, and she's worked tirelessly for us. And you have such evil intentions. This is a misfortune for the sect. Sun Zimi's face was pale with fear. Why you? Suddenly, the old geezer was punched, spewing blood. Second elder crossed his arms and angrily shouted, You what, 3,000 years ago you peeped at someone taking a bath? I've always looked down on that petty behavior. Sun Zimi trembled. An elder with a blindfold knelt down and said, That's right. Sun Zimi uses his power as Grand Elder to snatch up all the good seeds and talented disciples. The clown angrily added, That's right. 500 years ago you even slept with a Yao beast. Second elder was taken aback. Slept with a Yao beast. Yi Feng, curious, frowned and said, Details, please. Sun Zimi angrily roared, You, fourth elder, don't you dare slander me. Wasn't it you who offered me that fox back then? The clown angrily retorted. My ass, I caught that fox to be a contracted Yao beast for my youngest female disciple. You shamelessly used your power as Grand Elder to steal it? The blindfolded elder leaned over to third elder, bewildered. He actually did something that defies all moral principles, third elder replied. Truly disappointing. Someone witnessing this crossed his arms and shouted, I propose we temporarily strip Sun Zimi of his position as Grand Elder and lock him in the prison. Awaiting the sect leader's return to handle it, Sun Zimi's eyes widened in horror. Everyone raised their hands in support. I agree to strip him of his position as Grand Elder and lock him in the prison. Strip him of his position as Grand Elder and lock him in the prison. Sun Zimi was screwed. Why you guys? He was dragged away like a dead pig, screaming, What did Shi Qingyu give you? Why are you betraying me? Second elder closed his eyes, helpless, and replied, We were always loyal and respectful to the sect leader. Why would you say the sect leader gave us anything? Drag him away. Drag him away. Second elder turned and said, Everyone, besides the Grand Elder's matter, I still have something to announce. Yi Feng was startled. Curious. Second elder announced loudly, The rumors about Mistress Yi Feng are all false. She broke the record with 2 days at the Heavenly Tyrant sect, and she was the first to come out. Not because she gave up the competition, but because she broke the record for breaking out of the trial at the Heavenly Tyrant sect's Earth Palace Sacred Mountain. The surrounding people happily agreed. Oh my god, so she's the top dog. That's right, so awesome. Yi Feng snorted smugly. Second elder shouted, Therefore, I propose that during the sect leader's seclusion, Mistress Yi Feng will temporarily take over our 100 refinements. Sect Yi Feng was shocked and surprised. Everyone who heard this agreed in unison. Great idea, I agree, I also agree. Then second elder shouted, Great one, please take your seat. Yi Feng stepped forward, swinging her leg, thinking, Oh my gosh, these people finally know how awesome I am. She sat down, propped her chin up, and giggled. Then I'll respectfully accept your command. It's just an ordinary sect anyway, not much pressure sitting in this position. Below, everyone bowed and greeted. Great one. Yi Feng put on an act of politeness. No need to be so formal. Rise, all of you. In her head, she thought, This is so fun. At the 100 refinements, sex prison, Sun Zimi sat by the bars and said to the person outside, Now I understand why the second elder, that fence-sitter, suddenly changed sides. It was because of this, the person replied. Then, Shifu, what should we do now? The person was Sun Zimi's last disciple, Sun Zhonghuang. Sun Zimi plotted, I truly underestimated this Yi Feng, I must say. Shi Qingyu's hidden card is very deep. If it were before, we, master and disciple, could only admit defeat, but now, that's not certain. Sun Zhonghuang asked. Shifu, why do you say that? He replied. You need to know that within our sect, there is truly a hidden, super-level expert. He described the person. His name is Su Bai, and I don't know why, but he's working as a handyman in our sect. In a moment of carelessness, this expert revealed his strength, which caused all the lower sects to send gifts to our 100 refinement sect, including the upper sects. Then he had a flash of insight and asked, some time ago, the matter of countless sects' demonic elders coming to our 100 refinement sect, you probably know about it, right? Sun Zhonghuang replied. Now that you mention it, why did so many elders from other sects come to our sect last time? So that's why. Sun Zimi speculated, I guess that person is at least a true immortal, 13th level or higher. As everyone knows, the Heavenly Tyrant sect has 2 old ancestors who are both true immortals, 13th level. If Su Bai wasn't at least that level, he wouldn't be fawned over like that. The disciple grinned evilly. So that's how it is? Like master, like disciple, Sun Zimi closed his eyes and quietly replied. However, there's one thing. Su Bai is working as a handyman for Yi Feng, he continued. But I don't think there's any connection between Su Bai and Yi Feng. After all, ever since Yi Feng arrived a few years ago, he's been a handyman for others. Sun Zhonghuang asked. So Shifu, what are you implying? He replied. What I want you to do next is to win over Su Bai. Try your best to get Su Bai's support. Sun Zhonghuang was stunned. He instructed further. This is our only chance to turn the tables. As long as you get Su Bai's support, then that Shi Qingyu and Yi Feng will be nothing to worry about. Because if you get Su Bai's support, it means you get the support of Tianba sect and countless lower sects. Sun Zhonghuang was shocked, as if his name struck Sun Zhonghuang's itch. Don't you like Shi Qingyu? Our original plan was for you to marry her, to control Shi Qingyu, and stop her from taking all the power. He even painted a rosy picture to make Zhonghuang fantasize. And if you get Su Bai's support, you can directly sit on the position of sect master. Shi Qingyu can only become your dependent. Zhonghuang drooled. He roared. His face flushed. Shi Qingyu's arrogant and overbearing attitude will have to submit to me. He laughed loudly. I'm feeling it. Hihei. Sun Zimi had motivated his disciple. He happily grabbed the iron bars and asked, So, Shifu, how do we get Su Bai's support? Sun Zimi replied. I've already prepared for this. Sun Zimi, with bloodshot eyes, started scheming. I've investigated a lot about Su Bai recently, and found out that Su Bai desperately needs a lot of Yao Beast corpses, he continued. At first, Su Bai desperately hunted Yao Beasts behind our mountain. Even our sect's 7-colored crow couldn't escape. Later, Su Bai saved Wang Yu's older brother, but the price was Wang Yu having to offer the 7 treasures glazed tile. A few days ago, there were many fighting tremors behind the mountain. Probably Su Bai is hunting Yao Beasts again. So I guess that there's a pit of shining gold, he said. Maybe this Su Bai is refining some kind of medicinal pill, or maybe he's concocting some kind of medicinal guide. Su Bai needs a large number of Yao Beast corpses as materials, and the rarer the Yao Beast, the more helpful it will be to Su Bai. Sun Zhonghuang asked, puzzled. But where can I find high-grade, rare Yao Beast corpses? Sun Zimi really knew everything, he instructed. The flying murder beast's nest under the mountain? Go straight there. Bring the flying murder beast's corpse to Su Bai. Sun Zhonghuang exclaimed, What, Shifu, isn't that flying murder beast your contracted mount? He already, Sun Zimi, evilly decided to sacrifice his disciple. He acted as he bowed his head. You can't catch a big fish without letting go of a small shrimp, where at the end of our road we can only gamble once, he described. That flying murder beast's bloodline is different. It was born a long time ago and reached the true immortal realm long ago. It can completely become your meeting gift for him. Sending his disciple off, he said, Shifu's sacrifice is so great, I will definitely complete the mission, he said with tears in his eyes. Moved. Good child. I believe that very soon, the two of us will be able to. Wait for me in another development. At the same time, inside the garment space, someone was advertising fast food. Eat SHT, you idiot. Eat the stinkiest hamburger. All the most terrible curses are in Madonna. 3 people flew down. A voice shouted, Zhao Lingzi, tell me quickly, did you do it on purpose or not? Lu Banwei grabbed Ziling Wang's neck and yelled, You idiot. You told me before that as long as I came to the garment space, they would all call me handsome bro, but why are they calling me Baldy? Ziling Wang was scared to death, sweating profusely. Bro, I really didn't lie to you. If I lied to you, my whole family will die. Lu Banwei was even more furious. Then tell me, why are those guys calling me Baldy? Wang Kai said. Bro, it's not Zhao Lingzi's fault. I think the problem still comes from you. Lu Banwei was taken aback and said, Oh, Wang Kai, Fatty Bear, and Baby Killer said. It's all because of your unparalleled charisma in the snow, moon, and galaxy. You're intimidatingly powerful, superior to others, scheming and resourceful, a top-level expert. Your moonlight brilliance makes people jealous, so those people suppress you like that. Calling you Baldy. Lu Banwei listened with sparkling eyes and asked, Really? Am I so charismatic? His brother said. It's not just charisma. You're underestimating yourself, bro. Killer whispered firmly. Don't blame me for being harsh. You really don't know anything about your excessive charm. Plus your handsome face and the invincible charisma that Dog Bro mentioned. Wherever you appear, whether it's men or women, they'll be jealous. Yi Feng, I'm willing to follow you not because of your strength, but because of your attraction to me. Killer climbed on Wang Kai's head, stomped and shouted, I've said it, big bro. You can scold me if you want. Baby Killer and Wang Kai went to hug Lu Banwei. Lu Banwei said, Baby Killer, I appreciate you being able to say such honest words. I admire you, and of course Ching too. You understand me best, Wang Kai said. Bro, I'll just say one sentence. You're the best, Lu Banwei replied. Naiji, you also tell the truth. Lu Banwei shook Ziling Wang's hand and said, I blamed Zhao Lingzi wrongly this time. It's all my fault. They watched the sunset and said to each other, We all know your loneliness, bro, so aren't we accompanying you? Lu Banwei said. It's time to go back to find the master. At a wooden Su Bai turned around with a start. And who should it be but Sun Zhonghuang? He bowed his head low. Sun Zhonghuang, a disciple of the 100 Refinements sect, pays respects to the esteemed elder. Su Bai was like, Oh, what's up? Sun Zhonghuang thought. To save my Shifu, I gotta suck up to this Su Bai senior. Sun Zhonghuang presented a diamond ring, stammering, Well, it's like this, esteemed elder. I heard you were in need of corpses of some Yao beasts, and wouldn't you know it, this humble one just happens to have the corpse of a flying slaughter beast whose cultivation isn't too shabby. I specially brought it for you. Su Bai replied. Oh, really? Quick, let's see it. Then his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, This is good stuff. Just what I needed. Sun Zhonghuang was all sweet-talking. As long as the esteemed elder likes it, it's just a little something from this humble one. Su Bai raised a hand, giving a little warning. I don't take gifts for nothing. Just spit out what you want. Sun Zhonghuang was scared, but secretly pleased that he'd hit the jackpot. He thought, Success. Didn't think it'd be this easy. His face darkened as he schemed. How should I put it? Should I ask Su Bai to help rescue my Shifu? Or help me become sect master of the 100 Refinements sect? Or get Yi Feng kicked out? Nah, none of those seem right. Wait a sec, what if? Then Sun Zhonghuang knelt down and hugged Su Bai's leg, saying, Please, esteemed elder, accept this humble one as your disciple. Of course, no need for a personal disciple or anything. Just let me be a registered disciple, pouring tea and water for you. Su Bai froze up at that, hesitated, then replied, all right. Sun Zhonghuang thought smugly that was too easy. He imagined himself as a lackey, blushing and tearing up, thinking, the emotions are too much. This feels like the climax of my life. Just as Sun Zhonghuang was bowing his head to call him Shifu, Su Bai suddenly knelt down and yelled, Master Yi Feng, it's Yi Feng. Yi Feng stepped forward, seeing Sun Zhonghuang frozen in place. Yi Feng saw him stiffen up too. Sun Zhonghuang trembled, thinking, what's going on? Why is Shifu Su Bai kneeling before Yi Feng like that? Yi Feng asked Su Bai, confused. What's up with you? Su Bai innocently explained, well, this guy brought you some really good food. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Oh, truly a good thing. Su Bai scratched his head. The thing is, his condition was for me to take him as my disciple, so I agreed. Yi Feng patted his spiky head and said, looks like you've taken in a disciple too, not bad. Su Bai acted like a shy maiden. Then he shouted, my cultivation was all thanks to Master. Hurry up and pay your respects. Sun Zhonghuang quickly replied, yes. Paying respects to the esteemed Master, Yi Feng replied politely. No need to be so formal. Get up, I'm just going for a walk. Su Bai stayed behind to instruct Sun Zhonghuang. I don't have much to give you as your master. Is there anything you want to see? I can help you fulfill it. Sun Zhonghuang trembled. Yi Feng nonchalantly walked away. Sun Zhonghuang pointed to the sky and shouted, this disciple only wants to support Master Yi Feng and firmly support Sect Master Shi Qingyu. Su Bai was pleased to hear that. Good. This time I wouldn't be surprised if you got backstabbed again. As Sun Zhonghuang worked for Su Bai, time flew by. The current Sun Zhonghuang, although doing all the hard work in the small courtyard, his status in the sect rose like a tide lifting a boat. Even the second elders were making things easier for him. The reason was none other than it was because he could become Subai's disciple. Because he could work as a menial servant in Yi Feng's courtyard. At the heavenly prison, Sun Zhonghuang and a group of elders entered. Sun Zimi turned around with a start to look at him. Seeing Sun Zhonghuang, he laughed out loud. "My good disciple. As expected, I didn't misjudge him." He stretched out his hands, smiling secretly, thinking, still looking so energetic and bringing so many people with him, looks like the 100 Refinements sect is already in the palm of my hand, huh? Then someone said, "Guards, this one acts on his own accord. It's likely he might escape prison. Add a few more levels of restrictions in his cell." He spat out blood in anger. "What? That order is already in effect?" A guard replied. "Yes." Sun Zhonghuang covered his face, crying silently, thinking, Shifu, a wise man submits to circumstances. You've gone down the wrong path, so you're bound to face this calamity. Please don't blame this unfilial disciple. This action of mine is also saving people." At the secret chamber of the 100 Refinements sect, Shi Qingyu suddenly spurted out blood. The guard stepped forward and asked, Sect Master Shi Qingyu signaled him to stop and said, "I'm fine." She wiped the blood from her mouth and said, "It's the backlash that led to a hidden, incurable disease in my body, which I couldn't solve, so it caused this. After the efforts of the past few days, 8 or 9 parts have been resolved. Rest a bit, and in a few more days, I can completely heal it." The guard comforted her. "You've worked hard," Shi Qingyu asked. "How many days have we been in here?" The guard rubbed his chin, thinking, "It's been more than half a month since you went into seclusion." Shi Qingyu broke out in a sweat, thinking, "Although the injuries will be resolved in a few more days, the problem outside. If I'm not mistaken, the once-a-year competition at the upper sect with the sect association is held within this half-month." She thought of Yi Feng. He must be dealing with all sorts of stuff caused by that old fox, Grand Elder Sun Zimi, taking advantage of this situation. She lowered her head, sounding pretty disappointed. "Yi Feng probably hates me now, huh? I wonder how he's doing." The gatekeeper quickly reassured her. "Sect leader, you're overthinking it. He'll definitely be fine," Shi Qingyu retorted. "How can it be that simple? Even we'd have a headache dealing with Sun Zimi's schemes. Yi Feng has no power, no influence, no strength. How can he face him alone?" The gatekeeper angrily retorted. "Sect leader, have you forgotten how cunning that little brat is? Who knows, he might have sold us out long ago." Still, he thought the sect leader's worries weren't helping her heal. Her face darkened, and she said worriedly, "This closed-door cultivation has completely missed the best opportunity. Before I can secure the sect leader position, it's better he sold us out than losing his life." The gatekeeper quickly comforted her. "Sect leader, don't think so much. No matter what's happening outside, you need to heal your wounds first." At this moment, in the Bai Lian sect, people were shouting, "Keep it up!" Sun Zhonghuang pointed at the sky and shouted, "Everyone, let's all yell it out loud. Long live Yi Feng, our lord! Long live, long live!" Then, he continued to yell, "Keep going. I'm willing to climb mountains of knives and dive into seas of fire for Lord Yi Feng." The crowd echoed, "Climb mountains of knives, dive into seas of fire, climb mountains of knives, dive into seas of fire." Yi Feng was loving it. The whole sect was filled with a super lively atmosphere. Sun Zhonghuang continued, "Now please welcome Elder Duan to present delicious food to everyone, one by one." As they presented the dishes, Yi Feng's face flushed, and his saliva dripped everywhere. One person said, "My lord, this is the phoenix fire meat from the beast Ni tea, very delicious, rich but not greasy." Another said, "The taste of this green bamboo crane is very fresh and delicious. Please try it, my lord. My lord, this is heavenly spirit waterflower." As for disharmony, non-existent. Secret infighting, even more so. Yi Feng, with a belly like he was pregnant, walked around and said, "What a lively banquet, I'm stuffed." Suddenly, he froze like he was cemented in place. Looking inside the house, he was stunned, a thief. Then, Yi Feng roared and rushed over. "Niece, this guy knows me so well, he even knows I like to hide stuff under my pillow." The thief, whoever he was scared to death. Yi Feng went over and kicked him. "Isn't this Lu Banwei?" He kicked him until his head cracked, and he whined like a dying insect. "Daddy, daddy, daddy." Yi Feng's face darkened, and he brushed off his hands. "Ugh, so it's you, you piece of shit," Lu Banwei still whined. "Daddy, daddy, daddy," Yi Feng cursed. "Daddy my ass, haven't seen you in so long, and you come back to steal my money? Let's see how I deal with you." Then he started kicking his little dick non-stop. He said, "I'm gonna kick you for stealing money. I'm gonna kick you for stealing money." As he kicked, Lu Banwei cried, "Daddy, daddy," he asked. Will you dare do it again next time? Lu Banwei replied. I won't dare any more. Daddy, Wang Kai, and Xiang Bao stood at the door and said, Don't be such a bad boy. But in the end, he couldn't escape the master's punishment, Wang Kai said. Phew. Lucky we had someone to replace us. We'll take on everything, even 256 at once. A pair of feet were walking over. Yi Feng came in. Huh. Wang Kai's crying. He grabbed Wang Kai by the scruff of the neck and said, The dog is back too. Let's go sunbathe together. Outside in the yard, he and Wang Kai lounged on the chairs, dozing off. The little centipede and Xiang Bao said to each other, Quick, let's go see if Big Bro's okay. At the Tianba sect, in front of the screen, Zheng Xian had been pacing in circles for almost half a month. Suddenly, the screen beeped. Zheng Xian was startled. He teared up and shouted, Lao Dang, is that you? Are you okay? What on earth happened inside? Panting sounds came from the phone. Deng Zhao said, Don't worry. With this ancestor personally guarding the place, how could anything happen? He thought to himself, suddenly feeling relieved. 3 times. Doesn't our Tianba sect's ancestor need to save face anymore? He looked at his trembling hand. He thought, What the hell happened? My bones feel like they've been crushed. Zheng Xian shouted, All right, if nothing happened, then quickly teleport out. We're all waiting for you on the 3rd level, Deng Zhao panicked. How can I do that? I'm still waiting for that little brat Yi Feng to pass the 1st stage. Aren't we planning to bribe him? We still have to see his strength with our own eyes, right? Zheng Xian held his head helplessly and thought, I'm begging you, shut your mouth already. Then Zheng Xian roared, Yi Feng this, Yi Feng that, how dare you casually call that great one's name? And what's with the lure him over thing? What the heck are you doing? Get out here now, and don't you ever say such things again. Deng Chao's face darkened after hearing that, probably not understanding a single thing. After Deng Chao came out, Zheng Xian explained everything to him. He shouted in surprise, Oh heavens, I never imagined that he was that venerable old Buddha. Lucky us, we only wanted to pull him over, and didn't do anything too outrageous, he thought to himself. Could those 3 times I fainted have been a punishment from this great expert? Deng Chao whispered to Zheng Xian. Such an awesome character, shouldn't we go flatter him a bit? Zheng Xian replied. The insights of heroic figures are basically the same, but the immediate task is to break the formation and get out of here first, Deng Chao replied. All right. A white card was placed on Zhang Zi's side, but it was a black card. 2 pairs of feet danced. They slammed the cards together and said in unison, The Great Palace Holy Mountain Formation is closed. Elder Wang's face turned red, not wanting to watch, and he stomped his foot on the grass. Deng Chao sighed and said, We're finally out. He looked quite relieved. Zheng Xian sniffed the air and said, The air is so fresh. Elder Wang pointed to a star in the sky and said, Something's flying over here. Everyone looked up. It was a red letter falling down. Deng Chao caught the letter and said in a panic, A red letter? Zheng Xian behind him also gawked and said, Only top secret letters from the 9 realms are this color. Open it and read it quickly. The letter read, The spirit realm, one of its gates has been widely demonized. Endless night, cries, and screams of agony echo everywhere. Truly a living hell. We thought that having the spirit fluid would save this place. But we only have half a pot of spirit fluid, and the number of those demonized is countless. After reading the letter, Deng Chao and Zheng Xian thought in a panic. Now she's contacting everyone to quickly resist the demonic chi. Saving the 9 realms is urgent, Deng Chao said. Damn, the spirit realm is about to be finished, Zheng Xian replied upon seeing this. It's not just the spirit realm, the gambling realm is also about to be destroyed. Deng Chao said, Such a big matter, we too don't have anything. Zheng Xian that. The entire spirit realm is about to be covered in demonic chi, and it's likely to spread throughout the 9 realms in the future. The 2 of us must help, that's right. In the parking lot, Deng Chao had a flash of inspiration. Or, Deng Chao put forward a rather laughable idea. Let's go find that old Buddha. Such a big matter, the 2 of us can't make the decisions. We have to ask for his opinion. Zheng Xian was startled and bewildered, and then he agreed. All right, then let's set off. The servants behind them said loudly, 2 ancestors, can we come along? This matter concerns the safety of the 9 realms. We subordinates can't stand idly by. Deng Chao and Zheng Xian sat on the boat and said, The more people, the more wisdom. Gathering together will make it easier to think of ideas. Let's go together. Quickly get on the boat. Elder Wang frowned. Facing such a big problem, Zheng Xian was still calm and didn't care about superior pine, inferior pine anymore. Now, uniting together and thinking of a solution is the right path that everyone knows. That old Buddha at Beilian sect, that's the only life-saving banner they can rely on in the current situation. The boat flew high. A person below witnessed it and asked in astonishment, A flying boat. Several people came forward. The 2 gatekeepers said, The Great One is resting. What do you want to do? Deng Chao and Zheng Xian rushed over and said, "Little friends, we have an important matter to discuss with Great One Yi Feng. Please let us in. Sorry for the discourtesy." The gatekeeper was already annoyed. Picture shake. I've already said. The Great One is resting. No one is allowed to disturb him. The two gatekeepers pushed them each once, and the two elders fell back. They braked and exclaimed, "So much strength." They were terrified by their furious expressions. Unexpectedly, they could easily push back true immortals at the 13th level like us. These two servants are actually this strong. The two of them stepped forward gingerly again, but Elder Wang and the others had landed behind them. In front were fiery servants standing guard. They thought in bewilderment, "What's going on with this scene?" Zheng Xian smiled wryly. "It seems we still underestimated this one. However, this also proves that our trip here is correct." Zheng Xian said loudly. "Wait." Su Bai chuckled as he watched them sit cross-legged, waiting. He thought, after all, Zheng Xian and Deng Chao's identities aren't ordinary. Can't let patience blame us for being negligent. Then, he pulled out two chairs and placed them in front of the two, Zheng Xian, and said, "Please, have a seat." They hesitated, flustered. "Thank you," Zheng Xian managed to say. "Are these chairs a bit too low?" Deng Chao commented. "It looks kinda weird sitting like this," Su Bai replied. "It's been thousands of years since we've used them. Weird is as weird does. Look at them, squatting like they're taking a dump." Meanwhile, Yi Feng was sprawled out, sound asleep, in a secret chamber of the Bai Lian sect, 100 Refinement sect. A woman approached. It was Shi Qingyu, she said. "Finally, the cultivation in my body has stabilized. I can emerge from seclusion now." Thinking of Yi Feng, she continued, "After being in seclusion for so long, I wonder what's happening outside, and Yi Feng, all alone, I wonder how he's doing." Then, she stepped out into the light. She thought, "Hopefully he's still alive now that I'm out." The azure sky shone brightly over the Bai Lian sect. Xin Qingyu walked along, pondering. "I left Yi Feng alone outside to face a bunch of Bai Lian sect elders, especially that Sun Zimi guy. He's so ruthless, I really messed up." Suddenly, she heard a loud shout coming from a building. "Damn it! Release me now, I'm going to kill you all," she said. "That voice is coming from the dungeon." She closed her eyes, considering. Then she said, "That sounds like Great Elder Sun Zimi. How is that possible?" she wondered. Sun Zimi is the great elder of the Bai Lian sect. His cultivation is among the highest in the sect. How could he be in the dungeon? I must be hearing things. She was quite hesitant. The elder with the blindfold and the clown makeup were 4th elder and 5th elder. 5th elder sighed, thinking, "What a beating. Finally, it's quiet. So unlucky. They're all great elders people, and they never treated me well anyway." Suddenly, they were startled, and they collapsed to their knees in shock. They shouted, Qingyu, sect leader." It turned out they had met Shi Qingyu. This also startled her, scared her out of her wits. 5th elder hurriedly asked, "Sect leader, are you feeling any better? Is your health all right? Did you encounter any problems during your seclusion?" 5th elder blushed with his eyes red and said, "The sect leader's complexion is radiant. This emergence from seclusion is like a lotus blooming on the water, truly dazzling these titanium alloy dog eyes of your subordinate." 4th elder chimed in, that's right. Sect leader has always had unparalleled charisma. This seclusion has only made your aura even more outstanding." They happily fluttered around her, exclaiming, "With the sect leader here, our Bai Lian sect will surely be united from top to bottom. Before long, we'll reach the pinnacle of the 9 realms. Shi Qingyu was troubled, thinking, "Aren't these two Sun Zimi's people? They never even gave me a decent look usually," she asked. "What kind of commotion has happened today?" Then, she asked, "Do you know where Yi Feng is?" The two were startled. Then they burst out, "Of course we do." Then, they enthusiastically gestured for her to follow. "Sect leader, please follow us," 4th elder thought. "Right now, in Lord Yi's courtyard, experts are gathered. Lesser elders like us wouldn't normally have a chance to go there," 5th elder thought. "We're so lucky." Shi Qingyu's face darkened. She thought, "What on earth is going on?" A trap. Outside the courtyard, there's a crowd from the Qianshen sect, Sunset Temple, Bai Jing sect, and Tianren sect. But sect leaders of the same level as the Bai Lian sect, with elders holding great power. Even the influential elders of the Tianbai sect. Could it be? Shi Qingyu thought. During my seclusion, has the Bai Lian sect incurred so much animosity from so many sects? 4th and 5th elders shouted, You! They bellowed, "What are you staring at? Our sect leader wants to go inside. Hurry up and move aside." Shi Qingyu was incredibly embarrassed. She shouted, "Hey!" She was probably very embarrassed, she thought. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." The people from the other sects bowed in greeting. Sect leader Shi. She was stunned, bewildered, thrown for a loop, scared, speechless. What in the world is going on? What's all the commotion outside? All you do is make noise. Shi Qingyu saw Zheng Xian and Deng Chao and panicked. "Oh heavens! Why are these two great Buddhas here too?" Deng Chao said. "Who the hell is being so loud over there?" Then, Zheng Xian and Deng Chao clapped each other on the shoulder and said, "Oh, greetings sect leader Shi," Shi Qingyu stammered. Two old ancestors, this, Prithis. Zheng Xian laughed loudly and said, "We're intruding. We're here to wait for the sect leader's husband, Yi Feng, Lord Yi." Deng Chao also laughed loudly. "Go inside and wait. Don't be so polite." Shi Qingyu was shocked, still not understanding. Deng Chao offered a chair. "Here, please sect leader Shi, have a seat." She awkwardly refused. "Oh, no need. You old ancestors should sit." Shi Qingyu turned back and asked the two elders in a low voice, "Fourth elder, fifth elder, what on earth is going on?" The fifth elder shook his head, while the fourth elder said, "Sect leader, don't pretend anymore. We know everything. Yadarin is a big shot. You can't hide it from us." The fifth elder chimed in, "Although I admit your acting skills are top-notch, sect leader, you really can't fool us anymore." The fourth elder continued, "That's right. If Yadarin hadn't treated the Earth Palace Holy Mountains formation at Tianba sect like his own backyard, going in and out as he pleased, and on top of that, casually capturing all the true immortal level Yao beasts in the formation midway, we wouldn't have known how awesome he is." Shi Qingyu's jaw dropped in astonishment, and she thought, "What the actual F?" Zheng Xian chimed in, "How could we forget to mention the 5 most important mountain-guarding Yao beasts?" The group chorused, That's right. It looked like Shi Qingyu was completely dumbfounded. Zheng Xian chuckled bitterly. "Our mountain-guarding Yao beasts are all Yao beasts that have been kept for countless years. Each one is the lifeblood of our ancestors. It's really unexpected that they almost ended up in Yidarin's pot," Deng Chao added. "Luckily, a few survived, but now they've all developed PTSD and are hiding in their nests, trembling." Zheng Xian laughed heartily. "Of course, we don't blame Yidarin at all. If Yidarin ate them, that would be our fortune." Shi Qingyu was utterly bewildered. They turned and whispered to each other, "Yidarin doesn't know that he almost damaged the source of our sect's lifeblood, but letting his wife know is the same as letting her whisper it to Darren. Maybe it could make Yidarin feel a little guilty, and who knows, maybe he'll give us some pointers about the spirit realm." Shi Qingyu slumped down, sighing. "Oh man," she sprawled out on the ground, thinking. "Someone I casually brought back is actually so terrifying. Not only did he unite the fragmented 100 Refinement sect, but he also made countless sects of equal rank bow their heads, staring blankly at the sky," she thought. "He even made my upper-level sect, a first-rate sect with immense influence in the 9 realms, Tianba sect, submit to him." She lay there listening to them gossip. Such an awesome big shot is at least a true immortal. 10th level? 10th level is nothing. In my opinion, he's definitely level 1. In short, he's only higher, not lower, she kept thinking. And I was worried about his safety all along, feeling like a clown dancing around. This marriage, it's probably because this guy is too bored and has nothing to do, so he agreed, right? The sunset glowed beautifully above the building. They were all startled, mouths agape. Yi Feng groggily rubbed his eyes and walked out. They all exclaimed, "The Exalted One has awakened." As soon as he woke up, he panicked. WTF, why are there so many people in the courtyard? Zheng Xian and Deng Chao bowed deeply and said, "Please, senior, give us juniors some advice." Yi Feng looked extremely annoyed. Clutching his head, he thought, "What the hell is going on? I just took a nap, and a bunch of people ran over to tell me the world is about to be destroyed and want me to give them advice. What advice can I give? I'm confused myself." He lowered his head and thought, "Well, I am a golden immortal of 60 plus, so it's normal for people to place their hopes on me." Then he crossed his arms and hummed, "About this?" The two replied, Yi Feng shouted. "You don't need to worry so much. In times of chaos, heroes will naturally emerge," Deng Chao exclaimed. "Senior, do you mean someone will naturally save the world?" Yi Feng smiled and replied, "Ah, right, they will," Yi Feng shouted. "So you don't need to think so much, just respond to the call from above and unleash the power of your sect. If you need to kill demons, then kill them. If you need to wait, then wait." The two of them scooted off, crying, "Understood. Thank you, senior, for revealing the heavenly secrets. We juniors take our leave." Yi Feng thought blankly. A bunch of gullible people. Shi Qingyu was standing, leaning against the wall. Deng Chao said, Sect leader Shi, we've taken care of our business. We won't bother you two any longer. Goodbye. Shi Qingyu was stunned. She closed her eyes, blushing, and thought, I still don't know how to face him. Yi Feng saw her and said, Oh, sect leader Shi, you've finally come out of seclusion. Shi Qingyu was startled. Ah, she stammered, quickly bowing her head. Qingyu pays respects to senior. It's true that this junior didn't know senior's strength, so I was. Please forgive me, senior. Yi Feng quickly denied it. Sect leader Shi, you're too polite. What's with the senior this, senior that? Shi Qingyu blushed as she looked at Yi Feng. She thought, I've never really assessed Yi Feng carefully. Looking at him now, it seems that every action and gesture of his has a unique charm. His features are naturally harmonious. And with this kind of aura, it's hard not to be attracted. It's true that I've been very tired for the past year. Tired of the infighting within the sect, she thought. Because in the end, I'm still a woman. To people like the Great Elder, I'm just a latecomer. Although I relied on my strength and methods to get the position of sect leader, there's not a single person in the whole sect that I can trust. If it weren't for Yi Feng, I'd probably still be mired in the sect leader battle, and there wouldn't be the ironclad stability we have now. She blushed and lowered her head, saying, Thank you, senior, for helping this junior resolve the infighting within the sect. Yi Feng smiled smugly. You're too polite. Too polite. No need to thank me. The two stood there awkwardly for a moment, the air becoming stiff. Yi Feng frowned, thinking, Is this woman not going to pay up? Should I ask? Seems a bit inappropriate. I guess I'll wait for her to bring it up herself. Seeing Yi Feng staring at her, she thought, could it be that senior has feelings for me? Then she covered her face, shyly and anxiously thinking, what should I do? What should I choose? She peeked at him again. Yi Feng smiled uncomfortably, but because of her weakness for attractive men, she found him handsome and felt at ease. So handsome. And Yi Feng was thinking, damn it, my 300,000. I've been waiting half a day. And she still hasn't mentioned the money. Just as he was about to ask for the money, Shi Qingyu covered her face shyly and ran away. She stuttered. Senior, this junior will take her leave now. Yi Feng grabbed her. Sect leader Shi. Hold on a sec. Shi Qingyu quickly stopped, asking, Senior still has something, Yi Feng thought. Looks like I ain't getting paid this time. Yi Feng scratched his head and replied, Oh, what I wanted to say was, when will sect leader come to see me next? Shi Qingyu gasped, mouth agape. See? Me? She thought in a fluster. What does he mean by that? Oh my God, how embarrassing. Yi Feng said shyly, what I meant was, both you and I are busy with important stuff, but don't forget I'm still here. Come hang out at my place more often when you have the time, you know. Damn it, money's here, Shi Qingyu thought, pouting in confusion. His words mean he wants me to think about him, to miss him. Shi Qingyu grinned widely, giving a thumbs up. Yes, Shi Qingyu bolted away. Yi Feng was utterly baffled. What kind of expression was that? A red letter was open. Yi Feng was reading, The outer perimeter of the border, so apart from the immortal realm there are other worlds. He turned and said, Xiaobai, help me find a book that explains the cultivation realms, Subai replied. Yes, Subai read the book and said, So that's how it is. If you calculate it that way, I'm probably, he thought, muscles rippling, feeling smug, at the 31st level of True Immortal level 31, an absolute master, rare even in the immortal realm and the other 8 realms combined, belonging to the realm of the founding ancestor who manages a world. Yi Feng sprawled out, grinning from ear to ear. If I go out in the immortal realm, I'd be top tier already. Don't even need to worry about the apocalypse of this world. In the next few days, Shi Qingyu was busy handling all sorts of matters after unifying the sect, busy all day long. After finishing her work, Shi Qingyu gradually walked over. She was beautiful, like a fairy. Everyone was sending hearts. Yi Feng was impressed when he saw her coming. Oh, sect leader Shi, you finally arrived. She bowed her head and said, Greetings, Senior Yi Feng. Yi Feng praised. Sect leader Shi looks really beautiful today, Shi Qingyu said shyly. Senior is too kind. Yi Feng smiled happily and said, I look forward to you coming every day. Shi Qingyu sighed, thinking happily. So straightforward. And I'm not even ready yet. But it really makes one happy inside. Yi Feng and Shi Qingyu sat and chatted, talking nonsense for a while. Then she thought the atmosphere became strange. Why? Why was he so direct, so good at flirting? Earlier, Yi Feng slammed the cup down, but why did he suddenly become so cold? Tightening the leash, Yi Feng forced a smile, thinking, could it be that this woman didn't come to give me money? If so, hurry up and give me the rest of the payment. After that, he whistled for Subai. Wee. After that, he gestured wildly, spitting everywhere. Believe it or not, Subai understood, lip-reading like a pro. After that, Yi Feng went to Shi Qingyu and said, "Sect leader Shi must be bored, nothing to do." He continued. At the same time, Subai held out the painting. "As it happens, I recently got a painting. I'm very pleased with it. Want to take a look together?" Shi Qingyu exclaimed with shining eyes. "Wow!" Yi Feng pointed at the painting and said, "Sect leader Shi, look at the water in this waterfall." He asked loudly, "Isn't it painted very vividly?" "No, the painting is crap, with the words, 'Pay up' written on it," Shi Qingyu said, stroking her chin blankly. "This waterfall is indeed beautifully painted, very lifelike, just like Senior said, flowing elegantly as if it's flowing in the painting." Yi Feng's eyes widened stiffly, like he's been swindled. "This garbage painting is lifelike my ass. Two big words like that. Are you blind?" Seeing him spaz out, Shi Qingyu asked blankly, "Senior Yi Feng, what's wrong?" Shi Qingyu, riding a wave of misunderstanding, immediately replied, "Okay." The two of them arrived at a cliff. Shi Qingyu said, "Since secluding myself for cultivation, it's been so long since I breathed such fresh air." Yi Feng pointed and said, "Sect leader Shi, look at that mountain." It was a mountain shaped like a celestial crystal, Shi Qingyu asked, puzzled. "Is there something special about that mountain?" Yi Feng replied. "What does that mountain look like to you?" Shi Qingyu hesitated for a moment. Not bad. You can actually see the heart shape," she thought. "It really resembles love." She was already holding her cheek, lost in her fantasies, thinking that he's using this way to express his feelings for me. Yi Feng, thinking she'd understood, egged her on. "So, sect leader Shi, what does it look like to you? Come on, say it louder." "Killing you now," she sternly said. "It looks like—" She turned away, blushing shyly. Quote, "The heart of his senior." Yi Feng froze, his mouth agape in horror. Gritting his teeth in anger, he thought, "Whose heart? What heart? It's a celestial crystal. A celestial crystal. A celestial crystal, damn it." He turned to look at the happy Shi Qingyu and thought, "All right, I get it. This woman is planning to not pay her debt." Then he crossed his arms decisively. "Sect leader Shi, things have come to this point. There are some things I must clarify with you." Hearing him say that, she mistakenly thought he was finally going to confess his feelings. She replied, flustered, "I'm willing." Then Yi Feng shouted even louder and stretched out his hand. "Give me the money." Shi Qingyu froze. "Huh," Yi Feng said, spitting everywhere. 300,000 celestial crystals. Pay up now." Shi Qingyu's mouth dropped open in horror, her face turning purple. She thought in a panic. "Huh. So, it's because he wants to get paid." Enraged, she immediately took out the money. "Here's the celestial crystals you wanted." Then she turned away, crying and running quickly. I still have things to do, so I'll be going first," she sadly thought, hiding her face. That's right. In his eyes, I'm just a small, insignificant person. My strength isn't enough. My status isn't enough. How could he possibly notice me? The two of us were never on the same level. Seeing her so agitated, Yi Feng stood there dumbfounded. Why is she so emotional? I only asked for money, didn't I? Whatever, now that I've got the money, I'm going back to sleep." The next day, the sky was blue, and the clouds were white. A hand patted Subai's head and said, All right, I'll come to pick you guys up." After some time, Subai and the people around him were all crying. A jar of wine exploded. Yi Feng said, "All good things must come to an end. See you all later." Then he turned and waved, leaving. This time, Yi Feng didn't tell anyone he was leaving. Yi Feng walked and sang, "As long as no one knows that I've truly left, the shock of my 60th level true immortal strength will still be there, and it might bring a lot of convenience to Shi Qingyu." With such thoughts, Yi Feng once again embarked on his wandering journey. Dark clouds gathered, and then it started to rain. Yi Feng prepared to open his umbrella and sighed. Oh, it's raining." Yi Feng opened his umbrella. Someone was following behind him. It was Shi Qingyu. She said, "I will try my best to catch up with your footsteps." "Yi Feng," she continued, "I want to accept the ancient god inheritance of the 100 Refinements sect." Elder Wang shouted to stop her. "Little Shi, that inheritance only leads to death. Do you really want to?" Before Elder Wang could finish, Shi Qingyu had already stepped forward. While Yi Feng was racking his brains to figure out how to get money, Qingyu, and even the 9 realms, had undergone tremendous changes. Everyone had underestimated the power of the black mist. In just a few short days, more than half of the spirit realm had been swallowed up. But that still wasn't the worst thing. A crack appeared in the sky. Then the crack spread. Inside were piles of red demon eyes. A horde of evil demons rushed out. Ever since the boundary wall of the spirit realm got busted open, The black seas of the desolate realm, ancient realm, and even the immortal realm started cracking up one after another. Two huge cracks, and any minute now, hordes of demonic crap are going to flood out from the other side, raining down on us. Some random folks started screaming, "What the hell are these things? It's the Black Sea again. There's a crack in the sea, and demons are pouring out." Those demon spawn are slaughtering entire cities, wiping out entire sects. This is all happening too damn fast, like the 9 realms are still trying to figure out what's going on. Check out this ultra cool new Buddha statue. This is in the formation realm. Some dude, looking like Superman, shouts, "Listen up, people. Things have gone completely bonkers this time, like never before. It's time to band together." This is Tongtian Zhenlao, the big cheese of the formation realm. He's hovering in midair, yelling, "I hereby declare the formation of the Demon Extermination Alliance." The people cheer like crazy. The Demon Extermination Alliance, just like the name says, is an organization set up to wipe out the demon junk that's messing with the 9 realms. Tons of sects are jumping on the bandwagon. The Alliance is leveling up real quick. The Alliance HQ is located right on the border between the immortal realm and the other 8 realms. It's the freaking center of the 9 realms, best spot geographically. Crows are flying around like crazy, cawing. The Demon Extermination Order has been issued. The Demon Extermination Order has been issued. Just a quick review, folks. Demon Extermination. Order number 1. Everyone pulls out of the spirit realm, desolate realm, and ancient realm. Then, send out all formation masters, level 7 and up, from the formation realm to seal off those 3 realms. Isolating the spread of black bones, some dude reads out. Formation masters from the formation realm are personally stepping up. They are way more OP than our immortal continent's heavenly formation masters. There's still hope this time. Second, go all out building teleportation arrays. The Alliance HQ is the center, and each first-rate sect is a base. Link those teleportation arrays up so we can reinforce or retreat anytime after it's done. Third, establish a demon exterminator profession and guild. Boost the status and identity of demon exterminators, because even if we can temporarily seal off the spread of Blackbone, we definitely can't stop the demonic stuff pouring in from the other world and the demonic creatures just now demonized by Blackbone in 3 realms if we don't treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Countless demonic creatures are bound to pour in, killing people. With generous rewards, raising the status and identity is a real help. This is how we can get the best in the land to fight the demonic stuff. The Demon Extermination Alliance is the main thing. The first-rate sects are auxiliary. Anyone with the right skills can get certified as a demon exterminator, and every month, the demon exterminator can get a huge salary. Also, you can claim rewards from the first-rate sects or the main alliance HQ for slaying corresponding demonic creatures. This is a war for the long haul. Meanwhile, at a cliff face, Yi Feng's like, "What the actual fudge? All these beautiful faces are just future animal disciples of mine." Then he starts cursing loudly. "What in the sweet name of everything is this? Did my frickin' circus just level up again?" Yi Feng sighs in resignation. Walked all the way here, saw people running away, folks whining about their homes getting wrecked by demons, and groups of big shots rushing by from all directions. This messed up world. Where the heck am I supposed to find disciples now? He sighs again. The system pops up. Experience points activated. He's like, "What's this now?" He checks the system, then shouts with joy. Finally, it's Yi Feng's era. The system reports. These experience points are equivalent to the previous luck points, but experience points are a more advanced value than luck points. If the system completely eliminates luck points later, all luck points obtained through all means will be converted into a certain number of experience points at a ratio. The difference between experience points and luck points is that experience points have a clear path for earning points, and that's killing monsters. System announcement: experience points have been successfully activated. The store has also been updated. Yi Feng jumps around like a maniac, grabs Lu Banwei and says, "Even though I'm a temporarily weakened true immortal big shot right now, and the system says luck points can level up, the path to harvesting luck is still too subtle." "I am still giving up, master." The little kid cries out, "Ba-ba, ba-ba, ba-ba." Yi Feng clutches his chest, looking at the system, and says, "Now I can directly get experience points by slaughtering monsters. I can level up step by step." "Way more practical," Lu Banwei says. "Ba-ba." Wang Kai goes, "Woof, woof, woof." He clicks on the system store and says, "Let's see what new stuff the store added." Then he freaks out when he sees the Nezha's counter heaven teeth. He screams, "You can buy this crap too." Then he looks again, sniffs the air, and says, "Even though my face is already tasty, leveling up even more later isn't impossible." And what's this? Peeking over there, I see a sea cup. Journey to the West time freezing disciple acquisition. He exclaims, "Ooh, can even pause time to find that final disciple. He jumps up and down. This is OP. Then I don't have to worry about getting minus 99% cultivation because I can't find that last disciple. And I got just enough experience points. Buy it now. System announcement. Purchase successful. Then he rides Xian, all smug. All right, let's head back to Shadow Island. Lu Banwei, Wang Kai, and the centipede all breathe a sigh of relief. He looks at the HUD and rubs his chin, thinking, why do I keep feeling something's off? The sky in the direction of Shadow Island isn't right. Oh well, let's go. Then he blasts through the barrier. The patrol team members jumped. What? Was that someone flying in just now? Are you seeing things? The guy in green said. That's a shield set up by a formation master. Anyone who gets past it will be closer to the Black Sea. It's considered a land of endless darkness where monsters run wild. Anyone who goes in is just handing their life over to the monsters. The guy in orange chuckled wryly. True. Afterward, they soared into the sky. Let's go, we can't be careless in our patrol. Yi Feng and the group of creatures were walking. He looked around and thought with difficulty. Although this place wasn't exactly bustling before, at least you'd see cultivators flying by now and then. But now, you can't even spot a bird. Something's definitely up. But with animals' quick senses, if something's really wrong, they'd react. He turned to look at the group of creatures who showed no reaction at all. Suddenly, a dark shadow swooped down from the sky. Yi Feng panicked. It lunged at him. He used his sword to chop it in half and yelled, What the heck is that? It cried out in pain. A frog. It writhed and died on the spot. Yi Feng felt a bit speechless and thought, Is this the monster from the legends? No wonder I haven't seen anything. So there are monsters lurking about, but this one isn't very strong. Or maybe it is. To ordinary people, it'd probably be considered strong. After all, I'm a true immortal at the 31st level. Suddenly, the system gave a notification. Yi Feng's eyes lit up like stars. I didn't expect killing a monster would give me so much experience. System notification. True immortal level 31. An hour later, a quiet, late night. Yi Feng walked wearily, saying, Damn it, I'm starving, and still haven't found a second monster. He called out to them. Let's just head back to Shadow Island first. Two people were standing, grinding their teeth in anger. They said to each other, This black mist is really scary. Any living thing that enters will probably be demonized. The teleportation array that the senior casually set up can completely block the erosion of this black mist. Just what kind of power does he have? Suddenly, the girl realized something. Looking at the figure in front of them, she shouted, Be careful, another monster's coming. Suddenly, they froze for a moment. Yi Feng popped out and asked, What are you guys doing? They were stunned. It's immortal, sir. The two of them exchanged frantic glances, thinking, The black mist is so terrifying, but Immortal Sir just walked out so calmly. Immortal Sir's cultivation has truly reached perfection. Then they said in unison, We greet Immortal Sir, Yi Feng replied amiably. You've worked hard. A beautiful house on Shadow Island. Yi Feng was facing something that made him hesitate awkwardly. Looking at the peaceful, bustling street, he said, These guys are pretty amazing. I didn't expect they could turn a desert into a town. A citrus stall was smiling brightly, calling out to customers. Old women were dancing happily. A group of people were soaking their feet in the sea. Want some exfoliating? Come to Fade Shadow Hollow's foot massage service. Yi Feng covered his nose and thought, This is great. It's really different from the dog-eat-dog world outside. This is clearly a paradise. I have to rest for 2 days. Suddenly, 5 days passed. A foot landed on the ground, thinking, Neither experience points nor luck points matter anymore. What matters most is that this time there's a rare resource that I can actively go and grab. Yi Feng declared grandly, To a great god like me, those tiny monsters are just gifts. Let's go kill some monsters. The people in the village all cried out with emotion, Immortal Sir is definitely fighting for us. Immortal Sir, Immortal Sir. Yi Feng turned around and showed off his ultimate technique, thinking he was cool at the Alliance Hall. Elder Chen exclaimed. He pointed to the crawling monster on the floor and said, But when we arrived, we discovered that this demonic creature was actually very strong, incredibly strong. We formed an alliance and consumed quite a few pills to finally kill it. Everyone around looked terrified. They turned to each other and said, Yi Feng and Huang Zhen are qualified to guard the border. Is it necessary for them to form an alliance to defeat even a normal demonic creature? Now it seems the situation is really dire. Tong Tian walked in and said, Elder Chen, this is probably the strongest demonic creature we've ever discovered. Let's hope there aren't too many of them. Elder Chen replied, The main problem is that we can't set foot in the areas covered by the black mist, so we can only learn about them by killing the demonic creatures that come out. Therefore, we have no idea how many demonic creatures of that level are in the black mist. A subordinate ran in, breathlessly reporting. Reporting. Sect leader. A new demonic creature has appeared in the direction of the spirit realm. It's now arrived at the Earth Spirit Immortal continent of the Immortal Realm. Moreover, all the Earth sovereigns of the first-rate sect, the Heavenly Sea sect, who charged to kill the demonic creature, have been annihilated. Other first-rate sects that came to assist were almost wiped out. Tong Tian exclaimed in shock. What? What's the demonic creature like? Is it similar to this demonic creature? He pointed to the beast lying on the floor. The subordinate replied, according to the picture sent by the sect, the demonic creature isn't originally like that. Then, he opened a picture of a crimson monster. It's ridiculously ugly, he said. As for the specifics, please take a look. Everyone around was surprised. They didn't expect it to be a new species, Tong Tian thought. The power of a first-rate sect at least has true immortal 10th-level experts guarding it. Being able to easily annihilate them proves that its strength is at least on par with this demonic creature in front of us, or even higher. Then, he commanded loudly, Xiang Tian, you lead some people to stay and guard the alliance. The rest of you, follow me to the Earth Spirit Immortal continent. The crowd obediently replied, yes. Just like that, the entire 9 realms focused on the Earth Spirit Immortal continent, an island shrouded by a wall of screaming, man-eating demons. Moreover, after the alliance arrived, a battle broke out. That demonic creature, in a situation where it was besieged by more than 24 true immortal 20th-level experts, not only didn't die, but with a casual move, it caused them to lose half their forces. Tong Tian's eyes widened in fear. This battle made the mood of the entire 9 realms extremely bad, because no one in the alliance had strength exceeding the 40th level. The many-toothed demon was gaping. Methods like formations, encirclement attacks, traps, and more only managed to injure this demonic creature. It's really terrifying. At Fuxi Mountain Valley, Yi Feng, holding his sword, sighed and looked around. He searched for ages and only found one crawling monster, but under his feet was an unconscious demon, he happily said. But luckily, I've leveled up twice. True Immortal level 3-3. Looking down at the dead demon under his feet, he thought contemptuously. This thing gives a lot of experience points, and it's easy to kill, but it seems like I've killed quite a few already. Where else is there such a good thing? Another one fell from the sky. Yi Feng was confused when it landed. Hey, this is. Looking at its crimson color, its hideous appearance, he said. I've never seen this demonic creature before. And it was roaring. It had to be said that the features of this one were like a failure of creation. Yi Feng raised his sharp, shiny sword. A lightning flash across the sky. He muttered. A huge figure, with fast speed and also stronger than that crawling demonic creature. From where does the sword descend, chopping into the monster's head with a whoosh? And that sword strike came from our very own Yi Feng. The demonic creature was immediately chopped into many pieces. He coolly turned to look at the demonic creature. This demonic creature is indeed stronger than the crawling demonic creature, and it gives more experience points than the crawling demonic creature. If I can find a gathering place for this demonic creature, killing 10 or 20,000 of them would be enough for a fortune. This guy often puts on a show, but he does a pretty good job of looking thoughtful. I have to give this demonic creature a name. Let's call it Manga Beast. Just as he finished speaking, the ring on his hand lit up, giving him a new idea. It's that thing in the storage ring. Looking at the phone Jia and reading the new notification. The Intelligence Jade Slip is an item created by the Clear Sky White Jade Tower. Anyone who buys it can immediately know the most accurate information in all the worlds. He swiped and read. The Demon Extermination Alliance once again surrounded and blocked a true immortal 40th level demonic creature. The encirclement plan failed. 10 great elders of the Demon Extermination Alliance were injured, and sect leader Chen Lao was also severely injured. He read something that made his jaw drop. The sky is as dark as Sister Diao's life, and the mother's sweat is flowing from the child's face. So many people can't deal with one demonic creature, so that demonic creature must be very powerful. Thank goodness, finally, my man is back to his true self. Yi Feng squatted down, poking at the demon's head. I'll still kill more Mangde beasts. I have to accumulate a lot of experience points to level up and protect myself. Lu Banwei suddenly called out, pointing at something that made Yi Feng instinctively look. It turned out that what Lu Banwei was pointing at was an object moving in the distance. After seeing it, a sinister look crossed his face as he schemed. Oh, another herd of Mengde beasts. I didn't expect you to have your uses from time to time. Then, he turned to call Tan, his subordinate, and ordered, quietly follow him. Lu Banwei misheard and thought he was being praised, grinning with delight as he scratched his head like a young woman being complimented by her master. Zhang saw Lu Degei's exaggerated fantasy, and his power of discrimination judged him harshly. It seems like the master didn't even mean it that way. Degei, elsewhere. The spooky ghost thing was walking ahead, with footprints behind it. Oh, wait a sec, looking back, it's Yi Feng's footprints following along. The ghost thing keeps walking, but he's getting a weird vibe. This place is a graveyard, and up close, those ghost things are chowing down on some seriously fresh grub. Getting closer, he sees they're feasting on humans. Like, from the guts to the limbs, the whole shebang. Yi Feng witnesses the scene, his hands and feet trembling, speechless. The four spirit kings behind him, along with Lu Banwei, are kind of freaked out, big bro. Those ghost things are eating corpses. He didn't even finish the sentence. Yi Feng couldn't hold back and charged straight into the ghost things, startling the four spirit kings, making them jump. The ghost things were happily enjoying their tasty meal when they sensed something was off. They all did a system reboot and turned their heads. Before they could react, Yi Feng had already made his move. His face pumped, all dark and brooding, emitting a purple aura as he barreled toward them. Bags full of experience points are waving at me. One after another, those things were getting wrecked left and right, sliced and diced. Yi Feng was laughing like a maniac, totally losing it. Even the demonic beasts were horrified. Ouch. Using these ghost things, the master is even scarier than those ghost things. At this moment, the system kept announcing good news, making our guy laugh out loud, full of self-satisfaction. Congratulations, experience points increased significantly. 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 After laughing smugly, he quickly got into position, raised his sword, and charged straight at those ghost things. I'm super pumped. Soon, in just a minute and a half, all the ghost things kicked the bucket. They were lying all over the place, while Yi Feng and the Beast Gang hummed and swaggered back after their top-notch rumble. Wang Kai witnessed it and felt admiration. In one night, the master killed more than 300 demonic beasts. Yi Feng was gleefully skipping around because he had been promoted to true immortal with level 34. His level had risen by 1.5 levels. Awesome. Meanwhile, in another scene, while Yi Feng was earning experience points, the Earth Spirit Immortal Continent was still embroiled in a difficult battle. Seeing the tall, muscular, supersized demonic beast standing in front of them on a large rock, everyone was scared but still tried to reassure the others. Face it, we can't do anything to this demonic beast. Faced with absolute power, all traps and plans become useless. Formation Elder, if this continues, what's the best course of action? The masked man, looking like a hero, quickly analyzed. If it was just this one demonic beast, then it wouldn't be anything. But the most important thing is that we don't know how many mysterious demonic beasts are hidden in these lost places. Although we have temporarily sealed off the 4 places covered in black mist, this is only a temporary measure. Suddenly, someone named Tu Difei Zihi reported. Reporting to the Alliance leader, there is a huge commotion coming from the spirit realm. It seems like something is about to burst out. Hearing this, everyone standing in front of the demonic beast had to temporarily put it aside and fly to another place. Let's go! Immediately follow me to see what's going on. Soon, everyone stopped at the border of the spirit realm, where there was a barrier. Standing in front of the barrier, Tong Tian Formation Elder observed. Can everyone feel it? The man next to him also agreed. Yes. Looking at the top of the shield, there is a very strong fluctuation moving at a very fast speed. More accurately, it is heading towards us, Tong Tian Formation Elder was observing. Suddenly, something made his eyes widen in surprise. Out of nowhere, a UFO flew over, piercing the shield, leaving everyone speechless. It's here. One of the men also witnessed the scene, shocked and speechless. How is that possible? The spirit realm, isn't it covered in black mist already? From the alien ship opening a stargate. How could a space Dharma artifact rush out from inside? From high above the UFO, a group of heretical and demonic factions of unknown name were floating in the air wearing strange clothes. Tong Tian Formation Elder, representing them, asked, "Who are you?" Before he could finish speaking, something was coming from behind. It was the demonic beast from before rushing towards them. Damn it, that demonic beast has already arrived here. The white-haired youth from the nameless heretical faction pointed, and a loving thunderbolt, full of affection, aimed straight at the demonic beast, causing the demonic beast to be torn apart and dissolve into the air. Those present there, except for Bai Jun's group. What? Those group of nameless code factions are full of danger. Their entire group released a blue light power, that covered the entire group. The Tongtian formation leader dude stepped up, asking Bai Jun's crew, "Who are you guys?" "People from beyond the realm," Bai Jun, acting as their spokesperson, snorted arrogantly. "Beyond the realm? Calling us beyond the realm is just your mistaken way of thinking." Bai Jun pointed to the sky, explaining, "We're originally from the same world. Why make it sound so alien?" He then went on about the blue planet, Earth. "Take a good look. This is called a planet, and it's our world. The brownish yellow you see is the land, and the blue is the ocean. The two continents on either side, that's our turf." Turning back, he said to the Tongtian formation guys, "And you," he pointed at the tiny island on Earth. "Where you're standing is right here, a tiny little area." The long-bearded, black-faced dude, looking like a baboon's butt, chimed in, "The 9 realms we've been working so hard to protect, our world." The Tongtian formation leader's face was now as black as that baboon butt too. "It's just a tiny island. No, that can't be." Suddenly, the buzzcut guy pointed right at Bai Jun. "Don't you dare try to confuse us, Speak. What did you come here for?" Looks like he hit a nerve. Bai Jun's inner rage meter was going off the charts. "I don't like people raising their voices at me." Instantly, a wave of power slammed down on the buzzcut dude, pinning him. All he could do was yell, "Ugh! Bai Jun, aka Father Jun," said to buzzcut. "You deserve to be executed, but to make negotiations easier later, I'll let you off this time." Seeing things weren't going well, the Tongtian formation leader lowered his voice. "Dare I ask, what's your level of power?" Cool guy Bai Jun didn't even flinch, he told them. "Based on your terminology here, I'd say I'm a super true immortal 99 level." The Tongtian formation leader was stunned, unable to believe it. He shouted, "What? You're a god?" Bai Jun chuckled, looking down on them. Sigh. He was looking down on these frogs in a well again. He explained to the Tongtian formation group, "Look closely. There are planets beyond this planet." As he spoke, the Tongtian formation leader and his crew seemed enlightened. Their horizons broadened, the light of human knowledge shining upon them. "These planets are actually the stars you see at night. Outside the planet is the universe." He got more excited as he went on, his aura becoming even more intimidating. "Gods reside on the other side of the universe. Who on our planet dares to call themselves a god, and who deserves to be called a god?" The Tongtian formation leader froze, kneeling before the unseen, nameless power. So the world we've always believed in was wrong. One of Bai Jun's demonic path followers spoke up. "Why are you telling them so much, Bai Jun? We're here to find territory, not to educate these well frogs." Bai Jun thought that was a good point. Why waste breath on the brainless? He didn't want to drag it out. He and the demonic path dude announced earth-shattering news that nobody could believe. "From today on, we're taking over any territory that hasn't already fallen. We might share a small portion of territory with you hillbillies to meet your survival needs, and you must accept it unconditionally," the Tongtian formation leader angrily retorted. "What is this? This is blatant invasion?" "Absolutely not," Zhao Jiyu, emboldened by Bai Jun's presence, threatened the Tongtian formation group. "Old man, are you not clear on the situation? Adding up all the so-called 9 realms, I doubt anyone can eliminate even the low-level demon monsters from before. Where do you get the confidence to refuse? And what do you have to refuse with?" The others were furious and speechless. You, Bai Jun, feeling this was unfair, sarcastically spoke up for them. Zhao Jiyu, "Why are you so impatient?" Zhao Gun's words went in one ear and out the other, responding dismissively, "TCH, if you're so patient, then you can keep talking to them." The woman next to her chimed in, "If you have so much free time, why not check out this new place first? Maybe we can find something good." Then, the group of strangers left. "Let's go," the Tongtian formation leader and his crew could only watch. "It's over. Quickly, stop them." But Bai Jun was the only one who stayed behind to comfort the Tongtian formation leader. "There's no need to rush, because even if you want to stop them, you can't." The Tongtian formation leader asked him, "What do you actually want?" Hearing this, Bai Jun seemed to get his wish, flashing a devilish smile like Annabelle. That night, in the shadows of the island, inside a room, the Papa. Seems like some big shot boss or emperor's tail is wagging outside. Turns out it's Yi Feng's beastly crew, the whole gang's here. Let me peek through this crack. He spots the jar acting sus, constantly wriggling and making weird noises. Papa, Wang Kai sweats buckets. Lately, Master's been busy at night. Couldn't keep an eye on Big Bro, so I straight up locked him in the booze jar. Ziling Wang, all worried, asks, "What do we do, dog bro?" Ao Ching motions everyone to be quiet. Shh. "Of course we gotta figure out how to rescue Big Bro from the alcohol bath, but how, though?" Immediately, that bear dude suggests something. Kinda heartless. How about we just smash the booze jar? Ao Ching almost blows a fuse. Smash your own head. That thing was personally crafted by Master? You want to die? And besides, you think you can smash it? The bear, after a smackdown, apologizes like crazy. Big bro, my bad. Akio Wang walks over and pokes at the jar. Alright, rescuing Big Bro while Master's watching is a no-go. Only option is to snatch this booze jar and sneak off. But then they all start jiggling and jumping around like maniacs. Bearcat's doing a happy dance under the moonlight, so cute. Let's vamoose, pronto. Where should we go? Doesn't matter, let's just run far, far away and figure it out later. Before long, the whole bunch is chillin' in a desolate wasteland. This is the spot. Shi Tian Yao Lang pulls something out of the jar. Let me yank him out. Turns out their big bro is trying to pull out the frog, but no dice. Guess their leader's been getting too much of that good stuff and got a little plump. Yi Feng, stuck in the jar, observes, Nah, can't pull him out like this. Looks like we gotta pour out Master's booze first. Then we can yank Big Bro out. Everyone's ears perk up. Good call. Same location, different day. A red streak comes zipping over. Yep, it's Zhao Ji. He's grumbling like a grumpy old man. Damn it, I've wandered half this dump, and there's nothing that catches my eye. On his way, Gao Ying's nose picks up a scent hotter than the sun. HMPH? Like someone just gave me a Red Bull. This booze jar has some serious pull. What a lucky find. Zhao Gun's dog nose is on point. He nailed it. There's liquor being poured out. Hey, easy there, don't spill a drop. Turns out it's Yi Feng's beast squad up to no good, trying to drag their big boss out. You guys dragged me out, and Master's already gonna skin us alive. But if Master finds out you're wasting his booze, he'll turn us into dust, I swear. We get it, we get it. From out of nowhere, Hele arrives on the scene, floating like a spooky ghost, observing and assessing. A dog, a centipede, a bear, and even a soul form. What a bizarre combo. But this booze jar smells divine, and they're using human heads to soak it too. How fun. Immediately, this booze hound can't hold back any longer. Hey you guys, son of a BTCH, Zhao Ji. Instead of politely asking for a sip, he's all menacing. Hand over that booze jar you got there. Zhao Ji laughs maniacally in his head. Facing my powerful aura, they must be so scared that their pants are already wet. The fat bear gets pissed. Where'd this idiot crawl out from? Wang Kai shouts. Ignore him. Focus on pouring the booze. Lower it. Holding your hands up high like that is going to make you spill. Zhao Gun's furious. Grinding his teeth, he growls. These low-life garbages, seeing me and not kneeling is already too much. You dare look down on me, you're tired of living. He unleashes his ultimate technique, slamming it right into the jar's rim. Lu Banwei shouts, the booze. Ziling Wang panics. Spilling, Wang Kai is the most terrified. Splatter. Zhao Ji is caught off guard. My attack missed. Though it was just a random move anyway. Suddenly, he frowns, his face darkening, thinking in a frenzy. This atmosphere is off, Lu Banwei, face red with rage, says, son of a BTCH, half the booze is gone. What's going to happen if that stingy master finds out? Then he yells, son of a BTCH, beat him up. Zhao Ji is taken by surprise. No way. A streak of orange lightning erupts from the ground. Zhao Ji spits out blood, saying, what's going on? He sees Wang Kai transforming into a lone wolf, and says, on this Harmony Land, I can't believe I'm being beaten to a pulp by a dog. He was seething with injustice. I'll make you lowly. Yao shrimps pay the price. Wang Kai stretched out a finger, ready to poke him in the forehead. Wait, it wasn't Wang Kai, but the fatty bear who fell flat on his back, creating a huge cloud of dust and sand. Looks like that was a rough fall, huh? Zhao Ji was terrified. The fatty bear revved up, and Chie, the baby centipede, angrily shot out venom. Ziling Wang also unleashed its ultimate technique. Zhao Ji was bruised and scared, tears streaming down his face. Mommy, I miss home. All that arrogance was gone. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. The creatures were lying in the sun, when suddenly, baby centipede opened its eyes at the sound of sobbing. Hoo. A battered Zhao Ji stood up, baby centipede said. Are you even eating? I told you to polish my legs, and after 2 whole days you're still not done. Zhao Ji, who was cleaning baby centipede's legs, said miserably. Big boss, it's not that I'm slow, it's just that as soon as I finish one leg, another one needs polishing. Hoo. Wang Kai sat up and said, my big bro said, you have to compensate us for half a jar of that wine. Of course, we're reasonable folks. You can give us something worth about half a jar of wine, and once you've compensated us, we'll let you go. Zhao Ji hurriedly tried to appease the creatures. I'll definitely compensate you. At the Demonic Extermination Alliance's Hall of Discussion, Tong Tian said, according to the reports, Bai Jun and his group have caused a lot of trouble in the 9 realms in just a few short days. For example, a Tier 1 power in Tongzhou Immortal Continent was completely looted by one of them, the green-haired old man said. The only granddaughter of Mo Yue, the ancestor of Yue realm, was also spotted by one of them, and forcibly taken away. I won't give you every single example, but basically, they're a bunch of vicious people who do whatever they want based on their strength, he continued. Therefore, Chen Lao, we absolutely cannot let them enter the 9 realms, Tong Tian said. Everyone has calmed down over the past few days, and I'm sure you've all done some investigation. So Chen Lao, we absolutely cannot let them enter the 9 realms. Tong Tian turned to Xiang Tian and asked, what's your take on this? Xiang Tian replied, I've investigated a lot of information these past few days. Originally, based on our understanding, this world definitely didn't exist before the 9 realms were created. But I discovered some records and legends about a civilization before the 9 realms, he explained. In other words, it wasn't an empty land like we thought. It already existed before the 9 realms were created. And after the 9 realms were created, some historical records were left behind. I investigated again through many channels, and a lot of it turned out to be fake. Tong Tian closed his eyes and said, just tell us the conclusion. Xiang Tian said awkwardly, the conclusion is that what Bai Jun said might be true. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. We are very likely a group of prisoners, and everything we knew before was false. Tong Tian was annoyed by the noisy crowd, he said. When I went back, I also investigated a lot of information, and it really is like what he said. Tong Tian continued. In the past few days, I took Chen Xian and the others to Tianlan Mountain to retrieve spirit liquid, and I deliberately went to those places in the Black Mist, so I saw what's happening in the Black Mist. He described, I discovered 3 of those monsters with chubby limbs from last time in there. The others panicked. What? Tong Tian trembled as he continued. I only went to a very small area, but if it's the entire Black Mist, it's probably like Bai Jun said, countless in number. The old guys thought in fear. Doesn't that mean the flying saucer will be buzzing around again in half a month? Tong Tian stood in front of Bai Jun. Bai Jun asked. Thought it over. Tong Tian clenched his fists, trembling, thinking. Everyone has gone through all kinds of emotions in the past half month, and in the end, they still made this decision, he said. But hold on a second, we agreed to hand this land over to you. Bai Jun grinned, overjoyed. Good. You're only Zhuang Junji if you know what's good for Ya. Suddenly, Tong Tian said. But we have 2 conditions, Bai Jun replied. Speak. Tong Tian began to state his terms. First condition. We can hand over the territory of the immortal realm to you, but your people cannot step into places outside the immortal realm, such as the spirit realm, the Yue realm, and the other realms. Bai Jun raised his eyebrows and replied, Continue? Tong Tian continued. Second condition. We've agreed to lead the residents of the immortal realm away, but it's their home after all. So, if there are residents who don't want to leave, they get to stay. Your people aren't allowed to harm them. Got it. Bai Jun scoffed. Agreed. Fine by me. Tong Tian thought to himself. This involves so many people, yet he answers so casually, Bai Jun thought. Bai Jun turned to leave, whistling as he walked. What are you guys gawking at, scram already? I need to get back and research how to brew tea, he said. He zoomed off, singing as he went. La la la. Tong Tian was annoyed. Damn it, he muttered. Inside the flying saucer, the green-haired dude said, I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. The brown-haired chick cut him off. Don't be ridiculous. With our strength, they never had a choice to begin with. Bai Jun suddenly wondered. Where's Zhao Jiyu? The green-haired dude shrugged. No idea. Bai Jun said, Keep waiting. After all, if someone's missing when we create the teleportation array, the success rate is cut in half. The flying saucer flew away. The green-haired dude grumbled. It's been half a month, and he still hasn't come back, the brown-haired chick said. Could something have happened? Otherwise, he wouldn't just ignore our messages, right? The brown-haired guy said, What could possibly happen to Zhao Jiyu in a backwater place like the 9 realms? Even if you combined everyone in the 9 realms, they couldn't do anything to him. The green-haired dude replied, Yeah. If this place was meant to be a prison, it would have shown its level already. There shouldn't be anything that can trap him, the brown-haired chick responded. Maybe he just doesn't want to reply. After all, he doesn't agree with Bai Jun being our leader. Bai Jun said, Set up the teleportation array. The 6 of them stood in a circle in the center of the immortal realm. Bai Jun held up a talisman and asked, Is everyone ready? The brown-haired chick grumbled. He really thinks he's the leader. The green-haired dude shut her up. Stop yapping. Our elders told us to listen to him. Just do what he says. It's not like it'll cost us anything, Su Bai said grimly. I know a lot of you find me annoying, but I don't really care. Besides, I'm just reminding you guys in advance. Ruining something important because of personal feelings isn't something a smart person would do. They threw talismans everywhere, and the teleportation array roared to life. Activate. Talismans turned into streaks of fiery lightning, flying upwards. The cracks in the sky closed up. Everyone gasped in shock. Tong Tian thought, the die is cast. No one knows what the future holds. I just hope I don't become a sinner for all eternity in the 9 realms. Half a month later, strange lights that seemed to be cracking the sky appeared. A weird voice cackled. So this is the newly discovered place to survive. The air is so fresh. Immediately, many nameless demonic lackeys associated with Baijun appeared. The people living here seemed very weak. The light became even more bizarre and terrifying, as if wanting to suck everything in. The people there panicked and wet themselves when they heard the strange voices from the hole. Don't fight over it. I'm choosing this territory. That mountain is mine. The people quickly evacuated. Brothers, quickly check if there are good things inside that city. But it was too late. All of Baijun's heretical followers were one step faster, capturing the people there. Stop, a voice rang out, standing in front of Zhu Jiyu. It turned out to be Tong Tian Zhenlao, who arrived just in time to rescue the innocent people. Didn't we promise not to harm the innocent commoners? Huh, what are you doing? Baijun's accomplices sneered, blatantly going back on their word. That promise was between you guys and Baijun, right? We don't care. Tong Tianlao felt like he was rooted to the spot, but still tried to resist. Get out of here if you don't want to die. Damn it. Such a teleportation took half a month. The number of people teleported here reached billions. While everyone thought the teleportation was going pretty well, heavenly lightning suddenly appeared in the gap from somewhere. There were many weird people, accompanied by weird power hovering in the air. The first tribulation gate has descended. Tribulation gate is also called Yunxing, which is the way to distinguish the levels of sects. Sects that can be called tribulation gates are when there is at least a high-level tribulation transcendence realm cultivator in that sect. Ever since the powerhouses from beyond the realm, that group of Baijun, came to the 9 realms, a new cultivation system has been clearly distinguished. At this time, 2 characters appear. They are the 5 human realm, in which one is a broken-down, old version of the martial emperor, and one is Sun Wukong in the form of a human being, who is the martial spirit realm of Beyond the Realm, which is the real realm that is divided into, after undergoing basic body tempering, it is the 5 human realm. The 5 human realm has a total of 5 realms, which, according to the understanding of the 9 realms, are the realms before the human immortal. After the 5 human realm is the 9 tribulation realm. As the name suggests, it has a total of 9 tribulation realms. But in reality, it's just the first level of the first tribulation realm. Moreover, the second tribulation realm belongs to Xuan Wu, up to the 99th true immortal. 99th true immortal is considered a tribulation of the gods, but in reality, it's just the tribulation of the second tribulation realm. Imagine a super-duper gigantic person, bigger than all of Beitan Vlog's food combined, the one who holds the entire galaxy. As for the third tribulation realm, in the 9 realms understanding at that time, it was the title for gods. Next is a dark, mysterious black hole, spinning round and round. Beyond the tribulation realm is the Dago realm. The Dago realm has 4 levels: touching Dago, merging Dago, combining Dago, and proving Dago. For the people of the 9 realms, it's already a far-off existence. Back on Earth, specifically on the small island surrounded by a shield, 2 old friends are standing there. The Void realm, Tong Tian Formation Elder says to his friend, even a first tribulation gate has the power to overturn the 9 realms easily. Our world is really too small. Back to the present. A void tear in the sky is being pried open. After the collective of the first tribulation gate descends, the second, third tribulation gates keep coming endlessly, changing the lives and fates of countless people. Elsewhere, at the stream where a handsome guy and a pretty girl are hanging out, senior brother, my cultivation has been increasing several levels in a row. Me too, the guy says while looking up at the strange tear. We've cultivated for so many years, and unexpectedly our cultivation breaks through. Because of the invasion from beyond the realm, my mood is really complicated. Baijun, standing in the distance, watches the lovey-dovey couple talking. That's for sure. Because from the start, I've said that the lower worlds, the immortal realm, and the outer realms all belong to Yunxing, he explains. Using them, no explanation. The way you're watching the screen, he continues. It's just that they were imprisoned here by the 8 great sovereigns of the past and chained up. As he speaks, he shows a nuclear atomic ball covered in links. If the immortal realm is wrapped in one layer of chains, then those lower worlds are wrapped in 3 layers. That's why it's so difficult for people in the lower worlds to break through to Martial Emperor, become human immortals, and enter the immortal realm. In short, the chains have been broken because of the opening of the outer realms. At this moment he spreads his arms wide. Now that you get to play the role of the host of the realms, the mother of heaven, the father of nature, enjoy this new era. Scene change. To the island, now known as Haunted Island 20. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. On the island, everything is bustling like a young man staging a protest. The sign says, "No baby bottles, stop public urination, return the clear blue sea to us, don't panic, people passing by, eek, scary scary." Bro, the guy next to him says, "Maybe this sea was always black to begin with." In the distance, an old fisherman with a grin says, "Hey, I caught a huge fish yesterday." "Really?" Farther away, someone in a security guard uniform happily says, "Old man, I'll take that for a door panel." In the distance, Yi Feng, dressed as a scholar, puts his pen to his nose, pretending to be thoughtful. "Oh my." Looking at everyone, he sighs now and then. He pouts his lips, relaxes carefree, closes his eyes, and enjoys life. So peaceful. Holding a map, his voice is excited like he's about to go treasure hunting. "Not bad. My monster extermination map is coming along nicely. This is the crystallization of knowledge from my year of monster extermination." From face-slapping war god to carefree war god, his grinning face says it all. "Having reached Golden Immortal at level 100 through my tireless efforts, my level has reached level 100 Golden Immortal, 71st level True Immortal. This feeling is twice as awesome." He recalls the glorious days of fighting the two-headed dragon, one ferocious and one silly. But recently, it's been a little difficult to level up, mainly because, after that two-headed water monster, I can't find any higher-level monsters. Moreover, because I'm exterminating monsters too fast, the rate at which new monsters appear can't keep up with me. So, I have to take a break for a while to wait for monster accumulation. Then, he stands up. "But I've rested for a few days now." He returns to his cool and aloof state, like every other elder, so dramatic, it's time to rank up. At Fuxi Mountain Valley, Yi Feng's little feet are step by step climbing up the steep mountain. As soon as Yi Feng arrives, the original mountain valley has long disappeared, replaced by a small mountain. Indeed, every journey is full of thorns. Behind his footsteps on his journey, there's a crowd of monsters lying all over the place, because this valley has been filled with the corpses of crawling monsters. In the distance, the monster symbolizing his challenge is standing there waiting for him since this afternoon. Look at that bored face. He's even pouting. "I've been raising pigs for so many days, but there are only a few hooves like this. Quickly deal with it, then go back to continue watching the love-hate drama between Lu Day and Being Curd Seller." Scene change. While Yi Feng's life hasn't changed at all, in the past year, the immortal realm has undergone earth-shattering changes. A voice like a loudspeaker shouts, "Hey waiter, where's the food?" It's the voice of the guy in azure robes. A reincarnation heavenly realm cultivator, esteemed guest, coming right up. Look at the excited, zealous face of the young man. People around the table gossip. A figure who was originally so arrogant in the immortal realm is now working as a waiter in a tavern. Times have changed. Outside, people come and go in droves. Of course, reincarnation immortal realm in the orthodox cultivation system is called the second tribulation realm, although they are both tribulation realm. The higher tribulation realm is an existence that can establish a tribulation gate, while the second tribulation realm at this time is wandering everywhere, unlike somewhere as dark as pitch, without any life. In another development, some houses symbolizing villages are gradually being erased. Moreover, the biggest change in the immortal realm is the disintegration of forces. The major forces of the immortal realm have all been overturned. The lofty immortal continents have disappeared without a trace, and soon they will wither, without life. Contrary to it, there are people there. People with the strength of the upper 3 continents, the former continent lords, can now only be guards or deacons outside the gates of the tribulation gate. There, a man is scolding his soldiers. "Your helmet is an eyesore." "Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir." Even so, because they are people of the 9 realms, they are discriminated against. Moreover, many sects more powerful than the tribulation gate have also noticed that the Dadio gate has also descended to the 9 realms. Somewhere at the edge of the black mist, close to Haunted Island, an angry demon grabs the man's shirt. "Hey, what's going on? Explain it to me. This 9 realms guy doesn't know what's going on." The squinting-eyed man stammers, "I don't know either, sir. I'm just in charge of issuing monster extermination missions," he continued, trying to come up with a satisfactory answer, while the crowds around kept staring. "So, This little one really doesn't know why those demonic creatures in the black mist just evaporated. But someone chimed in to defuse the situation. Brother, lay off a little, will ya? You've only been here a few days. I've been camped out for a month and only snagged one low-level demon. Seemed like he was running out of saliva, his mouth was getting sore. If that guy goes away, at least you can complete this year's mission. I thought coming here I could both train and exterminate demons, but why aren't there any missions? What the heck is going on? Elsewhere, at Yunji's sect, in the top 10 of the immortal realm, two women were chatting. Unbelievable. The entire Black Mist border region is devoid of demonic creatures. There were times people would fight over a low-level demon core, almost triggering a sect war. One of them looked seemingly unconcerned, but because there wasn't much of a topic, no one said a word. The situation unfolded as it was. Elsewhere, two guys were hamming it up with overly dramatic expressions. One looked like they'd swallowed a dish rag. Shiji, I'm so worried. The two were hawking precious goods from Minqin, Xiaoyuguer. If you encounter danger out there, remember to crush this jade pendant. Shixtiong and Shiji will come to your rescue immediately. Here's a medicinal pill to restore your chi. Take this sword too, and this teleportation scroll. A voice butted in among the four of them. Shiji's, no need to worry. Suyuker will definitely figure out what's going on. Just keep those things. It was the young man Su Yor. He raised his chin, hands on his hips, and soon embarked on his quest to find the truth. Everyone cheered him on. Go for it, Xiao Yuner. By the way, he told everyone there, I've given the order. All Yunji's sect disciples below the mountain will listen to you to make things easier for you. Before long, Su Yuner arrived at the Black Mist border region, a plain where demonic creatures gathered, but he didn't see a soul, let alone a demon. A demonic creature gathering plain with no demonic creatures. He observed for a while. He put his sword down and sat down to observe everything around him. This Xiao Yuer doesn't believe I can't find the reason for the disappearing demons. And so, 2 months passed. He remained there motionless, without budging, but he couldn't take sitting still any longer, and cursed into the void like a crazy dog. Where the hell are the demons? Not far away, someone caught the same wavelength as Suyugor. Where the hell are the demons? No mistake, it was Yi Feng, he muttered to himself as he walked. From Fuxi Mountain Valley to this desolate place, it only took half a day to wipe them clean. These few monsters aren't enough. He got tired of walking and switched to jogging for his early morning exercise. Continuing like this isn't the way, I'll go out and scout for intel. In a village where many strange people gathered, merchants bought and sold. In the distance, a bald man carried a sword on his back. Yi Feng quickly arrived, switching back to his playful Yi Feng persona. Wow, so lively. So many people suddenly appeared. It's even turned into a city. He rummaged in his pocket for a fiery pearl. Ah, right. This thing looks so pretty. I wonder if I can exchange it for money. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yor noticed the pearl in Yi Feng's hand. He was about to say a few words when a man barged into his life, a roadblock between him and Yi Feng. Brother, are you selling that? The bull-nosed guy, quick as lightning, put his arm around him, acting friendly. Yi Feng, unsuspecting, replied, Ah, yes, make me an offer. Hearing the answer he wanted, he went straight to the point. How many immortal crystals do you want? As if it were something important, Yi Feng joined in the act. 1 immortal. Before Yi Feng could finish, the guy handed him a large bag, tempting him. Then how about 10,000 immortal crystals? What a face-changing war god. The deal was done in a snap. After completing the transaction, the guy quickly ran off, leaving Yi Feng with 1,001 questions. What's going on? This raggedy pearl sold for 10,000. I feel like this world is too unrealistic. I have countless pearls like that. If I sold them all, wouldn't I be laughing all the way to the bank? He grinned, Yi Feng. From behind, Su Yuer, radiating murderous intent as if to assassinate him from behind, said, This fellow Taoist? Before he could react, Su Yuer performed some 3D misty phantom image technique and stepped forward. May I ask, do you have any demon cores? Oh dear. What he thought was just cheap junk turned out to be valuable. So that's it. Thanks to Suyun Core, he was enlightened. This stuff sells so well, so it's called a demon core. He affirmed confidently. Oh, of course I have them. How many do you want? Seeing that, Su Yuer asked, Do you have a lot? Of course. A lot how? He excitedly spread out his hand, counting on his fingers. Not too many, but long enough. Seeing that he seemed naive, he hatched a plan. After waiting for 2 months, he'd finally found an opportunity with Yi Feng. This person must have information about the demons, but if I ask directly, he might not answer. I'll try a different method to get information. He frowned, looking lifeless. Yi Feng raised his hand, acting all gangster. All right, how many demonic cores do you have? I'll take them all. And if you have more, I can still afford it, Yi Feng asked. Are you sure about that? Su Yun'er replied. Of course I'm sure. Do you think this young master looks like he's short on cash? Yi Feng stuck out his tongue and raised Luo Qi. Su Yun'er handed the sword to him, thinking, he really doesn't seem to be lacking money. Probably from some big, powerful family. Then, he licked his lips and said, Okay, but you have to come with me to get the goods. Su Yun'er said, Lead the way then. Bright and early in the morning, the two of them set off together. Su Yun'er said, You should still follow behind me. Just stand behind and give me directions. This place is in the middle of nowhere. If we run into danger, you probably wouldn't be able to handle it. Yi Feng yawned widely and replied, Okay. And so, the two continued on their way. Yi Feng was slacking. While Su Yun'er was giving him the side-eye and judging him, Su Yun'er turned around and said, You can't have this lazy attitude, kid. One look and I can tell you don't have any experience in the martial world. Your head's always in the clouds. Let me tell you, when you're out there roaming the martial world, the most important thing is to always stay vigilant. You always have to be prepared for anything. Righteous words from someone in the know. Yi Feng listened attentively and replied, Okay. Yi Feng remained nonchalant. Su Yun'er was annoyed, thinking, What's with this attitude? Yi Feng was mumbling to himself. 233, 234, probably counting how many demonic cores he had, when suddenly there was movement in the bushes. Su Yun'er grinned evilly. His eyes lit up, thinking, This young hero's chance has arrived. Su Yun'er jumped in front of Yi Feng, drew his sword, and said, Stand back, I'll handle this. Yi Feng was caught off guard as he slashed with his sword. Yi Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Su Yun'er said, Don't be afraid, this great hero is here, he continued, looking very intimidating. Danger will not exist. He snickered to himself, saying, If I wasn't here today, you'd be in trouble. He probably thought he was superior to Yi Feng, Yi Feng replied. I don't think it would be that bad, right? Yi Feng continued. It's just a wild boar. Su Yun'er was embarrassed. Ashamed would be an understatement, but he still had to say something to save face. Well, even though it's just a normal wild boar, even a cultivator can get injured if they're not careful. Besides, I was just using the wild boar to teach you a lesson. You have to take everything seriously and never underestimate anything. Yi Feng was a little annoyed and clicked his tongue. I know, he thought. He's already taken half the day. Now I have to count again. Su Yun'er was furious, thinking, What's with his attitude? Yi Feng was still walking behind him, muttering, 101, 102, 103. Suddenly, Su Yun'er held out his sword and asked, Take a look at my sword. What do you think? Yi Feng startled and replied, Not bad, I guess. Su Yun'er put on an arrogant face. Don't you want to admire it? Yi Feng helplessly replied. Then I want to take a look. Su Yun'er acted all high and mighty, yelling, You can't. He held the sword in front of him, pretending to be dangerous, saying, This sword is called the Dragon Phoenix Sword. It only accepts its master. If someone who isn't its master touches it, it will harm them. Then he looked down on Yi Feng. You wouldn't be able to withstand its power. Of course, I can't let you admire it now, but you'll definitely have a chance to witness its true power in the future. He turned away and boasted arrogantly. Or if you're lucky, you might even see me use it to perform my strongest sword technique, Yi Feng replied. Okay. He had finished counting, Yi Feng said. Can we trade money for goods then and there? Su Yun'er mumbled. Yi Feng acted cute like a bunny and replied, Great. I'm really looking forward to seeing you perform that sword technique. Su Yun'er secretly smiled, thinking, Someone's starting to admire me. Soon my reputation will spread throughout the martial world like wildfire. He was just fantasizing, Yi Feng thought cunningly. I'm going to make a fortune this time. Huge profit. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered. A monster's foot stomped down. Su Yun'er was startled and exclaimed, That's Yi Feng. And Yi Feng was equally shocked. They both yelled, A monster! A hideous, two-headed freak. Su Yun'er thought, I can't believe after waiting for 2 whole months I couldn't find a single monster, but I stumbled upon one here. Maybe I can find out why monsters are disappearing on such a large scale through this one. She thought of everyone. Everyone has always treated me like a kid. If I can uncover the truth this time, let's see who dares to look down on me. Then, Su Yun'er said to Yi Feng, Congratulations! You have the chance to witness the magnificence of my Dragon Phoenix sword. Yi Feng froze, stiff as a board. Su Yun'er then commanded, Now listen to my orders. Run as far as you can. You absolutely must protect yourself. Your demonic essence is nothing compared to this thing. Seeing this kid trying to act tough, Yi Feng could only sigh helplessly. Okay. Su Yun'er's eyes glowed green. She said, Oh! A series of flags flew up, and she shouted, Grant me strength. Then, raising her sword, she unleashed her ultimate skill, Heavenly Blessing. She quickly pulled the sword in front of her, ran her fingers along the blade, and unleashed the demon-sealing sword. A barrage of sword energy rained down. The monster roared. Su Yun'er waved her arms and shouted, "Summon combat pet, demonic shield, sword block, speed, halt, ascend." Yi Feng watched, cursing inwardly. Damn it, is this the inner power of cultivators? Okay, but it seems unnecessary. Su Yun'er continued unleashing her moves. First sword, myriad things. Second sword, mountains and rivers. Third sword, heaven and earth. Fourth sword, karma. A series of blades flew towards the monster. A massive explosion occurred in the middle of the forest. The gleaming, sharp sword pointed downwards. Su Yun'er turned around and said, "See that? This is the Dragon Phoenix sword. This is the strength of Su Yun'er," Yi Feng reluctantly praised. "That's pretty good, but..." Su Yun'er asked anxiously. "But what?" Yi Feng pointed at the monster and said. "It doesn't seem to be hurt at all." Su Yun'er froze in shock. She was completely stunned. None of her attacks hit the mark. Her face turned purple, and she said indignantly, "What? How is that possible?" Then she shot out her winged dog. "Order, Frenzy Lion, devour it for me." But the monster swallowed Frenzy Lion whole. Su Yun'er was utterly humiliated. "What?" Looking at the terrifying monster, she said, "Frenzy Lion is dead. The move that I poured all my strength into was completely ineffective." Now she was panicking, looking utterly bewildered, gazing at the massive, glowing monster. She thought, "I completely underestimated this monster. We're not even on the same level." Su Yun'er screamed, "Help! Save me!" The sword was pressed close to Su Yun'er's face. She looked at the sword in fear, thinking, "A metal sword. The hilt even looks rusty." Yi Feng said, "Another sword hacking straight down," and shouted each word, "Another 10,000 spirit stones." Then the monster split in two. Su Yun'er was petrified. "No way," she thought, even more stunned than before. She looked at Yi Feng and guessed, "This guy is a super expert." Su Yun'er dropped her sword and covered her face, thinking, "That's right, why didn't I think of it? If you can use demonic cores to exchange for money, how could you be an ordinary person?" She sat down on the ground, dejected. Yi Feng approached and asked, "Are you okay?" Su Yun'er was tense and drenched in sweat. Ying hesitated. "Senior, what's the name of your move just now?" Yi Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Huh, that sword strike just now?" "Ah, well, I'm still thinking," he replied slowly. "Let's just call it basic attack for now." Yi Feng's judgmental look made Su Yun'er wonder aloud. Basic attack, that's a weird name. He then wiped his mouth with his wrist, winking flirtatiously. "Senior, you're really amazing." But contrary to his cheerful expression, Yi Feng's face was as dry as jerky, his eyes wide as he internally monologued, "I've killed tens of thousands of those things. What's so amazing about it? Is he trying to get chummy so he can lowball me?" A second later, he turned away in a cool manner, thinking to himself, "Don't even think about it. In business, getting emotions involved makes things difficult." His badass turn stunned the boy, leaving him dumbfounded. Of course, Su Yun'er didn't give up, continuing to follow behind him, chattering away, "Senior, do you need immortal crystals? I'll offer 100,000 immortal crystals. Can I admire your sword?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng drew his sword in front of him, inwardly questioning life. Is this guy just rich but stupid? Then he said, "It's just a rusty old sword. You don't need to pay spirit stones just to admire it." Hearing this, Su Yun'er lost all interest in looking elsewhere, his eyes glued to the sword like superglue, exclaiming, "Thank you, Senior." Upon touching what he thought was a rare treasure, he couldn't help but tense up, sweating profusely. He sighed inwardly, thinking, "It's hard to imagine this crude sword could kill that monster." Suddenly, Su Yun'er excitedly asked Yi Feng, "Oh right, Senior, what's the name of this sword?" Hearing this, he replied carelessly to get it over with, "Just call it Iron Sword, I guess." Su Yun'er's face immediately flushed red like a ripe tomato, and he muttered to himself, "Iron Sword." A second later, he lost control, screeching, "What a great name." Seeing this, Yi Feng scoffed, "You're scaring me, man." But he only said, "All right, you've admired it. Give it back." After that, what lay before them was the Ganges River of India. Immediately, Su Yun'er analyzed. This river is an artificial river, built along the border of the Black Mist. Many high-level formations are arranged inside, deliberately used to prevent the spread of the Black Mist created by the three great Davio sects. My senior martial sister said, "Absolutely do not get the water here on you." But man proposes, Yi Feng disposes. He directly waded through the river without any thought, leaving Su Yu there with endless horror. At this moment, the boy's heart was pounding harder than a TikTok remix. Eyes wide and mouth agape, thinking. He just went straight across. Then came his earth-shattering scream. Senior, truly a senior, to cross so effortlessly. On this side, Yi Feng could only helplessly think, is this guy an idiot? Then he reminded, don't waste time. If you're worried about getting your clothes wet, just jump over here. Under the darkening sky, two figures were in the forest, looking at the trees around them silently. There wasn't even a single sound. This made Yi Feng a little confused, and he called out, then said, we've crossed the river, and there hasn't been too much of a change, just quieter. Hearing this, Su Yu couldn't help but think, not too much of a change, I can't even see my surroundings. Thinking of this, as if hit by laughing gas, he couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This is what you call training. Those disciples waiting for monsters in the plains, gathering monsters, what's the big deal? This young hero has already come to the monster's great base camp. Who can compare? After thinking about it, he asked, Senior, I can't see anything. How can you see so well? Yi Feng replied. The weather is just a little better. Burn, plateau fire, tree fire. Yi Feng's torch flared up, and at the same time he thought, do cultivators also suffer from night blindness? Looking at the burning flame, Su Yu was so surprised that he couldn't speak. His face was darker than Yi Feng's hair, and he asked in surprise, Senior, what is that treasure in your hand? Yi Feng calmly replied with two words, a torch. Hearing this, Su Yun's brain went into overdrive again. It can illuminate in the black mist, even dispel the black mist. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, Senior, that torch, just hearing the name, I know it's not simple, I bet it isn't cheap, right? Hearing this, Yi Feng turned his head coolly and replied, definitely. At this moment, their faces were like brothers from the same father but different grandfathers. At the same time, Yi Feng was also secretly feeling good about himself. This was made with good materials. It is worth like one immortal crystal. Just as Su Yu was spacing out, Yi Feng suddenly said, we're here! Startling him. Yi Feng stood on a peak that was 100 billion lui high, putting on the face of the devil, and said to Su Yu, because the monsters here are of too low a level, there are relatively few. A rough estimate would be about 700,000 to 800,000. Hearing this, Su Yu almost popped his eyes out, and he shouted, this is what you call relatively few, Yi Feng replied calmly. Yeah, there are 3 more places ahead. Then he bluntly stated the harsh truth. Adding them together, there are probably 3 million. Hearing this, Su Yu was so horrified that he turned into a beast. Seeing this, Yi Feng thought to himself, no wonder I can't find any monsters. Turns out they're all hiding here. Su Yu, standing to the side, watched him like a die-hard fan, thinking, so this is what a real master looks like. He's playing everyone like a fiddle, with his own power. Suddenly, his face turned serious as he thought, this is the life I want. Screw training. Screw being a little emperor. If I'm going to do something, I gotta be like this master. With that thought, he spoke up. Master, can I join your team? Hearing this, Yi Feng, though a little annoyed, still responded, how's that gonna work? You want to steal my monsters? No way. Knowing what he was worried about, Su Yu quickly said, Master, I'll just stand by and watch while you kill the monsters. I definitely won't get in your way. Then, he remembered the image from his delirious state and said, how much do you have? I'll take it all. Because of that, he was a little worried and continued. Paying you is fine, but you have so much stuff. Can you let me slowly scrape together the money to pay you back? Before he could finish speaking, he cursed himself inwardly. Shouldn't have bragged so early. Hearing this, Yi Feng, of course, wasn't stupid and wasn't going to miss this opportunity. He immediately opened his mouth and replied, all right, give me a deposit first, but forget about joining my team. Suddenly, Su Yu spoke up. Flex. That's right, Master. Don't you like immortal essence? I have a little ability called Treasure Hunter that can help you find the location of treasures. Immediately after, Su Yu showed off his little talent, turning his head and sniffing like a pig. A second later, he discovered a glimmer of light in front of him. 10 minutes later, Su Yu was panting heavily, wiping his sweat as he said, see, I didn't lie to you, Yi Feng, his eyes glued to the gold nugget in his hand, said with a look of delight, awesome. I didn't expect you could actually dig up immortal essence. While Su Yu was speaking, Yi Feng suddenly placed his hand on his shoulder. So, Master, about joining your team. Just now, he wouldn't even let him finish his sentence. Yi Feng flipped his face faster than a pancake, putting on the face of Meng Changjun and saying, with your status, you should do good deeds to accumulate merit. Leaving you in this pitch-black place would be too much. Just stay here and follow me at all times. Hearing this, Su Yu thanked him. Thank you, Master. Then, a super-huge sun rose over the island, and on it was the figure of Su Yungner, holding a torch and running out there. From then on, Shadow Island had another treasure-hunting boy. Every day, as soon as the sky began to lighten, he would take a storage ring and a few torches and head out. Next, Su Yungner's face was covered in mud, and he looked smugly at 2 bags full of immortal essence. But every day he would return with a bag full of immortal essence. In the evening, the figures of Yi Feng and Su Yun'er appeared under the moonlight. It turned out that when night fell, he would follow Yi Feng out to kill monsters. But the whole process only involved Yi Feng beating the monsters to near death, and then he would add one more strike. Even though his face was covered in sweat, he had a happy smile on his face. He looked very tired, but he was immersed in that moment. On the other side, at Ji Sect's Tianbi Sect's main hall, everyone was present. The one to fire the first shot was the blonde-haired sect representative. The reason I invited the representatives of all the sects here is to discuss the widespread disappearance of monsters. I'm sure you all understand that the disappearance of monsters means the loss of our source of monster cores. As he spoke, a round monster core wrapped in a purplish flame appeared. Hiss! Hiss! At the same time, the blonde-haired sect representative's voice rang out. The monster core contains extremely powerful energy. Even after processing the violent aura inside, it can still help people cultivate. Besides this, it can also be used as a power source to propel spirit energy ships, or to maintain the operation of some major formations. Therefore, a circulating currency has long existed on our side. After hearing this, another sect representative spoke up. Although monster cores are related to the interests of our sects, the matter of the complete disappearance of monsters cannot be ignored. A sect representative with long, river-like ears also agreed, those monsters originally have no intelligence. This proves that the one behind them is an even more powerful monster leading them. It's likely that the commanding monster has some plan. We can't be unprepared. Then a representative with a 2-meter-long horn growing on his bald head continued. Some time ago, I dispatched disciples of my sect to investigate, but to no avail. Hearing this, the representative sitting next to him immediately chimed in, I'm the same. Don't even mention finding anything out. How can we investigate if we can't even see a single monster? Finally, the blonde-haired representative from before, who was the sect master of Tianbi sect, Chen Mingtang, concluded. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Therefore, I suggest that we, the major G sects, each select 2 elders to form a team and take a ship into the Black Mist to investigate. We must immediately find out the reason for the disappearance of the monsters. The room was filled with shouts of agreement. We have no problem. Agreed. The next morning, a cool-looking battleship appeared in the sky. It was moving, and the area around the battleship was very luxurious and sturdy. As the sky turned to night, at the border between the monster-gathering plains and the Black Mist, the battleship fired 2 light sources while charging. A voice rang out. Illumination flares. Then a loud shout rang out. Fire! On command, the cannons were fired with maximum power. After firing, the people on the ship discussed. Why is it so quiet? Even if we're inside the Black Mist, we shouldn't be able to see a single monster. This situation has never happened before. On the ship, a man with willow leaf eyebrows asked, What should we do? The person in front replied, There's no other way. We can only continue to go deeper. The battleship continued to advance deeper into the Black Mist area. Suddenly, a buzz-cut head pointed forward and said, Look over there! Hearing this, after looking, the man with the star mark on his forehead was shocked. Boss, shoot it down! Boom! Turns out, down below were countless corpses of demonic creatures piled on top of each other. Taking a closer look at the 6-pack physique of the corpses, the demonic creature's younger brother shouted, It's really a mountain made of demonic creature corpses. The man with willow leaf eyebrows walked over and said, Why did they all die in such large numbers right here? The wounds on those demonic creature corpses looked like they were killed by swords. Looking at the countless corpses below, the 2 of them continued to chat. Killed by swords. But that's too hard to believe. Yeah, who could run into the Black Mist and kill so many demonic creatures? That's absolutely impossible. Then, the guy with the star on his forehead fell into contemplation, saying in an unbelievable tone, The reason we dare to enter the Black Mist is just because we have a spirit boat and a formation here, so we have no choice but to come out. If you say there's someone who dares to go inside the Black Mist and kill so many demonic creatures, then it's definitely bullshit! But a second later, like a scene from a wacky Canadian movie, the man with willow leaf eyebrows spoke up. Everyone, instead of studying how these demonic creatures died, how about we quickly take these demon cores back? With such a huge number of cores, even if we share a small portion with each sect, it would be a big profit. At this moment, the guy with the star on his forehead raised his hand and began to unleash his magic power, shouting, "Burn!" A second later, the entire area below the spirit boat was engulfed in flames, creating a thunderous explosion. In that purple flame, countless demonic creatures were screaming miserably. An inhuman laugh, and his voice rang out. After all the flesh is burned, demon cores will naturally be left behind. But suddenly, the faces of the three people watching froze. The guy with the star on his forehead was a little puzzled. Is that all the fire there is? Why doesn't the fire show any sign of going out? It turned out that there were still many demonic creature corpses being incinerated in the abyss below. After discovering this, a scream immediately rang out. Oh my God, this place is actually a valley. There are even more demonic creature corpses than we saw. What? At this moment, everyone's faces revealed a look of utter amazement. The eyes of the guy with the star on his forehead were darker than the Ganges River, trembling as he said, "It seems we underestimated the number of demonic creature corpses." The bald guy immediately chimed in. "Such a large number of demon cores could supply us for a very long time." After half a day, countless sparkling, dazzling demon cores appeared after the smoke cleared. Seeing this, the guy with the star on his forehead was overjoyed, shouting, "We're rich!" But the first problem arose. He stroked his chin and said, "But the demon cores aren't easy to get. It's not just one or two." The man with willow leaf eyebrows standing next to him agreed, "That's right, even if our strength is strong, we can't enter this mist." After saying that, the spirit boat spun around like a car making a U-turn, and the discussion continued. "Everyone, I think we should take care of business first. These demon cores aren't going anywhere. We can take them when we come back." Everyone agreed. Okay. Suddenly, the eyes of the guy with the star on his forehead popped out, he said in shock. "What's going on?" It turned out there was another mountain of demonic creatures under the boat. This shocked him so much that he yelled, "Damn it! There's another pile of corpses." The man with willow leaf eyebrows standing next to him couldn't help but say, "This black mist is the main base of the demonic creatures after all. There's no way anything here could pose a threat to them, let alone be killed into a pile like this." While the purplish flames were still burning the pile of corpses, the voice continued to ring out. "Logically speaking, let's continue forward and see what happens." So the boat continued to move, and the endless discussion continued. "Have you discovered anything? The piled-up corpses are all the same kind of demon core." "That's right. Are the other types also?" Finally, their spirit boat fell silent and left. On the boat, the purple-haired girl stood on the boat, staring at the flame below, surprised. What is that speck of light? Below, Su Yungnair had a strange smile on her face, holding a torch high in her hand, humming a song. In a small flower garden, her voice kept echoing softly, making the surrounding atmosphere even more ambiguous. Seeing this scene, the girl's girlish heart shattered. Soaked in cold sweat, she stared wide-eyed at the psycho below. "Holy crap, isn't that Su Yungnair, the youngest disciple of our Yunji sect, below?" Su Yungnair happily picked up the new ring she had found. Above the boat she saw everything. Her heart was shaken, and she raised her hand to support her forehead. "Illusion! It must be an illusion!" A knife wielder in the black mist, and also the youngest disciple of the Yunji sect. Even thinking about it is impossible. This isn't good. I need to rest for a bit. Her mumbling made the other two stunned and confused. Below, Su Yungnair looked at the things in her hand and smiled softly. Today's harvest is also very fruitful. She was very proud of today's achievements. But little did she know that her actions had traumatized someone. The sky was already bright. The sun was high in the sky. Yi Feng looked at the things in front of him, his eyes shining like car headlights. "These are all." Just when you thought he would praise Su Yungnair, no, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Are these all garbage like this?" Su Yungnair was immediately shocked when she heard this. "How could that be? Every time I dig up these things, the senior sisters are always unusually happy." He turned his head, crossed his arms, and looked at Su Yungnair. "You must remember, only money is king, only money is everything." Su Yungnair heard this and learned a new truth, saying, So that's how it is." Her expression sank, and she said, "So, in the eyes of the experts, these things aren't worth a penny. I still don't have enough vision." Su Yungnair gently kicked the sword. Looking at Yi Feng, he reassured, "Boss, relax. From now on, I'll only dig for immortal crystals. No more of that trash." Yi Feng smiled, pleased. "Good." On the beach, where the Yao beasts were sunbathing leisurely, Lu Banwei leaned back in his chair, sighing. "Ah, Ching, I miss the good old days outside." Wang Kai, being waited on hand and foot, overheard and turned. "But boss, We're totally out of immortal crystals. Not a single one left. As he spoke, Wang Kai suddenly recoiled, glaring at the servant attending to him. And as for you, without another word, Wang Kai kicked him flying. Can't even produce a single immortal crystal, just a pile of garbage. Lu Banwei surveyed the scene, breaking out in a cold sweat. Pretty lady, I just want the pretty lady, okay? From behind, a rough hand reached for him. Yi Feng strode over, grabbed Lu Banwei by the scruff of his neck, and hauled him out of the chair, roaring, "You mutt! Where do you think you're going?" Lu Banwei struggled, terrified. Abba. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. Pulling that trick on me again? Huh. I'll give you one chance to prove yourself. Is that necessary? Lu Banwei was nearly crying, but perked up at Yi Feng's words. Abba. Yi Feng dropped him. Turning, he said, "Help me fetch some things. I'm afraid someone might steal them. If you can do this well, I'll reward you with one." Before they could even process that, Yi Feng did an about-face. "No, 5 immortal crystals. A full 5. Are you in?" Lu Banwei and Wang Kai, witnessing this whiplash, hastily replied, "Too little. 8. Yi Feng instantly transformed into a shrewd merchant. 5 is too little. Too little, my ass. He hunched over dramatically. It's been this way for years. Don't you dare glare at me. And don't even start with your nonsense. Please, our family's struggling. Why don't you reflect on whether you've saved a single spirit stone for this family over the years? Seriously, I'm about to lose it." Hearing this, they were speechless. Lu Banwei lowered his head. Abba. Seeing Lu Banwei's dejection, Yi Feng quickly soothed. "It's not that I want to be stingy with you. You know I'm responsible for the whole family. The pressure is immense." Yi Feng sighed and quietly handed Lu Banwei a bag of immortal crystals. "Although I took all your money before, wasn't it to save you from spending it? I'll return it to you later when you ask for it." Yi Feng glanced at Lu Banwei sideways. "I won't haggle with you. You want 8 immortal crystals, you'll get 8. But after you're done, I'll give you 3 up front, and the remaining 5 will be like your money. I'll keep them for you to save." Lu Banwei was immediately excited and gave a thumbs up. At the Talisman Mountain Valley, Lu Banwei stared intently at the map. "According to the map the master gave me, it's around here. I killed some demons at these 4 spots." Lu Banwei recalled the scene before leaving, when Yi Feng handed him the map and instructed him, "You don't need to do much. Just take out all the demon cores from the bodies of these demons. Don't miss a single one. It's not a strenuous task." Yi Feng's gentle smile appeared in his mind with soft words. "Of course, you can bring some of your underlings with you." "All right, let's go." Lu Banwei's eyes lit up as he rolled up his sleeves. "Let's get to work, brothers." Wang Kai looked at Lu Banwei and said, "Boss, 3 immortal crystals are only enough for you to quickly eat a meal in the alley. But even mosquito legs are still meat, and this is a task that master gave you. Do you ever blame the master? The master is so stingy with you? Do you ever feel like the master is bullying you?" Lu Banwei smiled at these words. His face was a little flushed, and he said, "I'm willing to be bullied by him." Hearing this, the demons behind him widened their eyes. "Huh." Lu Banwei laughed and said, "Things have become like this now, and it's because of me. So what if I'm bullied by him a little? Don't even talk about bullying. Even if he literally tore me apart, what would it matter?" The demons were shocked when they saw this expression. It was the first time they had seen their boss with such an expression. It was hard to imagine what earth-shattering things had happened between the master and the boss before. Lu Banwei stopped on a piece of land. "This is the place," he immediately ordered loudly. "Ching, you guys better get moving." Those monsters, hearing the order, charged over like ravenous beasts. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the violet flames, the monsters were howling helplessly on the ship, bathed in the eerie light. The guy watched the scene unfold and laughed. "Take a look at this burning process. It'll probably take half a day to burn them all up. How about we head back to the previous 3 spots and collect all the other demonic cores?" The others chimed in. Good idea. We can't wait any longer." Hearing this, the ship sped off towards Corpse Bone Market. The group agreed. "Roger that." Arriving at Corpse Bone Market, the group was shocked. Who the hell stole our demonic cores? They took everything, not leaving a single one behind. The purple-haired woman spoke up. Could it be another genie sect, investigating the disappearing demonic entities, found these cores and took them? The guy was furious, his face flushed red. "Even if it's the genie sect, or anyone else, anyone who dares to snatch food from our mouths will die. Listen up. Quickly head to the next location and collect the remaining demonic cores. We'll find those bastards later." The group on the ship looked down and saw Lu Banwei and his gang looking surprised. Elder Zhao Qi frowned, annoyed. "Seems like it's just one guy, leading some animals. Who are they? Regardless of who they sure are bold." He was red in the face. He angrily barked. "Now is the time for them to pay for their audacity and greed. Load up. Shoot them dead." The woman stepped forward, stopping him. Elder Zhao Qi isn't attacking them directly, a bit hasty, We haven't even confirmed their identities, and we're already pushing them to their deaths. Zhao Qi ignored her, glancing at her. I don't think it's hasty at all. Daring to take our demonic cores already seals their fate. Yun, you G-sect people are always so by the book, it's obvious you can't accomplish anything. Daring to provoke us, kill them, simple as that. Even if they are from the Dao sect, it's the same. Yun was stunned, looking at Elder Zhao Qi. He ignored her and yelled out the order. Load up! This shot will consume hundreds of demonic cores. But the power from its might is something no elder among us can survive under such an attack. His face grew redder with rage as he roared. Want to steal our demonic cores, then die under the might of demonic cores. Fire! A force that seemed to tear the sky apart shot down towards Lu Banwei and his gang. Lu Banwei looked at the power rushing towards him, without a shred of emotion, his eyes emitting a cold, killing intent. Looking at the group, where did these small fries come from, daring to ambush this bedboy? With that, Master Bedboy casually punched, containing that ray of light instantly. This sight made the group on the ship's eyes pop. What kind of terrifying technique is that? Actually using his bare hand to take on the attack of the spirit-gathering cannon. Could it be a high-level Tribulation Realm cultivator? After all, a high-level Tribulation Realm cultivator is equivalent to the strongest person in our sect. The group turned to look at Elder Zhao Qi. What do we do, Elder Zhao Qi? His face was dark, he said coldly. Afraid of what? He frowned, his face gloomy as he said. High-level Tribulation Realm cultivator, at most they are just a bit tricky to deal with. Moreover, as long as we're on this extremely sturdy airship, he won't be able to do anything to us. The group gave a thumbs up. Whew, that makes us relieved. No wonder the Heavenly Azure sect spent so much money to create this airship, a super trump card that combines both defense and offense. In Cloudstar, you have to see if a sect has an airship when checking their information. And airships are divided into 9 grades, 1 being the lowest, and 9 being the highest. Even though this airship of the Heavenly Azure sect is only a first-grade airship, as long as people are on board, even those below the Dao-Ao realm can safely retreat. While 9th-grade airships are just a theoretical existence, legend has it that this type of airship can freely travel to other worlds. A casual attack launched is enough to destroy Cloudstar. Thinking about this, the group on the ship said loudly, "It's not that we wanted to attack you, but you weren't very polite. Those demonic cores in front of you, and the demonic cores in the mountain valley, were all left here by us. You secretly took them when we weren't here, so you can't blame us." Lu Banwei was silent, not saying anything. Seeing Lu Deji silent, they shouted louder. "Of course, we also want to solve this peacefully. As long as you hand over all the demonic cores, we won't pursue this matter." Lu Banwei laughed coldly, hearing these irritating words. "Who the hell are you that you're worthy of saying you won't pursue this with his bedboy?" Hearing Lu Dejie's arrogant words, the group on the ship were angry, shouting loudly, "It seems you won't drink a toast, but prefer a forfeit. Although we don't deny your strength is great, you better know your limits. If we don't hesitate to attack with full force, even a Dao Realm expert won't be able to withstand it." "Do you think you're stronger than a Dao Realm expert?" Lu Banwei laughed coldly, looking down on their ship, holding a treasure in his hand. "Dao Realm? What kind of trash is Dao Realm? Scram for this king. If you disturb my Dai Ge from earning money to eat, you will have to pay for your foolish actions." The group on the ship were furious, shouting, "Good!" Lu Banwei sneered, clutching the ball tightly in his hand, and noisily watched what Lu Dej threw. The group on the boat laughed loudly, mocking, "That idiot's throwing a demonic core at us. He's literally pissed himself stupid." They laughed, until the demonic core caused a massive crack to appear on the boat. The boat instantly capsized, which made them lose all their previous arrogance and instead panic. How? How is this possible? His face turned green. This is the flying ship that our Tianbi sect has always been so proud of, and it was destroyed by a single demonic core. The group was still stunned until the demonic core whizzed past their heads. Seeing this scene, she was drenched in cold sweat and thought, "It didn't attack me. Did it target those who were laughing at him just now?" The demonic core aimed directly at him, scaring him witless. And he immediately begged, No, I was wrong, Senior, I was wrong. I shouldn't have threatened you, Senior. Please give me a chance." "I was wrong." Without letting him say more, the demonic core pierced through him. As he fell, the boat instantly became a scene of fresh corpses. She and the other survivors were terrified. "Run! Let's run!" she blurted out. They immediately fled, making Lu Banwei's group gleefully praise, "Lu Dej, you're the best." Wang Kai looked at them mockingly. "Running so fast? Huh." Lu Banwei excitedly picked up the demonic cores. 3 immortal crystals. 3 immortal crystals. The ship had crashed to the ground, and at the same time the group ran outside. They looked at the ship, bewildered, This guy is too terrifying. Yeah, lucky we didn't plan on killing him from the start. Those who did probably ended up like Elder Zhao Qi, huh? Oh, did any of you recognize who that was? This made everyone present fall silent, because they knew that this person wasn't a high-level expert from any of the righteous sects. Even if they hadn't seen the high-level Tao realm experts from the three major sects, they would have definitely heard of them. Neither their techniques nor their appearance matched anyone. One of them thought in fear, "This isn't a small matter. Could there be another local expert here that we don't know about? But we already investigated before. The people here can't even deal with the monsters in the black mist. Where would such a powerful person come from? Not necessarily. After the 8 great supreme beings who originally ruled this place left, that's true." Hearing this, the group was scared. But what about before the 8 great supreme beings? That's right. Who can say that before the time of the 8 great supreme beings, this land didn't give birth to a super expert who's now in hiding? One of them then said, "That's right. Isn't the reason we came all the way here because this land is extraordinary?" She heard this and said in confusion, "In that case, we should still be timid people. Also, inform the people in your sect to be polite to the people from the 9 realms. As far as I know, disciples of major sects have been doing a lot of bad things because they rely on their strength. Don't let things get to the point where our ending is the same as just now." After the group returned, they didn't breathe a word to anyone except the high-ranking members of their sect, and they also forcibly suppressed the matter because they could all smell something unusual about it. Su Yun'er sat alone on the roof in the middle of the night, he said. "The time following senior has taught me a lot of Jianghu experience and habits." He hugged his knees, pouting. "But it doesn't seem like the path I want to take. The martial uncles and elders at the Yunji sect once said that cultivation and life are the same. You must find what belongs to you." He begins to wonder where his path is. Suddenly his eyes widened. He got up and shouted, "Lu Ji, Lu Ji, handsome Lu Ji is the best." At this time, Lu Banwei and his subordinates noticed Su Yun'er. The skeleton threw the bag on his shoulder down, holding his cheek, blushing, and said, "Listen to how he calls me, how sincere." Cha Nan supported his cheeks with both hands, full of joy, and asked, "Little Yun'er, what do you want Lu Ji for? If there's anything, let Lu Ji take care of it." He held out his hand, looking at him hopefully, and said, "Lu Ji, I'm so troubled I don't know how to choose a path in life, so I specially came to ask Lu Ji to see what's what." "Then it depends on what you require in this regard," Lu Banwei asked. He hesitated and replied, I want to be unique." 2 spots of fire appeared in the skeleton's eyes, and he smiled and said, "If that's the case, then definitely become the most evil person in this world, making the whole world fear you." A dazzling light shone on Su Yun'er's dazed face, and he unconsciously repeated, "The most evil person in the world." He clenched his hands tightly, smiling decisively. "Okay, then I will become the most evil person in this world. Lu Ji, you're so helpful. How should I thank you?" Hearing this, Lu Banwei said, "Thank me for what?" Wang Kai whispered into Skeleton A's ear. "That little sister, little Yun'er's age, must have a lot of friends of the opposite sex." After hearing this, his eyes lit up. Lu Banwei put his hands in his sleeves, his face expectant, and quietly made a hone sound, attracting attention, then said, "If you want to thank me so much, do you have any beautiful female friends?" Like this. Hearing this, he was puzzled. "Lu Ji, what do you need my friends of the opposite sex for?" He tried to look serious and replied, "Of course, to create blessings for humanity, especially women, Dagi. I want to give them opportunities." He clasped his hands in front of his chest, looked at Lu Banwei, bowed. "Then Lu Ji can rest assured. All my friends of the opposite sex, even if I have to deceive them, I will definitely deceive them to come here, not leaving anyone out." Cha Nan laughed with his head up and said, Good boy. I've decided on you. If anything happens in the future, just tell me. I'll solve it for you." Smiling brightly, Su Yu said, "Thanks, Lu Ji. I'll go get my buddies right away." Yunji sect. The sect leader's voice boomed. "Little Yor is back." The sect leader asked with a concerned expression, "I heard there were some incidents in the Black Mist." The person next to him immediately chimed in, "You've been out for so long this time. Did you encounter any dangerous demonic creatures?" Su Yor sat cross-legged on the chair, his face expressionless. He snorted coldly and said, "Dangerous encounters, please. What could those trash mobs do to me if they even met me?" The three of them exchanged glances, thinking, when did this kid become so arrogant? The sect leader held out a sword in front of him, coaxing, "Little Yor, look at this. The azure wind sword you've always wanted. Your Shifu got it for you. Aren't you happy?" He turned his head away, looking totally unimpressed, and said, "Shifu, don't try to tempt me with that garbage anymore. I don't want any of that stuff." He yawned with one hand and raised the other, saying, "Everyone, remember this. That garbage is useless. What's truly useful forever is immortal essence." He sighed and continued, "If you don't have the roots, you wouldn't understand anyway. Besides, I want to be the most evil one. Oh right, I handled the demonic creatures in the gathering demon plains. I'm going to bed now." The three of them, the sect leader and the elders, froze in place, mouths agape, thinking, what is this kid spouting? How did he become so punchable after just one trip outside? The sect leader touched Yor's forehead, asking, "Are you okay?" Yor jumped up. He said, "You guys wouldn't understand, even if I told you. Your experience is too shallow. Wait until you reach my realm before we talk." Then, everyone in the room stood rooted to the spot, watching him leave. The sect leader angrily said, "Then we'll remake." The elder next to him added, "Saying we don't have enough Jianghu experience. He's rebelling." Su Yor turned his head and said, "All right, this young master has something to do. You guys go do your work." The three of them couldn't believe it, thinking, he was originally naive and ignorant, but this time he's got a bad case of showing off. Su Yor's room. He was sitting down writing a letter, listing out the people he remembers. Even that friend he talked to a few times before. That person they met 3 times. "I have too many female friends." He threw a stack of invitations on the table, finally saying, "Done." A few days later, at the banquet table, a circle of people surrounded the table. These girls were thinking to themselves, isn't this Su Yor just a normal disciple at Yunji sect? Although we aren't close, the letter said there was a great opportunity. One person boldly asked, "May I ask why young Master Su invited us here?" Su Yuger replied, "Today, I've invited all of you friends here to give you all a great opportunity." Outside, the sect leader happily said, "Finally, this little disciple of ours has grown up. He even knows how to do the things he should do." Someone immediately chimed in, "That's right. Although his return this time is worrying, he knows how to make appointments with female disciples from other sects," they thought. It's important for disciples of major sects to build good relationships. Only the amount of appointments is a bit much. Suddenly, they suspiciously heard the scolding of the woman's voice. "Su Yurer, normally you're a very ordinary person. I didn't expect that you actually did a dirty thing like this." There was a cold snort. "After going back, we will definitely report this matter to the sect and send someone to ask what Yunji sect means." Seeing the bad expressions of the people who came out, they couldn't help but worry and said, "Wasn't it a good exchange? Why do you look like you want to go chop someone up?" The sect leader nodded and said, Yes, let's go and ask." The sect leader clasped his hands and asked, "May I ask, what's the matter?" A woman said irritably, "Greetings, sect leader Guan. Please, sect leader Guan, manage your beloved disciple well. He called us from thousands of miles away, but he actually wanted all of us to serve some guy named Lu Ji. Guan and the other two were sweating profusely, listening to them scold. "Su Yuer, he's deliberately humiliating us." And immediately someone chimed in, "That's right. Are we so easily bullied? In short, after returning, we will report all of this. Hopefully, you will provide an explanation by then." Hearing this, the three of them were extremely angry. Su Yuker has a CACA, wanted them to come and serve him. What the hell is going on? The sect leader trembled and gritted his teeth. These female disciples are all important people from the sects. This time, Su Yuker has offended all of them. Su Yor raised his hand and scratched his head, saying, "What's wrong with these people? Such a great opportunity. Why don't they want it?" A hesitant voice sounded, "Su, young Master Su, if I agree, can you agree to one condition?" Hearing this, Su Yor's eyes lit up, and he replied, "There's still one person. You agree. As long as you agree, any condition is fine." Bayami clasped her hands tightly, her face flushed, and said, "Then I want to join Yunji sect. Is that okay?" He was surprised. He asked again, "Isn't Miss Bai from Feiling sect?" She could hardly open her mouth, only let out an ah. She fearfully recounted that. "Actually, I am a chief disciple of Feng Yun sect, Wen Qingyu, And they are on the same G level as my sect. They want to force me to be their concubine, but he already has countless concubines, and they are all for Wen Chengyu's special cultivation method, and none of them have a good ending, so no matter what, I don't agree. She said sadly, I didn't expect him to use the sect to suppress me. The Sun also knows that there are high-level G realm people sitting in the sect, all of which are called G sect, but the gap between the G sects is very big. Su Yor looked like he was listening carefully to her. Her expression helplessly continued that. The old ancestor of my Fei Ling sect is only a 7th realm expert, but Feng Yun's sect has a 9th realm sitting in it there. There are at least 2 Ling Zhao in the sect, which is almost considered one of the largest sects under the Taoist sect. Fei Ling sect can't protect an inner sect disciple like me. They even forced me, so I ran away. She clenched her hands tightly, looking at him earnestly, and said, Now Fei Ling's sect has been looking for me everywhere, if I can't find a place to rely on. But he still turned his back. Seeing this, her face turned pale, and she said in her heart, Sure enough, I thought too much. Why would Yunji's sect be an enemy of Feng Yun's sect for someone like me? It's not worth it. Out of the blue, she heard a voice respond, I agree. Hearing that, she blurted out in disbelief, her mouth agape as she asked again, Young Master Su, can you really decide this? He winked at her, smiling brightly. I'll handle things with my Shifu. Just relax and get ready to come with me. At the inn, the sect leader of the Yunji sect held his head in his hands, a look of disbelief on his face, and roared, What? You agreed? Just for someone with that kind of aptitude, you're offending the Feng Yun sect? What are you thinking, Xiao Yur? The sect leader pouted, his face dark. And what's this about wanting female disciples from other sects to come serve some Kali or whatever? What the hell is going on? Su Yur also pouted, replying, That's Lu Ji. It's just for the path of life anyway, don't worry about it so much, just agree with me, I won't hurt you. 2 people next to the sect leader tried to dissuade him. Forget it, just listen to him. The Feng Yun sect will probably only create a little pressure. The sect leader looked as angry as if he wanted to eat someone alive. That I know, the problem is, this Bai Mi isn't worth it at all. Su Yue turned to leave, saying, Once Bai Mi gets Luji's lucky encounter, she'll definitely be amazing. The sect leader wanted to rush over and beat him up, but the elder held him back, and he could only angrily point at his face and scold. Can a head full of shit still smell good? He opened his mouth and said, I don't care about her shit. The sect leader could only angrily scold. You? In the end, Guanling could only step in and say, sighing, I'm done with you, do whatever you want. He gave her a thumbs up, stuck out his tongue and smiled, saying, Thanks, Shifu. Su Yuher brought the disciple token and handed it to Bai Mi, saying, Here, disciple token. She was very surprised and reached out to accept it. Her face was full of emotion, and tears welled up in her eyes as she sincerely said, Thank you, young Master Su. Young Master Su saved me from trouble. Bai Mi has nothing to repay, and will definitely serve young Master Su's big brother well. Hearing this, he said with a satisfied expression, You remember, you have to listen obediently to my Lu Ji. This is a great lucky encounter for you. She clenched the token in her hand, thinking to herself, Even if I have to serve someone else, it's better than falling into Wen Chengyu's hands, living a life worse than death. I don't ask for any lucky encounter, I just hope that this Lu Ji is an easy person to get along with. He pouted and reminded, Get dressed up and then we'll head over there. Blue sky, white clouds, lush island with shadowy trees. I looked at the surrounding scenery, and couldn't help but feel happy in her heart, thinking, I didn't expect that inside this black mist there would be such a paradise. I've never felt such dense spiritual qi in my entire life. It feels like just breathing is raising my cultivation. A purple-haired man was carrying a bucket, and next to him was a Shifu standing in midair shouting, Kid, hurry up! If you don't finish carrying 30 buckets of dung today, I'll make you suffer. She looked at the purple-haired man, surprised, thinking, Zhao Ji Yu, the Dao sect's personal disciple, is actually here. I was really shocked, she thought. I heard that Zhao Ji Yu went missing, and the Dao sect is working hard to find him. I didn't expect him to run to this place, carrying dung. What's going on? Zhao Ji Yu slammed the bucket down and shouted, I've had enough of these days of hardship. I've finally found an opportunity. A huge source of power immediately radiated from Zhao Gun's body, and he shouted, I have to say, your place has helped me break through the bottleneck of 100 years. I couldn't stand that pile of bones, so I won't be able to stand you. She looked at the power radiating from his body, covered her eyes with her hand, and thought in surprise, So strong, is this the strength of the Daoyo sect? Zhao Jiyu rushed over, holding power in his hand, aimed at the Grandmaster, he said. This bucket of dung, die. Immediately, the dung shovel hit his head. Lu Daxing held it in his hand, looked at Zhao Gun's lumpy head, and said, You little brat, what are you doing flirting with Master Lu? With your three-legged cat strength, you can't even beat any old woman on this island? What are you showing off by him? I was sweating, watching Lu Daxing step on Zhao Jiyu, and shouted, If you don't finish 300 buckets, I'll throw you into the sea for the fish to eat. She couldn't help but think, that old dung-carrying man who looks weak is so strong. She turned to Su Yuer and asked, Young Master Su, is that Grand Master just now the island master here? She turned to see him digging a hole, and asked for his opinion. He looked at her, cursing inwardly, Damn occupational hazard, that person, you're thinking too much, he's just a dung-carrying person. Hearing this, she couldn't help but start to think, What? Someone so strong isn't the island master. But thinking about it carefully, from the moment she passed through the black mist, he was holding the magical fire, and the island is mysterious, and that Lu Ji guy also comes from this place, so his identity, strength, and status are probably not ordinary. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. Could it be that I just left a wolf's den and accidentally entered a tiger's den? Suddenly, a pair of legs appeared behind her. A skeleton put one hand in front of his chest and bowed slightly to introduce himself. This humble one is Lu Banwei. A bear and a wolf, both holding flowers, with petals falling on their heads, Lu Banwei said. Bringing the little brothers to welcome the little sister. Welcome, sister. Looking at the bouquet of flowers offered, she let out an incomprehensible sound, thinking in her heart, This treatment is too grand. Looking at the red-haired boss in front of her, she couldn't help but think, I didn't expect the legendary Lu Ji to be such a simple and approachable person. And he even came to welcome her. She knelt down on one knee, thinking, It seems that coming here was the right choice. She softly spoke, This servant greets Milord. Lu Banwei's eyes lit up, and he clasped his hands, saying, Sister is too polite. You've just arrived. The two walked along the beach, one in front of the other. The skeleton went on, sighing. Look at those mountains. Look at that water. Such beautiful rivers and mountains. Bai Mi clapped along, adding, Lord Lu is so refined and poetic. Chaknan's hand trembled as he reached out towards Bai Mi, saying, You flatter me, sister. I'm just a talentless fool. I only know a few poems. The skeleton touched her thigh. His cheeks flushed, and he said, Come now. This old man Nan will take you, miss, to see that over there. Seeing Lu Jingyu like that, she couldn't help but laugh, thinking, Who would have thought that Lord Lu, with such power, would be so flustered? She replied to the skeleton. She couldn't help but be curious, really not knowing what lay behind this foggy face. Beside her, the skeleton was activating illusionary arts to hide his blushing face. Just like that, Lu Banwei led Bai Mi around the small island 18 times, saying all sorts of flirty things. As twilight fell, Lu Banwei and Bai Mi stood facing each other. He looked at her and said, Sister, this old man Nan is very happy today. Please accept this small gift. She bowed and took it. The skeleton said, Go back and refine it. This old man looks forward to your visit next time. She looked at it, thinking to herself, It's a piece of bone. She waved goodbye to him. In Bai Mi's head, Lu Banwei's words echoed, Take it seriously. At this point, she still didn't know what this piece of bone would bring her. At Yunji's sect, Su Yuer asked with a puzzled face, Sect leader, why did you call us here in such a hurry? The Yunji sect leader stood in front of him, angrily saying, Xiao Yuer, sir, do you know that because we kept Bai Mi here, Feng Yun's sect sent us a letter? Hearing this, he was extremely surprised. The sect leader's face darkened, and he shouted, They said they'll be sending people to Yunji's sect the day after. It seems those nasty fellows who want to possess Bai Mi have alerted the higher-ups of Feng Yun's sect. Now they want to snatch her back. Su Yuer remained calm, continuing to listen silently to the sect leader. You also know that they are Daiji sect, with 2 spirit energy ships. The sect leader looked at Su Yuer with a dark expression and said, I will try my best to protect Bai Mi, but if Feng Yun's sect insists on taking her, then I can only hand her over. It's not worth falling out with Feng Yun's sect for a disciple with very ordinary talent. In her room, Bai Mi was sitting on a cushion, cultivating with her legs crossed. Bai Mi suddenly opened her eyes, staring at the object in her hand, thinking of Lu Banwei's instructions to take it back and refine it. She muttered to herself. Although she didn't know what this little thing really was, It was, after all, something given to her by a powerful expert like him. Pumping strength into her mind, thinking of refining it, a red light burst out from the small object in her hand. Golden light covered her hand, and her hair flew wildly in the wind. She exclaimed in surprise, "This power is—" She placed her glowing hand on her sword, at a loss for words. "My whole arm is emitting an extremely intense golden light. This feeling is too magical." Suddenly, the sword in Bai Mi's hand instantly shattered. She gasped in fear, thinking to herself, "Indeed, this is clearly an extremely great opportunity, so great that I can't even imagine it. It can even make me transform completely." 2 days later, the sky was clear, and Yunji's sect was shrouded in an extremely large energy. This power was very strange, making people unable to know where it came from. A pink-haired girl said with a terrified expression, "I feel so uneasy." Her companion chimed in, "Yeah, I've also been constipated for the past few days." The Yunji sect leader said, "This feeling is a kind of pressure," the girl with a beauty mark between her eyebrows said. "Are you talking about constipation?" A large flying behemoth in the shape of a whale appeared in the sky, and the entire sect exclaimed in shock, "It's a spirit energy ship!" Kong, with his arms crossed in front of his chest, looked down and said, "You of Yunji's sect are truly audacious, unexpectedly daring to harbor a wanted criminal that our Feng Yun sect wants to capture." The sect leader below tried to explain, and an elder said, "It's so painful. All of this is just a misunderstanding?" he questioned. "Misunderstanding? You clearly know that Bai Mi is the person our Feng Yun sect is hunting, but you still dare to accept her as a disciple. If this isn't harboring, what is it?" Hearing this, she looked terrified, sweat pouring down her face, and she tried to explain. An elder said, "You're being a bit too harsh. We really didn't know the relationship between Bai Mi and your sect. How about this? She's just an ordinary disciple, and she's already joined our Yunji sect. I, Guanling, will atone for the things she's done right here. Would your sect be so kind as to be lenient?" Zhao Kong's eyes blazed as he glared at her and sneered, shouting, "You atone for her? What kind of trash are you, that you have the qualifications to atone for her?" The sect leader looked up with a solemn expression, cautiously asking, "Then may I ask, Elder, what must we do to get you to let her go?" He glared at the group of people and pointed down, shouting, "Let her go, HMPH," he sneered and continued, "Then I'll tell you straight, today you must hand her over here." The sect leader also glared back resolutely, responding, "If Elder can't be considerate, then we cannot hand her over. As the sect leader of Yunji's sect, I absolutely cannot allow you to harm a disciple of my sect." On the right side of the ship, gun barrels protruded out, and on the left side, similar gun barrels protruded out, all aimed at the people gathered below. He said with a ruthless face, "I'll give you one last chance. Will you hand the person over, or not?" Everyone below wore solemn expressions, silent and resolute, determined not to yield an inch. While the two sides were facing off at the gate, a monstrous aura, reaching its peak, emanated from within the Yunji sect. Within that light, Bai Mi's bones were undergoing transformation. Finally, the remaining members of the sect appeared, gazing at the light with awe. Supreme Golden Bone. Holy crap! Someone actually awakened the Supreme Golden Bone. No way, is this real? Unbelievable. Even those who had long passed rose from their graves, asking, "Who is it?" Everyone exclaimed, eyes wide. "The ancestors are back from the dead." More and more people emerged, all asking, "Who is this? Is she a disciple of our Yunji sect?" Suddenly, someone said, "I know her. She's a new disciple who hasn't been here long. Her name is Bai Mi, formerly of the Feng Yun sect." An old woman smiled brightly and said, "Excellent. This is truly excellent. Our Yunji sect will only rise from here." Another person cried out in disbelief, "Oh my God! We thought Bai Mi was a big problem, but now it seems she's a massive opportunity." All the elders immediately flew towards the main gate, saying, "It's because of Bai Mi that the Feng Yun sect is here. If Guanling can't withstand the pressure and hands Bai Mi over, we must stop her." On the mountain, the two sides were still locked at a stalemate. The sect leader thought to herself, "Honestly, I initially agreed to let Bai Mi join the sect because I cared about Su Yunner. That's why I made such a rash decision. But now that Bai Mi is a disciple of the Yunji sect, it's neither right nor reasonable to abandon her. Otherwise, the Yunji sect will become a laughingstock." Looking at the situation before her, she couldn't help but sigh. But with the current situation, it's truly a dilemma. Then, a voice urged from the ship, "Guanling, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Hand over the person now. From afar, the sect leader saw green lights flying over and thought, why are the elders of the Yunji sect here too? Seeing them land, Guanling secretly cried out in her heart, they always opposed me letting Bai Mi join the sect. This is really troublesome now. After appearing, the other elders looked at Xiao Song and started cursing. Hand over your ass. You think we'll just hand someone over because you tell us to? Who the hell do you think you are? Someone immediately gave the middle finger in agreement. Yeah, get lost, Paitui. The two continued to curse. Your mother. Everyone standing there made a doubtful sound. Xiao Song angrily shouted, who do you think you are, daring to speak so rudely? Even my mother has never scolded me like that. Do you think the Yunji sect has lived too long? Another elder retorted, if you're so tough, then try it. We're not handing anyone over to you, not in this lifetime. The sect leader carefully asked everyone. What happened? Another elder whispered in the sect leader's ear. She asked again. Really? The elder said. Absolutely certain. Laughter erupted from below. The sect leader grinned wickedly and asked, you want the person? And then, with a sudden change, she replied, eat shit, sweetheart, the rest exclaimed. The sect leader has become powerful. Xiao Song asked, what's with this 180-degree change in attitude? In his heart he wailed, why are they cursing me? Could it be that some powerful figure is backing them? If we clash with them just for Bai Mi, it's not worth it? Thinking this, Xiao Song turned the ship around, still threatening before leaving. Fine, the Yunji sect is really something, but we won't let this go easily. Our young master's identity is beyond anything you could imagine. The sect leader, hands on hips, watched the spirit energy ship leave. Hearing Xiao Song's echo, you won't survive, at the Feng Yun sect. Young master has returned. A figure sat leisurely in front, yet lacked the dignity of a high-ranking expert. He coldly looked down at the subordinate, Xiao Song, kneeling below, and said softly, how far have you gotten with the matter I entrusted to you? He was a high-ranking disciple of the Feng Yun sect, Wen Chengyu, a man with no small position. His tone was gentle, but it made Xiao Song tremble in fear, stuttering. Young master, there were some minor issues on that side, so we were temporarily unable to bring the person back because... He didn't dare continue, as he saw golden lightning flashing in one of Wen Chengyu's eyes. Enraged, Wen Chengyu angrily said, you can't even handle such a small matter. What do I need you for? Young master, Xiao Song, fearfully cried before Wen Chengyu's majesty. Wen Chengyu's identity was not as simple as just being a top disciple of the Feng Yun sect. The golden light in his eyes only appeared because he was reincarnated from a previous life, as one of the 3 reincarnated godsons. Although Wen Chengyu in his previous life mainly cultivated dual cultivation arts, he could still be considered formidable. It was just that Wen Chengyu had a grudge against someone in the Taoist sect. To avoid Wen Chengyu's assassination, he was temporarily arranged to recover his cultivation at the Feng Yun sect. As for Bai Mi, she could help Wen Chengyu quickly recover his cultivation. The lowly Xiao Song trembled and begged, please, allow me to explain. It's possible that a powerful figure is backing the Yunji sect. Wen Chengyu impatiently said, I don't want to hear explanations. What powerful figure haven't I met? If you can't even handle such a small matter, then the Feng Yun sect doesn't need to exist anymore. Seeing Wen Chengyu's impatient attitude, Xiao Song stuttered. All right, young master, I'll definitely bring Bai Mi back. Under the blazing sun, the flags of Feng Yun sect fluttered on the spirit boats. A whole fleet of Feng Yun sect's spirit boats filled the sky. That Zhao Kong guy who was just sucking up to Wen Chengyu was now acting all high and mighty. He roared, doesn't matter what the heck Yunji sect is, I'm getting Bai Mi back no matter what. Any big shot who gets in my way, boom, problem solved. Down below, Yunji's sect was in chaos. Oh no, Feng Yun sect's leading a warship assault. What, are they serious this time? Bai Mi's awakening needs time. What do we do? If they didn't have spirit boats, even if their combat power is stronger, they definitely couldn't gain the upper hand. But now, if a real fight breaks out, they'll definitely dive into those spirit boats. With those boats' defenses, we really can't break through. All we know is how to fight, so a direct confrontation is impossible right now. Looks like we can only stall. Stall until Bai Mi grows up. Then we can repel them. Hearing that, everyone was suspicious and curious. How do we stall? Even though Bai Mi has awakened the Supreme Golden Emperor Bone, we'd need to wait for her to reach the Crossing Tribulation Realm at least to rely on it. We can't hold out for even half a year. Hearing everyone's lively discussion, the sect master of Yunji sect couldn't help but frown, silently listening. Then she lost her patience, furrowing her brow and saying, right now, we can only activate the protective formation and play it by ear. With the protective formation here, we can guarantee safety for a few months. Hearing what she said, everyone closed their eyes in sorrow. But what about after those few months? Before the blonde beauty could finish speaking, Suyueri interrupted with a cheerful expression. Shifu, senior sisters, everyone, please prepare 100 buckets of water for me. Hearing him say that, they were all bewildered. Little Yueri, what do you need buckets of water for? The Yunji sect master couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Suyueri's eyes sharpened. He said seriously, my big bro is coming soon. He loves washing his feet, so I must invite him for a foot bath. As soon as he finished speaking, the Yunji sect master's fierce scolding was heard. Nonsense. Because of Bai Mi's situation, Feng Yun's sect has brought their army here, and you still have the free time to invite some big bro to wash his feet? Aren't you talking crazy? Hearing the sect master's scolding, Suyueri remained calm and said, Feng Yun's sect brought their army here, so what does that have to do with me inviting a friend for a foot bath? Hearing him say that, everyone there was stunned. Little Yumeri, oh little Yumeri, how can you be so clueless? That's right, quickly apologize. Ignoring everyone's words, Suyueri still said coldly, am I clueless? Inviting my big bro for a foot bath is the most important thing. It's just Feng Yun's sect, not even worth paying attention to. Everyone was confused by what he said, while the Yunji sect master trembled uncontrollably in anger. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in to report, interrupting their conversation. Sectmaster, elders, there's a centipede outside. Hearing that a centipede suddenly appeared, the Yunji sectmaster couldn't help but wonder, out of nowhere, why would a centipede come here? Curiosity made her ask, what's the origin of that centipede? Reporting to the sectmaster, I don't know, but I only know that this centipede is very smug and walks very arrogantly. Just by looking, you can tell it's not a good person, so I quickly came to report. Hearing what the subordinate said, she couldn't help but say curiously, let's go. Take me to see. At the array eye of the protective formation, everyone couldn't help but be bewildered when they saw a giant centipede standing outside the array eye. Its face was haughtily arrogant as it walked towards their sect. Hey, stop! A voice startled Yi Feng into stopping. Zhao Kong, standing on the ship, arrogantly warned, Feng Yun's sect is doing business here. Anyone not involved should leave immediately. Ignoring his words, Yi Feng strode forward, as if there was nothing to worry about. Seeing an ordinary centipede being so arrogant, Zhao Kong couldn't help but feel jealous and angrily sneered, looks like you don't appreciate a friendly invitation. He angrily ordered his subordinates, fire the cannons, shoot at Yi Feng. A dazzling beam of light shot down, causing the ground around it to explode, creating a large pit. Seeing this, the people on serves them right. But before they could gloat, their faces twisted in horror as they looked down at the ground and saw a giant centipede, all ferocious and stuff. Standing there without a scratch, Yi Feng sneered, is that all you got? Seeing Yi Feng completely unscathed, the Zhao Song crew were taken aback, scared witless. They couldn't believe he wasn't even slightly injured. Zhao Song wasn't giving up, though. He got even angrier and ordered his subordinates. One blast like that is basically equivalent to a full-force attack from a 9th-level tribulation guy. But it didn't even hurt that centipede. Injured? No way. Attack again. As soon as he barked that out, a storm of cannon fire rained down on Yi Feng, a truly terrifying sight. Yi Feng, cool as a cucumber, turned to Ziling Wang and said, Little Lingzi, hurry up and absorb this energy. Little Ling Wang, all excited, replied, haha, thanks, Feng Ji. Little Lingzi accepts your kindness, big bro. Little Ling Wang zoomed over to that massive energy orb and started sucking it up like a vacuum cleaner. This stuff is just a snack to me. In just a few short seconds, he devoured the entire energy source, burping a satisfied little burp. The crew on the airship were totally bewildered by what they'd just witnessed, stammering, what kind of trickery is that? Our pride and joy just became someone else's snack. Inside the Yunji sect, everyone was flabbergasted watching the whole thing. Ugh, what the heck was that? An attack you can't just shrug off, and it just swallowed it whole. Scary, I must be dreaming. Seeing how difficult Yi Feng was, Zhao Song asked, all confused, Who are you anyway? Yi Feng radiated killing intent, his eyes blood red, scary as hell, and said, who this granddaddy is, isn't something you're qualified to know. Yi Feng transformed, growing huge, surrounded by a chilling, terrifying aura. Towering over the airship, he glared down at Zhao Song and his crew with cold, murderous eyes, and said, but you guys did unload a lot of cannon fire on me, so I guess it's my turn to retaliate, huh? The people on the airship were terrified, tripping over themselves trying to escape when they saw how powerful Yi Feng was. Ah, Dao Realm, he's a Dao Realm expert. We didn't recognize Mount Tai. Please have mercy, senior. Our Feng Yun sect will definitely repay you in the future. Hearing them beg like that, Yi Feng just gave them a look of utter contempt, like they were bugs. HMPH, you want me to show mercy? No way. Seeing Yi Feng wasn't budging, Zhao Song panicked completely. When crying and begging didn't work, he tried reasoning. Senior, you're a top-tier expert after all. If word gets out, people will laugh at you. Hearing that, Yi Feng looked at him and said, You know, you've got a point. I'm the little brother of a big bro, after all. Bullying punks like you would be a bit embarrassing, wouldn't it? Hearing Yi Feng say that, Zhao Song happily chimed in, Exactly, that's exactly right. Before Zhao Song could celebrate for too long, Yi Feng continued, So this granddaddy's going to give you guys one more chance. Zhao Song's face was a picture of confusion and doubt. Not letting him recover, Yi Feng's eyes flashed, radiating power as he prepared to strike, saying, So I don't get accused of bullying you, I'm only going to use one hand. As soon as he said that, Yi Feng unleashed his secret technique, 1999 leg kick fury, pummeling the airships like crazy. The powerful, decisive punches shattered the airships, which were supposed to be able to withstand spiritual energy. The Zhao Song crew were terrified, scrambling to escape. Run! Save me! In just a few short seconds, the airships and the Fengyun sect crew were annihilated, breaking their oppressive stance. After taking care of the bunch, Yi Feng casually shrunk back to his normal size, HMPH. Turns out they were just a bunch of weaklings. Yi Feng then noticed the group inside the formation, saying impatiently, Hey, you guys have been hiding there for a while, haven't you? Seen enough? Yi Feng's actions and his easy defeat of the crew made the Yunji sect break out in cold sweats. Sect Master, what do we do? I don't know what to do anymore. Someone that powerful. If we mess this up, our sect will be destroyed. While everyone was panicking, not knowing how to deal with the situation, Su Yonggir, who had been watching the show, suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha! Seeing him laugh like that, the Yunji sect master couldn't help but get angry, turning to scold him. Su Yonggir, what are you laughing at? Su Yukir remained calm, smiling casually. I really don't know what you're all worried about. You need to see the other guy's strength first. How can I not be stressed? Someone like that, with an unknown background. If we don't handle this carefully, it'll cause big trouble. But you don't seem to feel the danger. I've spoiled you too much, the Yunji sect master said angrily. Despite being scolded, Su Yor wasn't scared at all, instead smiling brightly. Because they're guests I invited. Why should I feel threatened when my big bros are here? His words were like a thunderclap to the Yunji sect, leaving them stunned. What did you just say? Does little Yor mean? In response to their doubts, Su Yor nodded slightly. Everyone immediately dropped the tension from their faces, happily asking, So, the 100 barrels of water you mentioned? At this point, the Yunji sect master thought of Yi Feng's many legs and understood why so many barrels of water were needed. She couldn't contain her joy and ran over to hug Su Yor, planting a kiss on his cheek, smiling brightly. Little Yor, it wasn't a waste of effort for this teacher to cultivate you for so many years. No matter how much Su Yor disliked it, the kiss was unavoidable. Unbelievable. Little Yor actually knows such a great master. So proud. The Yunji sect crew gave a formal greeting to Yi Feng and Ziling Wang. Please come inside, two great masters. Seeing Su Yushir, Yi Feng jumped onto his hand and said, Little Yushir, Big Bro said you sent a letter saying you were being bullied, so your two brothers came to the rescue. Where are they? Let your big bros take care of them for you. Su Yor laughed happily. Yi Feng Ge, the bullies were just chased away by you. Hearing that, Yi Feng was surprised, unable to help but curse. Shoot, I messed up. I actually let them get away. How can that be? Su Yor smiled and said, Yi Feng Ge, you don't need to blame yourself. Chasing them away is enough. Seeing Su Yor say that, Yi Feng's eyes were full of determination, saying, How can that be? Before we came out, Big Bro told me to make sure to teach the bullies a lesson properly. Wait for me a moment. Saying that, Yi Feng raised his arm into the air in front of everyone's bewildered faces. Suddenly, a space was severed, revealing a void. Yi Feng's arm flew into that void. In some distant place, a group of people were flying very fast through the sky. As Zhao Kong's group was speeding along, the sky suddenly tore open, revealing a gigantic claw reaching towards them. Everyone was shocked and terrified. Zhao Kong, who was flying in the lead, was oblivious to what was happening behind him, and angrily shouted, Are you from the Dao realm? We have a Dao sect backing us too. This old man will remember this grudge. I will repay it 100-fold in the future. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked past him. Before he could figure out what was happening, he was dragged away. At Yunji's sect, everyone was stunned, surprised, and delighted to see Zhao Kong. The sect master of Yunji's sect was overjoyed. Awesome, this guy was so high and mighty just now, and now he's like a dog. This is so satisfying. The group looked at him with disdain, begging for mercy. Master, spare us! Master, spare us! After capturing everyone, Yi Feng said, I'll leave these guys for you to deal with. Thank you, Brother Yi Feng, Brother Ling Wang, Brother Yi Feng. I know you like foot massages. Let me take you to get one. Su Yue finished speaking and looked at her Shifu, the sect master of Yunji's sect, who was internally ecstatic. She said, Shifu, about the 100 tubs of water, can you do it? In response, the sect master of Yunji's sect pouted, What kind of talk is that? Before Su Yue could react, she jumped up and down, happily saying and laughing loudly, 100 tubs of water isn't enough. It has to be 1,000 tubs. Each finger is equivalent to 1 tub of water. Her actions left everyone around dumbfounded, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Yi Feng suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. You idiot. It should be 500 tubs of water. One hand has 5 fingers. Hearing Yi Feng's words, the sect master of Yunji's sect laughed so hard her shoulders shook. Screw the math, whatever. This made the atmosphere lively, bustling. Let's party. The entire sect was noisy, lively, and happy. At Feng Yun's sect, Wen Chengyu had just gone through an intense dual cultivation session, leaving him with a gaunt face and out of breath, but still maintaining a dignified appearance. I know about Xiao Kong's matter. I will handle it. Get out. The sect master of Feng Yun's sect immediately retreated. Yes, young master. Wen Chengyu looked dangerous. A centipede and a soul form, not worthy of being the place of a reincarnated saint, saving this realm. This is truly interesting. He used one finger to cast a spell. A beam of light struck one of the 3 great Dao sects, San Sheng sect, directly. At this moment, a group of experts had just received intelligence. A centipede, a soul form. Are they both approximately in the Dao realm? Yawn, the blonde expert said unhappily. They are obviously variables. That's right. I even suspect that Zhao Gun's disappearance might be related to them, the winged fairy echoed. The blonde expert seriously considered. Zhao Jiyu is someone chosen by the Sanxing stone. They will have a bright future. Their quest is number 1. Wen Chengyu is a reincarnated great power from a past life, considered to be at the peak of the Dao realm. Someone about to enter the next step. Their quest is number 2. The reason we came here is because the heavenly secrets divined that this place has a reincarnated saint. Their quest is number 3. The wizard couldn't help but say, if we ignore it, the battle between the saints might hinder us from working. Akaline, the smiling face, also echoed. Although they are not worth paying much attention to, gnats are also annoying. Hearing this, the blonde hair immediately said firmly, Then destroy them, Shihao, Shiyuan. You two go there. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures quickly appeared, waiting for instructions. First, you must destroy the centipede and the soul form. Second, if they are related to Zhao Gun's disappearance, then you can find Zhao Jiyu. Third, by the way, inquire if there are any abnormalities anywhere. If we are lucky, we can directly find the reincarnated saint. Go. The 2 figures quickly disappeared. The next day, at Yunji's sect, Yi Feng was enjoying his time in this place. Phew, the wine is very good. At this moment, Bai Mei respectfully said, 2 sirs, please go back and tell the great skeleton, wait until my realm is balanced. Then I will return to Shadow Island to serve him. Yi Feng smiled and said, Miss Bai, your kindness is appreciated. If Big Brother knows, he will definitely be very happy. This time, Big Brother should have come in person, but Big Brother has something to do so he can't come. But Big Bro already told me. He wanted me to give you these 2 pieces of Brother Gao's dog food. As he spoke, he placed the 2 pieces into Bai Mi's hand. She accepted the gift happily, saying, Many thanks for your generosity, my lord. Seeing this scene, the sect master of Yunji's sect was so shocked that she couldn't speak, and couldn't believe what she had just heard. What the heck, they have a big brother behind them, and what's with the serving thing? Thinking of this, she looked at Su Yunner with an unbelievable gaze. So the last time little Yunner invited the female disciples of the great sects, it wasn't just to have them serve some big brother well? In the beginning, only Bai Mei agreed to that outrageous request. But after she returned, she awakened the supreme golden bone. What does this mean? Could it be? This is equivalent to what? That the person behind them could create the supreme golden bone with just a wave of the hand. The sect master was lost in thought. She looked at Su Yue with a perverted gaze, her lips unable to resist the urge to kiss her. Him. Good disciple. You really are my good disciple. Seeing her expression, Su Yue couldn't help but exclaim, Gross, sect master of Yunji sect. So this crafty chick sashays right up to Yi Feng, all smiles, my lord, she simpers. Does that other lord happen to need any, servicing? 'Cause if so, she yanks up her sleeve, flexing a seriously ripped bicep. What d'ya think? I'm good at everything. Everyone around her is just turning green. Ziling Wang can't help but blurt out, my big bro only wants someone, virtuous, you know. She couldn't care less about the stairs. She just starts shaking her booty like crazy. That supreme paragon bone has fried her brains. Got it. Like this, right? She giggles. Her sisters see her going for it and jump in too. Ooh, me too, they chime in, batting their eyelashes. I can be sweet or I can be rough. One purrs. Whatever the Lord's in the mood for. Another pouts. Don't let the high price tag fool you. I'm a pure maiden at heart. Yi Feng just stares at the circus unfolding before him, and you can practically see the disgust dripping off his face. This is just awful, he groans, and bolts out Ada there. Gotta go, bye. Seeing Yi Feng and Ziling Wang hightail it, the Cloud Tribulation sect leader feels a pang of disappointment. Failed, she sighs. But then, 3 seconds later, she's yelling at someone behind her. What are you looking at? Get back to training. Yi Feng and Ziling Wang are flying away, still complaining. Total buzzkill. Yi Feng whines. Totally. Big bro, Ziling Wang agrees. Little do they know, they're being followed. Those two, Shi Hao and Shi Yuan, whip up a giant stone sword and glare at the fleeing figures with these crazy eyes. One's a killer, one's a spirit, and they're making that sword fly right at them. But just as they're about to let loose, Xin Hao stops. Wait, the other one's confused. What for? We can waste them any time. Better to follow them, see if they know anything about Zhao Gu's disappearance. True, Shi Hao agrees. And just like that, they're tailing Yi Feng and Ziling Wang. They watch as the killer and the soul fly into the black mist. Damn, impressive, one mutters. Didn't think they'd just go in. The other shrugs. They're Dacio realm guys, after all. Besides, they just stepped inside. Let's go! And without a second thought, they plunge into the inky blackness too. Inside the mist, the Shibros are stumbling around like they're blind. Careful, one hisses. Don't let them spot us. Meanwhile, Ziling Wang and Yi Feng are watching these two idiots. Ziling Wang is practically doubled over, pointing and snickering. Yi Feng, bro, what do you think those two dumbasses are doing? Talking to air all day like we don't know they're there. Yi Feng just rolls his eyes. You already know they're dumb, so why bother? Fair enough. The Shibros, still clueless, are blundering around trying to find Yi Feng and Ziling Wang. After wandering around forever, they realize they've lost them. Where'd they go? At that moment, one of them notices something very strange over yonder. They can't believe their eyes. A patch of sky, in the pitch-black mist that's not affected by darkness. Holy crap, what am I seeing? A place like that inside the black mist. They look around, gawking at the lush scenery like they've never seen a green thing in their lives. Look, actual plants and flowers. They're losing their minds, tripping over themselves with excitement. This place isn't touched by the black mist at all. What the hell is going on? This is huge. We got to report back to the sect. There's got to be treasure buried down there, or some seriously OP artifact, something beyond our wildest dreams. Xin Hao decides he has to report this. I'm heading back to the sect. Shi Yuan's confused. What about the killer and the soul thing? Xin Hao just scoffs. Screw 'em for now. The 9 realms are huge. Finding them won't be easy. This land untouched by black mist is way more important. Let's split up. You stay here and keep watch for anything else weird. I'll go tell the sect. And with that, Shi Hao jets, leaving Shi Yuan all alone. Back on the 3 Life Gates spirit boat, a frantic voice demands, Shi Yuan, tell me again, what exactly happened? It's Elder Baijun. Shi Yuan's on his knees, spilling the beans. Elder Baijun, my brother and I were tailing the killer and the soul thing and went into the black mist. But we found this amazing land there. It's totally unaffected by the mist. Seems like some invisible mystical power is protecting it, so we think there's definitely treasure buried under that land. Baijun hears treasure, and his eyes light up with greedy glee. How interesting. He can't wait any longer. He orders everyone to floor it toward the black mist. From above, the black mist is dark and ominous, but as soon as the spirit boat passes through the outer layer, it's like entering a tranquil paradise. Baijun is ecstatic. This really is a magical place. We don't even need any protection. The black mist doesn't affect us at all. Shi Hao chimes in, exactly, Elder Baijun. What's even crazier is that even with our strength, we couldn't see anything unusual. No formations or anything. That's why we think there's definitely something buried, Baijun said excitedly. If that's the case, then dig deeper. But being too rough will damage the spirit vein, and everything will be for naught. Men, arrange the tools. Everyone must dig slowly and carefully. Yes. Inside Yi Feng's wooden house. Big bro, what's the word? Should we find some time to ascend that thing? Kulu looked all sneaky. Shh. Not yet. If the master finds out I'm stealing his money bag again, I'll get beaten. Let's hold off for now, weather the storm first, Xiangpang echoed. Big bro's got a point. Wang Kai couldn't resist his curiosity and asked Kulu, so where are you hiding the money bag now, big bro? Kulu acted like a wise old sage. You even have to ask. The most dangerous place is the safest place. I dug a hole at the teleportation gate outside. I'll hide the money bag in there. Even if the master racks his brains, he'd never guess his money bag is there. Hearing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but flatter. You're amazing, big bro. Truly skilled in both literary and martial arts. Being praised made Kulu ecstatic. It's nothing, really. Suddenly, Kulu sensed a thick, killing intent surrounding him, causing him to panic inwardly. Then, quick as lightning, he was dragged out of the wooden house, leaving a huge hole in the wall, causing his little bros to break out in a cold sweat. Terrified, Kulu tried to escape, but a sword was flying towards him very fast, accompanied by Yi Feng scolding, "You damn dog, where do you think you're going?" Unable to dodge, Kulu was stabbed straight through by the sword, pinned to a nearby tree. He only managed to let out a scream. Yi Feng said angrily, "I'm punishing you to stay there for 3 days. After 3 days, figure out how to get out yourself." Kulu was scolded like that, but he secretly rejoiced that the sword was stuck in the gaps in his body. Yi Feng looked at him and curled his lip. Hiding it at the teleportation gate, huh? You really know how to hide things. Kulu's little brothers trembled at the scene. Big Bro's cover's blown again. On the other side, the group had dug a big hole. Bai Jun was overjoyed. There really is a fluctuation. Look at its vibration. It must be only a few zang left. Keep digging. The two attendants following him couldn't help but marvel. To be able to isolate a place like this from the influence of the black mist, what kind of treasure could it be? The one standing next to him also said with curiosity. Most treasures gradually lose their initial effectiveness due to the corrosive nature of the black mist. This will definitely be a top-tier treasure. Suddenly, some of the attendants shouted, "Ah, Elder Bai Jun, it's been dug up." Bai Jun looked down and discovered a mysterious black cube. Bai Jun couldn't help but laugh gleefully. "We finally found it. It's not in vain that we dug more than 100 zang." They were engrossed in their work, not noticing behind them, Yi Feng, who had just fallen into the hole they dug, was extremely disheveled and annoyed. "Damn it, which son of a BTCH dug such a deep hole in front of my house?" Bai Jun didn't hear him. He was happily ordering his subordinates, "Dig it out. Get the treasure out quickly. Be careful. Don't damage it." At this moment, Yi Feng noticed something unusual. "Huh, isn't that wooden box the one I personally made to hide money?" Yi Feng couldn't bear the thought of his stuff being taken away and shouted, "You sons of BT-ches, give that box back to me." Yi Feng cursed angrily in his heart. That damn Kulelu must have been seen digging the hole to bury spirit stones. Damn it. And digging so deep to boot. Hearing Yi Feng's question, Bai Jun looked back blankly and saw Yi Feng standing there. He asked impatiently, "Who are you? When did you appear here?" Yi Feng was extremely angry at this moment and said without any courtesy, "You bastard dares to ask me who I am. What, if you don't put that box down, don't blame me for being impolite." Hearing this, Bai Jun's killing intent surged as he said, "HMPH, the rule in this world is, the big fish eats the small fish. Whoever has the strongest fist gets the item. If you have the ability, come and take it back." Hearing what he said, Yi Feng was extremely angry and rolled up his sleeves. "You're a thief shouting, 'Stop thief,' huh? Today, if I don't beat you to death, I'm not Yi." As soon as he finished speaking, the two Shiem brothers quickly flew in front of Yi Feng, saying disdainfully, "You're really overestimating yourself." Just as they were about to arrive, they saw Yi Feng raise his hands. Before they could figure out what trick Yi Feng was playing, each of them received a blow straight to the head, unable to dodge. As a result, both of them vomited blood and fell to the ground. Yi Feng stepped gently over the corpses of the two Shi brothers like a fierce god, leaving Bai Jun stunned. What, Shi Wan and Shi Hao are, for better or for worse, Dao realm powerhouses. Seeing this, he immediately ordered, "Form the array." His subordinates flew up, forming the 3 lives formation to surround Yi Feng. They looked ferocious and said, "Die." Seeing this, Yi Feng was getting seriously pissed. He eyed those dudes with zero patience, saying, "Seriously, are you guys trying to be Naruto or something? All that hand sign crap?" They aimed at Yi Feng and yelled, "Die!" Suddenly, Yi Feng vanished into thin air. They were all kinds of confused. Huh, where'd he go? Then, bam! A pair of feet slammed into the ground, launching someone upwards. Yi Feng appeared right behind them. Talk about a surprise attack. They were caught totally off guard. And then, bam! A hand slammed straight into the back of their heads. Take this. They didn't even have time to react before they got smacked. All they could manage was a yell. OWW. The other guys watched their buddies get pummeled and totally freaked out before they could even collect themselves. Bam, bam, bam. More slaps landed on their faces, one after another. Watching his soldiers drop like flies, Bai Jun couldn't believe his eyes. What? The 3 lives formation is shattered? In a blink, Yi Feng appeared behind him, casually holding that black wooden box, relying on a bunch of weaklings like you to steal stuff. Go back to your trees, he said with a sneer. Give it back. Bai Jun was furious, staring at Yi Feng. He couldn't believe the guy snatched the black box back in a flash. This guy's cultivation wasn't weaker than his. He was curious. Who the hell are you? Yi Feng, impatient, said coldly. Who I am is none of your business. I'm just here to take back what's mine. Yours. Bai Jun wasn't scared. He was thinking hard. This treasure could easily end the Black Mist. No way I can let this kid steal it. With that thought, Bai Jun's killer intent flared. He pulled out his Dharma artifact and said, Since I was born, I've led the era countless times, undefeated, ever. You and I are the same age, so there's no way you're my match. Hand over the black box and I'll spare your life. Yi Feng ignored him and started walking away. Is this guy crazy? Acting like he's never lost when he's clearly a weakling? Bye-bye. Seeing Yi Feng diss him like that, Bai Jun was enraged. He tossed his Dharma artifact, the 2-way silver demon cube, at Yi Feng. You think you're so high and mighty? I'll kill you. Yi Feng didn't dodge. He just kicked it. The Dharma artifact flew right back at him. Here, have it back. The Dharma artifact crashed to the ground, creating a powerful surge of light energy. Just as Yi Feng landed, Bai Jun came blasting out of the crater. In his hand, he held a sword radiating intense light. He slashed right at Yi Feng. My realm-breaking, light-piercing sword is a treasure of high status in my 3-lives sect. With it, defeat is impossible. The sword's energy slammed into Yi Feng. Then, the lingering energy, still powerful, blasted straight into the ground. Bai Jun laughed triumphantly. Yes, that's what you get for defying Bai Jun. Suddenly, he noticed something was off. Yi Feng was still standing there, calm as you please, casually crushing his sword. Seriously, what are you doing waving that piece of junk around? Talk about polluting the environment. Watching his sword get crushed so easily, Bai Jun was horrified. My life force breaking realms? The light-piercing sword? He actually blocked it with his bare hands. With his life force sword destroyed, Bai Jun suffered a backlash and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then, terrified, he created a formation and ran for his life. Bai Jun will remember this humiliation. I'll definitely pay you back. He vanished, leaving Yi Feng standing there dumbfounded. 2 of Bai Jun's underlings, who had been hiding in the bushes watching the show, commented that Bai Jun actually lost. We should get out of here ASAP. Suddenly they saw Yi Feng chasing after Bai Jun. Wait, 1,000 miles away. Meanwhile, Bai Jun was exhausted, but he was still running as fast as he could to escape. Just, who is that guy? I need to get back and report this. Suddenly, Yi Feng's deep voice echoed behind him, sending a shiver down his spine. With those short legs of yours, where do you think you're going? Before he could even react, Yi Feng appeared behind him with a wicked grin, grabbed his legs, and yanked down his pants, revealing his round, jiggly butt. Get back here! He didn't even have time to defend himself before letting out a scream. Yi Feng just straight up yeeted him, and he face-planted into the ground in the most embarrassing way possible. Bai Jun scrambled up, furious. You, what do you want? Yi Feng stood tall, his eyes radiating intense killing intent. He said coldly, Did I say you could leave? You dug such a deep hole, now you want to run? However you dug this hole, you got to fill it back up exactly as it was. Hearing this, the 2 guys hiding in the bushes flinched and peeked out. Yes, sir. After a while, they finally finished filling it, Bai Jun warily said. Esteemed cultivator, we've filled the hole. Can we go now? Hold up. Yi Feng pulled out the black box, which totally surprised them. Bai Jun was bursting with curiosity, eagerly anticipating what could be inside. Damn it. This peerless treasure should have been mine. Contrary to their expectations, it was just filled with spirit stones. Yi Feng leisurely counted 1, 2, 3, 4, while Bai Jun, who had been so eager, just stood there, his face turning black. Just spirit stones from this place. He was hoping there would be an even higher level treasure hidden inside. But whatever's inside the box doesn't matter, because the box itself is the peerless treasure. After counting 3 times to be sure, Yi Feng finally contentedly put them back into his space ring. Not a single one missing. Back into the ring you go. As for this box, Yi Feng looked like he was about to throw it away, making Bai Jun overjoyed with anticipation. But defying his expectations, Yi Feng mercilessly stomped the mud-covered box to pieces. I don't need it anymore. Seeing this scene, Bai Jun was completely dumbfounded, a million question marks racing through his head. Bai Jun's group was heartbroken, wailing in their minds, Mother Schleifer, you wipe and polish those 2 worthless spirit stones inside, but you destroy a world-class valuable wooden box? What a waste of heaven's gifts, Yi Feng. Seeing them sitting down crying and wailing like that was utterly confused. Yi Feng said impatiently, "You can go now, but remember, be good people from now on. Goodbye." With that, Yi Feng teleported and vanished. The whole group, having been played, felt extremely bitter. Damn it, we lost people and did all that work for nothing. Let's go back. Wait, that black box was destroyed, but why isn't this area affected by the black fog anymore? That's right. What's the reason? The group started to realize something. Hearing this, Baijun's eyes regained their spark. Could there be another treasure beneath this place? That's it. Everything makes sense now. Thinking this, they cheered joyfully. There's hope again. Let's keep digging. They happily started digging the cave again, full of vigor. If we can really dig up a super treasure, everyone will have made a great contribution when we get back to the Three Lives Gate. On the island, Dark Shadow Wang Kai worriedly looked at the skeleton hanging on the tree. Big Bro is too miserable, Fatty Bear chimed in. Isn't he? Big Bro is really miserable, leaving the skeleton speechless. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared. The skeleton regained its vitality, putting on a pitiful act and calling out, "Papa, Papa." Yi Feng gave a disgusted look and said, "Don't keep calling me Papa. I've retrieved the spirit stones. Considering you didn't take too many and your attitude was good and you didn't run away, I'll spare you this time, yes sir." Yi Feng put his hands behind his back, turned around and said, "Then that's settled. Figure out how to climb down yourself, then leave leisurely." Leaving his little brothers in a state of confusion, Fatty Bear looked worriedly at the skeleton and said, "Big Bro, the master got his money back, so isn't this all wasted effort again?" The skeleton acted cunningly, raising its hand to signal Fatty Bear to be quiet. "Shh, I prepared 2 backup plans. I hid more spirit stones in a deeper place. The master probably doesn't know." Saying this, he started to struggle to free himself from the tree. Afterwards, he finally escaped the tree, but fell, causing his underlings to worry. "Big Bro, the sword slid up to your butt." The skeleton didn't care much about the sword stabbed in his butt, saying, "I won't take it out right away. Let's just leave it like this for now. Anyway, you guys follow me to get the spirit stones. If we get them, we'll teleport out of here," Yi Feng worriedly said. But the skeleton disagreed and stopped him. The skeleton created a hole in the ground, sucking its teammates in, scaring the living crap out of the little guys. This skeleton actually created a secret passage underground leading to the stash of immortal crystals. "Bro, you're seriously smart. Doing this, the master definitely won't find out. It's just that this Dark Shadow Island has a shield, so we can slip right out." The Spirit King is such an idiot, Yi Feng couldn't help but curse. That moron really underestimates Big Bro. He thinks a simple shield can stop Big Bro's footsteps. This secret passage leads straight to the bag of immortal crystals. Seeing what he wanted, the skeleton couldn't help but laugh gleefully. "Found it. The immortal crystals are still here. The master really didn't find them. Congrats, Big Bro." At the same time, on the other side, Baijun's group continued digging. "Stop," Baijun happily announced. "Did you feel it? The fluctuation of that treasure." The others around him excitedly chimed in. "Felt it," Baijun eagerly said, happily and excitedly saying, "Judging by this fluctuation, there must be only a few more Zhang left to dig. Before, when we found the black box, there was a freak that showed up. But now that freak is gone, I don't believe there is any freak that will show up." The group was hyped, determined. "Our Three Lives Gate must obtain this treasure. We must get it." They frantically dug faster and faster. Baijun couldn't contain the joy in his heart. "It's appearing. It's appearing. It's a sword full of power," Baijun couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. The aura is so strong. This is definitely a peerless divine sword. I can't even dare to look directly at it. That's right, it unconsciously brings a feeling of immense oppression." The guy with the glasses couldn't help but curiously asked, "Baijun, can you tell what level this sword is?" "Although I really want to know the level of this sword, its power has far exceeded my knowledge. Although I don't know what sword this is, but I can be sure that the reason this area isn't affected by the black mist is because of this sword. Moreover, if our Three Lives Gate obtains this sword, we don't need to fear the black mist anymore. If that's the case, then we can freely search for all kinds of holy lands and treasures buried below." Hearing Baijun say this, the people around him couldn't help but get excited. "If that's the case, then let's quickly retrieve this sword. Okay, wait for me to pull this sword out." With that, he stepped forward to pull the sword. But it seemed his strength wasn't enough, and he couldn't pull it out. He stood there in confusion, puzzled. Why can't I pull the sword out? The surrounding people couldn't help but feel anxious for him. Calm down, after all, this is a strange sword, and it's normal that it can't be pulled out in a normal way. Come on everyone, let's work together and give me some power. As soon as Baijun finished speaking, everyone channeled their power towards him. Hiya! A crisp cracking sound rang out, and Baijun fell backward from the momentum. He was surprised by what he had just pulled up along with the sword. Why the heck is there a skeleton here? The group stood around the skeleton, freaking out and chatting. This sword seems stuck real good. Before he died, this guy must have been a real big shot, for sure. They had to use a super powerful divine sword like that to take him down. This dude was definitely not your average Joe. It's just that the sword's placement is kinda weird. Baijun, looking impatient, said, "The main thing is, this sword's rammed right into his butt. If we want to get it out, we'll have to break some bones." Hearing that, the group panicked and said, "Elder Baijun, at the end of the day, this is the body of a former expert. Isn't that a bit disrespectful? Yeah, we should show some respect. He's already dead, and to have his body messed up like that would be too tragic." Ignoring the others, Baijun took out his precious treasure, ready to make a move. "What are you all doing? Pretending to be nice? He's dead. Why worry about useless stuff like that? Let's just blow up the corpse and be done with it." With that, he tossed the treasure right at the skeleton's head. At that moment, the skeleton was sound asleep, lost in a sweet dream of 300 immortal crystals. Oh, the little beauties of the Qingtian Baiyu brothel. It's growing again. Right when his lewd dream was reaching its climax, it was interrupted by a massive explosion, leaving only smoke and dust. Baijun and his buddies grinned smugly, their greedy eyes ready to grab the sword. Hold up! Baijun suddenly stopped. After the smoke cleared, the skeleton was still lying there, completely intact. No way, it's still in one piece. Quick, look. It's moving. The skeleton suddenly stood up, catching them completely off guard. Holy crap, a talking skeleton! They were freaking out, scared shitless. The skeleton, like a grim reaper with dead eyes, glared at them. Which son of a bitch disturbed my beautiful dream? The group was sweating bullets, terrified that it could talk. Baijun, despite his panicked face, was still putting on a brave face. "It's just a corpse with no aura. What's there to be afraid of?" Baijun stubbornly said, pretending not to be scared. He acted like he knew what was going on. "It's just a remnant of consciousness after death. If he were alive..." Makes sense. Baijun is linking up the Tuju Breaker light sword to deal with this skeleton. Even so, the fact that he could block my move means I shouldn't underestimate him. Baijun takes flight, pointing his sword straight at the skeleton. "This strike of mine can cleave an asteroid in two. I'll send you to the Yellow Springs to rest in peace. Guess I'll have done a good deed then." He attacks the skeleton, but it doesn't even try to dodge, just raises a finger, pointing it at Baijun. Seeing this, Baijun becomes even more convinced that his guess was right. No consciousness at all if it thinks it can block my strike with a finger. What an idiot. Overestimating himself. But he never expected his always trusted sword to shatter into pieces, leaving him stunned and panicking. What? How is this possible? This sword was gifted to me by the Three Lives sect after I made a great contribution to the sect. Its rank is 3rd in the entire Three Lives sect. Just taking it out is enough for countless experts to fight over it. Such an unparalleled sword, but with just one finger, it's crushed into hundreds of pieces. Lost in his fear, he doesn't notice the skeleton grabbing him by the throat with one hand. The skeleton says furiously, "Where did this trash come from? Do you think I'm stupid?" Facing the skeleton directly, Baijun is utterly terrified. Already ran into one pervert. Fine, now I've met an ultra-pervert, and a skeleton to boot. He begs in fear, "Senior, I was wrong. Please spare me." Seeing him like this, his fellow disciples are equally terrified. The skeleton grows even angrier, lifting him up by the neck. "On what grounds should I spare you?" With his neck in the skeleton's grip, Baijun struggles even more, desperately gasping, "Senior. I am Baijun, the 3rd elder of the Three Lives sect. My ancestors were also Rongdao realm experts. I hope Senior will show some respect to my ancestors and spare me this once." Dao realm has touching Dao, Rongdao, combined Dao, and proving Dao. Although he can't tell the specific strength of this skeleton, he thinks experts of Rongdao realm is very powerful, and even Rongdao realm experts should show some respect. Hearing this, the skeleton becomes even more impatient. "Rongdao realm? What trash is Rongdao realm? Does he deserve my respect?" Hearing this, Baijun, though struggling, retorts stubbornly, "What did you say? If you dare to kill us, you'll offend the Three Lives sect and our ancestors." Although you're strong and speak arrogantly, once you truly offend a Rongdao realm expert, you should still consider the consequences. Right? I hope you understand the implications. Hearing him, the skeleton gives him a sinister smile, making the atmosphere even more terrifying. Inside the Great Hall of the Three Lives sect, the ancestor of the Three Lives sect, Zheng Yu, looks awe-inspiring as a true master, his tone cold as he says, "How is Wen Chengyu doing?" The red-haired man reports seriously. Reporting to the ancestor, he has reached the awakening phase. Everything is proceeding as planned. Hearing this, Zheng Yu says with satisfaction, "Very good. Wen Cheng Yu is our Three Lives sect's most important trump card at the moment. To avoid enemies, he went to the Feng Yun sect to recover until now. The other two great Dao sects are still unaware of his existence. Moreover, once he fully awakens, wouldn't experts of the proving Dao realm do as they please in this godforsaken place? By then, we'll directly devour the other two great Dao sects, and our Three Lives sect will be invincible in the 9 realms. Even if those two great Dao sects beg for support from the heavenly realm, it will be too late." The subordinates, hearing this, are overjoyed and shout in excitement. After becoming invincible in the 9 realms, won't the reincarnated saint join our Three Lives sect? He laughs smugly. Then, an expert of the proving Dao realm like Wen Cheng Yu, plus a reincarnated saint in our Three Lives sect, even if we return to the heavenly realm, we can still make a grand entrance. Thinking of this, they happily cheer and congratulate Zheng Yu. The ancestor says smugly, "Why are you congratulating me? This glory belongs to the entire Three Lives sect, and to all of you." The crowd is even more excited, chanting, "Our Three Lives sect will last forever. Last forever. Last forever." Zheng Yu laughs gleefully. Being invincible is truly lonely. The old guy is still happily laughing smugly, unaware that a huge hand has appeared from a spatial rift above his head, reaching for him. In the blink of an eye, he is dragged away. The people of the Three Lives sect are still enthusiastically chanting, last forever," when they suddenly realize something is wrong. Where did the ancestor go? On this side of the cave, Baijun can't help but be shocked when he sees the ancestor they were praising being brought here so easily, and in such a pathetic state, thrown to the ground, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. "Ancestor?" As soon as he speaks, he is unceremoniously thrown to the ground by the skeleton. The skeleton looks at him wickedly, saying, "Weren't you threatening me just now? Now I brought your ancestor here. I want to see just how powerful your ancestor really is." Zheng Yu, who was thrown down, is still curled up and trembling on the ground, crying. 1 second ago he was enthusiastically chanting, "Last forever." The next second he was caught and brought here. 1 second ago he felt that being invincible was truly boring, but now he feels a shiver run down his spine. Thinking about it, the old geezer started bawling like a baby, confusing all the disciples around him. "Damn it, my ancestor's spirit is crumbling, Mom." Just then he realized something. Then he jumped up, pointing at the people talking nonsense. "Who are your ancestors? You traitors were kicked out of the Three Lives sect long ago. You're not even members of the Three Lives sect to begin with." After scolding those guys, he turned to flatter the skeleton. "This junior pays respects to the awe-inspiring senior. Thank you for dealing with these traitors to the sect. If it weren't for you, senior, these traitors might have done even more cruel things." The disciples watching his bootlicking remembered his upright demeanor when he lectured them. Remember, disciples of the Three Lives sect must be strong, unyielding, and not tempted by money. Thinking of this, they angrily cursed, "What a beast!" The skeleton, hearing what he said, coldly asked, "What did you just say? Say it again." The old geezer didn't hesitate, cupping his hands in a salute and saying, "Thank you, senior, for dealing with these traitors." The skeleton shook its head. "Not that line." The old geezer continued, "I said if it weren't for you, senior, these traitors would definitely have done even more cruel things." Still not it, he thought for a moment. Then he said, "Paying respects to the awe-inspiring senior." As soon as it heard that, the skeleton got excited. It was happily and contentedly laughing in its heart. Zheng Yu, seeing this, pressed his advantage, saying, "Senior, please forgive me for misrepresenting you. It's just that it's my first time meeting you, so this junior's a little nervous. After all, your aura is too strong, and every move you make reveals your dominance, which makes people admire you to the extreme. This junior was momentarily flustered, so I used awe-inspiring to describe you." Saying this, he pretended to cover his face and cry, "It's all because this junior's literary talent is limited. I really can't think of words to express my admiration and respect for you, senior. In short, from the first moment I saw you, my respect for you has been surging endlessly." The skeleton listened silently, observing him. The old geezer continued his song of praise. "Being able to meet you is truly the honor of this junior's life. When I return to the Three Lives sect, I will definitely draw you, senior, so that the disciples of the sect can admire you for life. Of course, here I must also thank the ancestors of my Zheng family. I don't know what good deeds I've done to be able to meet you, senior." The skeleton darkly approached him, expressionless, staring at him. This made the old geezer feel uneasy, panicking and sweating profusely. Not even 3 seconds later, the skeleton said contentedly, It's been a long time since I've met someone as sincere as you. If you're so sincere, then stay here and follow me from now on." The old geezer smiled smugly, bowing and saying, "Thank you, honorable sir." In his heart, he couldn't help but rejoice. "I've saved my little life." Afterward, Zheng Yu couldn't help but size up the skeleton with disdain. "But this guy's really stupid. Wasn't I happy enough being an ancestor in the Three Lives sect? Who would be so full as to become someone else's grandson? He. This is just a delaying tactic. I have to think of a way to escape." At this time, the skeleton looked at the disciples of the Three Lives sect and asked, "What about those people?" Zheng Yu replied without thinking, "You can deal with them as you wish, sir." This made all the disciples feel truly panicked, the skeleton said with satisfaction. "Very good." The skeleton exuded a dark aura, reaching its hand towards the group. They didn't have time to react, only managing to scream before being drained of all their life force, becoming withered and then vanishing. Bai Jun was still unwilling, saying before disappearing, "In the next life, I want to be a good person." Then he vanished. Seeing this scene, Zheng Yu couldn't help but be extremely frightened. What kind of terrifying method is this? Could this skeleton be a super Dao realm expert already? Luckily, I flattered him in time, so I have a way out. After dealing with those people, the skeleton said, "You all follow me." The two subordinates were surprised. Not only were they spared, but they also got to follow the skeleton. He figured it was because he had opposed Bai Jun's attack on this expert that he was spared. Yes, sir. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at an unfamiliar place, making them a little disoriented. The four of them appeared in front of a mansion gate. Zheng Yu didn't forget to evaluate it, teleporting in an instant, which also surprised him. Seeing Lu Daxing, the skeleton quickly called him over. "Hey kid, come here." "Oh, long time no see, sir." "Skeleton, I'm handing these guys over to you. Arrange some work for them." "Yes, sir." After handing over the people, the skeleton waved its hand and left. "Everyone, work hard here." After seeing the skeleton off, Lu Daxing turned around happily and said to the Three Lives sect people, "Everyone, follow me. The people that Lord Skeleton introduced must be taken care of well." Hearing what he said, Zheng Yu couldn't help but relax a little. At this time, Lu Daxing was secretly calculating in his heart, "It just so happens that I'm preparing to expand the dung pit. Since they're here then, I'll have them do this work. In this place of mine, if you can't carry dung or befriend dung, then you won't understand the truth of dung." As soon as they arrived at the workplace, the Three Lives sect people couldn't help but feel nauseous because of the dung pit. Everyone's faces were green as they stood in front of it. Lu Daxing happily said, "Let me introduce myself. I am the Grand Manager of Dung on Dark Shadow Island. Expanding this dung pit from 10 zang to 30 zang is the next task that you should do. The tools are in the utility room. Everyone go get them yourselves. Everyone should know that there are quite a few people who yearn for this good thing. Do it well." Zheng Yu couldn't bear this scene and trembled with anger. Digging a dung pit. Melai, a dignified ancestor of the Dao sect, has to come here to dig a dung pit. Are you kidding me? Lu Daxing didn't notice the anger in Zheng Yu's eyes, happily saying, "As for how much you can understand, that depends on yourselves." Seeing Lu Daxing's appearance, Zheng Yu became even more furious. "You're good, ancestor. What should we do this time? Do we really have to do this?" Hearing the disciples' words, Zheng Yu couldn't contain his anger and said, "How could that be? I, the esteemed ancestor of the Three Lives sect, how could I be humiliated like this? It's just that the skeleton's strength is too damn powerful, so we can only temporarily surrender. Once I've built up some connections, I'll figure out a way to leave this place." The disciples gave him an incredulous look, making him even more furious. "What's with those expressions? Am I not doing this for you guys? You really think I'm just afraid of death? Have you ever considered what would happen to the Three Lives sect if I died? What would happen to the countless disciples under my command? I'm enduring this humiliation for the sake of the sect. If it weren't for you guys, someone as righteous as me would have fought that skeleton long ago." Suddenly, a familiar foot came into view. It was the skeleton. Seeing him, Zheng Yu frantically knelt down. "Why, yes, greetings, your honorable excellency." The skeleton looked at him calmly and said, "I was just passing by. Carry on with your work. Safe travels, your excellency." Zheng Yu's disciples weren't surprised at all by his behavior. They felt that he had sacrificed too much for them, and said with heartache, "The ancestor is really working so hard. That's right, he's sacrificing so much for the Three Lives sect. Truly worthy of being our ancestor. I definitely couldn't do that if I were him." In the days that followed, they worked very diligently, but Zheng Yu was still seething with resentment. "I, the esteemed ancestor of the Three Lives sect, am digging shit pits here. This is a massive humiliation." The disciples felt indignant as well. "That's right, it's not just you, we feel humiliated too. You have to think of a way. Thinking of something, he said firmly. That's right. Sitting around waiting for death isn't the way. You guys wait for me here. I'm going to check out what the hell this place is. Ancestor must be careful. We'll be waiting for your triumphant return. The town was bustling with people coming and going. He went there to observe, realizing that nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait a minute. He observed the people there. The passers-by, the people playing chess over there, and the two people practicing martial arts on the other side. Everyone was devoid of cultivation, not even a little bit. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel happy inside. There were only two possibilities. One, these people are much stronger than me, so they can hide their identities so well. He chuckled triumphantly. But without even thinking about it, it must be the second possibility. That is, all these people are mortals. Or rather, mortals without any cultivation whatsoever. Thinking of this, he gave a sinister smile, looking towards the person who had just brushed past him. After all, if the people on this street had higher cultivation than a fusion Dao realm expert like himself, then the three great Taoist sects in the 9 realms would be a laughingstock. Sure of his reasoning, he walked even more proudly in the middle of the road. Well, that skeleton is an exception. Apart from him, I'm also an existence that can run rampant in the 9 realms. A small town like this, I can wipe it out with a wave of my hand. A reminder startled him. Hey kid, watch out. In the distance, a group of kids were playing soccer, moving towards him. You kids, you always make a ruckus in the town. That's right, play in a place where there's no one. Seeing the kids running towards him, he stood still in the middle of the road, with no intention of dodging. Seeing that he wasn't dodging, the boy frantically braked. Excuse me, make way. Seeing the boy rushing towards him, he smugly thought, You naughty kids, let me put an end to your mischief. Due to inertia, the boy crashed straight into him, thinking that he would catch him. But unexpectedly, when he was hit by the boy, he felt excruciating pain and shouted, Ah! Then he was sent flying dozens of meters, startling the passers-by. He lay trembling on the ground, in disbelief. What on earth is going on? I, the esteemed Fusion Dao Realm ancestor, was actually hurt like this by a kid. The boy felt guilty, went over, and scratched his head, saying, You're too weak. Hearing that he was called weak, he couldn't help but turn dark. He was unwilling to accept it. Angrily standing up, These kids, what's going on? I have to find out. What exactly is going on? He stood hiding behind a wall to observe, and realized in horror that the boy from before was also a Fusion Dao Realm expert. The same Fusion Dao Realm as me. He couldn't help but panic and fear. Unexpectedly, apart from no idea how old this wrong Dao Realm dude is, no way the 9 realms could pop out a powerhouse like this. Looks like the birth of a saint ain't just attracting peeps from the heavenly domain. Other regions are eyeing this juicy piece of meat too. The 9 realms are about to get real messy, real fast. The old geezer watched the kid look and act like a child, but he refused to believe it. Okay, he blends in super well with the kids, but he's totally an old monster, older than ME, who knows why, is hiding his true identity by illusioning as a child. And, snot, the old guy couldn't help but be confused. Then he saw the kid suck it back in and grin like an idiot. The old guy was floored. No freaking way he's actually a 7 or 8-year-old kid, right? Suddenly, the old guy had a revelation like a lightning bolt from the blue. Wait a sec. Those kids playing kick shuttlecock are all wrong Dao Realm powerhouses. Every single one of them. What the heck is this world even? Oblivious as heck, the kids dropped their pants, flaunting their junk. Then they competed to see who could pee the furthest. The kids laughed. I peed further. No, I did. The old guy couldn't help but reminisce about his childhood, smiling. Man, brings back some awesome childhood memories. Those shenanigans kind of prove they are just a bunch of kids, though. Thinking this, he covered his mouth in horror. A bunch of 7 or 8 years old wrong Dao Realm kids. WTF. He abruptly panicked. He looked back at the group playing chess. Seeing a group gathering nearby, these guys, with that thought, he tried taking out his Dharma artifact, the coolest one, the Zheng Wu's breathtaking ambition, Sweeping Horizons board. But it started looking anxious when it saw those people. Not good. Even IT's going dim. You can tell the stuff these random people are carrying isn't ordinary. My Sweeping Horizons board is like a goat walking into a wolf's den, trembling like crazy. The old man put on a stupid expression, just standing there dumbfounded. Even if he couldn't see their cultivation levels, just the sheer number of amazing treasures proved how shallow his thinking was. At the pit, the disciples were excited to greet him. Patriarch is back. The disciples gathered around him expectantly. Patriarch, how was it? Yeah. Is there a way out? The old guy just stood there silently staring. Actually, I think it's pretty good here. Look, the scenery's beautiful. The birds are singing. His words left the disciples speechless. Beautiful scenery where? Singing birds where? All they saw was dung and flies. The old guy forced a smile. How about we don't leave? This freaked the disciples out. Patriarch, why are you having such dangerous thoughts? That's right, Patriarch. Didn't you swear to take us out of here? Patriarch, forgive me for being presumptuous, but I have to ask. Did you get some benefits that made you suddenly change your mind? Hearing this, the old guy tried to look dignified. Nonsense. Zheng Wu has lived an upright and brilliant life. I wouldn't be swayed by a few measly grains of rice. The old man took out his Dharma artifact, angrily saying, Don't even mention some small benefit. Even if you gave me a priceless treasure, it wouldn't move me. If you don't believe me, I can swear to the heavens. Seeing his fierce attitude, the disciples knelt down in fear. Patriarch, we were wrong. We took the heart of a villain and suspected you. Achieving his goal, the old man wickedly smiled and said, I don't blame you. After all, you're doing it for the Three Lives sect. The reason I'm not leaving isn't because I, your patriarch, wants to dig pits and carry dung. It's because I'm tired of days filled with deceit. The old guy pretended to be a wise sage, saying, So what if I'm a patriarch? So what if I'm from the Tao sect? I'm tired. I'm carrying too much responsibility on my shoulders. Having you guys is truly an honor for Zheng Wu. The disciples were so moved that they shouted, Patriarch, you've worked hard. We'll follow you forever. Two random people passing by couldn't help but give them a disdainful look. Idiots. A few days passed in a blink, so this is what they call the dung Tao. Zheng Wu laughed happily, lifting his dung bucket and saying, I've realized it. This made the disciples standing there panic, unsure of what was wrong with their patriarch. These past few days, Zheng Wu hadn't stopped gathering information, so of course he knew that carrying dung on this island was a good thing. He gave off an adoring look. The dung road, under the lead of Master Lu, has become its own road. That undead deity gave me such a huge opportunity for just one compliment. Is what called the Great Tao has 3,000. 3,000 Great Taos have strengths and weaknesses, and Tao realm is just understand the Tao. Before that, touching Tao realm and wrong Tao realm is just cultivation. The so-called touch Tao means that it has the qualification to contact the real Great Tao. Wrong Tao realm is to find its Tao and blend it into the body, which is wrong Tao. Finding and blending with one's Tao is the qualification to enter the combined Tao realm, and entering combined Tao is the beginning of true Tao enlightenment. He felt ecstatic and happy in his heart after comprehending and increasing his cultivation. How many years has it been? I've been stuck in the wrong Tao realm for so long because I couldn't find my own Tao. Even the weakest Tao among the 3,000 Taos, I couldn't merge with it. But who knew I'd find it after just a few days on Shadow Island? And it's the dung Tao. The dung Tao doesn't belong to the 3,000 Taos. Throughout history, some freakishly talented people have also merged with Taos outside the 3,000 great Taos, and they're all admired by everyone. Water can extinguish fire, but I am dung. How will you cope? It is because the orthodoxy of the 3,000 great Taos has been around for so long that there are many ways to break it. These unorthodox and heretical paths are the real dark horses when it comes to fighting. How could I not be excited? Thinking of this, the old guy cackled even more gleefully. Seeing that their old man had leveled up, the disciples couldn't help but admire and worship him even more. Awesome, we really did come to the right place. Not far from the pigsty, Zhao Hu was sitting in the pigsty, lost in gloomy thought. His face was bruised and battered. He wailed bitterly. Damn it, I wanted to run but couldn't. Now I can only temporarily raise pigs here. Anyway, I'll just hide here and wait for a chance to escape. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura. He immediately burst into excited, gleeful laughter. Old ancestor. It's the old ancestor's aura. I knew it. The Sansheng sect definitely wouldn't abandon me. I'm the most outstanding disciple of the Sansheng sect. The old ancestor's appearance must mean they've come to rescue me. He rushed out, showing his battered face. If the old ancestor knew the grievances I suffered during this time, he'd definitely be furious and avenge me. Definitely. That pile of bones and that fertilizer carrier. So what if you're strong? Could you possibly be stronger than our old ancestor? I'll definitely get the old ancestor to capture you alive and hand you over to me to torture at will. Ah. Revenge is right before my eyes. As soon as he ran over, he saw his fellow disciples there, which made him even happier. Everyone's here. He couldn't help but feel a little warmth and happiness. Did you all come to save me, Zhao Hu? I really am important, aren't I? But before he could indulge in his self-admiration for 3 seconds, he discovered that everyone was carrying buckets of manure, and the one directing them was his old ancestor. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This is the rhythm. Carrying manure every day keeps the body healthy. Seeing this scene, he was so scared that he was dumbfounded and said powerlessly, I'm done for. I'm really done for. The old ancestor has also become a fertilizer carrier. Zhao Hu, I'm going to be stuck here raising pigs for the rest of my life. Half a month later, at the San Sheng sect. The San Sheng sect is blessed for 10,000 generations. The San Tian sect is blessed for 10,000 generations. A subordinate rushed in anxiously. Sect master, it's a letter from the old ancestor. Just what I was looking for. Let me see. The San Tian sect. Sect master happily opened it. The letter contained only a few simple words that left him and his disciples dumbfounded. The San Sheng sect is disbanded. At Feng Yun's sect, a scream of frustration was heard. Damn it! Damn it, Wen Chengyu raged. The reason he chose the San Sheng sect from the beginning was that he valued their ability to provide resources for him during his awakening and protect him safely. Now, when he was in the critical moment of awakening, the San Sheng sect disbanded. Not only did he lose resources, but he was also exposed to danger. Things were even worse than at the beginning. In order to build trust, both sides made a heavenly Davio oath. Wen Chengyu vowed that no matter what the situation, he would only cooperate with the San Sheng sect, and after awakening, he would become a supreme guest elder of the San Sheng sect, unless the San Sheng sect, under feasible circumstances, didn't meet his requirements. Due to the existence of the oath, he not only couldn't obtain the necessary resources next, but he also couldn't continue to cooperate with other Dao sects. He was furious, and took out the transmission stone to message Zhengwu. You bastard Zhengwu. Zhengwu, what exactly do you mean? I don't care what your purpose is. If you don't clean up this mess, I, Wen Chengyu, swear that I will never rest until the San Sheng sect is destroyed. After I recover my cultivation, don't even think about getting any benefits from me. A message tone sounded, and there was a reply from Zhengwu, but he received a scolding from Zhengwu. You idiot. Do you really think highly of yourself? Benefits? I, your master, need your benefits? When he checked again, he realized that he had been blocked, which made him furious and burst into rage. Zhengwu, you son of a bitch. A commotion came from the shadows. It was the Skull A and his gang. The immortal essence stones we stole from the master are enough for us to have fun at the tavern for a long time, Skull A said contentedly. The master usually collects immortal essence stones like fallen leaves. He won't even notice the loss of a single strand of hair from an ox. As long as we don't get caught, it'll be fine. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared behind them, scaring them all. After a thorough beating, Yi Feng said angrily, You little bastards, where did this money come from? Skull A trembled and held out the bag of immortal essence stones. Someone else gave it to your dad? Yi Feng snatched the bag of money and said, Why are you holding so much money? I'll keep it safe for you. I'll give it back to you whenever you need it, Dad. Yi Feng laughed gleefully. Another windfall. After taking the stuff, he turned around and walked away gleefully, leaving Skull A and his gang with injuries and resentment from the beating. Skull A grabbed Wang Kai by the collar and cried, The master will return it to me, right? I'm so touched. Wang Kai looked at Skull A with such an expression he could only silently judge in his heart. Brother, parents usually say that, but in reality you can't get it back at all. But what does the master need to accumulate so much money for? On an island in the sea, the sun was shining brightly and beautifully. Yi Feng sat in a corner in front of the system screen. You little bitch, Yi Feng looked at the distant sky. His eyes were filled with sorrow. On the system screen was the skeleton's image. Only 1 year of lifespan remaining. How? On a snowy night 10 years ago, in a place called Pingjiang Town, inside a Guan temple. So hungry, so cold. A potato roasted over a flickering fire. A weak Yi Feng shivered from cold and hunger. How could anyone survive these miserable, hungry days? A young man with healthy limbs like him shouldn't be like this. But, in this cultivation world, for someone like him with no background and no cultivation, just having a place to barely scrape by wasn't bad, really. He never expected that as a transmigrator, he'd finally get the legendary system, which even gave him a #1 under heaven bodyguard. He thought he could finally escape his plight and reach the pinnacle of life. But during one practice session, Yi Feng discovered what use this bodyguard really was. This supposed #1 fighter got its jaw knocked loose by a single punch from him. From then on, the young skeleton never looked him straight in the eye again. The little skeleton felt incredibly wronged, ignored by its master, until one winter day, the poor young man finally fell ill, lying on his deathbed, coughing weakly. Cough! Cough! He knew he couldn't hold on much longer, but just as his consciousness blurred, a sound reached him like a guiding voice. It made him strain to listen. The sound grew louder beside his ear. He finally heard it clearly. It was the naive skeleton, holding a hot potato, calling out to him, Papa, Papa Yi Feng. Surprised, he asked, You, what's this? seeing the hot potato in the skeleton's hand, hearing the call Papa. The scene was truly moving. Seeing the potato, the young man who held the soul of someone over 30 felt tears welling up. It was this crucial potato that got him through that hardest time. His body gradually recovered as spring arrived. By now, the young man had mastered some survival skills through the system. This thing can't give me fish or meat in the cold winter, but at least when we eat potatoes, we can add a sweet potato. Just like that, autumn passed and spring came, year after year. One master, one servant, relying on each other day by day. The boy from before became a young man. The town also saw many new faces, no longer cold and gloomy like before. Sometimes people would bring vegetables to the martial arts hall. At the martial arts hall, Yi Feng was hanging laundry when he suddenly heard shouting from outside. "Hey, you inside, get out here, or I'll tear down your martial arts hall right now." Hearing this, Yi Feng was super annoyed. The skeleton, however, was still like a child, running around chasing butterflies. Yi Feng angrily yelled back, "What the hell are you shouting about?" An old woman angrily shouted back, "Don't you know your damn beast hit my child?" Finishing her sentence, she pointed straight at the skeleton. "It was this beast. I'll beat you to death." Yi Feng looked at the skeleton, slightly surprised. Seeing the old woman about to hit it, the skeleton quickly hid behind Yi Feng. Yi Feng instantly snatched the stick from the old woman's hand. He said angrily, "Hey, old woman, did you ask my permission before trying to hit my guy? And you keep calling him a beast this, beast that? So old yet so ill-mannered, I think your whole family are the beasts." Seeing itself defended, the skeleton puffed up proudly. The old woman was speechless with rage. You, your family is bullying my Li family because we have no one, right? Your beast hit my son and you still won't admit it? Yi Feng became even fiercer. "Yeah, I'm bullying you, so what? Call him a beast one more time and I'll go to your house and break your son's legs." What you? Get the hell out of my sight." After chasing the old woman away, Yi Feng turned back, his face stern. "I protected you this time. There won't be a next time, understand?" The skeleton beamed, gave a thumbs up, and praised, "Papa, Papa." A few days later, that mutt started the trouble first. "Didn't I tell you? Huh, Papa, Papa?" The sharp sound of whipping echoed, mixed with the skeleton's pitiful cries filling the house. Yi Feng stormed out angrily, whip in hand, yelling, "Stay put and shut your mouth!" The skeleton looked wronged, trembling and sobbing after being hit. A crowd gathered at the martial arts hall's gate, shouting curses again. "Tear down his house. If I don't deal with this beast today, my surname isn't Chen. It killed the dog I raised. What a menace. Hand him over. Open the door. Open up for us." Yi Feng panicked and opened the door, saying, I'll compensate. After compensating everyone, time flew by, and the young man's life got better and better. Before long, he even took in disciples and started writing books. Yi Feng sat pensively and said, "I almost forgot about your time limit, you little rascal. Come to think of it, the system did say from the beginning that this little imp only had 10 years. And about 5 years have already passed," Yi Feng said sadly. Just then, Yi Feng took out a ring, the disciple's seal. "Remember this well," he said. "Your life is mine now." Right after, countless immortal crystals flew out. The system swallowed them all, turning into a powerful vortex, sucking in all the spirit crystals. Watching the spirit crystals being sucked away made Yi Feng's heart ache. "These spirit crystals are what I've saved up for years, you damn disciple. Next time I see you, I'll definitely deal with you, or I'm not Yi." Yi Feng knew that to power up this guy, he needed something with enough spiritual energy, and spirit crystals were the best choice. After a while, the system finished swallowing all the spirit crystals. Yi Feng looked at the system unhappily and said, "Couldn't you have left me a few?" After that, he proceeded to check the system. "You got an extra 5 years, you money-burning machine," Yi Feng lay down helplessly. "But 5 years is enough. By then, I might already be immortal." In the sky, 4 streams of light flew by, which was the skeleton gang. The skeleton felt a change in his body. Wang Kai, unaware of what was happening, asked, "What's wrong, boss?" The skeleton noticed that his vitality had increased. Realizing that Yi Feng was responsible, he was deeply moved. After that, he smiled. He said, "It's nothing." Yi Feng saw the skeleton suddenly become happy, with even a blush of happiness on his face, and couldn't help but wonder, why is boss acting a bit strange? Wang Kai also noticed and said, "Yeah, boss, what's wrong?" The skeleton said shyly, "Actually." Before he could finish speaking, beautiful young women appeared below, making him forget what he wanted to say. Seeing the girls, his eyes lit up with heart shapes. "Look at the beach." "Girls." The henchman saw them and blushed, saying, "Such long legs." So the whole gang shamelessly flew down below. "Follow me." To the island of shadow. Yi Feng was racking his brains on the reclining chair, wondering if he was strong or weak. He had also destroyed quite a few monsters. If he wants to continue level up, he has to find other things to practice. Suddenly, the system's voice rang, startling Yi Feng. The system appeared cheerfully and said, "Congratulations, host, for reaching the second tribulation transcendence stage. Please undergo tribulation as soon as possible." Yi Feng asked in shock, "Second tribulation transcendence?" The system confirmed. "That's right, your first tribulation of tempering your state of mind was successfully passed early on. The second tribulation is about breaking and then establishing, so please complete it quickly." Yi Feng said eagerly, "What exactly is it? How is it considered breaking and then establishing?" The system gave a sly smile and said, "Breaking is death, establishing is life. So you have to break the old rules to establish new principles. Die first, then live." Hearing this, Yi Feng was stunned. "You mean you're telling me to go die, and then I can be resurrected?" The system laughed slyly. "That's right, so after resurrection, then you will be immortal, even if the universe is destroyed." Seeing the system's sly smile, Yi Feng hesitated. Could this damn system be trying to harm me again? But if I die, the system will also disappear. My cultivation and experience points from before were considered reliable. Yi Feng thought, and made a decision, saying, "Okay, I'll die." Then the system's prompt rang. The system still hopes that the host will undergo tribulation within 99 years, using any method you like. But if you fail, then after 99 years, the greatest calamity of heaven and earth will come. Then the host will probably die for real. Bye-bye. Yi Feng didn't look back at the system and grumbled, "What's with 99 years? Is dying so simple that it needs 99 years? With that, Yi Feng grabbed a knife and held it to his neck, determined to slit his own throat. "Wait," Yi Feng stopped, testing the sharpness of the knife with his hand, a little flustered. "What if I don't die later, just linger between life and death, then what to do?" Thinking of this, Yi Feng resolutely threw away the knife and went outside. "I have to change the way I die. More importantly, how long does it take to resurrect after death? I've seen characters who break and then establish in novels. After death, they have to go through a process of nirvana, which could be a few months, or even a few years. But what if it's a few years?" Thinking of this, Yi Feng felt a little lost, looking at the old men playing chess. "By then, I don't know if they'll still be alive. I should say goodbye to them first." Yi Feng walked over to them and said, Ahem, everyone, hold on a sec, I've got something to say." Hearing this, everyone looked at him, puzzled. Yi Feng put on a sorrowful face and said, "I'm about to die. Due to some unfortunate circumstances, I wanted to say goodbye to you all." Yi Feng continued to look regretful, even shedding a tear. In his heart, he thought, "I know you'll all be heartbroken. After all, we've shared so many years together. To be honest, I can't hold back the tears as I say these words." But those old geezers just thought Yi Feng was kidding, so they paid him no mind and kept playing their chess game. "Checkmate! Oh no, slipped up there. If you lost, it's my turn. I've been waiting for half the day." Yi Feng looked at them, confused, and cursed in his heart. "Don't you guys understand what I'm saying? You can still play chess?" Yi Feng got pissed and yelled, "I said I'm about to die." Seeing him so angry, the group blankly said, "Then may you have a smooth journey to the underworld, Mr. Zhu. Take your time. We'll be so sad when you're gone." Then they went back to playing chess. "Don't embarrass yourself. Hurry up and give up your spot." "That's right, it's my turn now, Yi Feng. Don't be sour about it. I've misjudged you all. A bunch of heartless old men." Seeing Yi Feng leave in anger, the old men gathered together and said, "Could Mr. Zhu be any more dramatic? What do you think Mr. Zhu's up to?" Yeah, the way he said that, it's like, he's really gonna die. He's probably just bored. He always wants to block out the sun anyway. I'm not playing chess anymore. I need to go home and get ready to fertilize my vegetables. Yi Feng, soaking wet, tied the rock to his body and helplessly said, "If I try to jump off a mountain, I can fly. If I try to jump into the sea, I can swim faster than a fish. Even if I tie a rock to myself, the sea cucumber will run out of breath before I do. Looks like normal suicide methods don't work for me. I need to find someone to help." Suddenly he saw Ludakshi walking past, carrying stuff. Yi Feng immediately went to stop him. "I need you to help me with something." Ludakshi was happy to see Yi Feng and said, "Greetings, Mr. Zhu. Just tell me what you need." Yi Feng held out the knife in front of him, scaring Ludakshi. "Stab me." Hearing this, Ludakshi fearfully knelt down. "I've always been loyal to Mr. Zhu. I don't know what I've done wrong, but I beg Mr. Zhu for forgiveness. If Mr. Zhu doesn't trust me, you can take my life any time. But I would never dare to lay a hand on Mr. Zhu." Yi Feng was bewildered by his reaction. What the heck? Yi Feng smiled helplessly and explained, I'm cultivating a special kind of divine art. I need to destroy the old to make way for the new, but I can't bring myself to do it, so I need you to stab me once. I won't blame you. Hearing this, Lu Dashi was even more scared. I was wrong, Mr. Zhu. I wouldn't dare to do anything disrespectful to you. Seeing this, Yi Feng could only cover his face and leave helplessly. I messed up. Suddenly asking someone to stab you is going to scare anyone. I need to explain things clearly. Next, Yi Feng found another person who seemed trustworthy. He put on a serious face and said, So that's the thing. I want you to kill me. This left Wang Daotian completely clueless, Mr. Zhu is very kind and powerful, but it seems like he's not quite right in the head, even if he didn't move. And I gave it my all. Would I even leave a mark, Mr. Zhu doesn't understand himself. That's why he dares to say such things. Yi Feng eagerly said, Go ahead, just kill me. Wang Daotian subconsciously responded, Yes. Then he unleashed a powerful aura and stabbed straight at Yi Feng. Here I come. The attack created a strong pressure. But strangely, Yi Feng remained standing there unharmed, while Wang Daotian was out of breath. Yi Feng looked at him with disdain and asked, Is that all you got? You need to put a little more effort into it. Wang Daotian started crying. You don't even realize what kind of person you are. How can I stab you to death with this? Hearing this, Yi Feng realized, Oh right, I've leveled up a lot from fighting monsters. I'm practically a top expert now. Then, Yi Feng looked at Wang Daotian with a look of disdain and said, But you're too weak. At least you should leave a mark on me. Wang Daotian could only cry in his heart. It was hard enough to squeeze into the top 5 strongest on Dark Shadow Island, but I didn't expect to be so weak in Mr. Zhu's eyes. I need to keep trying. In the town, Yi Feng wandered everywhere looking for someone, but in the end, he couldn't find anyone. They were all too weak. Looks like it's impossible to die on this island. I need to find a peerless expert to kill me. There are many experts living in the 9 realms. I'll go visit their ancestors for 18 generations. I don't believe they won't kill me. After Su Yongner mobilized the power of the entire sect and brought the spirit stones to buy the demonic cores from before, Yi Feng was already packing his bags, embarking on his journey to seek death. Yi Feng gave a bitter smile and said, Damn it, so many days have passed, and I've tried everything, but I just can't die. Suddenly, in the distance, Yi Feng saw a large ship. Looking closer, it was a large ship, and many expert escorts were flying towards him. On the ship was a large character, Hong. It was the Hong sect, one of the strongest of the Ji sects. Inside the ship's cabin were 2 blurry figures, ethereal and indistinct. Hong, beautiful, sat in contemplation. Seeing this, a maid came to inquire, Miss, the 3 Lives sect suddenly disbanded without any warning. The reason behind it is really something to think about, Piao Miao Hong coldly said. No need to investigate. This time there's a saint reincarnated, so everything is already very complicated. Including the 3 great Dakyo sects in the 3 Lives sect were just pawns being used. Perhaps they offended someone they shouldn't have. Being destroyed is only natural. Seriously, miss? Is this saint really that powerful? Piao Miao Hong was all. Don't you dare underestimate this saint-snatching war. That day was considered the closest thing to written history. His very appearance can sway the perception of an entire world. Just a word from him can affect the luck of the entire realm. That's why it said, he who wins the saint's favor wins the world. Piao Miao Hong coldly added, It's just that everyone's still keeping their cards close to their chest. Hearing this, the little maid seemed to get it. So that's why we gotta lay low at this tiny Hong sect, huh? Clever move, miss. Piao Miao Hong mused. You're not completely clueless, huh? Piao Miao Hong, internally calculating. No need to act unless necessary. I don't want any karma sticking to me. Who knows what kind of existences are lurking in the 9 realms at this time? One slip-up and I'm exposed. The earlier you reveal yourself in this saint-snatching war, the bigger the disadvantage. Suddenly, a violent collision shook the boat, startling them both. The boat came to a halt. Piao Miao Hong immediately threw open the curtains. What's going on? A master reported. Reporting, Miss, a man in white is suddenly blocking our path. Piao Miao Hong coldly ordered, Get rid of him. Remember what I told you? Yes. 2 masters flew towards the roadblock. Yi Feng smirked mischievously. Here they come. Yi Feng, disguised as a bandit with a fake beard, cleared his throat. Ahem, I built this road. I planted that tree. To pass, you gotta pay the toll. Yi Feng grinned, thinking, These guys are making such a big entrance, they can't be simple folk. If I'm lucky, I might run into a master who can off me in one shot. The master coldly glared at Yi Feng. How much do you want? Yi Feng was stunned. Seeing his expression, the master asked, Aren't you robbing us? How much do you need? Yi Feng felt a little awkward. Shouldn't I be more enthusiastically suicidal? Yi Feng replied. 10,000. Ah, no. 1,000,000 immortal crystals. That's right. Not a single crystal less. Otherwise, you're not moving forward unless you kill me. As soon as Yi Feng finished, the master tossed him a ring. Here's 2,000,000 immortal crystals. Please, let us pass. Yi Feng caught the ring, utterly bewildered. That's not how this was supposed to go. Then Yi Feng pretended to be magnanimous, saying, how about I give you guys a chance? If you kill me, you don't have to spend 2,000,000. How's that? I'm so reasonable, right? The crowd was speechless. Suddenly, Yi Feng received another ring, leaving him even more confused. Looking at the 2 rings in his hand, Yi Feng's lips twitched. There are 3,000,000 immortal crystals in this ring. That's a total of 5,000,000, sir. You can leave now. Yi Feng felt the script going further and further off the rails, making such a grand entrance. Plus, you can tell these guys come from a big power. They should have some backbone, right? Yi Feng, frustrated, stubbornly threw back the 2 rings. I'm not robbing money. I'm robbing women. As soon as Yi Feng said that, the master signaled to a subordinate to leave. The subordinate understood and said, yes, leader. Suddenly, a girl was tossed at Yi Feng, making him panic. What the hell are these people? Suddenly, Yi Feng looked up and saw a graceful figure on the boat. It was the beautiful and graceful Piao Miao Hong, drawing back the curtain and stepping out. Seeing this, Yi Feng immediately dropped the girl he was holding and secretly rejoiced. She's definitely the important one. If you're going to kidnap someone, you got to get the best. You guys are so generous. Huh, I don't believe it for a second. Yi Feng pointed at Piao Miao Hong and said, I want that woman. Hearing this, Piao Miao Hong was stunned. The subordinates went berserk, unleashing their powerful pressure. You're tired of living. Yi Feng, pleased that he got a reaction, said, you're right, I am tired of living. The master, enraged, said, to avoid karma, to prevent exposure, 5,000,000 is fine, a maid is fine, anything you want is fine, but you dare to covet our young miss. This is unforgivable. He unleashed a powerful attack. So this is what it feels like, to be on the verge of death. Man, it's kind of nice. Once I kick the bucket, the me who completed the mission will enter nirvana. After that, I'll achieve immortality. Immortality. Which basically means I'll be invincible. When that happens, I'll find a few saintesses to cultivate with, and then I'll plunder all the treasures in the world. Just imagining it makes me giddy with joy. Suddenly, a ding sound. Yi Feng opened his eyes, puzzled, and saw that guy's sword had been retracted. Yi Feng asked, confused, hey, what's the big idea? It was Piao Miao Hong who made a move and retracted the sword. She coldly pulled her hand back. The subordinate could only shut up. On the other hand, Yi Feng was furious. Damn it, you ruined my good time. She flew down and landed in front of Yi Feng, saying, young master, my subordinate was disrespectful to you just now. I apologize, but I still advise you to leave quickly. After all, we are from the Jimen Hong sect. I'm afraid you can't afford to offend us. As she spoke, she was gathering a chi ball in her hand. She looked at Yi Feng and smiled. Of course, when you leave, you can still take the spirit essence from earlier, along with that maidservant. Yi Feng cursed in anger. Don't think I don't know your tricks. Inquisitively, what's wrong, young master? A figure flashed past. Yi Feng had already arrived behind her, and struck with a palm. She fainted. Then, Yi Feng carried her over his shoulder. Before Piao Miao Hong's people could react, Yi Feng was already running away with her. Son of a, got a bolt. By the time they reacted, Yi Feng had already grabbed the person. They panicked and shouted angrily, damn it! The young miss, with all her strength, got kidnapped. Quickly, give chase. Yi Feng was overjoyed to have caught her. He laughed triumphantly, but didn't forget his anger, and slapped her butt. For ruining my good time. For ruining my good time. G-men. Although I don't understand much, it's probably a sect from outside that settled in the 9 realms. This woman's identity is definitely not ordinary. But if I kidnap her, that Hong sect or whatever will probably send a bunch of experts to kill me, right? Thinking of this, Yi Feng looked forward to it even more, and said with a triumphant grin, come chase after me to kill me. Yi Feng hurriedly climbed onto the turtle's back, laid her down, and thought to himself, I still have to keep this grudge going. It looks like having this girl here will probably attract their elders, or even their sect leader. Yi Feng said a few threatening words and left. I'm waiting for your Hong sect to come save her. You better hurry up, or I'll come and destroy your Hong sect. Lu Kiao Chen, whose wig had been blown off, leaving only the hairnet, started racking his brains. Just what kind of person is he? Without using any cultivation, he was able to withstand my sword? Not only was he unharmed, but I was injured instead. Could it be that he's here because of the Saint War? Or is he an enemy from the celestial domain? Or has the young miss been exposed? Luo Chen, remembering someone, made a final decision. I'm going back to find reinforcements. After speaking, both of them flew away, leaving everyone behind stunned. They ran away. They started to panic. If they run away, what will happen to our Hong sect? We were just here to fill the numbers. What are we going to do now? Elder. The man with the protruding lip looked nervous. What else can we do? Quickly go back and report to the sect leader. Luo Chen's one sword alone is enough to make the Hong sect lose all hope, and that mysterious person in white who took that sword unexpectedly said he wanted to come and find our Hong sect. The group quickly left, still complaining. Oh God, what karma did we create? You immortals are fighting. Why drag our Lei Hong sect into this? Over at Yi Feng's place, he had arrived at a more spacious and quiet location. Yi Feng enjoyed the cold wind blowing on him, causing him to sigh in appreciation. This is indeed a great place to hide. Yi Feng turned around abruptly, looking behind him, looking at Piao Miao Hong, who was sleeping soundly. He assured her, Beauty, don't worry, I'm just using you to attract hatred. I won't hurt you. Later, when I'm immortal and indestructible, I'll come and compensate you. Yi Feng looked around expectantly. Your Hong sect has to hurry up, okay? It's best if the whole sect comes out. Make a big splash. At the Hong sect, in a towering city that pierced the sky, the Hong sect leader ordered all his subordinates. In short, absolutely no information is to be leaked. Cooperate unconditionally with Miss Piao Miao Hong. Everyone immediately obeyed. Understood. This saint battle. They knew very well that such a struggle was not something a mere Jia sect was qualified to participate in. Even if they forced their way in, they'd only end up as cannon fodder. Luckily, this real powerhouse of the heavenly domain, Piao Miao Hong, brought a guard and a maid to this place, wanting to stay temporarily. They proposed that as long as they cooperated in keeping their identities a secret, they could get some benefits after the saint-snatching war ended. Of course, the Hong sect understood. A powerhouse like Piao Miao Hong, even a tiny bit of oil leaking from her fingernails would be enough to fill their bellies and give them a bright future. Mo Zhui rushed in, panicked. Report, it's bad. The head honcho looked at him, running over. What is it? Mo Zhui shouted. Miss Piao Miao Hong has been kidnapped. The Hong sect leader was utterly shocked to hear that. What? The elder recounted the entire process, making the Hong sect leader dizzy. Motherfucker, what in the heavens is going on? We finally found a backer, and now she's been kidnapped by some terrifying, mysterious person, he stammered. What about that Luo Shen? Mo Zhui looked terrified. That Luo Shen couldn't beat the mysterious person and almost kicked the bucket. Then he took the maid and ran. The head honcho clutched his head in despair. How could this happen? Whether the Hong sect can become a Dao sect depends entirely on her. Mo Zhui hurried to the more important matter. Sect leader, please don't think about becoming a Dao sect just yet. Miss Piao Miao Hong claimed to be from our Hong sect, so before leaving, the mysterious person said he'll wait for us to come rescue her, and if we don't come, he'll wipe out the entire Hong sect. The Hong sect leader was so frightened that he fell backward, and his subordinates rushed to support him. The sect leader frantically pressed his acupoints in fear. The Hong sect leader was tense, feeling like he was falling into an abyss. The kidnapper of Piao Miao Hong even made Luo Shen run away. What the hell does my Hong sect have to use to save her? We don't even qualify to be cannon fodder anymore. The surrounding subordinates were in a constant flurry, full of worry. Sect leader, what should we do next? That's right, the Hong sect leader hastily ordered. Someone, pass down my order. Seal off the mountain gate. Activate the Grand Protective Formation. Everyone, turtle up for me. Everyone hurried to spread the word. Understood. On a towering mountain peak, Yi Feng had been waiting. After several hours, he grew impatient and paced back and forth. For crying out loud, how slow can a Jinni sect be, motherfucker? I've been waiting here all day, I didn't go far at all. Logically speaking, there should be some kind of movement by now, right? Piao Miao Hong woke up at this moment, looking dejected. If there's a mountain higher than a high mountain, the person who kidnapped me is probably related to a saint, right? Because of the information they want to get from me? Or they want to eliminate a competitor? Or they want to hinder the person behind me? And it doesn't matter anyway, because I don't have much time left. Yi Feng was a little confused, seeing her wake up obediently. But this woman is really strange. She woke up and didn't say a word. Fast forward half a month later, Yi Feng was still eagerly waiting, which gradually made Piao Miao Hong feel suspicious. It's been half a month already. It seems this person doesn't want to kill me, and hasn't been asking for clues or doing anything else. Another half-month passed, and Yi Feng lost all patience, crushing a rock. That damn Hong sect chicken coop. It's been a whole month, but why haven't they come? Yi Feng turned to look at her, thinking, this is not good. Can't keep waiting like this. Must wait while finding another sucker to die. Yi Feng stomped over to her with a murderous aura. Excuse me, do you know any dangerous places? A place where it's easy to lose your life, and once you go in, there's only one road. Piao Miaohong misunderstood that he wanted to kill her, and became tense, thinking in her head, he's threatening me. He's threatening me. If I don't cooperate next, he'll throw me into a place where there's only one road to death. As expected, his methods are terrifying. She looked at him and secretly evaluated. His plan is to put psychological pressure on me first, and then wait for me to beg for mercy so he can ask everything he wants to know. If that's the case, I'll do the opposite. Not only will I not beg for mercy, but I'll even willingly tell you about an extremely dangerous place. Piao Miaohong sat up and told him. That terrifying forest is a new land, born from the reincarnation of a saint. The birth of a saint can affect the style and fortune of a world. During this stage, all kinds of fortuitous lands and extremely terrifying lands will appear in the 9 realms. The person who kidnapped me probably wants to know what fortuitous land I have in my grasp, right? At the moment, these places are indeed places that the forces are fighting over. The methods of the forces are different, so it appears that this force knows about this place, while another force knows about a few other places, and the terrifying forest is a terrifying land that Piao Miaohong knows about, Yi Feng pondered. The terrifying forest, huh? He excitedly turned around, secretly laughing. Just hearing the name makes it sound terrifying, Yi Feng happily said to her. Then please show me the way. Piao Miaohong was silent for a moment, then replied, Okay. Thus, the two of them set off, and she slowly led him to the terrifying forest, a place where the surrounding trees had no leaves and the air was gloomy. Yi Feng looked around. This is the terrifying forest, Piao Miaohong nodded. That's right. Piao Miaohong guessed that Yi Feng would definitely threaten her at this moment, forcing her to reveal the fortuitous land she had in her grasp, otherwise he would push her into the terrifying forest. But she had already decided from the start that she would never reveal the fortuitous lands she had. Piao Miaohong consciously walked into the forest, thinking, At worst, I'll just die. Yi Feng quickly stopped her. What are you doing? He quickly tied her to a tree. What are you doing going in there? Just wait here. Yi Feng turned around and walked straight into the forest. Using her to attract the Hongsex people was just a last resort. How could I let her go to her death? Yi Feng excitedly skipped into the forest, to the astonishment of Piao Miaohong. Terrifying forest, here I come. Piao Miaohong was like, Huh, with a super confused look. What game are we playing here? Yi Feng, holding the torch, ventured deeper into the forest. He glanced around, not scared at all, not even knowing what dangers this forest actually held. This forest is gloomy. So gloomy indeed. The terrifying forest lord, seeing someone enter, got all excited and followed closely behind. Another little worm has entered. Countless immortals have mistakenly entered this forest to become my food. It quickly attacked him from behind all of a sudden. Even though this is just a snack, I can't waste it. Your cultivation will become a part of me. The hell? Wait a minute. The terrifying forest lord paused to assess him, realizing this guy was dangerous and not to be messed with. The aura on this guy is no joke, and the torch in his hand carries a purifying power that restrains me. A demon. The forest lord got scared, screaming in fear, losing all its arrogant demeanor. It remembered its mommy, her advice. Honey, when you grow up, you have to be a good person, okay? The terrifying forest lord immediately burst into tears. Mommy, it was so scared. It immediately abandoned its territory and flew away. Deadly memories are attacking me like crazy. What kind of trick is this? I'm not even on the same level as this guy. So scary I want to go home. Yi Feng, seeing the sky gradually brighten, was confused. Why is it suddenly getting brighter? Because the terrifying forest lord had left. Peace was restored, and the forest gradually regained its vibrant appearance. Looking at the clear blue sky and white clouds, the terrifying forest had become a normal forest because of him, leaving Yi Feng speechless. Damn it, that woman tricked me. Looking at the atmosphere before, I thought this place was really scary, but it turns out it was just dark clouds covering the sun. This environment is not scary at all. Going back. Piao Miaohong wriggled, trying to escape from the restraining ropes, but failed. She got annoyed. Damn it, I can't escape from this rope at all. What the heck is that man doing? Leaving me out here alone and running into the terrifying forest himself. If that's the case, why did he even capture me? She frowned, thinking it over, then muttered to herself. The longer you're in the terrifying forest, the more dangerous it is. If you go in for 15 minutes and don't come out, you basically can't get out anymore. And he's been in there for half a day already. He's been in there so long and hasn't come out. He must have abandoned me inside. Piao Miaohong forced a smile. What a weirdo, Yi Feng. Walked over and untied the ropes for her. What are you spacing out for? Let's go, Piao Miaohong. Seeing him come back unharmed, was so surprised that her jaw dropped. How did you come back? She didn't even know when the ropes had been untied. She glanced at the forest and was even more shocked. Seeing the gloomy forest turn green, Piao Miao Hong stammered, wide-eyed. This is a lie. It must be some kind of miracle. She looked back at him, constantly simping. Could it be that he has dealt with all the threats inside? This is too unbelievable, considering how powerful the man in front of me is. The two quickly left, and Piao Miao Hong asked, Excuse me, why did you capture me? Yi Feng wanted to ask first. Before answering your question, can you answer one of mine? Yi Feng frowned, looking at her. Can you tell me when the Hong sect behind you will come to save you? Piao Miao Hong blankly pointed at herself. The Hong sect is saving me. Yi Feng chuckled and walked away. Let me be honest with you. Capturing you is just to attract the Hong sect's hatred. I'm waiting for the Hong sect to come and save you. Piao Miao Hong stared at him warily. Waiting for the Hong sect to come and save me so you can catch them all in one swoop. Yi Feng immediately gave an answer that proved he was crazy. WTF. Not to catch them all in one swoop, but to wait for them to kill me. Piao Miao Hong was dumbfounded after hearing this. You mean the purpose of capturing me is just to attract the Hong sect's hatred so they'll come here and kill you? Yi Feng was satisfied. That's right, you're very smart. Piao Miao Hong felt like she was talking to someone with mental problems and thought to herself, a super-duper master of unknown strength captures someone whose strength is higher than who knows how many Hong sects just to wait for a key-level sect to come and kill him. She gradually suspected that he might have something wrong with his head. Yi Feng looked at her expression and guessed what she was thinking, saying, You might not believe it, but my goal is to find death, he explained. In order to find death, I've thought of countless ways before, but none of them worked, so I chose your convoy. I originally saw the imposing manner of your convoy and thought that your strength must be very strong, and that you could see me as a robber and kill me. But you guys, Yi Feng began to complain. I can't help but criticize you for a moment. Where did you find your guards? They're really too noob. So I can only tie you up, so that the Hong sect behind you will come to save you, and then surround and attack me to death. He sighed, turning away. But the Hong sect's movements are too damn slow. Piao Miao Hong had understood his intentions, so his goal was actually to attract the Hong sect to kill him. The ridiculous thing is that my guards are gods, and they're probably no match for him. Why does he think the Hong sect can kill him? Piao Miao Hong threw a stone at him. Look at this. Yi Feng frantically read the information in it, surprised. The Hong sect's strongest Kai-level expert announced he was going into seclusion for half a month. Super surprised. After half a month of seclusion, the Hong sect's strongest Kai-level expert announced seclusion, then disbanded on the spot. After he clutched his head, feeling incredulous. Doesn't this mean I've wasted a whole damn month? Can't you guys be a little more substantial? Piao Miao Hong chuckled softly to herself, thinking, the reason for the Hong sect's disbandment can be guessed pretty easily. You can kidnap me, but how could the Hong sect possibly provoke them? So, isn't the root of all this a good deed caused by you? But after observing for so long, I can conclude that. She glanced at Yi Feng. This young man, strong enough to defy the heavens, seemed to have no concept of his own strength or the strength of others. Suddenly, a loud noise caught their attention. Two guys fighting just happened to wander over to them. Yi Feng stared in astonishment. This is... Piao Hong, with just a glance, knew they were amateurs. Their fighting style was all show. You can tell at a glance that they are only at the 7th or 8th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, still green. After all, by the Dao realm, the moves would be more refined, without any unnecessary movements. After merging with the Dao, killing people would be like doing it in invisible space. Just watch the fun. Yi Feng didn't think so. He looked excited. These are true ultimate experts. It's a pity I can't see them anymore. I should have rushed between them just now. Piao Miao Hong was stunned, thinking to herself, sure enough, this guy has no concept of his own strength whatsoever. Yi Feng looked regretful. Another month wasted. This Hong sect is too flimsy. Why did they disband? You can go now. Piao Miao Hong realized how simple his mind was, and chuckled inwardly. I thought I was engaged in a battle of wits with this guy, but it's not at all what I thought. However, Piao Miao Hong hesitated. With my connections, I might be able to find a place that poses a threat to you, maybe helping you die. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Really? Piao Miao Hong patted her chest confidently. I will use all means to help you get your wish, but I have a condition. In this process, if there's anything I need your help with, I hope you will lend a hand. Yi Feng happily patted her shoulder. Deal. Piao Miao Hong looked at him calculatingly. When the saints fight, if I can hire an expert like that to help, I can imagine how many benefits there will be. As for the reason, he wants to die anyway. Don't ask too much then. Piao Miao Hong took out a map and showed it to him. I'll mark it on the map for you. She hesitated, then pointed to a spot. This is an extremely dangerous place. Maybe it can grant your wish. Yi Feng didn't seem too convinced. Really, Piao Miao Sheng wasn't too sure. In terms of danger, the Terror Forest is nothing compared to this place. But whether it can ultimately help you get your wish is hard to say. Yi Feng rolled up the map and said, "Looks pretty legit." He accepted to go there. Understood. Regardless of success or failure, at least I have a goal again. But if I die there directly, wouldn't that be a big loss for you? Piao Miao Hong smiled lightly. If that's really the case, then just consider it as forming a good karma. Yi Feng cheerfully gave her a thumbs up and left. Don't worry, you've been so sincere, I won't forget you after I die. Her face darkened, and she gave him a weird smile. The Dark Domain, a place I have no right to set foot in. Through years of exploration, the Immortal's understanding of the Dark Domain is not as simple as it seems. It turns out that after the dark mist spread, not everyone inside is a mutated demon. There are also many people with high intelligence, like Immortals, who gather and live in a city. They have good order, strict discipline, and rules, even more like a kind of advanced race descending. This discovery shocked the major forces of Yunjing at that time. Because in that case, the appearance of the Dark Domain was not an accident at all, but there was a huge invisible hand behind the scenes manipulating, and the place Piao Miao Hong marked for Yi Feng was the demon city discovered at that time. After the discovery of this demon city, countless forces joined forces with the intention of exploring, but no one ever returned alive. Yi Feng happily rode Man straight to his next place of death. Afterwards, everyone listed this place on the Forbidden Land list. With more exploration, Forbidden Lands have also been clearly divided into 9 levels, 1 being the highest, 9 being the lowest. Most of the areas inside are level 8 to 9. Level 7 Forbidden Lands are almost non-existent, and there are explicit orders prohibiting entry, and the actual level of this demon city is unknown, but humans temporarily classify it as a level 6 Forbidden Land. First, Yi Feng pointed forward excitedly. Man, move forward. Let's enter the Dark Domain. Man sped up to get to its destination. Yi Feng slept like a log, while Hua Tiwei kept making noise. Annoying. Man, get out of here. Hua Tiwei wasn't afraid at all, and folded his arms, looking at it. Hey man, you're too narrow-minded. That Lu guy isn't here, and a snail like you is acting like the boss. Hua Tiwei pouted. I'm not gonna bicker with you. Let's talk business. That wall ahead is the original border. You really gotta go out there. Man was silent for a moment, then replied, a lot of things are out of control, beyond the initial plan. Seems like someone's trying to mess things up behind the scenes. And the most important thing is that the master wants to die now. Can you even stop him? Anyway, I can't die, but your little legs are short, so find a way to survive early. Hua Tiwei, annoyed at being called short-legged, cursed, damn it, man, if you can't die, how can I die? Manchman and Hua Tiwei turned to look at Yi Feng, who was sound asleep. But seriously, even if the master wants to die, will he really die? Manchman narrowed her eyes. Maybe he wants to use this as an excuse to do something. Forget it. With our IQ, we can't figure out such a big situation. Let's just stick with the master and wait for death. Hua Tiwei frowned, remembering Lu Banwei's extravagant lifestyle. Seeing how that Lu guy was living it up every day, hooking up with girls and leading a bunch of lackeys, it all stank. He turned profound and said, do you know how those girls feel? Yi Feng, having slept enough, groggily woke up. Seeing that they had arrived, he sat up and looked around. Is this the place? He warily curled his lip. Man automatically led the way. It should be right. It's just that a big city like this has no one around. It really looks like a dead city. Maybe we should check out the situation outside the city first. A few hours later, Yi Feng started wandering around. Seeing the desolation, he exclaimed, great, it's a village. Yi Feng happily ran to find survivors. Is anyone there? I'm passing by and want to grab a bite to eat. Hearing footsteps in the distance, Yi Feng turned around excitedly. Footsteps? And a lot of people. Are all the villagers coming? Seems like pure-hearted people can only be found in small mountain villages. But the ones who came were a bunch of mutated creatures, not humans. They were also stunned by his appearance. Human. Immediately, the group reacted and charged at him. It's a human. Seeing the aggressive group, Yi Feng was overjoyed. Awesome. So they're monsters. Moreover, these aren't even comparable to the monsters I've encountered before. No wonder Piao Miao Hong said this place was dangerous. But before the monster could touch him, a slash came and severed its arm. Another monster, Tan Lan, rushed forward. He's mine! But it was immediately smashed to death by a bigger monster. Get lost! Suddenly, instead of uniting to tear him apart, They started tearing each other apart. Yi Feng's mouth twitched. What? What the heck? I finally have a chance to die. Do you have to act like this? He helplessly watched the monsters fighting over him, feeling like the female lead in a harem anime. Yi Feng gradually got bored, and his eyes drooped. He fell asleep again, only waking up an hour later. Yi Feng rubbed his eyes. Seems like there's no movement. Seeing the monsters lying all over the place, he panicked slightly. What? They're all dead. Seeing the only monster that's still alive, struggling to get to him, Yi Feng got excited, as if he was saved at the last minute. Too good, still alive. Are you the winner? Congrats, I'm yours. Yi Feng cheerfully reached out to grab the monster's hand, but then he realized that its lower half was already cut off. What the hell is this? Inside the magic city, a voice rang out. Gao De, Gao Er, how's your proficiency now? A Dao. A Er knelt down. A person called A Dao answered first. Reporting to the Lord, we are proficient for now, but some details need refinement. The one who two people called Lord reminded the two people. Remember that in order to blend into humans better without being detected, you must maintain human living habits for transformation, and strive to be no different from ordinary humans when you set out in the future. The two accepted the Lord's admonition, and shouted in unison, Yes, great Lord. Just when everything was thought to be over, a hurried report startled Lord Lai. A beast-like minion knelt down and reported, Lord, something has happened according to the clues reported. A master is wandering around our territory, and when we arrived, 7 or 8 villages had been massacred, and the perpetrator is said to be a human. Lord Lai sneered when he heard this. Humans again? Do they think that not enough humans have died in recent years? So he assigned 2 subordinates, A Day and A Er. Leave this to you. Take your canine clan and bring me this person's head. The 2 grinned slyly and answered in unison. Welp. On the other side, a sword pierces the head of a demonic creature. It's Yi Feng, looking super annoyed. I'm seriously done. Not only are these villages full of these damn demons, but they're all useless trash, can't find any food, can't even die properly like a bunch of weaklings. Not only are they wasting my time, but they also ripped my clothes that cost me 2 immortal crystals. Finally, he grabs his sword and makes a quick decision. No more wandering around. I'm going straight to the city to see if there's anything good. At this moment, a bunch of dog-like demonic creatures are waiting with axes, looking fierce as hell. A Dao touches his body, feeling like something's off. But A chuckles and reassures him. No choice. This is the Great One's order. We gotta maintain this human appearance at all times. Behind them is a whole army of dog demons. A Dao doesn't say anything else. Just about to say, Alright, let's kill the people outside the city. When he suddenly gets startled, he points at Yi Feng walking over and asks, That's a human, right? After confirming it's a human, he yells at his 500 brothers. It's a human for real, my little minions, charge. A excitedly shouts, Kill him! There's a big reward! Yi Feng notices the pack of dog demons. His eyes light up. Uniforms? These monsters look like they're well-trained. I got a feeling you guys are going to deliver. He's about to strike a heroic pose to face the axe attack from a demon, but he ends up being extremely disappointed with these monsters, so he pulls out his sword again and cries out in despair, More fodder! You too, Dai and A feeling hyped up like he snorted some good stuff, excitedly says, Not bad, got some skills. A continues his big bro sentence, Looks like we gotta step in. As soon as he finishes speaking, he appears behind Yi Feng, wanting to dissect him with his pretty little hands. He even says, Human, pay with your life. But when he sees Yi Feng's terrifying, weathered face and bloodthirsty aura, A freezes, his eyes widen, and he stutters in horror. TH this, Yi Feng is like, What's up? But the dude already jumped far away from him. Ada is a newbie, so he doesn't get what's going on. What's wrong, second bro? A is so scared he can't even speak properly, just keeps repeating, he. Finally, he decides on a sentence. Let's run, this guy's here to harvest our souls. He's unfathomable. Yi Feng is still confused, asking, What's going on? The two immediately run away. A-Day yells at A who already bailed, Damn it, why didn't you say so sooner? But a flame in the shape of a pea hits the two, causing them to faceplant into the ground. Yi Feng dusts off his hands and sighs. Trash. Cleaned up. I can handle it all by myself. Suddenly remembering something, he's startled. Right, did I just see humans? A asks anxiously. A Dao, what do we do now? Think of something. But A Dao says, I'm praying. He retorts. Your prayers are useless. He's coming towards us. Seeing himself in a weak position, A collapses on the ground in despair. I can't do it. I'm gonna die. A out of options, also lies on the ground. Even King Yama can't save me. I'm gonna die. However, Yi Feng puts his arms around the two's shoulders in a friendly manner. Hey, fellow villagers, no need to play dead. I killed all the demons. Get up. The two demons in human skins hurriedly kneel down and kowtow, begging for mercy. One says, "We were wrong. Please forgive us." And the other continues, "That's right. We won't dare again, big boss. Spare us," he quickly explains. "Fellow villagers, don't be scared. I'm a good guy. A good guy." He even kindly waves goodbye to the two with the words, "All right, I was just lending a hand. You guys hurry home and rest well. Don't go around causing trouble anymore," he says righteously. You don't need to ask my name. Yi Feng never leaves his name when he does good deeds. But in his heart he thinks. Air panicked when he saw Yi Feng leave, asking, We escaped, right?" Day chimed in. "Looks like he thinks we're humans." Then Day hurriedly urged, "What are you spacing out for? Quick, go back and report to the big boss. If that guy comes back, we're toast." Adair agreed. "Go, let's go." Both quickly vanished from the spot. A voice shouted, "Lord Evil Wolf, don't underestimate him. That human is a devil." "A devil?" Asher exclaimed, waving his arms wildly. "You didn't see him. He was just whack, whack, whack like chopping chives," Asher chimed in. "Yeah, he slaughtered hundreds of our little demon buddies." Another minion rushed in, reporting, "Lord Evil Wolf, the humans outside the city are heading toward the demon city. They'll be at our walls any minute." Evil Wolf, or rather Liu, chuckled coldly upon hearing this. Instantly, he disappeared. Evil Wolf reappeared on the city wall. He looked down at Yi Feng, approaching with disdain. "A milk-sniveling human dares to barge into the demon city alone." "How bold," Air warned. "That human is not to be trifled with, milord." Evil Wolf berated his subordinates. "You good-for-nothings. Are you seriously that scared of a puny human?" Evil Wolf revealed his demon form, asking his companion, "What do you think?" From within the swirling black smoke, another figure emerged. The other demons were somewhat excited to see the figure. He's finally showing himself. He usually stays in the shadows behind Lord Evil Wolf, only appearing at crucial moments. The newcomer was Kan Lang, Evil Wolf's twin brother, and he replied, "This guy, he really does give off a dangerous vibe." Evil Wolf chuckled upon hearing this, suggesting, "Looks like I'll have to trouble you to make a move. After all, you can wrap things up a bit faster than me." Kan Lang agreed. "All right, it's been a while since I last took action. Might as well have a taste of human flesh." Finishing his sentence, he shot towards Yi Feng with a roar. "Human!" All the demons cheered. Lord Kan Lang is making his move. This human is a goner, no doubt. However, Yi Feng looked at Kan Lang spinning around him with annoyance, muttering, "It's always the same old generic trash." He angrily struck it with a slash. "Let me wrap this up quickly." Kan Lang, who was so mighty a second ago, was now skewered straight through the chest with a blade. And on his way to the city gate, he hated the writer. "Seriously, I was only out here for a few seconds, and I already got to kick the bucket." Everyone's faces turned pale. Someone gasped, "Lord Kan Lang, died in battle. Nah, he totally just bit the dust." Those guys asked frantically, "What do we do now?" Yi Feng just stood there, looking indifferent. Yi Feng's thought, not too surprised. Figured as much. Couldn't even take one hit. Knew these stray demonic creatures were all just weaklings. He even called out cheerfully, "Anyone else want to try?" The others tucked their tails and scrambled away. Seeing everyone flee, one of the lizard guys tried to calm them. "What's the panic? So what if Lord Kan Lang lost? We still have his right-hand man, Lord E. Lang, don't we?" Dak caught on and brightened up. "Yeah, that's right, we still have Lord E. Lang." Piped up too. As expected of Lord E. Lang, even with Lord Kan Lang biting the dust, he isn't scared at all. Truly worthy of the Lord of the Demon City. What a hero among wolves. Evil Wolf had turned into a cowardly dog, with ears drooping and body trembling. The lizard demon admired Evil Wolf's heroic back, marveling, "Lord Evil Wolf is so calm, he clearly doesn't take that human seriously." The lizard demon even fantasized, "I'm so good at reading people, I've seized such a perfect opportunity to brown nose." Pushing his luck, the lizard demon continued, "If that's the case, we implore Lord Evil Wolf to take action and suppress this person so that we subordinates can witness the Great One's power." Annoyed by the pest, Evil Wolf threw the guy down, opening his mouth to curse. "Get the F out of here." The lizard demon screamed bloody murder. Evil Wolf thought to himself, "Crap, Kan Lang, who's stronger than me, got taken out. What good would it do for me to go up there? But in front of so many subordinates, I have to stay calm." Turns out Evil Wolf is weak, but has a lot of pride, so he ordered a retreat back to the main hall. He announced to all the demonic creatures, "This guy's strength is truly beyond our expectations. Can Lang's death is a major loss," and he reassured them. Having said that, everyone doesn't need to panic too much. This city gate was created by my demon race's forbidden magic. Even if Can Lang and I were still alive, we wouldn't be able to enter without undoing the forbidden magic. Therefore, that human definitely can't enter the demon city. The other demonic creatures roared in unison upon hearing this. "That's great!" However, a Shuxia scout from afar reported to Yi Lang, reporting, "Great Yi Lang, the city gate has been breached," like a slap in the face, but he still tried to maintain his composure, thinking in his head, "You must remain calm. Yi Lang absolutely cannot lose face in front of his subordinates. Perhaps that human is just taking a stroll around the city and will leave. He definitely won't kill his way here." Just as he was thinking this, another announcement came. "My lord, that human has already reached the outer city." Yi Lang couldn't hold back any longer. Damn it, the other demonic creatures panicked, asking each other, "What do we do? What now? Should we run?" Another demonic creature retorted, "Great Yi Lang hasn't fled yet. How can I leave?" The other demonic creature replied, "But this situation is impossible to stop that human." Suddenly, a Dao appeared like a bright star, offering a suggestion. "Great Yi Lang, I have a plan," Yi Lang hurriedly told him upon hearing this. "Dao, what brilliant plan do you have? Quickly tell me." Dao voiced his idea. "Does your excellency remember how we brothers avoided a calamity outside the city before?" Yi Lang recalled and was flustered because he took the two of them as humans. As he was speaking, Dao interrupted. "That's right, your excellency. What I mean is a replacement plan. Replace the entire city. All the demons transform into humans, so that human will think that this is a city only for humans and not a demon city. That way, he naturally won't continue his mass slaughter." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Lang immediately shouted, "A great plan!" His eyes sparkled, praising him greatly. "Ada, you truly are a loyal subject of the demon race. Quickly go and complete the entire plan." Ada obeyed. "Yes, your excellency." Then he continued, "Since it's called the replacement of the entire city plan, then the whole city must be mobilized. There can't be any loopholes. If that human sees through it, then we'll be doomed." Yi Lang chimed in. "Also, it's forbidden for any demons to discuss demon matters. If it falls into his ears, it will easily be exposed." Dao once again added, "Moreover, we must have all of Great Yi Lang's trusted subordinates dispatched. Closely monitor every move of that human to easily respond." Finally, Yi Lang coughed a few times to regain his authority. Everyone heard that, right? He sighed again, continuing, "Actually, this inferior strategy is also a last resort. It's definitely not that I, Yi Lang, am afraid of death. If I were to fully attack, risking this old life of mine, I'm afraid I'd only have a 60% chance of killing that human in the demon city. But my death wouldn't be a pity. But what about the demon city? What about the tens of thousands of demon race people?" Taking advantage of the situation, Yi Lang manipulated everyone with his words. "Once I fight with that human, this kind of high-level battle will cause the entire demon city to be reduced to ashes. That's what I don't want to see. Death is nothing to be afraid of. What's difficult is living with humiliation. But for the sake of the demon city, I have no choice." All the demonic creatures were moved to tears upon hearing this. So Great Yi Lang is paying such a high price for the demon city. Then they knelt down and shouted, "Your Excellency is wise. Your Excellency is devoting all his efforts for our demon race. Having your Excellency here is a blessing for our demon city." Yi Lang raised his eyebrows, telling all the demonic creatures to rise. "Go, according to what Adang just said. Relay the order to the entire city. At the same time, send out my elite wolf race to patrol the entire city, closely watching the movements of that person. Report any news immediately," everyone shouted in unison. "Following your orders." The order was relayed, and the demonic creatures throughout the city began to take action. Some demonic creatures had already disguised themselves, asking how that human was doing. Each person desperately transformed into a human. As for Yi Lang, although he cultivated a lot, the number of times he had seen humans could be counted on one hand. Based on that fragmented memory, he transformed into a middle-aged man. After transforming, Yi Lang told everyone, "Many people have never seen humans and don't know what humans look like. Take a close look at what they look like, then go back and transform properly." All the demonic creatures obeyed in unison. Yes, Yi Lang saw that it was stable and said, "All right, Dismiss. He laughed a few times in contempt. Once everyone has transformed, I'll be safe. A perfect plan. Someone in the courtyard shouted, "Everyone quickly do as Great Yi Lang says." Dozens of humans came out of the same mold, chattering among themselves. Quickly look closely to see if there are any oversights. A group of people encouraged each other. That's right, help each other. Observe carefully. If anyone makes a mistake, Great Yi Lang will definitely not forgive him. Someone said, "You have an extra hand." Someone else reminded, "Tail, quickly hide it." The remaining person said, "Hair, hair. Great Yi Lang's hair isn't that long." Finally, the decision was made. We must transform to look just like Great Yi Lang. A sharp sword was nakedly displayed. Yi Feng sighed in frustration, completely not expecting this to be a demon city. After entering the city, he even took care of a few, casually. I need to pay more attention. Suddenly, a person saw him and shouted in panic. Yi Feng smiled. "Oh, there are humans in this city." Seeing the other party's expression, he guessed that they were probably frightened by the demonic creatures just now. So he walked past, sighing as he spoke. Another pitiful person. The vile demonic creatures. But little did he know, the reason that person was pale was because of, that devil really isn't killing people anymore. No, that human really isn't killing demons anymore. The news immediately reached the main hall, and a voice rang out. "Very good." Yi Lang patted the shoulders of the two warriors, and Da, praising them. Da, this time my demon city can overcome this tribulation. Your brother's contribution cannot be overlooked. Da humbly said, "Your Excellency, it's all what we should do." Added, "Now it seems that human has begun to believe. What we must do next is to continue acting out this drama." He felt they both made perfect sense, so he ordered, "Exactly. I'll have them keep a close eye on things. We'll just chill here and wait for news." It was then Yi Feng realized that the further he went, the more people were gathered. It seemed this city hadn't completely fallen into enemy hands. Just a part of it had been overrun by demonic creatures. Seeing those weak, pitiful folks lingering outside, he sighed with pity. They're all just poor souls. Can't bear to see it. However, what he said next made those people tremble in fear. But the people here are quite unique, aren't they? Even though being biased isn't right. But still, Yi Feng shouted, feeling frustrated. This dilapidated city is so weird. Sure, it's been invaded by demonic beings, but you'd expect at least a few shops to be open for business. How else would these people survive? Inside the main hall, a voice roared. "Too sloppy. Way too sloppy." Yi Lang immediately commanded, "Spread the word. No matter what, make this city look like a human settlement. I want eateries, inns, stalls. Arrange everything ASAP. If anyone screws up, I'll wipe out their entire clan." Everyone scrambled to their feet, putting up stalls and setting out tables and chairs to create an eatery. Ji Xiang, in his human form, thought nervously. Clan annihilation is no joke. No matter what, the Xiang clan can't be exposed. Suddenly, Yi Feng wandered over to his stall. "Oh, finally seeing some street life," he asked Ji Xiang. "Your stall has nothing. What exactly are you selling?" Ji Xiang stared at the empty table and thought, "Crap, too sloppy. Didn't prepare any ingredients." Yi Feng continued, "Don't you guys have anything to sell?" Ji Xiang quietly said, "Yes." Hearing that, he asked, "Selling what?" He hesitantly said, "A dish. Paw." Bear paw. Yi Feng got excited when he heard there was food. "This is good stuff. Gotta try it. Give me a bear paw and a jug of wine." Ji Xiang broke out in a sweat, saying, Okay. Looking at the chopping board and the knife, Ji Xiang swore to himself, "If anyone messes this up, I'll wipe out their clan." He grabbed the knife, trembling as he looked at his own bear paw, and decisively brought the knife down. And so, a dish that you can cook at home was born, braised bear paw, with unique ingredients like a bear paw, wild vegetables picked by the roadside, and a variety of seasonings. The food was served quickly. Yi Feng gave the service a 9 out of 10, praising it. From afar, seeing Yi Feng's satisfied expression, Yi Lang said, "So that's how humans set up stalls." Almost screwed up, he even praised it. Ji Xiang is such a clever little devil. Then Yi Lang relayed the next order. "Spread the word. Everyone, prepare ingredients." And Da chimed in. "And wine. This demon wants wine." However, he was shot down. Asking for wine. Where are we going to get wine in our demon city? Suddenly, he remembered something and stammered, There is. In a deep cave, there are 2 figures. Yi Lang kicked one of them, scolding, "Hurry up and get it, you useless old geezer. The whole city's been feeding you. Now you're being stingy with just 1 jug of human medicinal wine." Then, Ignoring the dark figure's sobbing, he insisted, "No matter how valuable this jug is, don't worry about it. Stabilizing that demon is the most important thing right now." In his heart, Yi thought, "Gotta get the wine to that human ASAP, the sooner the better." Following that, a citizen carried the jug of wine out, panting heavily, saying, "The wine is here," Ji Yuxiong happily thought to himself. As expected of Lord Yi, he got the wine so quickly, Yi Feng was satisfied to have wine. "You guys really have everything." He downed it in one gulp. Praising the delicious wine, Ji Yuxiong quickly said, "It's good that you're satisfied." But Yi Feng still complained about one thing. It's just that the taste of this bear paw is quite disappointing. With such high-quality ingredients, your boss's cooking skills are too poor. Hearing that, Ji Yuxiong wanted to curse Yi Feng's entire family. But for the sake of his noble mission, he had to... Suddenly, Yi Feng asked, "Your bear paw turned out like this. Are you some kind of fake peddler?" From afar, Yi was horrified. "Crap, it's happening again. The taste resemblance is back." But then he pouted and said, forget it. Having food in this place is already pretty good. Can't be too picky." Yi gritted his teeth, trembling with anger as he realized a truth. Damn it, just telling them to prepare ingredients isn't enough. How to make those ingredients satisfy that devil is even more important. So, he issued another order. "Spread the word throughout the entire city to research cooking for me." His subordinates hastily accepted the order. Yes, Yi didn't dare to slack off either. He set up a time formation in the main hall. Inside, a month would pass for every day outside, using this to buy time. Then, he personally led talent from across the demon city, flipping through fragmented information about humans he had in hand. Meanwhile, countless pots were simultaneously set up, and within 3 or 4 days they were spread throughout the city. But Yi angrily threw everything away, screaming to vent his frustration, "If it's not salty, it's bland, or it's burnt. I must make a dish that glows." Everyone around him panicked. The leader's demands for taste were too high. By the 7th day, they managed to create a dish of stir-fried pork with peppers that actually glowed. Yi finally laughed and said, "The 858th time, I finally succeeded." He called over a pig-headed subordinate. "Quick, taste it." The pighead immediately licked his hooves and said, "Perfect. This is a delicacy of the human world." Yi was extremely satisfied. "Pass down the order. Quickly write down my recipe for stir-fried pork with peppers, and distribute it throughout the entire city for implementation." The pighead, whose actual form was from the pig race, cried inside, thinking, "A pig eating pork is just too evil." Yi patted the pighead's shoulder with a smile. "You're very moved by this, aren't you?" But the pighead could only grit his teeth and retort, No. This humble one is just fortunate. If you continue, our pig demon race will soon be exterminated." He didn't care much, and just said with a smile, "It's truly been hard on you, pig demon race. After that devil leaves, I will remember the great contributions of the pig demon race." The pighead hurriedly said, "Thank you, great lord. I think the research of food still should be left to the small fries like us. You should properly rest." In his heart, the pighead was chanting Buddha's name. "What contribution or no contribution, that you didn't stir-fry me? I already thanked God and earth." Suddenly, Yi said, "What does this mean? A land enemy is before us. I, as the one in charge of this city, how would there be a rationale of resting?" Therefore he decided, "Watch closely. Next I will make stir-fried tomatoes with eggs." Hearing these words, the chickenhead leader already collapsed on the side. Ji Yuxiong was anxious. It's already been half a day. On Yi Great Lord's side of the formation should have passed half a month. Don't know how the research is going. Yi Feng heartily praised the good wine, and he happily promised him, "Boss, this wine is delicious. Someday I'll come back to drink more." Ji Yuxiong was frightened when he heard this. Coming here again would mean the only liquor stash of Devil City would be finished. At this time, Yi shouted to Adegde, "No, it's not good. One formation is not enough. Immediately set up another formation, and send people inside to research brewing wine." Adegde was shocked and obeyed. Yes. As for Ji Yuxiong, he relaxed his body, looking at his lost hand and sighing in relief. Today's calamity has finally passed. But when he saw Yi Feng turn back with a wretched smile, he panicked, stammering, "You need anything else?" He just wanted to ask this. "Excuse me, do you know any place with demonic objects?" "Just demonic objects, those toys. Earlier there was rampant destruction in the outer city. You're the local. Surely you know the place where there are demonic objects, right?" Ji Yuxiong, a kind demonic object living and settling down, could only stutter, I, this." Yi Feng panicked when he saw the other person crying. Huh, boss, what's wrong with you? I just asked where the monsters are. But when he saw him crying too much, he could only shake his head helplessly. Forget it, probably thinking about the past of suffering from the monster's destruction. Amitabha, Ada reported to Yi Lang. Great Lord, currently that human should not have any defenses against us. Why not take this opportunity to start up Devil City, accumulate power for one fatal blow? Killing him means we'll never have to stir-fry chicken again. However, Yi Lang had just found a new life, mooring and cursed. What do you know, a damn thing? Cooking is a learning, a vulgar demon like you. If you dare to be so loud, I will not spare you. But what you said about using Devil City to accumulate power to defeat him with one fatal blow is considerable. Ada charged in again. Great Lord, if you want to be like this, before attacking, have to be sure that you can really kill him before striking. If not, then it is a huge disaster. Yi Lang listened to this and trembled in his heart. I'm even more scared to die than you are. Why do I need you to tell me? Therefore, at the Devil City's underground palace, there is a tall, golden pagoda. Yi Lang had returned back to his demonic object form, and was huffing and puffing as he walked, pondering about human nature in his heart. Even if I'm in this place, I still have to be reverent. Can't have any disrespect. In the middle of the hall is a swimming pool. There is a black shadow under the water. Yi Lang sweated cold and called Ancestor in his heart, chanting, Ancestor, although not clear of race, still is a national master-leveled existence of the demonic race. Although I do not know their strengths, do not see them taking action, but it does not affect that all demonic objects worship them as spirits. Looking at the shadowy figure of a lizard, Yi Lang's thought process continued to drift. Because they can give you all the answers, therefore they're called the Devil God race. Suddenly, he cut a line on his wrist. Of course, if one wants to know the answer, one must pay the equivalent price. That is, one must offer the demon clan's blood essence, he respectfully said. Respectfully requesting the Devil God Great Lord to inform how much powerful strength has Devil City accumulated. Suddenly, the entire city had a violent earthquake. Yi Lang was terrified, looking at the water inside the pond violently rising, and he finally understood. I understand, Ancestor. You want to say that currently Devil City has accumulated a very powerful energy. It is so powerful to the point of being excessive. This kind of strength is too terrifying. Even if there are 10 of me, I will be bombed into residue. So the dire wolf poured more blood to ask further, daring to ask, Great demon god, what's the strength of that human who suddenly barged into the city? Seeing the lake's surface calm and the demon god's response not as intense as before, he figured the human was weaker than the accumulated power of the demon city, and could definitely be killed. If the response wasn't much weaker than before, or even stronger, then he'd have to rethink things a bit. The dire wolf was startled when the water's surface began to move. Then it erupted like a dragon's fountain, violently blasting rocks and debris, scaring the crap out of him. The dire wolf looked at the ruins, which seemed to symbolize the old ancestor's answer to his question. Suddenly, a weak hand emerged from the rubble. He cried out, Mo! Great demon god. As he stepped down, the dire wolf's weak heart kept pounding. The lake exploded, and the great demon god kicked the bucket immediately. This signal, a terrifying big shot like that in the city I manage. How did this happen? The image of the demonic Yi Feng flashed in his mind. The dire wolf slowly walked towards the light at the end of the road. Sighing inwardly, he resigned himself to fate. A life of brewing wine like this is pretty good. What's the point of fighting and killing? Suddenly, an urgent phone call startled him. Another new situation. Dire Wolf Darren. That human said we don't have any beauties or relaxing activities. What should we do? The dire wolf, now resigned to being Yi Feng's slave, shouted at his subordinates. Arrange it immediately. Half a month passed, and everyone was having a blast. The streets bustling. Yi Feng never imagined he'd single-handedly drive the entire city's development. In just half a month, this place had evolved from a primitive society to a modern one. He even praised, This place is so prosperous. However, noticing a problem, he muttered, That's not right. I came here to die. It's been half a month, and I haven't seen a single demon. I'm running late. Another person called out, Handsome, want to buy a house? Finally, he decided. These normal people probably don't know where the danger is. I'll just go to the city lord's mansion and ask. If the highest-ranking person here doesn't know this place is dangerous, then I can't find death and have to go back and find that woman. The demon city's main hall, the dire wolf, was becoming a super-professional chef. After becoming Yi Feng's slave, he was salting eggs, and the chickens could only watch and cry. He was engrossed in his work when a subordinate rushed in to report Dire Wolf Darren. But he was too focused now and shouted, Shut up, I'm at a critical moment, even if the sky falls.
Wait until I finish this tomato and scrambled eggs.
The direwolf was super excited, because this 200-second attempt at tomato and scrambled eggs was finally a success.
Suddenly, there was a noise outside.
This one is Yi Feng, requesting an audience with the city lord Darren. Startled, the direwolf threw everything away and cursed. "Damn it!" he shouted at his subordinates. "Why didn't you tell me he was coming sooner?" Then he turned to the others and said, "What are you looking at me for? Quickly think of a plan." But the subordinate panicked and said, "But Darren, you're the head of the city." The direwolf immediately cursed. Worthless trash, he thought in a panic. What does this devil want to do? Could he have seen through something and come to cause trouble? Or should I just run away?
Yi Feng was still calling out outside the city lord's mansion. "Is anyone there?" The direwolf finally had the brains to make a decision.
There's no escaping this. I can only deal with whatever comes my way. The door slowly opened, and he said with a polite smile, "I'm here." The direwolf put on a professional smile, coughed a few times to clear his throat, and asked, "This esteemed guest, what brings you here?"
Yi Feng looked at him and recognized Da and behind him. "So it's you two. If I'd known you were in the city lord's mansion, I wouldn't have needed to take so many detours." The two being pointed out trembled and stammered. "So that's how it is." He smiled and asked, "This can't be explained in a sentence or two, City Lord Darren. Can we talk inside?" The direwolf couldn't refuse and said, "Of course, come inside." In the main hall, after they both sat down properly, Yi Feng said, "First of all, this one is Yi Feng. May I ask how I should address you?" he was asked, suddenly faltering. "You, Yixiansheng, can just call me Zhao Lang." His eyes darted to the side, confusing Yi Feng. "Xiao Lang, aren't you the city lord? Why are you called that?" Hearing this, he dodged the question and pointed to Ada and Aer's group. "The reason I'm called that is because I like to get along with everyone. The people love me, so they address me like that." Right, the two who got dragged in a second time chimed in. "That's right. City Lord is right. We love him. Everyone calls him Zhao Lang." Yi Feng didn't seem very satisfied with this answer and said boredly, "All right." Suddenly, someone else walked in, attracting attention. Two dudes looking exactly like Evil Wolf were reporting in. "Boss, according to your previous orders, we waited to come back for today's meeting." Evil Wolf's eyes bug out. Face turns white as a sheet, stiff as a board, thinking, these two morons. Yi Feng is even more surprised. What's the deal here? Why do you three look like clones? His brain starts revving up. Jumping to conclusions real fast. Evil Wolf replies, "Yi Xiang is joking. These two are my twin brothers. That's why we're identical." Yi Feng acts all understanding. "Oh, so you're triplets," he thinks. Dodged a bullet there. He relaxes, thinking, "Glad I'm so smart. Smoothed that one over with my cleverness." But then, suddenly a dozen more dudes that look just like him show up, saying, "Boss, we're back. Evil Wolf wants to curse his mama." "This time it's all over," he mutters to himself. "You guys couldn't even change your freaking hairstyle. You're all the same. Want to be stupid like my grandma?" Yi Feng asks. Dumbfounded, "These are also City Lord Lang's twin brothers." Evil Wolf nods reluctantly. Yi Feng marvels. "Your mama must be a beast." He thinks to himself, "How the hell did she pop out 10 babies? Even piggies have trouble with 3. He awkwardly responds, "You're too kind, finally." Yi Feng stands up and says, "If City Lord Lang is gathering so many people, probably got something important to discuss. I won't bother you anymore. But before I leave, I want to ask City Lord Lang something." Just as Evil Wolf is wondering about his excuse to leave, he realizes Yi Feng is going to leave. Gets excited. "Yixiang, feel free to ask. Nothing in this city, I don't know." At the same time, Evil Wolf wonders what this devil is up to. Want to leave? Suddenly, Yi Feng turns stone cold, killing intent oozing out, asks, "Tell me, where's the demon lair closest to City Lord Lang's place?" Evil Wolf shrinks back instantly, scared out his wits, thinking, "You playing me. He saw through me." Yi Feng smiles kindly again, says, "City Lord Lang doesn't need to worry. I'm strong. Looking for the demon lair to rid the people of evil and protect your city." He thinks otherwise. "How can I tell you? The biggest den is right in front of you. You can laugh yourself to death." He glances at his useless underlings, feels a surge of anger, curses inwardly. This bunch of dogs, can't rely on any of them at a critical moment. Yi Feng keeps pressing. "This is a good deed for the people, getting rid of evil. City Lord Lang got any reservations?" Evil Wolf forces himself to speak. "Yi Xiang is right," Evil Wolf says with a dark face. "To the southeast of here, there's a demon-sealing city, lots of demons there." As he says this, he silently prays. Little bro, it's not my fault your demon city is weaker than mine. I wanted to choose one stronger than me, but what if he survives and comes back for me? He looks at Yi Feng's terrifying expression and thinks again. It's not that Big Bro wants to sell you out. It's that Big Bro remembers our friendship. So I'm giving you a huge opportunity. If you can get rid of this big demon, it'll be a great deed.
If you can't, it's still an opportunity anyway. Big Bro's giving it to you. Evil Wolf finishes drawing the map and gives it to Yi Feng.
Yi Feng happily grabs it and takes off, not forgetting to say goodbye. Everyone, thanks a lot, City Lord Lang. I won't bother you anymore. Evil Wolf curses in his head. Shut up and get out of here. After getting rid of that guy, now the volcano of anger is erupting. Evil Wolf laughs a couple of times, says through gritted teeth, "You!" screams Echo from the City Lord's mansion. Yi Feng arrives in front of Demon Ceiling City, with Man by his side. He puts his hands on his hips, looking it up and down. This is Demon Ceiling City. Feels smaller than the city we were just at. He kicks the gate open, shouts like he's coming to collect debts. Hello, anybody home? Monsters.
Before he can even step in, he's greeted by a whole bunch of fish-headed monsters, like squids, bodies like lizards, rushing at him, wanting to play tag. Yi Feng's caught off guard, says, "What the heck is this? Just a bunch of weaklings, with weak aura." He's bummed, only to see the monsters he just fought are knocked down, fallen like rain, while Yi Feng's clothes are still neatly ironed without a single wrinkle. He mumbles, "Stronger monsters are pretty rare. Let's wander around some more. Maybe I'll bump into one." 2 days later, footsteps are heard again, outside Demon Ceiling City's gate. Outside Demon Ceiling City, a group of people, led by Zining Qing, has a worried look on her face. She announces, almost at the city, the man with pointy, elf-like hands, a stern face, and a bald head, grunts in agreement. Above their heads, a formation appears, light blue, with a picture of an eye in the middle. From that eye formation, on the other side, is a reflection, watching Zining Qing's group from above. In a distant heavenly domain, there are many people watching below, from different eye formations. The mist demon thingy spawned, and yeah, it turned 9/10 of Yunxing into enemy territory. It also kinda dropped a treasure trove in everyone's lap. See, everything in the Fallen Lands became fair game, unclaimed booty. So, for the big shots, treasure hunting in the mist, rediscovering lost legacies. It's like their daily bread now. This place is a massive loot box, overflowing with goodies. But hold on, while the lucky breaks are sweet, waltzing into that mist is basically a one-way ticket. No one's lived to spill the tea on what's really going on inside. That's why they rigged up this observation formation. Even if the poor saps inside bite the dust, we on the outside can still snag some juicy intel. Some dude points at the formation. Yo, what level's this death zone showing right now? Another chimes in quick, level 7, the scary kind. Then, drama unfolds. Out of all the hotshots who went poking around, only one crawled out alive. And that guy, batshit crazy, must have seen some seriously messed up stuff in there. The first guy's getting the jitters now, staring at the projection of Zining Qing's crew. Damn, with odds like that, why'd these guys even bother? Zining Qing, flashing back to the black-robed dude's offer, is all grim determination. He promised, if you make it back, you get all-access passes to the treasure vaults of every major sect. She's thinking, for that kind of perk, I gotta survive no matter what. I will get out of here alive. She glances at the folks behind her, sizing them up. Those 3 are death row inmates, doomed either way. They're just rolling the dice for a slim chance at freedom. And that last guy, nothing in the intel. Whatever, as long as he doesn't slow me down. Goldilocks, one of the death row inmates, yells to get Zining Qing's attention. Yo, check it, the door. Footprints are on the door. Yi Feng already kicked the door open, Goldie says. A human footprint an inch deep. Door was half open, so this had to be someone else's power kick. Another prisoner curses. Crap, someone beat us here. Back with the formation watchers. The gossip's heating up. Whose footprint is that anyway? Did another team actually clear level 7? This is a huge lead. The main guy with a weird Indian-style lump on his head barks into the green communicator thingy. Push forward, bring back that intel, and you'll get your wishes granted. Zining Qing mutters. Fine. Thinking, even if it's a suicide mission, gotta push through. She throws her weight against the door, but it doesn't even budge. Not one bit. Baldy, another inmate from the back, pipes up. Seeing her struggle. Hey, what's the deal, Zining Qing, now sweating buckets? Grunts back, I'm a Dao scrying realm powerhouse, and I can't even push this damn door open. The other 2 thugs rush up, eager to help. Let me try, me too. All hands on deck. One by one they heave and strain, then collapse on the ground, panting and cursing for such a stubborn door. This can't be happening. No, I'm done. What is this damn door? Then, out of nowhere, another hand lands on the door. Everyone is taken aback. A split second later, boom! The door flies open with a crazy, loud bang. Everyone's gawking at the dude who did it, like they just saw Jesus speaking Vietnamese. Meanwhile, the guy just shrugs. What are you all waiting for? He grins, all smug, and lays down some wisdom. Hurry up and finish the mission. We'll all get promoted like crazy. Back at the formation, the watchers are dropping their jaws. Holy crap, the last guy just busted it open solo. This guy's a freak. Who is he? Is he one of us?
Xining Qing's doing a mental scan. 4 of us combined couldn't budget, and he casually pushes it open. Just who is this guy?
Suddenly, everyone whips around, spooked, sees the door guy, and he's casually slamming the door shut like it was nothing. The other guys yell, "Hey, why'd you close the door? If things get dicey, we won't have time to open it again." The door guy just smirks. All evil genius vibes. Looks like they all fell right into his trap. Goldie, one of the death row inmates, screams out in terror for some reason when a long tongue wraps around him. While everyone else is distracted, he shoves him into his mouth and chomps, and you hear the inmates scream. The guy drops the disguise and reveals his true form. A demon dude with a gross purple tongue and a giant drooling mouth. And he's grinning like a maniac. The command crew freaks out. Oh crap, it's a demon in disguise. No wonder he didn't want any payment to come into this level 7 restricted zone. The demon's going nuts now, chomping the head off another inmate, spraying blood everywhere. The guy's head and brains land right in front of Xining Qing, and the other guy, she screams, "RUN! The other surviving prisoner doesn't need to be told twice. If they want to live, they gotta bolt. And fast." So they haul ass away from the demon, the further the better. That demon dude stretched his long tongue towards Xining Qing, laughing like a maniac. "Stupid human, you think you can escape after entering my Fengmo city? Go to hell." The remaining bald death row inmate bravely charged forward, slicing off the demon's long tongue with a single strike. Seeing his success, he was a bit happy. I did it. Suddenly, the severed tongue wiggled, and the demon scornfully said, "You moron!" As a result, that inmate's moment of coolness lasted less than 10 seconds before he was impaled straight through by the severed tongue piece, ending his life. Xining Qing fell to the ground, trembling as she looked at the tall, dark figure, like a scene from a cheap porno. She shivered in fear. "No, please, no, I don't want to." The commanders on the other side seemed utterly disappointed. It's over. Another failure. One of them, losing interest, sighed. "Let's just grab our lunchboxes and go home." Suddenly, one of the viewers pointed up. "Wait, look. There's someone else inside." In the image was a familiar yet mysterious figure. It was none other than Yi Feng. He had been there all along. The group, Xining Qing and the demon creature, all noticed him at the same time. Still frightened, she thought. Why is there such a young man in this city? Could he be another demon in disguise? Yi Feng reached out his hand towards the demon, drawing its attention. "Come here and try to eat me." He made a painful, ugly face. Even though he was handsome, his expression full of provocation, with his finger crooked as if calling a dog. She and the demon creature had the same confused expression, unsure of what to say. The demon, officially enraged, lunged towards Yi Feng like a rabid dog. "Damn human, how dare you toy with me!" Xining Qing frantically shouted, "What are you standing there for? Get out of the way!" But Yi Feng didn't say a word, standing still as a rock, taking the full force of the demon's long tongue. But it couldn't do anything to his body. The demon's tongue couldn't penetrate Yi Feng's tough body. It was like an egg hitting a rock, which caused a sharp pain to go all the way to his brain, and he screamed, "It hurts! It hurts! It hurts!" Yi Feng, utterly disappointed, brushed his clothes and cursed, "Damn it! This guy looked tough while yelling, but he's just a chicken after all." Xining Qing's eyes and mouth formed perfect O's, shocked, speechless. What? He's completely unharmed. Over there, the observers were buzzing even more. Does this guy have something protecting his heart? Yeah, that tongue didn't even leave a scratch on it. Motherfucker, Yi Feng annoyedly grabbed the demon's tongue, gently lifting him up via the tongue. I thought I was finally going to meet a high-level demon, got all excited for nothing. The demon couldn't pull back his tongue, being dragged along unexpectedly. Still annoyed about the letdown, Yi Feng's face showed his disgust. "Get lost, you punk!" Then he hurled the demon away with lightning speed and terrifying force, shattering the rocks where he crashed. Only the demon's miserable scream could be heard. The observers exclaimed in shock, "Heavens! He's thrashing a demon! Too awesome! Who sent this guy?" They asked each other in confusion. So this guy showing up in the city alone wasn't a coincidence after all. Is this guy from our heavenly domain? Who knows him? You can't be nameless with this kind of strength. Yi Feng looked down at the demon, who was going crazy and roaring. Feeling insulted and hurt, the demon went berserk. Damn lowly human. I want you dead. How dare you show off in my Fengmo city? I want you dead. I want you dead. He was hideous. As he roared, he jumped up and rushed towards Yi Feng like a dog off its leash, spewing purple energy from his mouth as big as a bucket. Xingning, who had been watching, finally warned loudly. This is bad. He's summoning his kind. His roar carried a huge echo, spreading through space. The demon on the high crag laughed triumphantly. Ha ha. Once my kind gathers, you're finished, human. I've already thought of 10 ways to torture you. After laughing for a while, the demon didn't see anyone appear. Yi Feng was still waiting below to see what would happen. A beat of silence passed, and the bewildered demon race member asked, "Where is everyone?" The demon's eyes widened, letting out a horrified shriek. Xingning. Startled by his scream, Xingning also cried out. Why are they all freaking out and saying he's crying? What did he see? Yeah, why the sudden change? What the heck is going on? She and Yi Feng became vigilant as they watched him fly upwards. Finally, he shot past Yi Feng like a runaway train, smashing headfirst into the stone wall. Everyone observing through the formation was stunned, like a disaster had struck. He was so powerful just now. How did he end up killing himself by running headfirst into the wall? What did that demon see before he died? Could it be related to that mysterious white-robed expert? Xingning, standing beside him, wondered in confusion. What did he see? While she was still reeling from the shock, Yi Feng behind her looked distinctly unimpressed, muttering under his breath, "TCH. I thought these demons actually had some tricks up their sleeves. What a waste of my emotions. Looks like my path to death in Fengmo City is facing some obstacles again." Yi Feng approached Xingning and asked, "Are you all right, miss?" She was asked, and before she could even answer, she instinctively bowed at a full 90 degrees and shouted, Greetings, senior. This junior is fine." Yi Feng dodged to the side, averting his eyes to avoid the scenery, and said politely, "Don't call me senior. I'm not that old. You calling me senior makes me feel ancient. Good that you're all right." Having been saved, her eyes lit up like headlights as she thanked him profusely. "Many thanks for senior's life-saving grace," Yi Feng said loudly. "No need to thank me. I'm just curious why you guys came to this place." Xingning asked the reason, hesitated, a little difficult to say. She stammered, "Well, it's a long story." Yi Feng looked at her like she was a lunatic, reminding her, "Here for an adventure? With your cultivation level, coming here for an adventure is a bit of a stretch, don't you think?" Xingning immediately nodded in agreement. "Senior is right." She thought to herself helplessly, "If I had a choice, who would want to come to this cursed place?" Seeing that she was alone, he casually invited her to join him. "This place is dangerous. How about this? You come with me. I'll lead you to the city. It's close by." Hearing this, she was overjoyed and thanked him. "Thank you, senior." In her heart, she rejoiced. "This is great. If I was alone, I'd be dead for sure. If I can escape unscathed, the major sex will reward me handsomely." "Then let's go." Yi Feng suddenly summoned Man, startling her. Snail. The onlookers on the other side were equally shocked by the giant snail, voicing different opinions. "Is that a mount? The snail is so huge, it's so cute. I want a giant snail too." Man blew out a cloud of smoke, obscuring the formation and blocking the view from the all-seeing eye on Xingning's head, preventing the others from observing further. Everyone was in a panic. Why is the formation acting like a broken TV? What's going on? Why did the image disappear? Quick, investigate. There's no problem. Her soul lamp status is good. The commanders were unable to continue watching and could only speculate. That white-robed youth came from inside the city. He probably knows what the demon saw, which scared it into killing itself like that. Tu Song, the bald guy next to him, said while fiddling with the controls. "It seems there's some problem causing the formation to malfunction." The old commander could only wait obediently. Since Ningqing is with him, she might be able to get something out of him. "It seems we can only wait for Ningqing to retreat safely then." Ningqing asked curiously, stammering. Senior, can I go up and take a look inside the city?" Yi Feng immediately replied. "Sure, whatever. Thank you, senior." Granted permission, she quickly shot into the air, secretly delighted. "Great, finally I can find out what happened just now. This height should give me a clear view of everything." Reaching the top, Ningqing was shocked to the point of turning pale, exclaiming, inside the city were countless demon corpses piled on top of each other, looking like a recent massacre had taken place. She was even more horrified. How could this be? There are so many demon corpses, they've formed a mountain. Has this city become a city of the dead? Remembering the image of the demon suffering so much that it rammed its head into the wall to commit suicide, sweat poured down her face as she thought, No wonder that demon acted like that.
It saw this scene after calling for reinforcements and completely broke down. Who on earth did this?
Then, as if realizing something, she turned around to look at Yi Feng. Could it be you? As if knowing her question, he shrugged in response. It was indeed me, just eliminating pests for the people. The casual way he said it only left her more speechless. Knowing that this person was definitely not someone to provoke, she praised him profusely. So Senior has been in Fengmo City for a long time. Killing so many demons must have taken a lot of Senior's effort. I am Zining Qing, and Senior's act of eliminating pests for the people is truly a blessing for our human race.
Yi Feng waved his hand, indicating that it only took a little effort and was nothing to him. But that made her even more shocked. Lucky. Nah, it just took me 2 days to kill them all. I didn't even get a break. I was so tired I almost broke my back.
Zining Qing cautiously looked at Yi Feng, thinking, someone with this level of strength shouldn't be nameless, but I've never heard of him in the heavenly domain before.
He jumped onto the snail's shell, urging her, all right, let's go.
No sooner had Zining Qing settled onto the shell than the snail let out a groan and shot off, almost throwing her off.
Inside the city, the demonic creatures were in a chaotic panic. A crow demon cried out, "No, this isn't good, Lord Evil Wolf. That devil is back." The evil wolf, upon hearing this, panicked, as if about to meet a demon king, and urged, "What? Quick, entertain him." Someone, Zining Qing, vaguely woke up,
hearing the demonic creature's voices, which seemed to be mentioning her. That terrifying devil left, but he left that woman here? What exactly does he mean? That's right, my lord, what should we do? A shady one said. How about we just go all in and take that woman?
This time, Zining Qing was fully awake. Realizing she was lying in bed, loud noises echoed outside the door.
The evil wolf punched his comrade, cursing, "Idiot! This woman belongs to that devil. If she dies, won't that devil come looking for trouble? We have to take good care of her, worship her, so that devil won't cause us problems." The one who got punched, holding his swollen cheek, retorted from the ground. "But if that's the case, our entire city's replacement plan, doesn't that mean we have to keep it up forever?"
Feeling aggrieved at having to serve a human, he spoke up resentfully. "If this woman doesn't leave in a year, we have to pretend for a year. If she doesn't leave in 10 years, do we have to pretend for 10 years?
Calm down," the leading evil wolf said, his words utterly shameless but surprisingly reasonable. "Pretending to be profound. Actually, I've thought it through. Pretending to be human isn't so bad. When nothing's happening, we can raise fish, grow vegetables, brew wine. Moreover, for a demon, having the social skills to act like a human is very beneficial. In the future, there will definitely be a great war between humans and demons. If the heavenly demon race can't win, we can pretend to be humans and infiltrate the human race, breaking them from within." Hearing their leader's reasonable words, the wolf subordinates cheered. "He's still Lord Evil Wolf, with foresight and dedicating himself to our demon race." The evil wolf, now transformed into a human, said smugly, "Your thinking is too limited. All right, let's go upstairs and meet that girl." Zining Qing, who had been hiding behind the door, heard everything they said, her face darkening. They're wolf people. She was terrified behind the door, covering her mouth, trembling as she listened to their discussion. And a high-level species, countless experts have died exploring that terrifying level 6 forbidden zone. The only thing that was passed back was this news: the demon race is divided into various races, and among them, the wolf race will gain intelligence equal to humans at a certain level. If humans encounter talking wolf people, the survival rate is no more than 1%. Zining Qing looked at the ferocious demonic creatures, speculating, if based on the humans' cultivation levels, they are at least at the harmony realm, or even the Tao-proof realm. In the human world, the Tao realm has 4 stages: touching Tao, fusing Tao, harmony Tao, and Tao-proof. A loud noise from outside the door startled her. Zining Qing, inside the room, chanted Buddha's name. When she saw the evil wolves kick open the door in human form, tears welled up in her eyes, thinking, they transformed into humans. She frantically looked around, seeing no way to escape. "I'm done for. I still couldn't escape." The evil wolf hurriedly greeted her warmly. "Beautiful Miss Zining Qing, you're awake. Looking at your complexion, you must be hungry. Why don't you rest in bed?" The leader's eyes were full of invitation, greeting her warmly like a puppy, with his subordinates flattering along. "Please allow me to help the beautiful Miss Zining Qing to bed." He brought her a plate of mixed food that looked like dog food, and respectfully offered it. "Please allow me to present my homemade tomato scrambled eggs." She looked at him in disbelief, secretly evaluating him in her heart and finding him a bit shameless. Is this the terrifying evil wolf of legend? I feel a little creeped out.
Could there be something fishy? The more she thought, the more wrong it felt.
No way. According to the news passed back before, a talking evil wolf can annihilate an exploration team of Harmony Realm experts. Why is he acting so dramatically now? Xinning retreated cautiously, sweat dripping from her forehead. You guys! The leading evil wolf sensed her wariness and immediately explained, I'm so sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Evil Wolf. Please call me Zhao Lang. Then he turned sharply to his subordinates and questioned,
Aren't you moles going to introduce yourselves?
The subordinates were scolded and quickly apologized. Please allow us to introduce ourselves. Evil Wolf, in the guise of a man, bowed his head, acting harmless, saying, Respected Ms. Xinning, we are all friends of Yi Feng. It was Mr. who entrusted us to take care of you before he left. Hearing the name, she was startled, repeating it as if realizing something. Yi Feng. At this moment her face darkened as she thought, so it was him. No wonder these demonic creatures don't dare to harm me, and are even so polite to me.
She thought she had probably met a great expert who could make these evil wolves, listed as extremely dangerous by the human race, so obedient. Just how strong is he?
But why did he entrust me to these demonic creatures to take care of me? Moreover, how dare these demonic creatures openly transform in a human city?
She looked around to see if there was a hole to escape from, thinking she couldn't stay here long. Fearing she'd be eaten alive, Xinning hastily tried to escape. Thank you all for your hospitality. My injuries have healed. I'll take my leave now. Then, Xinning flung open the door, intending to escape.
At this moment she looked outside, and didn't know where she was, exclaiming in shock, Where is this? One of the demonic creatures eagerly answered, This is Demon City. Xinning, who was about to rush out of the door, stuttered in fear upon hearing him.
Seeing her panic, the evil wolf immediately went over and punched Dai, sweating profusely, afraid of revealing that this place was full of demonic creatures, saying, What nonsense are you talking about? It's Ink City, Ms. Xing. Don't listen to this unlucky idiot. This is Ink City. She heard his awkward explanation, thinking, Ink City? Never heard of this place.
Outside, the demonic creatures were now pretending to be humans. The atmosphere eerily silent. The demonic creatures around cautiously looking at Xinning. She was screaming in her heart. These small merchants are completely unlike normal humans. I'm afraid they're not human at all, but a city like Sealed Demon City. If that's really the case, then these humans before me. At this time, she walked for a while, discovering a large pillar erected with strange blue flames. She immediately recognized it as an altar. This form is the same as what I saw before. Her face turned as pale as a ghost.
She immediately ran away quickly, praying as she ran. This isn't what I think it is. No, it can't be. How could it be like this? She ran to the city gate.
At this time, looking outside at a strange and desolate scene, she realized it was the Black Domain. So this really isn't a human city, but a city like Sealed Demon City, placing itself in the demon city of the Demon Domain. Xinning went outside. Looking up at the city gate, she freaked out seeing a wolf's head symbol right on top.
She was so scared she fell on her butt. Turns out her guess was right on the money. This was the most terrifying existence, the only level 6 restricted area around, the wolf race demon city. They'd messed up countless human experts.
It's on par with the Black Domain. Everyone in the Heaven region knows about the only level 6 restricted area, and that wolf's head symbol.
But what's worse, it's the ever-so-respectful Ms. Xinning.
In the distance, the head honcho direwolf was calling out and running towards Xinning City, carrying a covered dish of food. With his little minions trailing behind, she was like, crap, he's catching up. He opened the food and said, Why are you running so fast? My scrambled eggs with tomatoes almost fell. You gotta try it. He lifted the lid, showing off the scrambled eggs with tomatoes he made just for her, his face beaming, clearly wanting her to give it a taste.
She forced a smile, breathed a sigh of relief, and thought about Yi Feng's suave look. She felt so lucky, all thanks to that guy, for helping her become the only person to enter a level 6 restricted area and not die. She even got a warm welcome and scrambled eggs with tomatoes.
Meanwhile, Yi Feng, riding Man and zooming away, let out a huge sneeze.
He sniffed, feeling a little bad about dipping out without saying goodbye.
But really, he was just scared of the hassle. What if the little miss woke up and wanted to repay him for saving her life? How would he respond? Sure, that would be nice, but he is someone who is dying soon after all.
Cut to a majestic immortal cliffside with towering peaks, where there were two figures. One guy said, Miss, no need to worry so much. We'll definitely hook that dragonfish.
Piao Miao Hong chuckled, though she was bummed out. Luo Shen, still trying to encourage her, said, Even if we can't hook it, there's definitely someone who'll hook the illusionary god. Since Yunhu is staring at it so intently, I swear we'll get that dragonfish no matter what. We won't let anything happen to you, miss. She gave a helpless smile. The curse's deadline is here. I mean, even if we get the dragonfish now, it won't break the curse. It is already decided, so don't worry about it. The bald attendant in the mesh hat, eyes brimming with tears, exclaimed in disbelief. No way! It can't be. How could the time have already passed? She felt a pang of sadness thinking of Yi Feng. His appearance caused the Hong sect to disband, ruined all of her plans. Now she can only proceed step by step. But he went to a level 6 restricted area. Even if he's strong, he's probably facing a near-death experience. I'm afraid that she might not get a chance to meet him again. She turned to look at Luo Shen. Let's go to Yunhu and try our luck. Even if it's useless for me, getting some good fortune for Sword Valley would be nice. Luo Shen immediately perked up. Yes. As she was walking, a jade slip caught her attention. It was the jade slip. As Piao Miao Hong picked it up, Yi Feng's voice came through. Yo, Miss Hong, it's me, Yi Feng. Hearing that familiar voice made her freeze. Luo Shen came over, equally surprised. Didn't you say Yi Feng went to a level 6 restricted area, miss? He's not dead. Yi Feng, standing in the 9 realms, whined to Piao Miao Hong. Yo. Anyone there? The place you told me about has a lot of treasures, but they're all chicken. I haven't even lost a shred of skin, let alone died. What a waste of my time. Hearing this from Yi Feng made her face twist. She didn't know how to respond. Behind her, Luo Shen said even more. Miss, listen to what he said. Is this the voice of a human? He's definitely dead. That's the sound of a ghost. Piao Miao Hong changed the subject and asked, Where are you now? Yi Feng replied. Or you could just tell me your location. I'll come find you. A moment later, a flash of light came from the sky. He rode Man down, landing right in front of her and Luo Shen. Yi Feng got off Man and called out, Miss Hong. Facing him, Piao Miao Hong greeted him respectfully. Mr. Yi Feng. Luo Shen, who used to have hair, was now bald. Remembering that he attacked Yi Feng before, he worriedly wondered if Yi Feng held a grudge. Yi Feng also glanced at Luo Shen, making him flinch, but then turned to smile and chat happily with Piao Miao Hong, which made Luo Shen breathe a sigh of relief. Looks like he wasn't holding a grudge. What a magnanimous guy. Yi Feng recounted his trip to the level 6 restricted area. Miss Hong, I couldn't die there even if I tried. But, I gotta say, the people there are super hospitable. Piao Miao Hong was covered with question marks. The people there, she wondered to herself. Was he joking just now? If that's the case, if Mr. Yi Feng could get out unscathed, then temporarily, at least within the 9 realms, I'm afraid nothing can threaten Mr. Yi Feng's life anymore. Or they can only think of ways when they go to the heaven region. Yi Feng's lips curled up in a smile, he thought. Gotta go to the heaven region, huh? I've heard that the later forces of the 9 realms are all from there. I'm pretty curious about that place. But on the other hand, am I that strong? He patted his forehead and blamed himself. It's all my fault for going on a demon-killing spree at the beginning and accidentally leveling up too much. What's even more annoying is that I leveled up so much this time from killing a city, and I'm too lazy to look at the experience bar now, Piao Miao Hong said. If you want to go to the heaven region, Mr. Yi Feng, you'll have to wait a bit. Is that okay? Hearing this, Yi Feng replied, Slow is fine. Waiting a few days is no big deal. She got his approval and thanked him. Thank you for understanding, Mr. Yi Feng. Then you can leave first, and I'll let you know when it's time to go to the heaven region. Yi Feng then spoke up and asked, What about you? What are you planning to do? Being asked, she also replied, I want to go to Yunhu. Yi Feng then asked again, Yunhu? She then explained, The saint appears, the world changes drastically, countless opportunities are born, and Yunhu is one of them. She also added, There is the dragonfish in Yunhu. A rare good thing, but now everyone knows about it, and countless people are coming here, so I also want to go there to try my luck. Seeing his interest, Piao Miao Hong asked, Yixiansheng, want to come along? He rolled his eyes, thinking, Fishing, huh, I'm in. Let's go then. He struck a cute pose, giving a little peace sign. Plus, didn't I promise Hong Xiaoji already? She'd help me find death, and I'd help her deal with any trouble within my means. The trouble hasn't shown up yet. But what if it does? She felt a warmth in her heart. Turns out, Shanxing still remembers. Honger thanks you kindly, Luo Chen. Eavesdropping behind them, thought to himself. The vibe between these two is pretty sweet. In a place where the sky was a vast expanse of blue, the trees were lush, and the air was unbelievably fresh, Yi Feng couldn't help but exclaim, Damn, this place is gorgeous. He inhaled deeply. Just breathing it in felt incredibly refreshing. Piao Miao Hong chuckled lightly. It's not just that. She pointed out various valuable plants.
Even the plants here are spirit herbs worth a fortune. Yi Feng let out a whistle of appreciation.
He turned to her. But I bet none of this compares to that dragon carp you mentioned, huh? Piao Miaohong praised him. As expected of Yixiansheng, rumor has it, dragon carp meat can revive the dead and mend bones. Not only that, but it can also increase your chances of successfully achieving Dao.
She narrowed her eyes, lowering her voice.
Even that alone is enough to drive people crazy, she thought to herself. What's even crazier is that it seems to be a crucial ingredient for crafting holy elixirs. Whoever can catch a dragon carp is definitely a child of Lady Luck.
She piqued his curiosity. Aren't you curious why there are so many spirit herbs? But no one's cleaned them out, Yi Feng went. Oh, I'm super curious about that. So, what's the deal? Piao Miaohong explained. Actually, it's because of a rumor. The opportunities each person gets in the land of opportunity are fixed. Meaning, if you pick a spirit herb, the chance of catching a dragon carp goes down. So, unless they absolutely need an ingredient, people won't waste their luck. Yi Feng, enlightened, looked pleased. Ah, I get it.
He glanced at everyone fishing for dragon carp and said, Man, their spots are pretty spread out. Piao Miaohong followed behind him, reinforcing his knowledge. After all, sitting and fishing in the same spot makes the chances of catching a dragon carp very low. Plus, if they actually catch one, no one wants to be discovered. They just want to get rich quietly.
Yi Feng nodded along, listening to her. So the talented get punished, huh? Learn something new, she hinted to him. Yixiansheng, how about we split up for now? With the Saint War going on, the big powers have countless eyes watching each other. I don't want your identity exposed to them. First, it could cause some trouble for you. Second, you can't reveal a trump card like you so quickly, can you? Yi Feng's eyes and mouth went wide.
Is that so? Piao Miaohong smiled. Then, Xiansheng, let's part ways here for now. We'll meet again in this place in half a month.
With that, she left,
leaving Yi Feng to explore on his own. He looked at the lake with interest. Probably just regular fish in the lake, huh? Forget the dragon carp. I'll just catch some regular fish to kill time.
He skipped towards the shore,
where a girl was leisurely and comfortably fishing for dragon carp. She was Feng Tianyue.
Feng Tianyue looked at her bait, thinking, a jade fishing rod, an amber bait that's thousands of years old. If it weren't for all these treasures, the dragon carp wouldn't bite. She glanced at her opponent across from her.
Across from her was a man with a scruffy beard, seemingly a man of few words.
Feng Tianyue secretly assessed. He's been here for half a year. He hasn't said a single word.
But I know he's been here since I was born in Yun Lake. There are rumors that someone once caught a dragon carp in Yun Lake. I bet it's this guy in front of me. But his identity is too mysterious, and he's definitely not a good guy. I'm sitting so close to him to probe his identity and squeeze in some studying. Looking at her bait floating, she felt a little bored. But it's been half a year, and I haven't seen him change his posture or even lift his fishing rod. Same with me. I haven't moved an inch from beginning to end.
She closed her eyes, encouraging herself. Feng Tianyue, you can't rush things. If someone really wants to catch a dragon carp, waiting here for 100 years is normal. Yi Feng casually walked over, saying loudly, rare to see so many people gathered in one place. Guess I'll sit here too. Feng Tianyue opened her eyes wide to see who it was, she thought to herself. With so many people in one place, the chances of catching a dragon carp will decrease by 40%. Everyone will deliberately choose places where no one goes. But this young man likes to sit in crowded places, I get it. She smiled slightly, sizing him up with disdain.
He wants to use fishing as an excuse to get close to this immortal beauty. Another dog trying to chase me. Yi Feng had a completely different thought. Back in my previous life, people would gather together to fish. So this place must be a natural fishing spot. I bet the people here aren't fishing for dragon carp like me anyway. He lit up, throwing out an item he wanted. Yi Feng rubbed his chin. A fishing rod made on Heaven and Earth Island, and a hook. Oh man, it's been too long since So he put down his fishing rod and ran off to find more tools. Soon, Yi Feng came back, looking at the twig he'd tied into a makeshift bobber.
Feng Tianyue couldn't help but be surprised. Casually picking herbs to use as a bobber.
The maid beside her giggled. Young miss, look at that guy over there. He's so strange, coming here to fish and using such crude tools, she whispered to her mistress. He definitely isn't here to fish. It's just that the old man is silent as always, and I can't ask him about it. Yi Feng used a hoe to dig into the earth. He excitedly caught earthworms and put them in a jar. All right, I'll use you guys as bait. The maid saw him using such simple bait and exclaimed, Young miss, look, that guy is really weird, using earthworms as bait. Can you believe it?
Feng Tianyue frowned, looking angry. A saint's posture. Cloud Lake is a gift from heaven to the people. At the very least, one should have a sense of gratitude. Moreover, all the creatures in Cloud Lake have souls. This young man's actions are an insult to Cloud Lake. She frowned as she looked at him. He dares to lower the value of Cloud Lake. He'll definitely be punished by the heavens. She stood up abruptly, letting her emotions control her. I can't stand it anymore. Suddenly, reason stopped her. Calm down. Why bother paying attention to what others are doing? It's him. She stared straight at the old man with the scraggly beard. That's right, there's no one else here, only him. She lowered herself, thinking to herself, that's right, what does it matter what others do? Even if he offends Cloud Lake, he'll be punished by the heavens someday. Is it my turn to act? She was grateful to him. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Very quickly after that, Yi Feng's fishing rod started to move. He caught a fish. Yi Feng was excited. This place is really good. I caught a fish in the blink of an eye. The maid pointed at him. Hey, young miss, look. That guy actually caught a fish. I don't even know what kind of fish it is. What great luck. Feng Tianyue ordered her. Shut your mouth. We just need to worry about our own things. Don't bother with what others are doing. The maid lowered her voice. Yes. Very quickly after that, Yi Feng caught another fish. He excitedly laughed loudly. Another one. The maid quickly reported it. The little maid hurriedly covered her mouth, trying not to disturb her young miss. The three people on the southeast shore were all focused on fishing, not paying attention to each other. But the difference was that the two people on either side were sitting quietly, like statues, not moving even a little bit. On the contrary, the young man in white, sitting in the middle, was constantly shouting, catching one fish after another. Yi Feng, ecstatic about catching so many fish, put them in his basket. Such a great harvest. Fishing is so fun. His tactless laughter strongly affected the two people who were being silent. Feng Tianyue muttered in her head, calm down, calm down. But he kept shouting, I'm also a fishing genius. This poked right at her limit. I can't stay calm. Feng Tianyue pursed her lips, thinking to herself, we're both fishing, but my fishing rod and fishing line, no matter the quality or other aspects, are the best products among the best. Not to mention the bait, it's the essence of heaven and earth gathered together, and took so much effort to make. She glared angrily at Yi Feng, but looking over at that guy next door, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. His fishing rod and bait are both so crude, so why does he catch a fish every time he lifts his rod? Feng Tianyue took a deep breath, trying to restrain herself. Calm down, Feng Tianyue, using a crude fishing rod. Even his bait is earthworms, so what good things can he catch? Isn't it just some ordinary fish and shrimp? She stared intently at her own fishing rod. I just need to catch a slightly better spirit fish, and it'll be worth more than his whole basket of fish. About half a day passed, meaning it was noon. Yi Feng stretched and shouted loudly, full. Immediately, he pulled out a large pot from somewhere. Yi Feng just happily scooped up his catch in front of her. Oh my God, it looks so fresh and delicious, causing Feng Tianyue to grind her teeth in anger. Humiliation. It's absolutely a humiliation. The old man with the beard suddenly stood up, attracting her attention. I didn't expect him to stand up. It had been so long, but he hadn't moved even once, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with him. But now he was standing up. He carried his fishing rod past where Yi Feng was scooping up his catch. He glanced over at him, then scratched his head, thinking to himself, he hasn't caught a single fish. That's right, seeing me constantly catching fish, everyone leaves in discomfort. Yi Feng kindly called him back. I caught a lot of fish. How about I share some with you? The old man replied. Thank you. One shouldn't receive rewards for nothing, and I'm just enjoying the process of fishing. Whether I can catch anything or not is not important. Yi Feng praised in admiration. Old Senior's state of mind is very high. The old bearded man laughed. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. Feng Tianyue sneered. How ridiculous. He's the only person since birth to have caught a dragonfish from the entire Cloud Lake. Wanting to give him your ordinary fish and shrimp, not even considering whether he'd care for it or not. Seeing the old man walking towards her, which startled her a bit, Feng Tianyue hurriedly gave a respectful bow. Old sir. But the old geezer wasn't friendly at all, even glared at her like a scorned ex-lover. Weird, she thought, watching him leave. Why is he looking at me like that? He sent her a telepathic message. The descendants of the Feng family are getting worse and worse. Which made her face flush, he continued. Out of respect for your Feng family's ancestors, who were quite close to me, I'll give you a hint. Go check out what kind of fish he's been catching. Then, poof, he teleported away, leaving her dumbfounded. Feng Tianyue was a bit worried, glancing at Yi Feng. Why would he say that? Could it be that what he's catching isn't just ordinary shrimp? Yi Feng saw her staring and offered, So, miss, would you like a taste?
She curiously eyed him, wanting to know what he was really catching, but her pride held her back. Mustn't lose face. And so, another half-month passed. Yi Feng kept catching fish left and right.
During these 2 weeks, Yi Feng had been constantly catching fish, sometimes even 2 at once. Not only that, he even set up a tent in the back. Fish head soup, fish steak, grilled fish. Yi Feng cooked up a storm, dish after dish. Feng Tianyue's face was stiff. Sitting here for over half a year and not catching a single thing, and you, who just arrived 2 weeks ago, are completely outfishing me. Utter defeat. Actually, after the old man's telepathic message, she didn't dare underestimate Yi Feng anymore. She was also very curious about what kind of fish Yi Feng was catching. Feng Tianyue pretended to clutch her stomach. Xiao Ye, keep watch for a bit. I need to use the restroom. The maid had guessed her intentions. She really wants to sneak a peek. It's been almost 2 weeks already. Why not just ask him directly? Another day passed. Yi Feng was busily packing up. Once he was done, he looked pleased. All right, all packed up. The half-month I promised Honggunyang is up. Time to meet up with her. Yi Feng slowly walked past Feng Tianyue. Both were silent, neither saying a word. He chuckled to himself.
This miss has been here for half a month longer than me, and hasn't caught a single fish. Seeing all the fish being caught by me, she must be feeling awful, even more pathetic than that old geezer.
Yi Feng awkwardly turned and left.
But this miss always looks so cold and doesn't want to talk to strangers, so I'll just skip the fish-giving thing. It'll seem like I'm taking advantage of her if I offer.
Seeing him leave,
Feng Tianyue glanced to see if he was far enough.
Once he was gone, she jumped up from her seat.
He's gone. She carefully examined the fish bones.
Golden scales.
Feng Tianyue looked around. Just based on the scales. There's no way to tell what kind of fish he was catching. Is there anything else? Seeing a pond nearby, she gasped. This is the pool he deliberately dug to raise fish. And there's a fish, floating belly up.
Seeing its color,
Feng Tianyue's eyes widened. Wait, this belly looks a lot like...
She trembled as she touched the fish for a closer look.
Seeing that it was the dragonfish she had been searching for all this time, she was stunned. Dragonfish? The thing he's been catching is actually a dragonfish.
She trembled, glancing at the fish bones. Holy crap, does this mean that all the fish she caught these past few days were dragonfish? Feng Tianyue lowered her head, thinking, just who is this guy? People spend so much effort and can't even catch a glimpse of a dragonfish, but he casually catches so many. Could it be? Is he the legendary saint?
Her face flushed. Now that I think about it, that old geezer saw everything, which is why he said that. Only I was so short-sighted.
Seeing her standing motionless, the maid worriedly approached. Miss, what's wrong? She turned to look at the maid. She smiled faintly.
For the first time, I understand the saying that there's always a higher mountain. I didn't expect that I'd been arrogant all along, she replied. It's nothing. The maid pointed in the direction Yi Feng left. Oh, right, miss. That guy stopped behind us when he left. It's kind of funny. He looked like he wanted to give you the fish.
Feng Tianyue trembled as she asked,
Are you serious? The maid nodded firmly. Of course, I saw it myself. But he glanced at you for a moment and then quietly left, so I guess he knows his place.
Missing this golden opportunity shocked her so much that she coughed up blood. Feng Tianyue collapsed onto the grass.
How ridiculous! He actually wanted to give me the fish, and I missed today's opportunity because of my pride. The maid rushed over in a panic. Miss, what's wrong? Feng Tianyue didn't have the heart to fish anymore.
Let's go back to the heavenly domain. The maid was confused. Huh? Aren't we participating in the saintly being contention? What are we going back to the heavenly domain for? Feng Tianyue was utterly hopeless. Even if I stay and participate in the saintly being contention, I won't get any opportunities. The maid confusedly grabbed her luggage and followed behind. Why, miss? Feng Tianyue thought. The dragonfish was right in front of me, but I pushed it away. That means the luck in this place has left me. What qualifications do I have to get any other opportunities? The sun was high in the sky. Piao Miaohong and her subordinates came to greet Yi Feng. They said respectfully, Sir? Yi Feng looked at them and said, You guys came back empty-handed too, huh?
Piao Miaohong said, Please don't laugh at us, sir. We were just here to try our luck. Besides, we only had half a month. We didn't have any hope to begin with. Yi Feng gave a wry smile, looked at their fish baskets, and sighed inwardly.
If I fished for half a month and came back empty-handed, I might have blown up this whole lake.
But you guys can still maintain this kind of mentality. I'm impressed.
Seeing that you guys are so pitiful, he said, holding out his fish basket, I'll give you some. Although it's not the best fish, it's still a gift. At least you can taste it.
Piao Miaohong and the others stared at his fish basket in astonishment. Sir, you caught fish. And 2 of them, Yi Feng said, confused. 2? What do you mean 2? I've eaten several baskets of fish in the past half-month, and when I left, I still had a basket full, but I thought it was too heavy, so I threw it away. Piao Miao Hong and her subordinates were petrified, their mouths agape. Atun ate several baskets of fish and threw one away. Can you believe it? Piao Miao Hong thought calmly. The fish in Yun Lake aren't that easy to catch. It's either luck, opportunity, or the right time, place, and people.
While she was pondering, Yi Feng went to the lake to wash his hands. Her thoughts were interrupted by a loud smack. Yi Feng held up a fish, looking blank, and said, Hey, it's just a fish. I was just washing my hands, and it swam right into my hand. Right into my hand, guys. Piao Miao Hong's jaw dropped, her body stiff. That's even possible. Just how lucky is this guy? At this moment, he's still as innocent as a ewe, completely unaware of his transgression. I'll release you. Through their eyes, his silhouette seemed to be glowing. A future saint, he might have a chance.
A subordinate looked at the fish basket and stammered, Miss, look, Piao Miao Hong asked, puzzled. What is it? When she looked into the fish basket,
she couldn't hide her surprise. She covered her mouth, looking at the subordinate beside her. Dragonfish. The subordinate frantically held the fish basket towards the petrified Piao Miao Hong. It's a dragonfish, miss. It's a dragonfish. What do we do? Yi Feng was also shocked when he heard that. So this is the super cool dragonfish you guys were talking about.
Piao Miao Hong awkwardly returned the fish basket to Yi Feng, Taoist Yi. This is too precious. I can't accept something so precious. How could I ever repay you? Yi Feng said nonchalantly. No need to repay me. Just think of a way to make me die faster.
Take it. Piao Miao Hong stared at the fish basket in her hand with a smile. Then thank you, Taoist Yi. Receiving 2 dragonfish from you today, hunger has nothing to repay you with. Even if I die, I must help you fulfill your wish, she continued. Taoist Yi, we can't delay this any longer. Why don't we set off for the heavenly domain immediately? Hearing this, he happily agreed. Okay. 3 streams of light of varying sizes flew through the sky. Yi Feng said, Speaking of which, what's the difference between the heavenly domain and the 9 realms? Piao Miao Hong smiled and said, It can't be explained in just a few words. Once we get there, I'll take you to experience it, and you'll understand. Besides, the danger level of the heavenly domain can't be compared to the 9 realms. The laws there are much crueler than in the 9 realms. Yi Feng pondered. Is that so? Piao Miao Hong continued. In short, the 9 realms are very complicated now. It's because of the current saint, the one you mentioned earlier, right? He asked. But is this saint really that powerful? She went silent, thinking of the books and swordsmen. Yes. It's said that if it's a literary saint, the culture of the 9 realms will definitely flourish. If it's a sword saint, the path of swordsmanship in the 9 realms will receive the help of the heavenly Dakatayo, and all sword cultivators will benefit greatly. Different saints will cause different reactions. No matter which one it is, it will cause a major change in the world. At the 9 Realms Alliance, this place was originally located in the territory of U-Realm, but after the realm walls collapsed and people from the heavenly domain poured in, this place, with U-Realm as its center, linked with other places and became the gathering place of the old 8 realms, plus Immortal Realm, and was unified under the name of the 9 Realms Alliance. The leader of the 9 Realms Alliance, Tong Tianzhen Lao, gritted his teeth and stared at the pile of documents in front of him. He thought angrily, the 9 realms were originally so great, but now they've become like this. I'm not willing to accept this, the green-haired old man sitting beside him said. Zhen Lao, take a rest. Tong Tianzhen Lao smiled wryly. How can I be in the mood to rest? Shang Tian said sternly. Zhen Lao, you must know that it's not your fault. In the beginning, if you hadn't agreed to let the people from the heavenly domain in, I'm afraid the 9 realms would have been swallowed by the black fog. In fact, the people from the heavenly domain didn't even need our consent. Tong Tianzhen Lao sweated profusely and continued. Even so, the 9 realms are still in a very difficult situation. We people trapped in cages are just like ants in the eyes of the outer realms. If we don't try hard, we'll disappear from this world sooner or later. He clenched his fist angrily and continued. Although the people from the heavenly domain are temporarily abiding by the rules and not putting pressure on us, what about the future? If our fists aren't hard enough, we'll only be beaten. Shang Tian said. Zhen Lao is right. But with the collapse of the realm walls, the sealed space has obtained the benefits of heaven and earth. As he spoke, he thought of Shi Qingyu's fluttering white figure and cold face. And the disciples, some elites of the 9 realms, we've made extremely rapid progress. Apart from Bai Huang, who we haven't been able to find out about, in the martial realm, sect leader Shi Qingyu of the 100 Refinements sect has received the ancient god's inheritance,
and has now emerged from... Meanwhile, back at the 100 Refinement sect, 13 odd job disciples had also broken through to the 9th Tribulation realm. The Transcendent Formation Elder excitedly shouted. "Are you serious?" Zhang Tian continued. "Absolutely. That's why I'm here. To deliver this good news. Our 9 Realms Alliance can finally claim to have a genuine Dao Realm powerhouse." The Transcendent Formation Elder was so happy he was practically crying. "That's great! Just great! It's a huge boost for the 9 realms. When those guys from the Celestial Domain come knocking, the highest cultivation level in our entire 9 realms is only 10th level True Immortal, which is just 2nd Tribulation Realm in real cultivation terms. The feeling of helplessness compared to Celestial Domain experts. It's just been getting stronger and stronger." The Transcendent Formation Elder continued excitedly. But in just a few short months, the 9 realms finally has a Daddio realm expert. While we still can't compare to the major sects in the Celestial Domain, at least we can see a future. Suddenly, Xiang Tian walked to the window, pondering. "But I also came with another matter." Hearing this, the Transcendent Formation Elder abruptly turned around. "What is it?" Xiang Tian said softly. "Please, take a look at the streets." Below, couples were busy spreading dog food all around. The Transcendent Formation Elder was startled, his eyes widening. What the heck is going on? Although there are indeed Dao companions who dual cultivate on the cultivation path, what these Dao companions cultivate is inherently techniques related to this aspect. It's rare for those cultivating normal techniques to pay much attention to romance. Cultivators with compatible souls and the bond of husband and wife are, after all, few and far between. The Transcendent Formation Elder exclaimed, "This isn't normal at all. We must investigate. Something is causing this. Right behind our backs." Xiang Tian frowned, continuing, "It's really abnormal. The 9 Realms Alliance headquarters used to be desolate, but now it's filled with rosy scenes everywhere. Formation Elder, please rest assured, leave this matter to me to investigate." The Transcendent Formation Elder said nonchalantly, "All right then. If there's nothing else, head back first." Xiang Tian hesitated. "Formation Elder, actually, I have something personal I want to tell you." The Transcendent Formation Elder said seriously, "Xiang Tian, we've known each other for so long, protecting the realm barrier together, leading the people of the 9 realms to a prosperous future. You could say we're brothers who've shared life and death. Although I bear the title of leader, and you're my subordinate, I've long considered you a brother. Between brothers, why be so hesitant? Just speak your mind." Xiang Tian hesitated slightly. "If that's the case, then I'll be blunt." Suddenly, he shouted at the top of his lungs. "Formation Elder, I'm here to tell you frankly, I'm dating your daughter, Qinglan. I hope Formation Elder will grant us your blessing." The Transcendent Formation Elder fell backwards. He slowly sat up, looked at Xiang Tian, and growled, "Well done, Xiang Tian. I treat you like a brother, and you dare to flirt with my daughter." He angrily created an energy ball in his palm, followed by an earth-shattering scream that reverberated through the area. "Formation Elder, please calm down. Qinglan and I are truly in love. Shut your dog mouth." On a peaceful island, there was a virtuous wife, Bai Qian. In the role of a diligent wife, was stir-frying leaves, branches, and petals on the sand. Lu Banwei, nearby, had also transformed into a farmer. He diligently planted blades of grass in the sand, a hard-working husband working in the fields. He stood up and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Plowing the field at midday, sweat drips like rain. Field plowed. Time to eat. Hearing Lu Banwei calling wife, wife, Bai Qian turned her head to look. Lu Banwei jumped up and embraced her, cheerfully saying, "I'm back." He happily jumped. "The food you cooked smells so good. Wife, your husband likes it salty. Add more salt. Okay." Bai Qian's cheeks flushed red. She said shyly, "Okay, husband." Suddenly, a baby's cry came from the cradle nearby. "Husband." Suddenly, a baby's cry came from the nearby cradle. Surprise. The old woman in the cradle was Yi Feng, transformed into a defective version of a newborn baby. Lu Banwei frowned and gently consoled. "Good son, don't cry, wife. Continue with your work. I'll go coax our baby." Lu Banwei happily picked up Yi Feng and coaxed him. "Be good, my little one. Go to sleep." Yi Feng continued to cry. According to the script, he sighed inwardly. Life isn't easy. Multi-talented, versatile. After setting up a small table, Bai Qian called out, "Husband, the food is ready." Lu Banwei excitedly threw the baby away and ran over. Now abandoned, Yi Feng lay sprawled on the sand, crying silently. "Bro, I'm playing your newborn son." Lu Banwei sat at the table and gently reminded, "Wife, remember to feed the puppy?" It was so hungry it was eating the rice just now, Bai Qian softly replied. Okay, Lu Banwei. Husband. Wang Kai wagged its tail to the side, thinking, didn't eat the rice. Lu Banwei threw a huge rock at Wang Kai. Forcing it to jump up and catch it, Lu Banwei said, eat it, puppy. This is all food that the breadwinner of the family, me, works so hard to get. In the midst of busyness, a happy day for a family passed. The sky was covered in the orange-red hues of dusk. Yi Feng and Wang Kai excitedly said, How? How was my acting skills? What about me? Lu Banwei praised. You were all very good. He glanced at Bai Qian and praised again. Of course, the best is still Miss Bai Qian. Bai Qian smiled brightly. Serving the master is what I should do, Ziling Wang and Fatty Bear cried on the side. Ah, can we join in the playhouse next time? Lu Banwei said gently. Next time. Next time. Suddenly, Lu Banwei sighed melancholically. The feeling of having a normal wife is really good. It's a pity. Playing house is just fake after all, you guys. Lu Banwei gazed at the setting sun, thinking, when will I, Lu Banwei, find my true love? Seeing his melancholy, Ziling Wang quickly said, Bro, with your dashing good looks, your true love will arrive soon. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right. The reason you haven't found your true love yet is because you haven't met a woman worthy of you. Wang Kai chimed in. So, bro must endure this loneliness for a short while. After all, outstanding men are always lonely. Hearing his underling's fake flattery, Lu Banwei's mood improved a bit. You speak truly. Continue. Suddenly, Lu Banwei turned to look into the distance. Seeing this, Wang Kai anxiously asked, What's wrong? Lu Banwei frowned seriously and said, Something's happening to Master. On Yi Feng's side, he and the others flew down towards the sea. This is the Tianyu domain. Yi Feng gave a forced laugh. I thought the Tianyu domain would be a prosperous continent. Forget continent, it doesn't even seem prosperous. Piao Miaohong smiled at him. Worthy of being called Xian Sheng's eyes. Looking at the bustling beach with boats, she explained, Here the population is dense, and land is scarce, leading to islands being areas of contention. Therefore the sea is full of boats. Small forces have small boats, large forces have large boats, and some families even live on boats their entire lives. When they landed, Yi Feng pondered, I feel like I've seen this situation somewhere before, in a history book or a comic. Yi Feng's group was standing in the center of the island. At the public teleportation array, we've arrived. There was a large note posted on the towers, Piao Miaohong explained. This place is a teleportation array, leading to various locations in the Tianyu domain. Because it was jointly established by the top powers of the Tianyu domain, fighting is forbidden here. She continued, If you fight, you'll be ganged up on by all the major powers. Basically, you'll die without a doubt. Hearing this, Yi Feng's expression darkened. Piao Miaosheng reached out and pulled back Yi Feng, who was radiating murderous intent. Calm down. While it's true you'll be besieged, the guards here can't break your defenses, Yi Feng said, but they can call their backers to besiege me. Right? Piao Miaosheng soothed. You're overthinking it. Major powers won't provoke a master like you just for the sake of a rule. She smiled at Yi Feng. These rules are just for the weak to see. True powerhouses don't have any rules. In fact, if you display your strength here, those major powers might not only not attack you, but they might even try all sorts of ways to recruit you. Hearing this, he understood. Looking at the constant flow of people, Yi Feng curiously asked, Are all these people here for teleportation? Piao Miaohong replied, Not entirely. Most of them are here for business. He became even more curious. Business, Piao Miaohong continued to explain, because teleportation costs a lot. Ordinary people can't afford it. And those who can afford teleportation usually bring back items from other regions, so the teleportation island has become one of the largest markets in the Tianyu domain. As she spoke, she looked at the groups trading in the distance. Piao Miaohong introduced further. Look, there are not only auction houses and trading conferences, but also black markets for special transactions, Yi Feng said excitedly. This is truly a unique place, she smirked. The most special place here isn't these. Piao Miaohong recalled a magnificent white tower and explained further. The most special place here is a place called Linglong Pavilion. It's a place that drives the Tianyu domain, even the entire Yongxing Star. Crazy. Seeing her excitement, he lightly sighed. That's a bit much, isn't it? She became even more enthusiastic. Linglong Pavilion's businesses are spread throughout the Tianyu domain, all because they developed a unique service in the world, a virtual reality business called Fable Life. Virtual characters and high-tech devices quickly appeared in her mind. Hearing this, Yi Feng's face went blank. Fable Life? Isn't that just a game from my previous life? Piao Miaohong smiled and continued, It's very simple to enter Fable Life.
She jumped up and down excitedly. Just spend a certain amount of immortal essence at Linglong Pavilion to create a character that belongs to you. Once you create your character, you can use it to fly around in Fable Life. In Fable Life, people can freely chat, freely trade, and freely fight. If you die in there, your character and items will disappear. But only by spending money at Linglong Pavilion to create a character can you start over from the beginning.
Hearing her multi-level marketing speech, Yi Feng's face darkened, and he thought to himself, Oh God, stop talking. If you talk anymore, you'll violate copyright. Piao Miaohong smiled and continued. Therefore, some people in Fable Life might only be small characters in reality, but in there, they're a powerhouse. It's a world full of charm, isn't it? Seeing the joy etched on her face, Yi Feng was even more stunned. What the hell? Isn't it just a game? Are the people here all game addicts? Suddenly, Yi Feng's brain started working. Wait a minute, NPCs creating Fable Life. Could they be transmigrators? People from Earth? Piao Miaohong smiled brightly. Don't think that these are just illusions. While you're satisfied spiritually, this virtual world is also connected to reality. She became even more excited as she continued. If your character in Fable Life is very strong, even if you're very weak in reality, you'll be respected by everyone. Another thing is that the resources and wealth in your Fable Life can be exchanged for real-world items according to a certain ratio. Yi Feng avoided her listlessly. Okay, I get it. And another thing, Piao Miaohong was still excited, asking with a bright smile, What do you think? Isn't it very interesting? And don't you feel incredibly shaken? Contrary to her enthusiasm, Yi Feng was bored to death. It's all right. He rubbed his chin and thought, Isn't it just a game? Now I'm even more suspicious that Fable Life was created by a transmigrator from Earth.
Yi Feng forced a smile as he thought of the male lead and his harem. It's probably not like me. Or perhaps, the male lead opens a harem in the male lead's world and needs to use bugs to become a big shot. As he thought, he gave a forced laugh, followed by some vulgar words.
Yi Feng smiled wryly. But it's okay. All I want to do now is die. Immortality sucks. I went from being a salted fish to this point, so it's not an exaggeration to say that I'm a male lead, right? Or perhaps, a virgin. The more he thought, the more determined he became. He said loudly, Miss Piao, please quickly help me come up with a plan to die. Piao Miaohong smiled. All right. It seems that Xiansheng really isn't interested in Fable Life, but don't be anxious, Xiansheng. I've already come up with a plan for you on the way. Hearing this, Yi Feng became curious again. Tell me quickly! Tell me what you've got!
She spoke eloquently. Please forgive me for making Xiansheng laugh, but it's because Xiansheng is too strong. Therefore, the plan I have in mind is similar to the previous one. Next, in order to avoid wasting Xiansheng's precious time, I will carefully check if that place is truly dangerous for Xiansheng before making a decision. She hands him a plan. This is the initial plan. You can give it a shot, Mr. Yi Feng. If it works, great. If not, by the time you're back, I'll have the next one ready. She gives him a sweet smile.
Yi Feng is stoked. You're really going all out to off me, huh? How thoughtful. Piao Miaohong also smiles, narrowing her eyes.
Of course I promised you, Mr. Yi Feng, I'd make sure you die a death beyond death. Overhearing their bonkers convo, some onlookers nearby stopped dead in their tracks, scratching their heads, totally confused. Piao Miaohong, still beaming, says to Yi Feng, Take a look at this jade slip, Mr. Yi Feng. Yi Feng furrows his brow at the jade slip. Fengyu Death Inheritance Island. She explains, Yep, that's the Fengyu sect's Fengyu Death Inheritance Island. The Fengyu sect has this one inheritance, rumored to be left by a saint. She's lost in thought, picturing a battlefield of swords and spears. It's a pity that over the past 10,000 years, the Fengyue sect has sent countless disciples for the inheritance. But not only did no one succeed, countless talents were buried instead. Over time, the Fengyu sect knew they did not have the fate of obtaining the inheritance. Thus, they decided to open up the inheritance so that anyone who meets the certain conditions could continue the inheritance. After success, as long as you are willing to assist the Fengyu sect at a crucial time, that is all that is needed. Remembering the gruesome ends of those who failed, she adds, The huge temptation caused complete chaos back then. After all, it was something left behind by a saint. But without exception, all the peeps who failed the inheritance died miserably. Piao Miaohong explains, That's why it's called the death inheritance. No one dares to go anymore. The last time someone tried was like
100 years ago, Yi Feng sighs internally. This girl sure loves to explain things.
Piao Miao Hong says excitedly. So if you go there, Mr. Yi Feng, there's still a chance of success? Hearing this, Yi Feng strokes his chin. This place is hella dangerous, and it's not just little newbie Piao Miao Hong who thinks so. Everyone does, so the death rate is super high. The more he thinks about it, the more a glimmer of hope sparks in his heart. Immortality is waving at him. His joyful shout echoes across the island. All right, I'm going to Fengyue Island. After Yi Feng and Piao Miao Hong part ways, he heads to Fengyue Island solo. Piao Miao Hong bows respectfully. Sorry, Mr. Yi Feng. I have to go see Luo Shen, and then take Longyu back to Sword Valley. Yi Feng waves. Goodbye. Go take care of your business. His eyes widen in shock at the gaudy boat in front of him. It's decorated with blinding, flashy gold. Linglong Pavilion's public transport boat. Snow number 8, destination, Fengyue Island. This boat is the biggest I had ever seen in my previous life. He goes over to the poster on the wall and scans it. First floor, shopping center. Second floor, entertainment. Time for the second floor. As soon as he gets there, he stops dead. Eyes wide at the lively gambling scene. He is thinking about what kind of entertainment this place has. Unexpectedly, it is a place for playing Fight the Landlord and Mahjong. That boss behind the Linglong Pavilion must be a transmigrator, otherwise Yi Feng, will walk on my head. He strolls around, a thrill bubbling up inside. I used to play Fight the Landlord here, but since I transmigrated, I haven't touched Mahjong. My hands are itching. Let me see how to fight to the bitter end. Along with Fujian Mahjong, there is also Hongzong Mahjong from other regions and Changsha Mahjong from the previous life. Yi Feng rolls up his sleeves, feeling hyped. These cultivators aren't exactly quick on the uptake when it comes to Mahjong. He's gonna get rich. Time for me to make bank.
A little later, same boat, a bunch of people curse in annoyance. Damn, you've won 8 out of 10 rounds. Are you kidding me? Screw this.
And with that, they storm off, fuming. Yi Feng just chuckles. It's just a game. No need to get so worked up.
A group of people discuss while sweating. Who is that guy? He's killing it everywhere, from the low-end tables to the high-roller rooms, winning who knows how many immortal crystals. Yi Feng skips along with 2 bags of money.
If I'd known there was such an easy way to get rich, I wouldn't have had to penny pinch so hard back then.
A waiter whispers to a subordinate. Keep an eye on him. I'm going to report this upstairs. At this moment, a pair of long, pale legs appears. A gorgeous girl with a stunning figure gazes out at the ocean. Come in, she asks. Speak. What is it? The waiter respectfully repeats the story. You may have just heard what this subordinate said, my lady.
She gently sets down her wine glass, impressed.
How interesting. Just what kind of big shot is this? M.I. Xianzi smiles. I was just feeling bored. Bring him up here, and tell those 2 downstairs to come up too. I want to learn from him personally. The subordinate agrees, and suddenly, 2 weirdos popped out of nowhere. The guy with a brain fart of a name thought, I just got on the boat and went up to the 2nd floor, and bumped into the steward who was picking people to go to the 4th floor. What luck. The purple-robed dude was also thinking, the captain of Line 8, known as Enchantress M.I., I've wanted to meet her for ages, and I got picked out of so many people. These 2 were running on the same OS, both dreaming of their glorious deeds, the purple-robed guy smugly thought. The story of me wiping out the sea demons with my bare hands must have reached Enchantress Miga's ears. The blue-robed guy covered his mouth, chuckling to himself.
Looks like I can't keep my solo annihilation of an entire pirate crew under wraps any longer.
Suddenly, they noticed Yi Feng standing behind them, looking bored out of his skull. The 2 of them turned their heads in unison, gave him a puzzled look, then sized him up with judgmental eyes. Who's this bum? Dressed like a pauper. Yi Feng cursed inwardly.
Son of a, I was on a killing spree on the 2nd floor when someone dragged me here. Does the captain think she's all that? Whatever, it's her boat.
When the words come in echoed, the group filed in together. What greeted them was Enchantress Mi's flawless figure and mesmerizing face. Gorgeous. The 2 simps eagerly introduced themselves. This humble one is Jiyu Sheyun from Chifeng Island, paying respects to Enchantress M.I. This humble one is Feng Wuzong from Wujing Island, paying respects to Enchantress M.I. Enchantress M, I gently greeted. Please, be seated. Jiyu Sheyun and Feng Wuzong immediately rushed to the table. Yes, Enchantress Mi's gaze flickered towards Yi Feng's aloof face. Enchantress M, I frowned thoughtfully. Seems like he's the one the steward mentioned. His reaction is calm, unlike the others, and even his aura is unique.
She rubbed her chin, glancing at Yi Feng, secretly marveling. This young man is intriguing. At this point, Yi Feng was burning with rage, cursing non-stop in his mind. Son of a, cutting off a man's business is like killing his parents. Doesn't she know that? Young man, Enchantress M, I approached, whispering. I haven't had the pleasure of knowing your esteemed name yet, he replied expressionlessly. Yi Feng. Suddenly, a hand reached out to him. Enchantress M.I., her face flushed, looked at Yi Feng coyly and said, I see that young Master Yi must be tired from the journey. Now that you're here, I should play the part of a good host. How about I help you change your clothes? Ji Sheyun and Feng Wuzong were stunned. Feng Wuzong let out an excited squeal, while Ji Sheyun leaned against the wall, smirking. I've been oohing for a while now. And you? Yi Feng glanced over, rejecting her flatly. You don't need to. My clothes are comfortable as they are. Enchantress M, I kept her friendly smile. If young Master Yi dislikes trouble, then so be it. Please take a seat. The two guys, sharing the same brainwave, cursed in their hearts, green with envy. Enchantress M.I. sat down on the chair, a glint of anticipation in her eyes. It's rare to meet someone so interesting, she spoke up. The main reason I invited you all here today is because my hands are itching for some action, but it's too noisy downstairs, so I took the liberty of inviting you up here. Ji Shenyun chuckled. Enchantress M.I. is too humble. It's an honor to play a few rounds with you. Feng Wuzong chimed in. That's right, just tell me what you want to play. Only Yi Feng remained silent, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Enchantress M. I turned her gaze towards him. Young Master Yi, would you do me the honor of playing a few rounds with me? He said wearily. To be honest, there are plenty of people downstairs. Why don't you just grab someone to play with you? Enchantress M. I crossed her legs and said gently, I just heard the steward say you were having a blast on the second floor. Why aren't you having fun here? She twisted her body, looking at him intensely. I want young Master Yi to explain it clearly today. If you don't, you're not leaving this room. Feng Wuzong suddenly squealed, while Ji Sheyun leaned against the wall, smirking. I've been oohing for a while now. And you, Ji Sheyun, seized the opportunity, eagerly saying, Enchantress M.I., if this brother isn't interested, why not let him go back? I have quite a few friends downstairs. We can easily grab someone to play with us. Enchantress M.I. ignored him, stating, I need an explanation from Mr. Yi today. Yi Feng said seriously, It's not that I don't want to play, but if we're going to play, we have to gamble for money. What's the point of playing just for fun? I might as well go back to sleep until morning. Hearing him, she smiled excitedly. So, young Master Yi wants to gamble. That's not a problem at all. I'll follow your lead. Whatever you want to play, we'll play. Seeing another chance to make money, Yi Feng perked up. All right, then let's play by the rules of the High Roller Casino on the second floor, Enchantress M. I smiled. I'll listen to young Master Yi. If young Master Yi has any other requests, feel free to make them. The two guys finally understood the situation, their faces paling, both thinking, we're just background decorations now. Ji Sheyun immediately put his super IQ to work and finally came up with a reasonable explanation. I get it, this guy's playing hard to get, using this cheap tactic to attract Enchantress Mai's attention. Why didn't I think of that? He boldly stood up, stating resolutely, My apologies, Enchantress M.I. I wanted to play with you, but I suddenly remembered I have some unfinished business, so I'm afraid I can't play with you. His confident thoughts returned. I know how to play this game too. Enchantress M.I. glanced at him and said perfunctorily, Mr. Ji Yun, what business do you need to take care of so urgently? How about putting it aside for now and discussing it later? Hearing this, Ji Sheyun grew even more confident, his face becoming even more smug. See, she's getting impatient. He became increasingly confident in his assumptions. These flirting tricks are no match for me, Ji Shenyun. He firmly stated loudly, No, I already promised someone else. A true man keeps his word. If I made a promise, I must fulfill it. Contrary to his fantasies, M.I. Xianzi slowly said, If that's the case, then Ji Yunzi can leave. I'll just invite someone else from the second floor to take your place. At this point, Ji Sheyun had turned into a stone statue. He forced a smile, sat down, and shamelessly said, Calling someone else would only cause more trouble for M.I. Xianzi. I'd rather stay and play with everyone. A bitter feeling flashed in his mind. So that's how it is. Seeing the truth laid bare before their eyes, Ji Sheyun and Feng Wuzong couldn't deceive themselves any longer. Tears streamed down their faces, along with their thoughts. We're just expendable. Simply added to make up the numbers. After a while of playing mahjong with these people, Yi Feng cursed in annoyance. You little bastard. He was cursing while playing mahjong. Yi Feng's face stretched long, dejectedly thinking,
These guys are so noob. Including that captain of Line 8 ship or whatever. This mahjong game has completely become my solo performance. M.I. Xianzi secretly sighed in admiration. Young Master Yi is so amazing, especially that technique of knowing which tile to discard without even looking, just a swipe, and he knows. Yi Feng's image was imprinted in her mind, and the more she watched his hands, the more she admired him. These mahjong tiles were made from special materials, so there was no way to cheat. Moreover, she had only seen this technique once before, from the Grand Steward during the Linglong Pavilion's annual meeting. She couldn't help but think of the Grand Steward. The Grand Steward loves playing cards, but constantly complains that everyone around him is unskilled.
If I brought this guy to meet the Grand Steward, he might actually like it.
She rested her chin on her hand, looking at Yi Feng. May I ask where young Master Yi is from? He calmly replied. Sorry, I can't say. M.I. Xianzi secretly smiled in her heart.
This guy has really stirred up my desire to conquer. Her face flushed red, and she lightly bit her finger,
her fair foot reaching out to tentatively touch his leg, but he remained cool and handsome. A mahjong tile fell, causing Yi Feng to exclaim loudly, Kong, feeling M.I. Xianzi's foot lightly touching his thigh. Yi Feng's face darkened with anger. Is she crazy? He angrily continued. Could you please not stretch your leg out so far? You've stepped on my foot so many times, and it even made me discard the Kong. Hearing him, Jiyu Sheyun and Feng Wuzong were aghast, cold sweat constantly pouring down their faces. Seeing M.I. Xianzi's dark expression, the two of them looked even more terrified. M.I. Xianzi's face was as black as coal as she stood up and gloomily announced, Today's fun ends here. Jiyu Sheyun and Feng Wuzong scrambled to escape. Thank you for your hospitality today, M.I. Xianzi. We'll take our leave. Yi Feng frowned slightly, glancing at them, and thought to himself, the atmosphere isn't looking too good. Me too. Suddenly, her ample bosom weighed down on Yi Feng's head. Young Master Yi, does Meaner not catch your eye? Your outstanding demeanor and unique personality have truly moved Minor. As she spoke, she walked around, sat on the table, directly facing him, reached out to pull open her robes, and looked at him seductively. If young master is willing, then Mir will be yours today. Her fair foot reached towards Yi Feng's face. He bit his lip, his face darkened, and cursed inwardly. 1 second this woman looks like she wants to kill someone, and the next she's playing this card. I'm a man with plenty of vigor, how can I endure this? M.I. Xianzi blushed, raised her foot, and smiled alluringly. Do you want it? Before Yi Feng could speak, she interrupted him. I know you don't dare, and I can't blame you. After all, everyone knows I'm the captain of Line 8 ship, an important figure in the Linglong Pavilion. Countless experts in the entire Tian region desire me. The more she spoke, the darker Yi Feng's face became. If you actually dared, and news of today got out, you'd be hunted down by countless people, and wouldn't live for 3 days. As she snickered inwardly, Little brat, you want to compete with me? You're still too green. Suddenly, she was pulled down with great force. M.I. Xianzi was pulled into his arms, and she looked at Yi Feng's black face in shock, becoming increasingly confused. Has this guy lost his mind? She forced a smile at Yi Feng. Don't just talk the talk, walk the walk. As soon as she finished speaking, she was violently pulled down. M.I. Xianzi was thrown onto the bed in a rough manner, her face flushed crimson, jaw dropped as she stammered. How? How dare you? Yi Feng's face darkened, eyes blazing like car headlights. Why wouldn't I dare? Didn't you already say it? She smirked, trying to sound tough. You better think about the consequences. If this gets out, living for 3 days would be an overestimate. You might not even make it through one. As she spoke, Yi Feng whipped out a jade slip and started carving into it. Really? Just saying it doesn't cut it. We need evidence, don't we? Seeing his audacious move, she gasped. You're recording this. You're really going all in, huh? Yi Feng glanced at her, his face blank. When you spread this around, he said, you better be ready to die with it. Don't let me survive even an hour. Her face burned. She panted. Damn it. This guy is such a scoundrel, M.I. Xianzi thought furiously. Suddenly, she teleported away from Yi Feng. Young Master Yi, I was just joking with you. I hope you won't take it to heart. Yi Feng's face darkened. He angrily flew to her side and roared, God damn it, I already took my pants off and you tell me you were kidding. After a while, he opened the door and stepped out. He didn't forget to curse after tossing her out. You shrew! M.I. Xianzi lay slumped on the floor, panting, sweat pouring down her face. She sat up, fuming. Damn it, I can't believe he dared to throw me out. No one has ever dared to treat me like this. M.I. Xianzi gritted her teeth. All other men dote on me, but only this one. After her outburst, Her brows finally relaxed.
She sat up in bed, crossed her legs, and yelled, "Someone!" Immediately, a subordinate rushed in and knelt before her. "My lady," Mi Jianzi smirked wickedly. "Invite that Yi Feng to the 3rd floor. Arrange a room for him." She laughed sinisterly to herself.
"You little punk. I originally planned to chop you into 100 pieces, but now that I think about it, you're kinda cute."
The more she thought about it, the more amused she became. This big sister wants to see who plays who.
Just as she set down the wine cup in her hand, the subordinate burst in, shouting in a panic. My lady, Mi Xianzi, sat calmly on her chair, looking at the flustered subordinate. "What is it? He doesn't want to stay, does he? I predicted it all along. Arrogant kids are normal."
Seeing that she had overestimated Yi Feng's character, the subordinate quickly corrected. "My lady, no, it's not like that at all. He not only agreed, but he also demanded to stay in your personal, top-tier heaven room." As he spoke, he recalled the scene of Yi Feng picking the room, much to his horror.
Mi Xianzi smiled, sighing. Things are getting more and more interesting. This punk is really unpredictable. As she said this, she created a magic circle under her feet.
As soon as she used her Winds Enchanti spell, she transformed into a voluptuous and incredibly seductive woman. "Seeing how eager you are, you must be very interested in women, huh? Then I have to have a proper showdown with you." She slowly walked upstairs. Yi Feng was counting money in his room when he heard a cry for help outside the door. "Help! Is anyone there?"
When he opened the door, he saw Mi Xianzi in her new form, weakly slumped on the floor.
Her eyes sparkled with tears as she looked at Yi Feng. "Young master, this little girl is in trouble. May I come in?"
Without a word, Yi Feng slammed the door shut in her face. He sneered. "Just knocking on the door like that. You can tell it's a trap. How could I fall for that? Time to continue counting money." Mi Xianzi forced a grim smile, her body trembling uncontrollably. "You're really heartless, kid. This big sister doesn't believe I can't handle you." Yi Feng had just sat down at the table when her weak voice sounded again outside. "Young master, although we don't know each other, this little girl is in a desperate situation and can only be so presumptuous as to bother you. I am Yi Qingfei from Tianye Island. I've been poisoned. If young master can help me, Qingfei will definitely use all the resources of the island to repay your kindness." Mi Xianzi continued. "Young master, Tianye Island will definitely agree to any conditions you have." Yi Feng wavered slightly. Could this woman really be in trouble? As a man, I can't just stand by and watch. With that thought, he opened the door and asked her, "What happened?" Mi Xianzi happily looked up at him and said, "Young master, it's like this." This time, Qing Shire came to practice near the teleportation island and was accidentally poisoned by a villain. She continued to make up the story. "At this moment, the poison has broken out too strongly. I had no choice but to seek a good person to help me detoxify. I'm really out of options." Yi Feng sighed. She really does seem a little pitiful, but I don't know how to detoxify. Yi Feng stared intently at her. "I do have this ability, but why don't I know about it? So what kind of poison did you get hit with?" Mi Xianzi blushed and softly replied, "It's a love GU poison. This toxin is very potent. Qinggar needs to find a man to cultivate within a certain time, to detoxify." As she spoke, she revealed her perfect curves and a bit of skin, trying to lure Yi Feng into her trap. Mi Xianzi, disguised as Qing Bexer, planned to use a beauty trap to seduce our male lead. Young master is indeed a man, and also has extraordinary temperament and handsome features. Truly Qingshi's ideal type, so Qingshi begs young master to cultivate with Qingshi to dispel the poison. Yi Feng saw the alluring beauty before him. His lustful heart was stirred, and saliva dripped down. Drooling sound effect. But Yi Feng coldly saw through Mi Xianzi's trick, and she thought she could pull one over on him. If young master is not satisfied after it's over, Qingfei will not hold young master responsible, and will also repay young master. Whether it's money or jewels, as long as young master wants it, Qingfei will definitely satisfy. Yeah, right. A girl being so easy in front of Yi Feng? You didn't feel any interest because there was no feeling of conquest. Facing Yi Feng's disgusted expression, Mi Xianzi was still gleeful, thinking he had fallen for her beauty. Stunned already. Look, men really can't resist this temptation, huh? Inner monologue. Sis here has to crush you. Knowing that Yi Feng wasn't interested in the girl, you should at least show some pity on her. Unexpectedly, he just went ahead and kicked her ass like that, and then he even locked the door and unleashed the dog, leaving Mi Xianzi completely helpless against this guy. Living for this long, our Yi Feng isn't some little kid who can be easily seduced. a suspiciously good deal. Does she think I'm an idiot? What's the difference between this and those scam calls from my past life?
So all lessons for the present must be paid for with cash in the past. Yi Feng, because of his gullibility, was scammed to the point where he almost had to beg on the streets. He swore he would never forget it, because he was young and didn't understand things. He inadvertently heard that call, and then lost all the money he had for the entire month's worth of late-night outings. How could I fall for these tricks again? Never. At this time, Ji Sheyun and Feng Wuzong were strolling and chatting along the corridor. Mi Xianzi is really beautiful, but she looks scary when she gets angry, Feng Wuzong agreed. That's right. Then they accidentally saw a familiar figure.
Feng Wuzong's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open when he saw a girl stuck.
There's a woman drilled into the wall.
These two guys' lustful nature is ingrained in their blood. Looking closely, she's quite pretty, no less than... No, she's even more beautiful than Mi Xianzi. Ji Sheyun eagerly tried to flirt. Hello, miss. May I ask if you need any help? Mi Xianzi was speechless at these two guys.
Fine. One kick will send both of you to the sky to save me the trouble, and also help vent my anger. She still didn't understand how Yi Feng could reject that charm. First tossing her away with a shoulder roll, now kicking her away with one foot. In Mi Xianzi's entire life, she had never encountered such an ignorant man, who told you to be so easy. Making people suspicious is just right. As the elders say, cheap things are.
Oh, right at this moment, Yi Feng arrived, still innocently unaware that the person he had just beaten up was the captain. Captain finally found the captain. Not only that, but he also complained to her about the person he had just met. In a harsh tone, I just encountered a low-class gender-baiting scammer in front of the door. You have to manage them. This is your ship, after all. I'm telling you, it really pissed me off. Yi Feng didn't know what was going on, so of course he still looked confused. Are you still angry about what happened just now? It's just a little game. It's normal for people to get a little excited. I'm sorry. Mi Xianzi said nothing, swallowing her anger, and then flipped her face faster than flipping a pancake, putting on a flower-like smile.
That's right. Thanks to young Master Yi, I got a massage. I will have my subordinates deal with that scammer's matter.
Yi Feng saw that Mi Xianzi seemed to be sympathizing with him, and took the opportunity to criticize even more. But speaking of that scammer, I want to curse them for a whole street. Saying something about being poisoned and needing dual cultivation and even giving me benefits? How could there be such a stupid person in the world? There's no idiot in this world who would take the bait, right? You agree, don't you?
Yi Feng rambled on for a while. What's wrong? Captain doesn't agree with what I said. Mi Xianzi, even though she was offended quite a bit, still had to utter, I agree, just to be sure.
Yi Feng repeatedly instructed. Then Captain must severely punish this scammer. Constantly rubbing salt into Mi Xianzi's wounds that hadn't healed yet, she could only respond, Rest assured, Captain will definitely not let her scam anyone on my ship. With Captain here, I won't worry anymore. Our male lead is taking the opportunity to bring up other matters and demanding rights. That's right, I'm in the room you arranged. It's very comfortable. I also won't hold it against you for making a fuss during that game, although I was also at fault. It's true that he's taking an inch and wanting a mile. Mi Xianzi could only grit her teeth and endure. What do you mean not hold it against me? I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Only heaven knows Mi Xianzi's pain. If I lose this round, I'll come up with another plan. Could it be that I'll give up to a greenhorn brat? If you want to play, then I'll play with you. On the contrary, I want to see how you escape from the palm of my hand. Mi Xianzi's ship docked at a certain port. The people cheered excitedly. The number 8 line ship is here. Everyone seemed to welcome the ship's appearance very much. I've been waiting for so long. Hurry up and let us get on board. Dahai's spirit is waiting for this old man. While everyone was gathered below, suddenly figures were seen being chased off the ship for unknown reasons. What basis do you have for chasing us off the ship? The guys who got kicked off the boat were mega pissed. What the heck? Why can't we get on, Miss Mi? Get your butt out here. Why are you throwing us off? I want to get on the boat, Shinbasian, confused as hell about why he was also booted, flew up to have a proper chat with Miss Mi and get things straightened out. I don't know what kind of karma I got, but I got cuckolded 3 times over. He ranted, I'm Shinbatian, the freaking owner of Fengtian Island. Why are you kicking me off? So what if you're from Linglong? Does that mean you can be so unreasonable? Mi Xianzi didn't want to waste time arguing with this old geezer. Better to just shut him up with one move. Don't ask questions, or she'll send you to meet the Dragon King under the sea. I'm pretty, so I can do whatever I want, sorry. But Linglong can do whatever the heck we feel like. The ship sailed away, leaving some folks still scratching their heads, wondering why they were kicked off. Mi Xianzi had to change tactics. Hey, Get that little brat up here. Yi Feng was summoned to M.I. Xianzai's room. What do you want now?
This dude always says something that makes M.I. Xianzai twitch. Could it be that the swindler was caught?
Well, might as well go all in, M.I. Xianzai had to nod. Of course he was caught. He has already been kicked off down there. Yi Feng looked rather pleased. Awesome. Then, I will be taking my leave.
M.I. Xianzai wasn't giving up that easily. Yi Gongzi, you want to go to Fengyue Island? Right, Yi Feng didn't bother hiding anything. Yep, so M.I. Xianzai circled around, trying to pry information.
Fengyue Island, going to the Fengyue sect. Could Yi Gongzi be a member of the Fengyue sect? Yi Feng looked blank. Nope, never been there either.
But then he turned dangerous. I'm going there for the inheritance. M.I. Xianzai got a little spooked when Yi Feng mentioned the inheritance.
The inheritance of death, Yi Gongzi. This inheritance has been around for ages. Countless people have tried. But nobody has survived? Are you joking? Yi Feng asked this question just to confirm that rumors were true. Looks like inheritance is real. Our main character kept up the innocent act to see if he could squeeze out more info. That he gave him away, but he had to try his luck. M.I. Xianzai didn't realize. Everyone who died because of it had such thoughts.
I might sound a little harsh, but that's the truth.
Yi Feng kept pushing it. Miss M.I., where is it? Not only is it not harsh, but it's pleasing to my ears. M.I. Xianzai was speechless. Do you even understand what I'm saying? You're gonna die if you go. Understand. Yi Feng made a face that made M.I. Xianzai shut up. Thanks for believing in me. M.I. Xianzai was wondering, what does this Yi Feng mean by putting on such an act? A man acts like this because he felt ridiculed and wants to put on a show. So tell me, what is your purpose in obtaining the death inheritance?
Yi Feng thought for a second and answered directly. Eternal life. This just confused M.I. Xianzai even more. What is this dude plotting? Can you get eternal life by breaking through the death inheritance? Does he have that information?
M.I. Xianzai decided to play along with Yi Feng's story. So that's it. Cultivators have been pursuing eternal life since birth.
It's just that, over time, most people change their minds and chase power, women, and status instead.
She didn't mind throwing in a few compliments to butter up the main character. The fact that you're still sticking to your original goal is not bad at all. M.I. Xianzai cleverly suggested becoming his companion and helper. Having a goal is great, but the path you've chosen has a slim chance of success. I can help you take a path with a higher chance of success. Yi Feng had to be even more wary of this woman. Sweet words can kill. One slip up and I'm done for. What is it? M.I. Xianzai's request was simple. Join the Linglong sect. If you join the Linglong sect, you can choose any cultivation technique you want. With your talent, you'll definitely make a huge leap. At that point, you'll be able to roam freely in Tianyu. Yi Feng, with his past life experience of being scammed, immediately refused. Nah, I'm good. After all that sweet talking, she got the most brutal rejection ever. Forget it, we're not on the same page. M.I. Xianzai was really out of ideas for the main character. Are you not going to think about it more? Let me make it clear for you so you don't keep wondering. Miss M.I. Xianzai, whatever your reason for wanting me to join the Linglong sect is, I'm not going to agree. We're from two different worlds. It's better if we don't interact too much in the future. Our relationship is just that I'm riding your boat to get where I want to go. Every word was like a thunderbolt. At most, we'll just play mahjong together. If sweet talk doesn't work, then I'll have to use force. M.I. Xianzai's subordinates immediately blocked Yi Feng. She said threateningly, "It's okay if Yi Gongzi doesn't agree, then I'll just have to force Yi Gongzi to come with me." The main character retorted, "I doubt you can take me away." M.I. Xianzai was still super confident. We'll see. Right now, ship number 8 is heading to the Linglong sect headquarters, so even if you don't want to go, you have to. Well, there's basically no way to escape this place except jumping into the sea. But even that's a long shot. M.I. Xianzai's warning you straight up, but being the nice person I am, let me give you a heads up. Jumping into the sea is even more dangerous than the death inheritance of Fengyue Island. The dark ocean is full of sea monsters, and if you try to fly, even just a little bit above the surface, you'll run into a miasma that messes with your mind. That's why all cultivators choose boats flying over the sea. Before M.I. Xianzai could finish, Yi Feng was already on the windowsill. 1, 2, 3, and he dove in like an Olympic swimmer. M.I. Xianzai was speechless. She could have saved her breath, because he wasn't listening anyway. M.I. Xianzai was pissed but couldn't do anything about that Yi guy. Did your brain get waterlogged? What do we do next, Your Excellency?
What else can we do? Head back to the port. Yi Feng landed safely in the water, but his pose made him look like a floating corpse.
Living in this world, He wasn't about to be intimidated by M.I. Xianzi's threats. That annoying woman, telling me there'd be sea monsters, telling me I'd die for sure. Guess I better use the power of the slow ring.
As quick as lightning, Yi Feng soared up, moving faster than the Catling bullet train to Slow Island, then teleporting this old man to Feng Yue Island. Meanwhile, it was pouring rain on Feng Yue Island.
The rainy scene was bleak and deserted. Once inland, he ran into some people, but they all had this dangerous, unpredictable vibe. No idea why Yi Feng even bothered with the ship when he's got such a useful and OP teleportation treasure. The male lead is still whining about M.I. Xianzi's words, seriously annoying. It was a long trip, and he didn't even see a sea monster. He also felt the residents here were a bit strange. People here are so indifferent, he just asked for directions. But they completely ignored him.
Somehow he couldn't get directions, wandering around but finally arriving where he wanted to go. Didn't expect to find it so easily. Feng Yue Tower, the sect grounds of Feng Yue sect. Just as he was about to walk right in, a guard stopped him. "Who allowed you to come here? Get lost." Yi Feng was still all smiles and calm. "Take it easy, brother. I'm Yi Feng, and I want to go in." The guard seemed easily irritable. He started yelling, spitting all over the place. After just one sentence, "I don't care what M.I. you are. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter this place. Get lost, now." That impolite attitude really pissed Yi Feng off. "If you can't talk nicely, then I'll use my fists to solve the problem. Today I just want to go in. What are you going to do about it?" These guys really haven't seen a coffin yet to shed tears. They recklessly rushed to tear Yi Feng apart.
He's tired of living. These guys were just gnats biting stainless steel to the male lead. Just trash. Just as he said stainless steel, a guy in shiny armor appeared, all flashy. "Male lead, this isn't a place you can enter. Considering you have some strength, I don't want to fight. Leave this place now." This demon looks less than majestic in his armor, and his face is totally derp. He really thought he was better than Yi Feng. "If it weren't for the fact that you just made a move, I could sentence you to death." Yi Feng couldn't understand why the people here talk so arrogantly. Why are the people of Feng Yue Island so dismissive?
He calmly explained his reason for coming. "I didn't come with any bad intentions. It's just that your subordinate is being unreasonable. The reason I came here is to accept the death inheritance."
When the subordinate heard the male lead mention the inheritance, he looked even more disdainful, thinking the male lead was too good for it. "Who do you think you are to accept the death inheritance? While I haven't pursued your violation of the island's ban, go back where you came from."
Even after saying all that, this big-headed idiot still doesn't understand whether I can accept the inheritance or not. "It's not up to you. Only your island lord has the right to decide this." The two sides argued without giving way, and the guard ran out of patience.
"Damn it, why do you talk so much? You think you can meet our island lord just because you want to? Listen, I'll give you one more chance. Get lost right now, or today will be your end."
Yi Feng didn't want to argue anymore. "If you're so tough, then come at me. I'll take you all on. Then try me." The guards summoned a spirit beast to attack Yi Feng. "Since you don't want the offered wine, you want the forced liquor, then don't blame me."
This guy probably isn't just a pushover. Yi Feng thought he only knew how to punch and kick, but who knew he could summon some crap? He's dressed like a warrior, but turns out he's a summoner. Totally unexpected. In an instant, Yi Feng tamed the guard's spirit beasts, turning them into his own pets, leaving the guard gaping. "What, surprised, old man? He's the male lead. What can you even compare? But I have to commend your training spirit. I had to spend a lot of effort to sign a contract with these two wolf dogs, but he just used one glance."
The guard was helpless.
Who are you anyway?" He only got a dangerous smile in return. The night sky above Feng Yue Island had cleared up, and twinkling stars began to appear.
Feng Tianyu also returned with her attendants. Her face was etched with worry. Within the Feng Yu sect, there were already many factions constantly vying for power. She originally thought she could go to the 9 realms while the saints were awakening and seize some opportunities. That way, when she returned, she could wield more power. But who knew that not only did she fail to find any opportunities on this trip, she almost had her Deo crumble.
So Feng Tianyue had encountered Yi Feng, our male lead. But who knows if this encounter is a blessed fate or a karmic debt? Or rather, there was an opportunity, but she didn't know how to seize it. The guard was a bit surprised to see Feng Tianyue and quickly reporting, "Someone wants to barge into Feng Yu Tower. Senior Sister Feng. This person entered Feng Yu Tower without permission. We hope Senior Sister can take action and eliminate the enemy." It's a small world, after all. The earth is round, and this guy is just too ethereal. This unexpected appearance caused Feng Tianyue to freeze, mouth agape, for a solid few seconds. Her hands involuntarily dropped her treasured sword. The surrounding servants were horrified by their young miss's condition. This was originally her natal sword. How could it fall to the ground? What on earth is wrong with Miss?
Feng Tianyue, a bit flustered, knelt on the ground and bowed her head, shouting, Junior Feng Tianyue pays respects to Senior. Everyone around was stunned by this. Yi Feng's gaze also shifted to her.
The armored disciple's face turned pale with horror, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. In his heart, he thought in fear, Feng Yue Island has a very high status. Moreover, the strongest person on the island, and also Senior Sister Feng, the sect leader's personal disciple of the Feng Yu sect, is kneeling? Yi Feng said, ah, as if he'd recognized who it was. But a second later, his expression changed. He had absolutely no idea who Feng Tianyue was.
Near Feng Tianyue. Seeing that expression, Feng Tianyue cried silently in her heart. They had spent a whole half-month together by Yuanhu, so she didn't even have the qualification to be remembered by him. They had spent a whole half-month together by Yuanhu,
but she didn't dare offend the person in front of her, and could only force a smile and say, Senior, we fished together by Yuanhu that day. You were sitting next to me, and there was an unknown old man in a raincoat on your other side. Yi Feng finally remembered.
His expression showed that he recalled it.
He said, Oh, it's you. Yi Feng continued to ask, So how was the fishing haul afterward?
Feng Tianyue scratched her head embarrassedly. Tianyue is useless. Making Senior laugh, I didn't catch anything. Tianyue's current demeanor astonished the disciples watching. Yi Feng, hearing this, had a somewhat remorseful expression and said, Aya, I'm really sorry I caught all the fish.
Yi Feng continued, Speaking of which, I wanted to give you half a basket of fish when I left, but seeing that you didn't seem interested, I released them. Feng Tianyue felt like she had been struck by lightning. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. That's what she felt inside. But on the surface, she still had to be polite. Although she didn't know Senior's strength. Just based on the fish Senior caught that day by Yuanhu, Senior was definitely not an ordinary person. Yi Feng said, Isn't it just catching 2 fish? I'll teach you next time.
Feng Tianyue happily exclaimed upon hearing this. Thank you, Senior.
Feng Tianyue extended her hand to invite him. Winking mischievously, she said to Yi Feng, Why don't Senior come and sit at my place for a bit? Coincidentally, I am a member of Feng Yu Island. At that time, if Senior has any instructions, just tell me, Yi Feng happily said. That would be great, Feng Tianyue said. Please come this way, Senior. The group went inside, leaving the guard at the door so scared that he fell to the ground. He thought in horror, Holy crap, who on earth is this person? To make Senior Sister Feng so respectful. A voice suddenly entered his mind. Don't ask who he is. Just know that he is an existence that you cannot afford to offend. Today's events must not be spread outside. If you make him unhappy, the entire Feng Yu Island will be destroyed.
The guard's whole body trembled upon hearing this.
His mouth was wide open, and his eyes were wide with disbelief that it was a voice transmission from Senior Sister Feng. The scene changes to inside a pavilion. There are 2 figures, and it is still raining outside.
Feng Tianyue sat opposite Yi Feng like a well-behaved student. Yi Feng spoke up and asked, I wonder, Senior, why you have come here. Yi Feng sat opposite her and spoke up. I want to receive the death inheritance of Feng Yue Island. Could you please help me contact the person in charge? Feng Tianyue's expression turned serious as she questioned, The inheritance of death. In her heart, she pondered. Back then, accepting the inheritance of death didn't require bearing a sea of blood and deep hatred. It was more like finding someone with average strength to play the role of a salted fish carrying me. With the Senior's strength, the price seems pretty low. Yi Feng's face also grew cautious as he asked, So, is it possible? Feng Tianyue, overwhelmed by his gaze, immediately said, Of course it is. I'll go ask for you right away.
With that, she immediately turned and ran off. In her heart, she muttered, I won't miss this chance next time. Behind her, Yi Feng watched her go, a smug smile on his face. This girl is quite capable. It's worth befriending Feng Tianyue.
Feng Yu Conference Hall. Tianyue walked in with a straight back. Bai Ji spoke up, a displeased expression on his face. Feng Tianyue, weren't you the one who left early? What are you back for? Feng Tianyue didn't even look at his ugly mug. Her beautiful face darkened slightly as she said, Bai Ji, my actions are none of your concern to dictate. Bai Ji was so intimidated by her that cold sweat poured down his back, a little scared. Feng Tianyue respectfully bowed to the person with the braided beard sitting in the main seat. Shifu, Tianyue has a request. That man was the island master of Feng Yue Island, and also the sect leader of the Feng Yue sect. Shu Xin looked down at Tianyue from above and said, Speak your mind. Feng Tianyue looked up and said, There's an old acquaintance of mine who's come to the island. He wants to accept the inheritance of death, so I hope Shifu will approve it. A few wrinkles appeared on Shu Xin's forehead, but he calmly replied,
Tian Yu, if it's just a normal friend, then refuse him. You know the profound secrets between the inheritance of death and our Fengyu Island, so it's basically impossible to open it to outsiders now.
Feng Tianyue clasped her hands respectfully and said, Shifu, I understand what you're saying, but this disciple still wants to ask for your permission before she could continue. Baiji couldn't help but interrupt, angrily denouncing her. Feng Tianyue, Shifu has already said that the inheritance of death isn't open to outsiders right now. Why are you making things difficult for Shifu? You can't possibly not know that the inheritance of death is related to the fortune of our Fengyu Island. Every time the inheritance fails, our island will lose a large amount of fortune. Back then, one of the hegemonic factions, the heavenly domain of our Fengyue Island, fell into its current state. Because of this reason, Feng Tianyue completely ignored him. She said to Shujia, Shifu, I only need you to make an exception for me this time. As soon as she finished speaking, Tianyue immediately knelt down on one knee, pleading, Shifu, please consider the years I've dedicated to Fengyue Island and agree to this matter, please. Not only was Baiji startled, but Shujia was also surprised by her attitude. Shujia's expression became extremely ugly.
The surrounding elders didn't know what to do. They exchanged glances. Shujia's voice rang out. Feng Tianyue. His forehead was covered in sweat.
She looked up, only to hear him say, This inheritance of death isn't just related to one person, but to the entire Fengyu Island, Shujia continued. I'm old now. The future world belongs to you. You two senior brothers and sisters are candidates for the future island master. Decide this matter yourselves. Feng Tianyue's face turned pale, fear clearly visible in her eyes. Baiji smirked, his already unpleasant face becoming even more menacing, making people's skin crawl. He said, Feng Tianyue, Shifu has already said it, so I'll just be blunt. I won't agree to your foolish request. Feng Tianyue's face darkened. Tell me, what conditions will make you agree? Baiji shrugged, implying that Feng Tianyue glanced at him and said, If this inheritance fails, and the luck of Fengyu Island is lost, I'm willing to give up the fight for the island master. How about that? As soon as she said that, the whole place was shocked.
Baiji's expression became meaningful. Are those words true, Feng Tianyue? Are they really your words?
Of course they're true.
Facing her was Baiji's extremely punchable face. Everyone knew that Feng Tianyue's move was very dangerous.
If Yi Feng failed, she would not only lose the chance to compete for the island master of Fengyue Island, but also Yi Feng would die. Even if the relationship between her and Yi Feng was good, it would become useless. Outsiders saw this as an extremely stupid decision by Feng Tianyue.
Baiji laughed delightedly, pointing his finger and saying, All right, I agree with you. In 7 days, I will personally take him into the inheritance. Feng Tianyue's expression became complicated. In her mind, she remembered that person's figure, and in her ear was Baiji's mocking voice, I want to see how that little friend of yours will break the situation. Feng Tianyue returned to the gazebo and told Yi Feng everything. That's how it is. The rain outside has stopped, and the sun is out, Feng Tianyue said. So, mister, the inheritance is in 7 days. What preparations do you think we should make? Yi Feng blankly asked. What preparations? Feng Tianyue worriedly said. Of course, preparations for accepting the inheritance. Could it be that you haven't made any preparations, mister? Yi Feng picked up a cup of hot tea and blew on it, saying, Oh, if you hadn't said anything, I really would have forgotten. Feng Tianyue was struck by lightning again, her mouth hanging open in disbelief. She thought, something so important, and he almost forgot. Does he have to be so careless? Could it be that I bet on the wrong person? Yi Feng crossed his arms and said, Perfect. Come with me to prepare, Feng Tianyue asked in surprise. Me too. Yi Feng looked at her as if it was obvious. Yes. But if you have something to do, then forget it. Feng Tianyue looked excited, her eyes sparkling, and said, I'm not busy. I can go. In her heart, she thought, I didn't expect to gain Mister's trust so quickly. Yi Feng said, Okay, then let's go. Followed behind Yi Feng, thinking to herself, This time, following him, maybe I can see Mister's heaven-defying methods. After all, accepting the death inheritance is so dangerous. Everyone will reveal some trump cards to deal with it seriously, right? The place they went to was a food store. Yi Feng asked the owner, How much for this jerky? The owner replied, 3 immortal coins for half a kilo. Feng Tianyue stood to the side, speechless, watching the current scene. Yi Feng frowned slightly and raised 2 fingers to bargain. 2 immortal coins, the owner replied. Esteemed customer, I can't sell it at that price. Yi Feng said, Why can't you sell it? Let me analyze the cost for you. Feng Tianyue only felt like she had 3 black lines over her head. No words could describe her mood at that moment. 2,000 years later,
The heavy bag was already in Yi Feng's hands. Extremely happy, he smiled and said, "One immortal coin for half a kilo. Barely acceptable." From beginning to end, Feng Tianyue maintained an extremely speechless expression. The owner behind him gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face, and said, "I've never seen anyone bargain like that before." Feng Tianyue thought to herself, "Mister should be preparing now, right?" She spoke up and asked, "Mister, where are we going next?" Yi Feng replied, I want to prepare a set of clothes." Feng Tianyue's eyes widened as if she understood something, and she thought to herself, "Clothes must mean a defensive treasure, right?" Yi Feng walked in front, and in her eyes, he seemed to be enveloped in a layer of dazzling light. As expected, this iceberg is about to gradually reveal itself. Feng Tianyue was so happy that tears of joy streamed down her face, and she said, "Sparkling, Mister, I really didn't misjudge you." But life is not like a dream. Right now, she was standing to the side, watching that Mister argue with the shopkeeper over the price of a normal shirt in his hand. Make it a little cheaper. The shopkeeper was provoked to anger by him and said, No bargaining," Yi Feng irritably said. "Don't use that trick. What's your cost price?" Looking at the brilliant sunset in the sky, Feng Tianyue thought, in 7 days he has to accept the death inheritance. She followed behind Yi Feng, worried to the point of wanting to cry. But this person didn't put his mind on the main thing, only caring about trivial matters. From the time they left the door until now, Mr. has wasted an entire day. Preparing 1 day less could reduce the success rate by 10%, but that certain someone still maintained a leisurely posture, happily walking along the road. And then she heard Yi Feng say, "Busy all day, finally bought everything." Feng Tianyue seemed to grab a ray of hope and asked, "Mister, so what will we do next?" Yi Feng smiled and said, "We've been running around all day. If there's nothing else, let's go back." Feng Tianyue asked in surprise, afraid she had misheard, and asked again, "Go back?" Feng Tianyue was so anxious that she wanted to jump up, her voice also becoming hurried. "Mister, the death inheritance is full of hidden dangers, and is extremely dangerous. Shouldn't we prepare something else?" Feng Tianyue followed behind Yi Feng. She was currently so worried that tears streamed down her face. But this person didn't put his mind on the main thing, only caring about trivial matters. From the time they left the door until now, Mister has wasted an entire day. Preparing 1 day less could reduce the success rate by 10%. But that certain someone still maintained a leisurely posture, happily walking along the road. And then she heard Yi Feng say, "Busy all day, finally bought everything." Feng Tianyue seemed to grab a ray of hope and asked, "Mister, so what will we do next?" Yi Feng smiled and said, "We've been running around all day. If there's nothing else, let's go back." Feng Tianyue asked in surprise, afraid she had misheard, and asked again, "Go back?" Feng Tianyue was so anxious that she wanted to jump up, her voice also becoming hurried. "Mister, the death inheritance is full of hidden dangers and is extremely dangerous. Shouldn't we prepare something else?" Yi Feng seemed to have just remembered something. The expression on his face was a little flustered, his eyes widened, and he put his hand over his mouth and said, "Crap. That's right." Then he put his hand to his head, saying with a regretful expression, "I haven't bought dried rations yet, and soft drinks are also very important." Feng Tianyue stood to the side, petrified, the corners of her lips turning down in dejection. "Never mind, just destroy this rotten world." A voice called out elder sister from behind, drawing their attention. The newcomer was a man. He didn't look too old. Yi Feng was surprised and exclaimed, "Lingbei, why are you here?" This bowl-cut-headed guy was Yi Feng's biological younger brother, Feng Lingbei. Feng Lingbei didn't say anything, but stared hostilely at Yi Feng. Yi Feng was clueless, but since he was clueless, he just stared back. Yi Feng still didn't sense the undercurrent between them. She asked, "I'm asking you, why are you here?" Feng Lingbei said with a serious expression, "Please take back what you said when you begged Shifu, okay? You'll lose your position as the island master's heir." Yi Feng hesitated a little, glancing slightly at Yi Feng, and said, "I don't want to talk about this now. If you have nothing else, go back first." Yi Feng was also looking at Yi Feng. Feng Lingbei's expression turned gloomy. Feng Lingbei crossed his arms, looking down at Yi Feng with disdain. "Leave here quickly, you won't be able to pass the inheritance." Yi Feng stood there, unable to react, just staring blankly. "Huh," Feng Lingbei continued. "Your sister's opponent is Bai Ji. For the sake of the next sect leader's position, he will definitely use any means to deal with you." Yi Feng's expression turned serious, tilting his head slightly to listen to the bowl-cut-headed guy in front of him. First of all, Bai Ji has already prepared an ambush before the inheritance opens, waiting for people to walk into the trap, Billies. Even under the circumstances of not interfering, the chances of you successfully accepting the inheritance are not high, let alone causing interference for Bai Ji from the inside. The atmosphere between the two men became quite tense, with Yi Feng stuck in the middle. Fearfully glancing at Yi Feng's expression, Feng Lingbei said, "If that's the case, the mortality rate of accepting the inheritance will be—" He paused, and said the number, 1%, seeing Yi Feng's face darken even more.
Yi Feng became even more frightened, yelling at her younger brother, "The immortal is angry. Apologize."
Who would have thought that the guy who was sulking suddenly burst into a bright smile, and even said a word?
"Excellent, Feng Lingbei." One voice. The expression on his face and Yi Feng's were equally dumbfounded as they looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng was still smiling happily, saying to Feng Lingbei, "I was planning to ask you guys about this. Come Feng bro, please this way."
The sound of tea pouring into a cup. Feng Lingbei was dragged into the shop
and looked at Yi Feng, happily pouring water and inviting him, his face shocked. He roared in his heart, "What's going on? Are all great seniors' tempers so weird?" After asking the waiter to take the teapot away, Feng Yi spoke. "Feng bro, just now you said that if I go into the death inheritance, what will happen?"
Feng Lingbei looked at Yi Feng warily, hesitatingly repeating, "The mortality rate is 1%. Yi Feng's face was pale, and no words could describe it. The two siblings were so tense that they were sweating. Yi Feng had a happy expression, putting his hands on either side of his ears, as if listening to a beautiful song, his face full of enjoyment. "Hey!" Feng Lingbei was startled by Yi Feng's tight grip. Before he could come back to his senses, he heard Yi Feng say with an admiring attitude, "Feng bro, I felt like I was meeting an old friend when I met you. Although we haven't talked deeply, I knew at first glance that you were someone I could be friends with. No wonder you're called the talented youth of Yi Feng Island. Your future achievements will be boundless." Yi Feng stood on the side, staring blankly at Feng Lingbei's shocked expression,
his mouth agape, his cheeks slightly flushed. He thought to himself, "My attitude just now, what kind of broad-mindedness is this?"
He remembered the past. From childhood to adulthood, he had been suppressed by his elder sister, and his father was strict, always saying that he was hot-tempered and would not amount to much. Even though he had now joined the sect leader's command through his elder sister's connections, as he wished, in the eyes of his senior and junior martial brothers, he was just a nobody. His Shifu didn't ask or care about him, completely leaving him to his own devices.
Feng Lingbei felt like crying, but still covered his mouth with his hand, tears welling up in his eyes. No one had ever praised him like this since he was a child. He didn't expect to receive such praise today. Finally, someone understood him, and finally, someone could see his value.
Feng Lingbei prostrated on the ground, his hands clasped in front of his forehead, his butt sticking up high, saying emotionally, "Senior, I, Feng Lingbei, am willing to listen to your orders. Please just say the word if you have any instructions." Yi Feng forced a smile, lifting him up, saying, "Feng bro, why do you have to do this? You absolutely can't perform such a grand salute, you know." Yi Feng looked on with her mouth agape, thinking in surprise, "Usually my younger brother is arrogant and doesn't listen to discipline, but he actually—" Feng Lingbei grabbed Yi Feng's hand, saying emotionally, "Senior, please rest assured, I will definitely use my greatest efforts to help you successfully accept the inheritance. Although I haven't gone into the inheritance, I'm still a member of Yi Feng Island, and I understand this inheritance better than ordinary people. At that time, I will write down some points of attention and dangers to pay attention to in there for you."
Yi Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, "Helping is not necessary, but you can write down some points of attention for me to know. If there are any dangers, it will be easier to deal with at that time."
Yi Feng put his hand on his chin, thinking,
"But what kind of person is this Bai Ji anyway?"
Feng Lingbei answered every question, his face full of resentment, gritting his teeth, saying, "This person is extremely sinister and cunning, and his methods are cruel. He will use any means to achieve his goals, and he doesn't know how many people he has harmed. What he values most is the position of the next island master, and senior accepting the inheritance is related to the victory or defeat of the competition between my elder sister and him. If you succeed, then the next island master will definitely be my elder sister. Conversely, if you fail, then the next island master will naturally be him." Feng Lingbei continued, "So, in short, this time you accept the inheritance, Bai Ji will definitely make a move." Yi Feng's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. A flash of thought, sinister, cunning, and will use any means to achieve his goals. This Bai Ji sounds like a lovely person, and there's such a big stake involved, related to the position of the next island master, so like Feng Lingbei said, there's no reason for this Bai Ji not to make a move.
Yi Feng touched his chin, thinking, this time, it's okay.
The Yi Feng siblings didn't understand anything. Staring blankly at Yi Feng, who was covering his mouth and smiling sinisterly, Yi Feng thought to himself, I just feel sorry for Yi Feng, causing her not to be able to become the island master. I also feel guilty in my heart. After I finish panning Feng, I'll let her be a bigger official. Soon, the day to enter the death, inheritance finally arrived. The bright moonlight hung high in the sky.
Below the trial grounds, Yi Feng sat cross-legged in the middle of a circular formation, which emitted a cyan light that shot straight up into the sky. The island lord sat on his chair, looking down at the scene below, and said calmly, he's the one who wants to accept the death-defying inheritance. Seems pretty average. On his left and right were the siblings Feng Tianyue and Feng Lingbei.
Bai Ji chuckled derisively. Shifu, Shimei, actually brought a nobody to receive the inheritance. Head. How incredibly foolish, Shujia added. Forget it, the result will be the same no matter who goes in. Let's begin.
Bai Ji glanced triumphantly at Feng Tianyue and said confidently, Shimei, don't come crying and begging me later, trying to weasel out of the debt. Feng Tianyue glared at him and snapped, you! Feng Lingbei merely glanced at him indifferently. If it weren't for Shujia, the two siblings would have already rushed up and beaten him into a pig's head. Yi Feng sat cross-legged,
scratching his nose in the formation, and looked up thoughtfully. If Yi Feng fails the teleportation, the island lord position will be voluntarily given up. Shu Jia sat there, seeing everything.
He nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied, and said softly, good, remember your words. Feng Tianyue frowned, annoyed. She quickly replied firmly, I remember what I said. There's no need to keep repeating it.
Bai Ji seized the opportunity and quickly ran up to him. Shizun, you heard it. If Feng Shimei refuses to accept it, Shizun must help me. Shujia glanced at him disdainfully.
He didn't bother to say anything more. A myriad of worries surged in his heart. Tianyue, you're still as stubborn as ever, betting your future for a friend. Even if I drag your dead father out here, the old agreement from back then won't help you. He pondered about the past. The situation was precarious, and demons were invading. Her father risked his life to protect Fengyue Island, and entrusted her to him before he died, saying to return the island lord position to her when she was strong enough. Now her cultivation was strong enough, and she could take over the island lord position, just waiting for him to abdicate. But she didn't understand, recklessly using the island lord position as a bet, wasting the efforts of quite a few of the island's elders who were still protecting her.
Shu Jia looked at Feng Tianyue with disappointment. He didn't say anything, not because he didn't care about her. How can I be at ease abdicating with you like this?
Suddenly, Feng Lingbei pointed at Bai Ji, complaining loudly, it's clearly Bai Ji doing it on purpose. Luckily, Feng Tianyue quickly stopped her brother.
To avoid wasting everyone's time, Feng Tianyue glanced at Shu Jia. She replied coldly, Tianyue understands. Shizun, please begin the inheritance. Even now, she couldn't help but wonder, if you intended to abdicate, why agree to this bet? Now you want me to compete with your closed-door disciple Bai Ji. Crap, Yi Feng cried out in dismay. Not living up to the name Yi Feng, always showing up at the wrong time.
Everyone stopped talking because of him. Feng Tianyue hurried over to him, asking anxiously, Senior, what's wrong? Feng Lingbei also worried. Fellow Taoist, surely you didn't forget something.
Yi Feng's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he fearfully replied, I only brought dry rations and forgot to bring water. Will I die of thirst? What the hell? Everyone was dumbfounded. It was this time. Why was he thinking about these unimportant things?
Bai Ji was extremely smug now. He smirked triumphantly, revealing his charming buck teeth, and laughed loudly. Without saying a word, Bai Ji unleashed his spiritual power. No matter what the person was missing, it was too late now. The time had come. Activate the formation.
The clueless Yi Feng didn't understand anything. The formation was activated, and strands of azure power surged, surrounding him. It was getting faster and faster, pressing down on him.
At this moment there was a shout. Yi Feng! From above it was Feng Tianyue. Fellow Taoist, you must be careful. Her voice choked with emotion, her hands flailing wildly. Yi Feng felt a chill. He took it all in. Well, you should at least let people prepare to get into character properly, right? Before he could even gather his wits, the formation opened a space crack, directly sucking him in like he was falling into the 18 levels of hell. It freaking hurts, Amitabha. Finally landing on the ground, Yi Feng looked around blankly. Where is this? Who am I, and woe is me? He stopped in front of two strange blue and red gates. According to our speculation, the red door is the death gate, and the blue door is the life gate. After a second of inner struggle, Yi Feng took a few more steps. He pulled out a leaflet from his pocket, recalling what he had learned. I remember Feng Lingbei said to enter the life gate, but he hesitated, pacing back and forth outside. Yi Feng didn't know there was danger lurking inside the blue gate. In the life gate, 3 guys were watching his every move. Baiji said this place is outside the Island Lord inheritance. A large number of disciples are sent in at the Chen hour, but no one has truly received the core inheritance, and the disciples who enter the death gate disappear without a trace, said the blonde girl. He is surely going to enter the life gate. Once he enters the life gate, it's our territory. The life gate is full of traps. We've set up enough to kill him 10 times over. Wrong, kids. Yi Feng threw away the leaflet, not caring at all. He happily dusted off his butt and quickly headed towards the death gate. Sorry, I'm here to die. The 3 guys were scared out of their minds. The guy stuttered, nudging the other. Boss, he went into the death gate. Could it be the Feng siblings gave him special information? Why, all our ambush in the life gate goes to waste. The blonde girl, their leader, watched Yi Feng's back. She ordered, Chase, we're going to the death gate. Her underlings were scared stiff. They tried to persuade their leader. Death gate, boss. People who enter there don't come out alive. That's right, boss. Will we survive? She was silent, remembering the scumbag Baiji. You think I want to? The antidote is in Baiji's hands. We absolutely can't go deep into the inheritance lands, wait for him to fail the inheritance, and get teleported out immediately. No sooner said than done, they quickly set off into the death gate. As for Yi Feng, after a long journey he was staring blankly at the vast desert. Yi Feng's face darkened, and he quickly took out a pancake to soothe his spirit. As soon as he put it in his mouth, Yi Feng tasted. Damn it! This steamed bun is too hard. No water. That was a wrong decision until now. He didn't know there were 3 guys chasing his ass. They were about to die. One of the 3 leading men dragged his feet laboriously, cursing, Damn it, we're screwed. Why is he walking so fast? It's been half a month. Almost didn't catch up. Surely he's not deliberately torturing us, right? The guy behind them couldn't hold on anymore and was about to go on all 4s. Too hungry. The blonde chick in the back was shaken like a leaf, her voice all shaky. Hang in there. Just off him, and we can bounce out of here. And she wasn't kidding. The blonde whipped out her sword like her life depended on it, which, it kinda did. She full-on sprinted at Yi Feng. You little punk. Eat dirt. Somebody save me, Yi Feng screamed, zigzagging like a maniac. Hey, wait a sec. Oh, snap. Turns out she tripped over a rock and totally ate pavement. Talk about a faceplant. This girl forgot to check her horoscope today, huh? Almost offed herself before even getting to off anyone else. The blonde went down in a glorious face-first dive. Yi Feng was straight up baffled. The heck, other people in this trial. Yi Feng turned to the other 2 goons and asked, You guys? They were holding their breath like they were trying to win a staring contest with death. Crap, we're busted. Time for a throwdown. But then Yi Feng dropped a bomb that made their brains short-circuit. You guys aren't, prisoners stuck in here, are you? Yi Feng, bless his heart, decided to skip the whole thinking thing and went straight for the feels. Saving people is his jam, he said all sweet. Judging by the looks of y'all, you must be starving. Lucky for you, I made some steamed buns. These are for you, no need to be shy. I'm gonna die anyway. Might as well rack up some good karma before I kick the bucket, Yi Feng thought. He handed out 10 portions of steamed buns to these 3 poor suckers. These guys were straight flabbergasted. Since we've started our job, there's never been a person who is so kind. They were so shocked they were practically drooling. Well, we're starving. Guess we'll chow down first, brawl later. The blonde took the steamed bun, and a wave of feels hit her like a truck. Cue the dramatic flashback. When I was a kid, Baiji bought me to be a killer. All I do every single day is either training or assassinating. Even if there's a serious injury, I will have to act like normal. Probably I can only be freed when I can't move at all. Even though she was a stone-cold killer, she ate while sobbing like a little kid. All these years, they always see me as a tool. Never thought someone would care for me like this. And it's my target. As soon as they wolfed down a bite, their minds were blown. This was Yi Feng's cooking all right. Holy moly, Canada, they shouted. So good, so satisfying, I never thought the hunger inside me will be gone with just a bite. Like a catfish that couldn't find a home, finally seeing a tofu and swimming right in, only to be stuffed full. But wait, there's more, boss. Look at our arms. The black poison on their arms started to fade into thin air. Baiji's poison is gone. The blonde gave Yi Feng a grateful look and said all shy, why are you helping us? We're just some nobodies. Yi Feng scratched his head, thinking, I just feel like you guys can be saved. That hit them right in the feels. Tears welled up again. We can be saved. Yi Feng reached out to help them up, looking like a freaking saint. That's right, you can be saved. Yi Feng shined like a god. Everyone has a chance to start over. Challenge, inheritance, death. The whole squad was bowing down in awe. One of the goons, sobbing, asked, Boss, do we still have to off him after eating the buns? The blonde, still munching, sniveled, I'll think about it later. While chowing down, another goon pointed at a walkie-talkie on her butt. Boss, incoming message. She got pissed and turned around. Baiji, he's already sending messages. You two, come here. They huddled up, and she held up a crystal ball. Baiji's voice boomed out, full of rage. What the heck is wrong with you guys? How did you undo my poison? Don't even think about running. On the other side, you could practically see him fuming. This is my turf. Finding you is as easy as pie, and when I do, I'll show you what living hell is. I don't care what you do, but you better make sure that little punk fails the inheritance from me. And then, somehow, the crystal ball in her hand shattered into pieces. They looked at the remains of the treasure with some regret. This treasure can disregard all secret realm barrier. This Baiji is really willing to destroy it, boss. Do we need to take action? This Baiji is extremely sly. We cannot escape him. Indeed, we should. The blonde shut them down, her eyes blazing with determination. Once again, she reminded her lackeys, Yi Feng is our benefactor. I won't lay a hand on him, and neither will you. Baiji has been screwing us over for too long, and I don't want to slave away for that jerk anymore.
The goon panicked. Then what do we do? We'll die if we go out.
The blonde looked up at the starry sky. She had a brilliant plan. When all the roads cannot be walked through, then I can only walk the road that I explored myself. Right now, we've entered this inheritance of death, so opportunity is right in front of us.
Since we're doomed either way, might as well charge through this inheritance of death with our benefactor. The squad immediately chased after Yi Feng, cut to a bridge connecting two mountains, with a sea of lava bubbling below. The heat and smoke were intense. Yi Feng's crew trudged along the mountain wall, panting like dogs. So hot, I think my blood is about to boil. Yi Feng was sweating bullets too. It's really hot. Does anyone know what this trial is? The blonde looked around and shook her head. I don't know. But this place isn't just hot, it's haunted. And we haven't even reached the core of the inheritance yet. Just wandering around is enough to make you want to die. She was sweating buckets. Even I, with my chi condensation cultivation, can barely hold on. I don't even want to know what's next. This inheritance of death lives up to its name. Oh crap. Suddenly, a giant bird silhouette appeared. Holy SHT. The blonde was frozen in terror. Oh Buddha, not just one, but two. They swooped down to snatch up Yi Feng and his gang. Look at that beak, so huge. Demonic vulture of chi condensation and spawn a beast path. They attacked one by one. Yi Feng, the blonde, and her two goons fought back against their claws. We're doomed, watch out for those monsters, the blonde warned Yi Feng. Benefactor, don't worry about us, you go on ahead, we'll handle these guys. But Yi Feng just stood there, not moving an inch. Want to know why? From Yi Feng's perspective, these demon birds were tiny and cute, like little robins. The two goons, on the other hand, were getting their butts pecked off. Lao Wu, help me, I can't hold on. Be careful not to fall into the lava. Dodge, dodge, dodge.
Yi Feng frowned, watching the scene and swallowing his tears. What are they doing? Are they having a contest with those birds? I've been walking for so long, and I still haven't encountered any danger. The mountain crossing bridge was just a few steps away from Yi Feng, but he was waiting for them to come together. Who knew they'd be too busy soloing those birds to urge him on? Benefactor, this place is dangerous. Please cross the bridge first. The other side is safe. Passing the trial might be on the other side. Countless souls below witnessed everything, chattering and complaining. Another bridge with no backbone. It's been like this for eons, and it's still the same.
Stupid mortals, they jeered. Unbelievable. No one has ever found the real way to pass this trial. Then they burst into loud laughter. Serves you right for dying at the very first trial. Yi Feng looked down at the lava river and that so-called bridge, his face turning dark. What the heck, I came here to die, not to pass any trials. Besides, this lava looks dangerous. Who knows what's down there?
Yi Feng's eyes lit up. The scene looked incredibly hot. Once again, he stood there, observing the magnificent lava flow. I was worried I wouldn't die if I jumped into the lava, but now that there are monsters, the situation is different. Yi Feng was ecstatic. Death is coming. Awesome. Quick results. Extremely dangerous. No unexpected accidents. I'm about to achieve immortality. Did he really want to die that badly?
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yi Feng bent over, preparing to commit suicide in the coolest pose possible. The two guys covered their mouths. The bird, scared out of its wits, turned to look at their benefactor. "What are you doing?" Everyone couldn't help but praise. "Oh my God, the benefactor's stance is so beautiful." "No, he's jumping down."
"Here I come to die." Yi Feng spread his wings like a god. The three others widened their eyes and screamed, "Holy crap, he's flying into the air! Unbelievable, benefactor!" Yi Feng smiled contentedly, slowly sinking into the lava flow. Plop! The surface of the lava returned to its previous calm. My heart aches, it's so cold. Oh heavens! The blonde girl was sad. Who knew he'd use this method to say goodbye to us? The other guy looked at their leader. With things turned out like this, should we teleport out? Fine. They simultaneously took out their tokens, raising them high as they glowed brightly. Boom! A loud explosion rang out on the subordinate's hand behind him. Everyone was dumbfounded. The token exploded. How is that possible? At this moment, the blonde girl finally realized something. So that Bai Ji is this cruel. She looked at the token. This is Mercury. So someone tampered with the token. From the moment we entered this secret realm, he never intended for us to survive. He gave us Yu Yin only to trick us into completing the mission. Suddenly, a familiar curse rang out. Damn it, this damned lava. The blonde girl froze for a few seconds. Yi Feng, from within the lava river. Yi Feng emerged mightily, not a scratch on him. He vomited the lava out of his mouth. Son of a BTCH, why is it fake? He splashed around wildly. Crap, it even smells like orange juice. The three people looked down at Yi Feng from above, looking utterly skeptical about life. He's alive, and probably not too damaged. At the same time, the ghost birds swarmed over. Even more numerous than before, they were swooping down on them. The blonde girl quickly ordered, "This lava is fake. Let's quickly jump in. At least we might have a chance to survive." They all took a deep breath and prepared. Okay, plop, plop, plop. The sound of something falling from above attracted Yi Feng's attention. It's familiar faces. What a coincidence. The four people looked at each other with emotion. Yi Feng just wanted to kick them. He looked puzzled. "What are you guys doing down here?" "Want some orange juice?" Before he could finish speaking, a huge monster appeared. If I'm not mistaken, that's a legendary 1,000-year-old whale. A spirit from the top of the mountain had been observing everything for a long time. She spoke disdainfully. "Stupid mortals. It's clearly such a simple inheritance, yet no one has ever been able to obtain it. To be so courageous. Easy is easy, but difficult is still very difficult. This guy is the first person ever to jump down so decisively." She became a little interested in Yi Feng. Rebirth at the door of death. This is the important thing about courage. But that's still not enough. If you can pass the last few trials, then you'll truly be a brave warrior. Suddenly, the lava flowed and directly dragged them to a new space. The system happily announced, "Congratulations on passing the first trial." The blonde girl was stunned. She wouldn't dare to believe it was true even in her dreams. This first trial was designed with so many surprises. Unexpectedly, we passed it. Lao Wu and Yu Qing hugged each other and cried, "That's great! We almost became food for those monsters. It's so great, we're all alive." Why was no one paying attention to Yi Feng? Who was happy? He's in great pain. Yi Feng went over to look at the stele, with the three big characters' second trial carved on it. He gradually understood everything. No wonder the cultivators couldn't pass this trial before. They probably avoided the formula by crossing that single-plank bridge, but no one thought about jumping into the lava. Damn it! The three guys huddled together, snot and tears streaking their faces as they watched Yi Feng's back. "Benefactor, it's thanks to your great divine powers that you discovered the key to this trial, that we were able to escape death." To reiterate, Yi Feng wants to die, really wants to die. He petrified. The moment of self-blame began. Damn it! The trap was on the other side of the bridge, not the lava. Yet I passed this trial in such a senseless way. Luckily, there are still many dangerous trials behind. I still have a chance. It's okay. It's good to have such confidence. The four humans were trapped in a dark maze. Around the walls were 4 doors symbolizing human luck, departure, wealth, cultivation, beauty. They were starting to stir. The exit. Quick, look around. It was the first time they had to rack their brains like this. The blonde girl was frantic. "This is the second trial. We have to choose a door again." Yu Qing, her subordinate, asked, "What do the signs on each door mean? Entering a door will get you what it represents." Ignoring what anyone else was doing, Yi Feng didn't care and went straight to the door named Departure. At this time, only Lao Wu managed to see him and shouted,
The departure door means giving up everything and leaving peacefully. Crap. The trio rushed over to stop Yi Feng. Benefactor, please reconsider. Just as he was about to gently push the door open, Yi Feng was startled by their shouts. They all started yelling, Benefactor, that door of departure is clearly meant to make you back down. Going straight in is basically giving up on the inheritance, Old Wu chimed in. That's right, Benefactor. Even if money, cultivation, and beauties are worthless, you should at least try for the inheritance.
Yi Feng was too annoyed to even speak. He turned around and looked at them coldly. What the world sees isn't necessarily what I see. What the world chases isn't necessarily what I want.
Holy shorts. The three of them gaped in astonishment. Is Benefactor really that magnanimous? Indeed, money, cultivation,
and beauty. These three paths just scream danger. Most people wouldn't be dumb enough to go through those doors. They all felt the door of departure was the key to passing this trial. Yi Feng looked dangerous. But after crossing that single plank bridge, I understood the rules of this gate.
Which are? He affirmed with certainty. Don't overthink it. Yi Feng gently pushed the door open. What looks like the right path is actually the path to death, while the door of departure is the most dangerous path.
Our boy Yi Feng grinned triumphantly, waiting for the door to swing wide open. 1 minute, 30 seconds later, he zoomed inside without saying goodbye to anyone. The blonde girl watched him go. Benefactor just went in like that, Old Wu asked, confused. So what do we do now?
What else can we do?
The three siblings stood in a circle, back to back, each watching a door. They were just as determined as their idol. If we can get our hands on these things, even if we don't get the inheritance, it'll be worth it. That's right. Maybe we can turn misfortune into good fortune. Let's go. Money, cultivation, beauty. The three of them shouted in unison, but their goals weren't aligned. Each chose a different door. Brotherly love, gone with the wind.
These three are long on imagination, short on talent.
Old Wu laughed, imagining his future after choosing money. I'll be the richest man in the world. I can buy the entire Wind Moon Island.
The blonde girl had more realistic dreams. She thought of that cruel and rotten Baiji who bullied them. The flames of divine power blazed as she chose cultivation. Baiji, I'm a tribulation transcendence expert now. Let's see you act arrogant now, great master. Please spare me, I'll kick you to death.
Wu Qing was different. He was lost in love as he chose beauty, imagining the day when he had a dozen long-legged babes following him around. So this is beauty. What the world sees isn't necessarily what I see. Suddenly, the blonde girl remembered the words Yi Feng had said earlier. Her eyes widened in realization. That's not right. These illusions. She hastily ran to the two guys.
Seeing them still lost in their dreams, without a word, she rewarded them with a few loving slaps.
Wake up. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. These are all illusions. If you get caught up in them, you'll never escape.
That's right. The blonde girl looked at the door of departure.
Maybe that's it. Benefactor probably saw through the nature of these illusions, so he didn't hesitate to choose the door of departure. Benefactor's words awakened me. If it weren't for Benefactor, I'd probably be dead over there already.
To avoid further delay, the three of them ran towards that door at lightning speed. Wu Qing and Old Wu, clutching their swollen cheeks, spoke with difficulty. We shouldn't have doubted Benefactor. Only by following in Benefactor's footsteps will we have a chance to survive. Let's hurry and catch up to Benefactor.
Meanwhile, Yi Feng, after a long and arduous journey, finally arrived.
Oh, come on. He had cleared the level again. The stone tablet in front of him was different from the others.
Yi Feng couldn't believe his eyes. He crawled closer, widened his eyes to take a good look, and a dazed smile appeared on his face. Oh God, I overthought it, and got played. If only I had chosen one of the vulgar doors at the beginning, would things be different?
Forget it.
He looked around for a moment. This place looks even gloomier than before. He didn't give up. I heard the levels in this death inheritance get harder and harder. Even though I've passed 2 levels, there are definitely more dangerous levels ahead.
He started shuffling his feet. Yi Feng focused intently, choosing the direction for the next level. Suddenly, a dark spirit flew in behind him, cackling triumphantly. A person with a steadfast heart, who can reject all those doors of desire without hesitation. Kid, you've really reached the final door.
Yi Feng was annoyed. Unaware of the arrival of this uninvited guest, he cursed irritably. What the heck, it's too loud, I can't hear anything. While frantically searching 360 degrees, Yi Feng's gaze suddenly turned in one direction. It seemed he had discovered something. WTF. In front of him appeared countless bridges leading to the other side. Is this for real? Yi Feng took a few more steps forward, his eyes sparkling with hope. 16 bridges. There's definitely a path to life among them, and the rest will be paths to death.
The dark spirit behind him continuously observed Yi Feng's every move. Since ancient times, countless experts have entered the death inheritance, and there's no shortage of powerful figures who can dominate the world. Quite a few have even reached this final door, but almost all of them have failed. I'm curious to see how this kid will deal with it.
The spirit sighed slightly. Your obsessions aren't normal. Your determination is too weak. If you hadn't followed that white-robed man, you would have died long ago. The three girls had just managed to catch up, but they were accidentally trapped in a crystal ball by the dark spirit. The spirit commanded, "You three are not allowed to disturb him in this final door. Just stay put for me. If he passes, I might release you. If he fails," he said, then trailed off, leaving the three of them sobbing a river of tears.
That's so mean, so nasty,
So incredibly nasty. The three of them had no choice but to obey. They tried to press close to the ball to observe the situation outside, sending a silent prayer to Yi Feng. "Benefactor, our puny lives are all in your hands. You must succeed." "I don't want to die," Old Wu cried regretfully. 16 to choose from. The odds are too low. Even if Benefactor is powerful, he can't escape fate. We're doomed.
Every emotion imaginable was written on their faces. They were scared out of their minds. The blonde girl decided to bet her life on the person she trusted the most, Yi Feng. "We have to believe in Benefactor. Benefactor can definitely do it." She closed her eyes tightly, unable to hold back the tears that streamed down her face. "From the moment we entered this place, we were abandoned by that beast, Bai Ji. We were just living tools, and now we're dying tools. I also want to live a normal life, even if it's just for one day." The subordinate next to her nudged her shoulder. "Look quickly. Benefactor has already chosen a path." Just a moment ago, she was squatting down, crying her heart out. Now she was bursting with excitement. She quickly jumped up and pressed her face against the glass to observe. "What is it?" Yi Feng pointed both hands towards the sky. One foot raised on its toes, he struck a unique pose, slowly and calmly dragging his body across the bridge he had chosen. 16 choose M5. He'd barely reached the middle of the bridge when, poof, Yi Feng vanished without a trace. Those three in the crystal ball stared with their eyes wide open. Their benefactor was gone. Now they were dying to know if Yi Feng was alive or dead. Those three idiots, not knowing Jack, started wailing and plopped down. "Oh, esteemed senior benefactor, did you even choose right, senior? Are we going to live or what? What a bunch of drama queens." The blonde chick just stood there, slack-jawed. YESSS. The moment Yi Feng disappeared, that soul burst out laughing. "Finally, I've been waiting. The courageous one has finally appeared." As for Yi Feng, he was freaking petrified. "You want to die this badly and the heavens won't let you?" Why, he was totally dazed and out of it. Yi Feng, not giving up, kept banging his head against the stone wall. "How can I screw up 15 out of 16? I won't quit. I believe the next door will be even harder. I definitely can," he whimpered. Suddenly, a voice spoke up behind him. "Greetings, young friend." Yi Feng jumped and turned around. He stared at the old man's spirit for a moment, then asked, "Who are you?" The old man just smiled and said, "This old man, Ren Yong, is the owner of this inheritance. Congratulations, you've passed the trial and can obtain my inheritance." Before he could wrap his head around what was happening, the three stooges and the blonde chick were there behind him. The moment they saw him, they couldn't help themselves and ran over with open arms. "Benefactor!" the senior just said. "The 16 bridges are actually all dead ends. No matter how long you hesitate, choosing any bridge is death. Benefactor went up a bridge without hesitating. That's the key to passing. Using the heart of a courageous person to move forward turns danger into safety and makes you safe." The old man stroked his beard and laughed with glee. "That's right, the 16 bridges are all dead ends, but at the same time, they are also paths to life." He gave Yi Feng an admiring look. "Young friend, the other trials are not important. As long as you pass this one, you've become my successor." Awesome. The three idiots started setting off firecrackers in celebration. "Congratulations, benefactor." While they were celebrating, Yi Feng was crying a river. He whimpered, "Give me a chance, I still want to pass the trials." Seeing him cry, Lao Wu thought he was just too happy and said, "Benefactor is so moved he's crying." Without beating around the bush, the old geezer pointed in one direction sternly and said, "That corpse is me. This conversation with you is just a wisp of consciousness I left behind before I died." Yi Feng looked in the direction he was pointing. Sure enough, there was a corpse lying there. At the four corners of the coffin were 4 glowing treasure troves. "I was born 1,000,000 years ago, a saint who attained enlightenment through courage."
My inheritance has long since formed a set of armor of the courageous. Everyone felt a buzz of excitement. The blonde chick cheered. There's a treasure. Renyong waved his hand. A blazing red light flew from the corpse. I will pass on my armor of the courageous to you. It's simple to use. Just think about it. Circulate your spiritual ki, and it will transform and appear, protecting you completely. Yi Feng's face fell. While the three idiots were super excited, he waved his hand toward Yi Feng, and the armor lunged toward him. Of course, when you're in danger, it can protect its master without your input. Yi Feng turned green. He clearly didn't want to accept it. This guy just wanted to die. Wait, don't. Too late to dodge. The armor had already entered his body, becoming a solid shield, trying to merge with Yi Feng. Renyong smiled contentedly. With it, your path of courage can move forward. Below a saint, no one can shake you. The inheritance is complete, and I have no more attachments. Cherish it, young friend. With that, the old man disappeared without a trace. Yi Feng shouted in agony. Wait, Great Elder, please hold on a bit. First take off the armor for me. Then I'll cherish wearing this thing. How am I supposed to die now? So unfair. It's like when you want straight hair, you get curly. Yi Feng passed out. Lao Wu looked at Yi Feng in a panic. Dada Gigi, what happened to the benefactor? The blonde chick was still happy. I figured accepting the inheritance would consume a lot of spiritual Q. An ordinary person would have died already. But the benefactor is only a little weak. I admire the benefactor. He's really not ordinary. Back outside the formation, Feng Tianyue's group was still watching the situation. Bai Ji reminded her smugly. It's been a month, Feng Tianyue. Give up already. It turned out they'd been standing there for over a month. Feng Lingbei couldn't hold back his anger. He couldn't let this guy bully his sister like this. He pointed directly at Bai Ji. Shut up! It's only been a month! Nothing's settled yet. Bai Ji, don't get too happy too soon. The more he said, the more arrogant Bai Ji got, he sneered. The result is clear. Anyone who enters the death inheritance and hasn't come out after a month won't come out. He gestured Feng Tianyue to quickly fulfill her promise. This guy was too arrogant. Feng Tianyue felt a bit unwilling. She thought to herself, taking over as island master for the next term is the only wish my father had before he died. Is there really no chance anymore? The wicked Bai Ji kept provoking her. He laughed. Feng Tianyue, I advise you not to think about going back on your promise. Your Shifu, and many high-level members of the Fengyu sect, heard what you said. Feng Tianyue clenched her fist. She was a little disappointed. Senior really isn't coming back. Oh well. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes tightly. Feng Tianyue felt a bit unwilling. She hesitated. I. Just as she was about to say the unspeakable words, Feng Lingbei suddenly spoke up, stopping her. He pointed at the formation in surprise. Wait, quick, look at the altar. The altar was moving drastically, spinning rapidly, as if something was about to break free. Bai Ji shouted in panic. Impossible! Impossible! Absolutely impossible. He looked at the figure of Yi Feng appearing in the center of the altar. This isn't real. Feng Tianyue and Feng Lingbei happily ran toward Yi Feng, Sr. Suddenly, Feng Tianyue's eyes widened in surprise. Yi Feng, looking depressed and lifeless, slowly walked out. Seeing his miserable appearance, Feng Tianyue was worried. Senior, why aren't you happy? Feng Lingbei was super excited. Senior, I knew you would succeed. Bai Ji dared to doubt you. He deserves a beating. Yi Feng asked listlessly, with those dark circles under his eyes. Feng Tianyue almost fainted in fear. Senior, did you fail? Bai Ji looked down from above. Seeing Yi Feng's battered appearance, he instantly switched from fear to gleeful contempt and said, Who said surviving means inheriting the inheritance? Do you know how many people have survived before and been able to inherit it? It's only just a round trip, didn't even touch the inheritance, yet look how excited you people are. I hadn't even finished chuckling, when suddenly a voice boomed from behind. Benefactor has obtained the inheritance. Bai Ji was a little taken aback. What? The blonde girl and her two lackeys showed up too? Benefactor not only got the inheritance, but also earned the approval of the inheritance's master. The master was super pleased with Benefactor's courage, and even made an exception to let Benefactor skip the line. The whole gang stared at Yi Feng, eyes wide with admiration. What? He actually got the inheritance? This senior is too awesome. This is good news. We should announce it to the whole celestial domain. Feng Freak top-tier powerful performance from the Squirrel Girl position. Yi Feng was shining like an A-list celebrity in everyone's arms. Not only that, Benefactor also saved our lives and brought us out. Benefactor should share the treasures he obtained with us. Benefactor is our reborn parent. Yi Feng deadpanned, clapping his hands. Are we asking for too much, guys?
Clapping, watching that group of people hype Yi Feng to the heavens, Bai Ji stood in a corner, grinding his teeth in resentment. 3 traitors! Not only did they fail to complete the mission, but they also dared to get close to the assassination target. Just wait till I deal with them later. So ferocious, who knew Yi Feng would rush towards him like a god? Bai Ji sat down in fear. Yi Feng cleared his throat and asked, "You're Bai Ji?" He was so scared because he was about to kick the bucket. He was so frightened by Yi Feng's aura that he panicked. Bai Ji stammered, "Yes."
"Yes, I am." Yi Feng grabbed his collar. Leaning in closer, his eyes looking like he wants to eat him alive, he shouted, "Where did you mess with your hands and feet in the inheritance site?" Bai Ji didn't dare to speak again. I. This guy is so annoying. Yi Feng didn't even bother with face saving anymore, directly slapping him repeatedly. Damn, this dude leveled up. Tell me, where did you mess with your hands and feet? Why didn't I encounter it? If I had encountered it, how could I have obtained the treasure so easily? Did you even do anything? Or not, huh? Continuous slaps rained down on Baiji's face, his head spinning, almost fainted. Seeing everything so dramatic. If Yi Feng was allowed to deal with that guy like that, he would die? The blonde girl quickly raised her hand to speak.
"Speak out loud. Benefactor. Actually, the 3 of us were sent by Bai Ji to kill people, but we have changed our ways. We will never forget your great kindness and virtue. We won't do bad things anymore. Just tell us if you need anything in the future, benefactor." Yi Feng was still question-marking what they just said, but as soon as he turned his head, the 3 of them had already fled quite far. "We're leaving first, benefactor."
"We'll always meet again, but the rivers remain ever-flowing." Well, looking closely, these 3 assassins are surprisingly reasonable. HMPH?
Yi Feng returned to the main issue. He continued to beat this guy up a bunch. "Is this the mess with hands and feet you were talking about? Are you looking down on me with such a simple play? Couldn't you do something big to stop me from getting the inheritance?" Bai Ji couldn't take it anymore, and cried and begged for mercy. "I was wrong, Senior. I won't dare to do it again, Senior. Spare my life."
This scene is really beyond words. Feng Lingbei nudged Feng Tianyue to the side and whispered, "Sister, is Senior complaining that the inheritance of death isn't difficult enough?"
Feng Tianyue also shook her head.
"I give up." As expected of Senior, actively pursuing difficulty to temper his realm. No, Yi Feng just wants to die, but you guys keep stopping him. Soon, Feng Yue Island spread the news throughout the celestial domain that a powerhouse had successfully inherited the inheritance of death. Flyers were scattered everywhere, and people were rushing to read them. This time, Feng Yue Island wanted to tell the celestial domain that anyone who wanted to monopolize it in the future had to consider whether they had the strength to fight against the inheritor of the inheritance of death. Feng Yue Island has really made a fortune this time. The reputation of the inheritance of death is widespread, and the power of this inheritance must be extraordinary. And Feng Yue Island became famous. Cracking one. Today is the day Yi Feng decided not to stay here anymore.
The Shu family and their entourage personally came out of the city to see Yi Feng off. He looked happy and respectfully replied, "Senior, according to the previous promise, we will not take anything from the Qiantu of Feng Yue Island. We only ask that Senior become a guest elder of Feng Yue Island and lend a hand when Feng Yue Island is in danger." Yi Feng sighed long and weary, waving his hands in annoyance, and said, "Guest elder or something is fine. I only have one request." The Zhu family asked without hesitation, "Senior, please speak."
Yi Feng pointed to Feng Tianyue standing behind and ordered sternly, "The position of the next island master must be passed on to her."
The Shu family also happily agreed. He was extremely satisfied, trying hard to please Yi Feng. This is of course not a problem. This child Tianyue is originally one of the heirs to the next generation of island masters. Moreover, she has a cautious mind and outstanding talent. I believe in her, and I believe in Senior's vision even more. Feng Yue Island will definitely be able to move towards glory under her leadership in the future. I am very optimistic about her. What a nice way to put it. Yi Feng probably underestimated the methods of this Shu family. Without thinking much, he went to Feng Tianyu, put his hand on her shoulder, and reassured, "I've heard a little about the quarrel between you and that Bai Ji. Work hard. You have the strength." Yi Feng thought to himself, "Although I can't seek death, I have at least fulfilled your wishes and can be considered to have gained something." Feng Tianyue was extremely grateful for Feng's help, she sobbed. "Seniors." Suddenly, Yi Feng pointed to Feng Lingbei and once again made a request to the Shu family. That's right, he is also a talent who needs to be valued. Feng Lingbei was overjoyed. "Thank you, Senior." As for the Shu family, he didn't dare to disobey Yi Feng's words at this time. He flattered again, "Senior, don't worry. This child Lingbei is originally my outstanding disciple. Even without Senior saying it, he must be valued. Everything seems to be settled. Yi Feng turned to leave. All right, you guys take care of the rest. I won't stay any longer. Hundreds of people on Fengyu Island respectfully saw him off, respectfully sending off Senior. But there was one thing he was not reconciled to. Yi Feng was planning his suicide while walking. Now there is an extra layer of armor on his body, making it more difficult to seek death. He had to quickly find another dangerous place.
Perhaps Yi Feng really left. He turned into a stream of light and flew straight into the sky and disappeared. Feng Tianyue dared to look at the Zhu family's expression. At this moment, she called out, "Shifu!"
The old man quickly changed his face 360 degrees and looked at her.
His eyes showed extreme cruelty. The Zhu family ruthlessly ordered his subordinates. "Men, capture Feng Tianyue for me." The girl panicked. "What's going on?" Two subordinates rushed over without saying a word and directly threw chains to hold her. They used spirit restraining chains to restrain her.
Source of power, damn it. Feng Tianyue's entire body stiffened, her hands were tightly held. She painfully realized that her spiritual energy had been completely sealed.
Her whole body was about to be crushed. Standing in front of the ex-Shu family, she didn't believe the truth and asked again, "Shifu, what are you doing?" The Shu family glanced at her with contempt.
You still dare to call me Shifu? You have committed treason, intending to usurp the throne, and used treacherous schemes to frame your fellow disciples. You are not worthy of being my disciple. Seeing his sister being bullied like this, Feng Lingbei rushed over without regard for danger. You old beast, what gives you the right to treat my sister like this? Those words directly drove him crazy. The Zhu family used divine power towards Lingbei without the slightest mercy. Just you piece of trash.
The Shu family grabbed Feng Lingbei's neck with one hand and lifted him high. The strength he applied was getting stronger every moment. It seemed like Feng Lingbei's neck could break at any moment.
He cried out in pain, ear-piercing. Feng Tianyue painfully watched her younger brother being tortured but could do nothing. She could only call his name,
Lingbei. Could it be that the two Feng Tianyue sisters would be bullied to death? She gritted her teeth and endured, her heart growing cold.
Feng Tianyue watched her younger brother being finished off by the Zhu family. A beam of green light shot down from the sky, covering both Lingbei and the Zhu family. All that could be heard was his cold snort.
You good-for-nothing trash! No one could imagine the torment Yi Feng Lingbei was enduring. Wave after wave of power surged into his body, seemingly destroying his internal organs. Poor kid, Yi Feng Lingbei screamed in agony. A second later, the Shu family directly tossed him into the icy river.
Witnessing her family being wiped out one by one, Feng Tianyue lost all reason. She was numb. Feng Tianyue screamed her brother's name, Lingbei. She dashed forward, the chains snapping under her force. Barely taking a few steps, that damned old man caught up to her. Shu Jia kicked her to the ground. She could only let out a miserable "ah," filled with humiliation. His voice dripped with venom, still trying to run. Shu Jia, showing no mercy, pinned her under his foot, pressing down hard. Feng Tianyue raised her hand towards her brother, pleading softly. Lingbei, no. Save her. She'll die in the Black Sea. Save her. You can't even save yourself. What makes you think you can save Lingbei? Shu Jia found her infuriating. He took the opportunity to stomp on her several times, leaving dozens of footprints on her delicate back. Feng Tianyue cried out in agony. She felt numb, as if she was about to faint. Lingbei, Lingbei.
Moments from her childhood with her brother flashed before her eyes. Feng Tianyue recalled what she once said as a child. I know. Your talent isn't any worse than mine. You've always secretly given your cultivation resources to me. You're supposed to be my little brother, but you're more like a loving older brother to me.
You're the only family I have in this world. I can't lose you. Because of this, Feng Tianyue used every last bit of her strength to beg Shu Jia once more. Shifu, disciple was wrong. Tianyue lay prostrate. Even Shu Jia couldn't see her expression anymore. I'll accept any punishment. I don't want the island lord position. Just please save my brother. Please save him. Sadly, Shu Jia was even more infuriated by what he heard, the flames of hatred blazing in his eyes. A rebellious woman like you, with cruel and ruthless methods.
Don't even think about trying to deceive this old man with sweet words. With that, he suppressed his aura. He launched an attack directly at Tianyue, leaving a gaping hole in her back. You won't be able to turn things around this time. This old man was truly vicious. Caught off guard, her body suffered severe injuries. Tianyue spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. My Dantian is ruined. Everything before Tianyu's eyes suddenly blurred. She looked towards the Black Sea, muttering weakly, Lingbei. Her eyes were dull. She couldn't hold on any longer. Tianyue lost consciousness in a pool of blood. The old man Shu Jia ordered his subordinates, drag her down and throw her into Bitter Cliff Cave. Use soul-locking nails to imprison her.
Bai Ji ran to his side. He looked at Feng Tianyue's body and sneered.
Pitiful, truly pitiful. But who told this stupid woman to compete for the island lord position with your own son?
Shu Jia didn't even acknowledge the flattery, he asked with some concern.
How's your injury? Bai Ji suddenly remembered. He clutched his head, feigning pain. It still hurts a bit. It's a pity that only this woman is so miserable. The ringleader who beat me up ran away. Shu Jia interrupted him. Don't even think about getting revenge on him. You should be thinking about what will happen when he comes back to settle things.
Bai Ji looked at Shu Jia confidently.
With Shifu's, no, with father's intelligence and wisdom, you must have already prepared for that. Shu Jia snorted coldly. It was clear that he was somewhat wary of Yi Feng. That guy has a good relationship with Feng Tianyue, and he doesn't seem to have any big ambitions for Fengyue Island, so he probably won't come back.
It's hard to say.
Of course, even if he does come back, we'll just have to lie to him and say that Feng Tianyue is dead. Bai Ji, with his dull brain, didn't know how formidable our male lead was, and he was still basking in Shu Jia's protection. Father is right, but father, if that Yi doesn't come back, doesn't that mean our Fengyue Island will have no support? Is that something to worry about? Shu Jia was a cunning old fox. How could he not have thought of that? Whether he comes back or not, it's the same. We just need to borrow his name. Get rid of all the stubborn, neutral elements. Now that there's been an unexpected incident, we can only use iron-fisted methods to help you rise to power. Bai Ji was puzzled. Father, you should have done this sooner. Why did you bother pretending to make it a fair competition between me and Feng Tianyue? What a waste of time. Shu Jia was so angry at his stupid son that he snapped at Bai Ji.
Shut your mouth! If we were really going based on ability, Feng Tianyue is much stronger than you.
Who told you to be my own son? No matter what Shu Jia was thinking, revenge was all that Bai Ji could think about. A cruelty he had never shown before appeared on his face. Forget it. I can't vent my anger on Yi Feng. I'll take it out on Feng Tianyue. Instead, I'll slowly torture her.
Fengyue Island quickly descended into twilight. Another day was about to pass. Lu Jie, Ao Qing, and Xiang Fei were still standing there, gazing at it for a long time. Ao Qing asked curiously, Lu Jie, what's wrong? Lu Jie sighed,
speaking with a grave expression. Something's happened on Master's side. They were all shocked. What is it?
Lu Jie gestured for them to be quiet, and he slowly opened the image stone, clearly showing everything Yi Feng had experienced on Fengyue Island. Unfortunately, the moment Feng Tianyue was humiliated to the point of losing consciousness was also broadcasted with perfect clarity. Too cruel. Those bastards, Ao Qing and the others, gnashed their teeth in anger. Since they were born, it was the first time they had witnessed such a thing. Ao Qing was so provoked that he transformed into the legendary devouring sky Yao Wolf. To think there are people in this world who actually dare to go against Master's will. They really don't know what death means. Yi Feng beside him muttered softly, Brother, what do we do now?
Lu Gi showed utter rage. This time, we'll have to beat that Shu so bad he remembers his past lives, Lu Banwei replied. Isn't this the very reason I exist? Lu Gi lightly touched the air, opening the barrier. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ge and the gang shot off like rockets, disappearing into the sky, leaving Bai M dumbfounded. Cut to Bittercliff Cave, the legendary place on Fengyue Island. A slender arm, crisscrossed with wounds, was revealed. A truly pitiful girl.
Feng Tianyue was left to rot in the damp prison, aching so badly she couldn't even sit up.
Feng Tianyue slowly looked up. Damn it, it's that Bai Ji again. He grinned wickedly at her. Hurts, doesn't it? It should. In his hand he held a weapon, a steel wire. He stroked the wire lightly, saying with a sinister tone,
My soul reversal heaven not only inflicts pain on the body but also injures the soul.
Bai Ji laughed, then struck the wire down repeatedly, sneering at her. Not to mention your Dantian is destroyed now. You can't defend against a single blow. Another round of torture rained down on Feng Tianyue. The small girl could only grit her teeth and bear it. After a while, she couldn't help but let out a painful cry. Bai Ji, you bastard. You could die 100 times and it wouldn't be enough. He whipped and tortured Tianyue at his feet while cursing, You little slut, you want to fight me? Can you even fight back? Weren't you so arrogant before? Especially when Yi Feng came out of the altar. Weren't you so smug? When I got beaten by Yi Feng, you were probably very happy, right? Now let's see how you can be arrogant anymore. Tianyue didn't lie still, allowing him to torment her body.
She didn't stop there. Bai Ji stopped hitting her and grabbed her hair, lifting her up. Her hair was held tightly, and Tianyue was forced to look up at him. Seeing her in such a miserable state, Bai Ji smiled smugly. He uttered words to mock her. You're probably hoping that Yi Feng will come to save you, right? But according to the news, he's gone to a very far place now.
No one even cares about this place. His laughter sent chills down the spine. Bai Ji looked at Tianyue's face and said softly, "No one in this world can save you anymore." Just as he was bragging, a noise from the prison door caught his attention.
Who is it? Who else is coming in here? Surprise, surprise. Your great-granddaddy is here. Lu Ge, Ziling Wang, Ao Qing, and Big Bear slowly stepped in. Bai Ji hadn't realized the danger yet, and he shouted, "This is Bitter Cliff Cave. Who allowed you to enter? Get out of here."
Lu Ge didn't bother talking much. Just a flick of his finger, and all of Bai Ji's teeth shattered, blood gushing everywhere. "That's going to cost a fortune to get those replaced." Bai Ji collapsed, clutching his mouth, his soul completely shaken. He still dared to curse Lu Ge. "You son of a bitch, how dare you? Do you know who I am? You dare to lay a hand on me?"
Needless to say, Lu Ge was definitely going to teach Bai Ji a lesson. He reached out and squeezed his neck.
Lu Ge's eyes flashed with a bright red light, filled with murderous intent. Staring at Bai Ji, the pressure from his neck shifted to squeezing his mouth, revealing the few remaining decayed teeth. Bai Ji's face turned pale. Both terrified and deprived of oxygen, he shouted with difficulty, "Call!
Call! Death! God!"
Bai Ji tried to open his eyes wide to see Lu Banwei's group clearly. They were clearly still standing there, so who was strangling his neck? Bai Ji never would have dreamed that it was Lu Ge's clone. In the dim light,
he tried to make out what he was seeing. A big bear, a flying cotton ball, a puppy, and a tiny black-clad figure completely covering its face. Who were these people? The illusion ended, and Bai Ji was brought back to reality.
He immediately collapsed, clutching his neck, coughing violently. Was that an illusion just now? Finally, he pulled out a scroll. Bai Ji looked at it and decided to retreat first. Bai Ji activated his divine power, and the scroll immediately opened in midair. Without waiting for anyone to ask, this guy quickly jumped up and slipped inside. He laughed smugly. "You little punks, I've escaped. Let's see what you can do to me. Just wait until I call someone. Then, no matter who you are, since you dared to hit me, don't even think about leaving this place."
So scary, Lu Ge's group looked at each other and smiled lovingly. Dealing with anyone else, Death himself would kneel before these five, let alone a disciple of Yi Feng whom that guy dared to look down on. Lu Ge looked at his underlings around him once more, grinning.
"Let's return to the main capital of Feng Yu Island, a magnificent place but full of death." So they were having a celebration party today. The people of the Zhu family faction were excitedly raising their glasses of fine wine. Congratulations to the old man, they flattered him. Successfully purged the sect on behalf of the sect leader, cheers. The sound was truly pleasing to the ear.
Shu Jia stood at the center of the banquet table, surrounded by countless people praising him. He declared aggressively, "Those sitting here today are only the people that this old man trusts the most. Let us continue to strive to revitalize Feng Yu sect." The crowd burst into laughter, shouting loudly, "The sect leader speaks well." Suddenly, a piercing sound rang out, causing everyone to fall silent and turn around. It was Bai Ji, sitting collapsed, panting heavily and terrified. Seeing his son's face covered in wounds, Shu Jia asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Bai Ji cried miserably. He pointed at his few remaining teeth, insistently accusing Lu Ge. "Father, someone wants to kill me. They're at Bitter Cliff Cave now. They seem to want to rescue that woman, Feng Tianyue. I used the transfer scroll that you gave me, so I was able to escape with my life." Bai Ji was adamant. "Hurry and kill them." Before he could finish his sentence, a mysterious fiery force ripped open the space and blasted his head into dust right before hundreds of people's eyes. The pungent smell of blood filled the air, as fresh blood splattered from Bai Ji's corpse. Shu Jia, standing closest, got quite a bit of his son's blood on his face. He stared blankly, his eyes wide, witnessing his son's death. Bai Ji slumped to the floor, dead on the spot, his upper body headless, looking utterly gruesome. The crowd erupted in chaos. The young sect leader is dead. They looked up at the giant hand emerging from the spatial rift. It's that hand did it. Shu Jia was beyond rage, his son killed right before his eyes. He roared like a wild beast. "We lost our son for so many years, finally reunited with such difficulty." Shu Jia wept. Who dares to be so audacious? Shu Jia was now even more vicious. To avenge his son, he didn't hesitate to unleash all his cultivation power, a blazing red flame erupting, engulfing his entire body. His power reached the ceiling, he yelled, looking at the hand descending from the sky. "I will make you die." The flames radiating from Shu Jia threatened to incinerate everyone present, and they immediately shielded their faces and retreated. Some of the remaining people exclaimed, "This is the Fire Dao. After thousands of years, the Island Lord has finally cultivated to this level, willing to sacrifice himself for revenge. It seemed he was a good father after all." As the moment of clash arrived, Shu Jia used his Fire Dao, spreading his arms and flying into the sky. each palm strike radiating immense firepower, Xu Jia declared, "I will use my fire Dao to burn you into a puddle of blood."
"Alrighty then, baby," the giant hand replied nonchalantly and delivered its own palm strike. The instant they collided, with just a light tap, Xu Jia's flaming hand instantly froze.
He panicked. The ice and snow on his arm continued to spread, rapidly draining the firepower from his entire body. Xu Jia's eyes widened in shock. No, impossible. And then, a sword flew in like a tempest. With a single strike, it shattered Xu Jia's frozen arm.
Turns out, he himself drew his sword and chopped off his own arm to seal away the power of the ice. At that moment, the giant hand vanished. Xu Jia watched in contemplation, standing there with blood gushing from his shoulder. Just one touch, and I lost an arm. If I hadn't reacted quickly, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
He sighed in relief.
Moreover, that hand wasn't affected by my attack at all. It was just there, simple as that. Yet its power was so terrifying. Just how strong is the owner of that hand? He went to Baiji's corpse and cast some spiritual energy on him. In an instant, Baiji's soul was drawn out. Fortunately, my son's Dao heart is still intact. Even though his body is dead, we can still find another body and reincarnate him. Now just a floating soul, Baiji was filled with rage towards his father. "Father, my body is gone. What should I do? Father must avenge me. Chop them into 100 pieces." Still talking tough even after dying, Xu Jia said wearily, "Is this really the time to be talking about revenge, son? Just what kind of powerful figure have we offended?" Suddenly, Xu Jia fell silent, afraid to say anything more, his eyes wide with fear.
Xu Jia trembled slightly, taking a few steps back while his surrounding followers knelt down, kowtowing incessantly. The pressure is too strong. They could easily sense that a particularly powerful figure was about to appear, each footstep like a giant hammer blow to the chest.
Baiji realized it immediately, recognizing who it was, and frantically flew around his father, shouting, "He's coming! He's coming again!" The footsteps stopped before the mansion gate.
He had indeed arrived. Xu Jia spat out blood from the pressure of the divine aura. Lu Gao, Penggao Xiong, and Ziling Wang looked at Xu Jia's group with deadly intent. Xu Jia could sense that this aura far surpassed even immortals, and he cowered, kneeling and kowtowing repeatedly. Damn it! How did this tiny Fengyue island offend such a powerful master? But if I dared to offend Yi Feng
and make my son the next island lord, it's because I have a trump card, a peak Dao-proofing realm trump card. As soon as he invoked that sacred name, a powerful figure descended onto the rooftop of Fengyue Island's mansion, the very one Xu Jia had mentioned.
Xu Jia truly didn't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth.
Letting Cheng Yu run away was neither helping nor hindering, he thought to himself. Oh, Buddha, these people are offending such big shots. How am I supposed to fight them? And Cheng Yu really wanted to fly down and shove a slipper into Xu Jia's mouth. Don't call me anymore. If I get exposed, what about my status? I finally managed to reincarnate. I absolutely can't die here.
Xu Jia wouldn't let him off so easily, crying and shouting, "Why aren't you answering, Senior Wen? We originally swore to each other that I would use all my resources to awaken you at the final hurdle, and you would help us develop Fengyu Island to new heights, right?" Xu Jia, being smart, threatened Wen Chengyu by bringing up his dark past. "Please come down here and help our sect." Damn it, when Chengyu's tears flowed backwards, he froze on the spot. Deals, oaths, help. What kind of sins did I commit in this life? I'd better find a nice place to bury myself after this. Pushed by the currents of life, squeezed by the crowds, Wen Chengyu had no choice but to grit his teeth and appear. He teleported to Xu Jia's location.
The moment Xu Jia saw Wen Chengyu slowly descend, he felt like he had found his life's Buddha. The light of justice has arrived.
Worthy of being a peak Dao-proofing realm expert, and even more worthy of being someone who has lived through 2 lifetimes. Senior Wen's descent is truly like a celestial being descending to Earth. So cool, my idol. Xu Jia was overjoyed. With Senior here, Fengyue Island will definitely be alright. He perked up as if he had been given a massive boost of power and jumped for joy. No matter who you are, with Senior Wen here, he won't allow you to be arrogant for long, right, Senior Wen? Bullshit. Yi Feng didn't even bother replying. He was probably cursing this old geezer's ancestors for generations in his head. Xu family grinned wickedly, full of himself, he thought. As expected of Senior Wen, a master who's lived through 2 lifetimes. This composure, this is a true powerhouse.
WTF, what the hell is going on? Xu family was completely dumbfounded, staring at the person he admired. Wen Chengyu, once so arrogant, was now kneeling and kowtowing before those 5 nobodies. Yi Feng pointed at that Xu family member, denying everything. Big brothers, don't listen to this guy's nonsense, okay? I don't know him at all. I'm just passing by. Bro code, I'm not involved. Xu family was so shocked he couldn't even speak. Yi Feng raised 3 fingers, swearing, "Big brothers, Heaven and earth are my witnesses. I really don't know them. He was secretly relieved. If I didn't think fast, I'd be a goner. Cheng Yu remembered the deal he made earlier and mumbled to himself.
Luckily, I remembered the teachings of the 3 lifetimes sect. I left a small loophole when I made that vow.
If I encounter an enemy I can't beat, or if Fengyu Island is disbanded, the vow becomes null and void. Lu Gi hadn't said anything from the beginning to the end. He was looking for loopholes in what those two were saying, but what they said just made his head spin.
Yi Feng put on an innocent face, looking at Lu Ji with sparkling, pitiful eyes. Zhu family was so publicly betrayed that he almost vomited blood. What? How could this be?
How could this be? Lu Ge's eyes turned red as fire as he glared at Wen Chengyu and ordered, "Get lost! Don't let me see you again!" Just what I wanted. "So Pab, I'm leaving." Finally someone said it. Wen Chengyu grabbed his pants and ran out the door faster than a flying motorcycle. "Yes, sir, I'm leaving." He was in such a hurry that he forgot he could fly.
Zhu family bitterly glared at Lu Gie and the others. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Everything was out of his plan. Even Wen Chengyu, with his peak spirit severing cultivation, was scared like that. Just how strong is this guy in the black robe? Suddenly, Lu Gie appeared in front of him, causing Zhu family to stumble backward in fright.
Lu Gie transformed into a towering Grim Reaper, blocking Zhu family's path. Zhu family looked tiny before this huge god of death, who said Lu Gie was small. Step forward. Lu Gie's voice was full of murderous intent as he looked at him. "Have you thought about how you want to die yet?" Zhu family was a mess of tears and snot as he begged softly, "Even if I die, I should at least die knowing why. Where exactly have we offended you? Dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it." If Zhu family sincerely wanted to know, Lu Gie was willing to answer. He snorted coldly. "Because you have defied the will of the chief god." As soon as Lu Gie mentioned the words, chief god, Zhu family audaciously burst into a crazy laughter. He pointed directly at Lu Gie, criticizing him harshly. "Don't threaten us. Gods only exist in legends. They might not even exist." His words would probably make him die sooner. Zhu family still didn't notice the change in Lu Banwei's eyes. The sweat of deadly power was forming. Zhu family challenged. "If you really are a god, then please destroy Fengyu Island for me to see. No need to challenge me."
Lu Gie had everything, especially composure.
He curled his lips into a smile. "You challenged me, okay?"
Lu Gie gently pointed to the sky.
Zhu family still didn't understand what the hell was going on.
He took a few steps back, then pointed towards the Zhu family group. The surrounding terrain of the mansion began to move violently.
Is he really going to destroy it? The group huddled together in fear. Outside, the entire Fengyu Island was gradually sinking. The ground cracked open in large chunks, terrifyingly. In just a moment, it almost swallowed the magnificent capital. The day of the Zhu family group's demise had arrived. Fengyu Island would disappear forever. It was gradually swallowed by the seawater. The mansion shook violently, pieces flying everywhere. Zhu family and the soul of his son were swept away immediately afterward. They could only scream in pain. "I believe it now. I believe it now. It's a god. It really is a god. The whole island is about to be destroyed." Luckily, the group ran out of the mansion in time. Everyone was panting like dogs, watching the mansion collapse. Annihilated, Lu Gie and his brothers flew out of the dust cloud. The followers all kneeled and cried, begging for mercy, except for that foul-mouthed Zhu family member. "Great sir, spare us, spare us!"
Baiji was panicking, crying, and begging his father.
He was just a small soul now, but his delusions were still sky-high. "Father, save me. I don't want to die. I'm the next island master of Fengyue Island."
Zhu family's eyes were full of anger as he looked at Lu Gie and his brothers.
Old man Yong stood up, demanding justice. "My Fengyu Island has never provoked you, let alone defied the will of any chief god. I think you just want to kill innocent people, but you're just making up an excuse."
Baiji also audaciously said, "Yeah, that's right, you're killing innocent—"
Lu Gie was at his wit's end with the stubbornness of this father and son duo. "Playing dumb, huh? You guys are good." He then unleashed his spiritual power, resolutely saying, "Since that's how it is, then I'll let you die, understanding why." With that, a reflected image of Yi Feng appeared in the sky.
"So it's him." Xu Jia's face darkened. How could it be him? Baiji also recognized him. It's him. No beating around the bush needed.
Lu Gie raised his legs high and directly recounted the entire story from the beginning. "My master personally appointed Feng Tianyue as the island lord and told you to assist her diligently. But not only did you disobey, but you also acted cruelly. Tell me, don't you deserve to die?" After speaking, Lu Gie stomped his foot down. "My master doesn't care to lower himself to your level, but as his servant, I must take care of this matter."
Each time he did so, the lackeys surrounding that old Shujia exploded, their heads flying off, fresh blood splattering everywhere, and horrific screams echoed across the sky.
One by one, bodies fell, and vengeful spirits were released. Now they were just tiny souls, unable to laugh or cry. They think it's over just by dying like that. Not that simple. Liu Ge unleashed lightning and fire, and with a flick of his finger, the flames eagerly devoured each soul, preventing them from being reincarnated.
Shujia was so scared he nearly crapped his pants. He was about to faint as he watched the flames dancing around him, along with the wails of the spirits. Shujia was truly repentant now, tears and snot streaming down his face, looking utterly pathetic. I thought no one would ever find out, but I never expected him to be such a terrifying existence.
No wonder he could so easily obtain the inheritance of death that no one had been able to inherit for years. If I had known earlier, I should have given up everything and wholeheartedly supported Feng Tianyue. Who knows, maybe I could have. He regretted it deeply, so deeply. One wrong step can truly lead to 1,000 miles astray.
It's true that when death approaches, people easily reveal their true nature. Baiji and Shujia were no different. The father-son bond was completely shattered. Baiji flew in front of Liu Ge, shifting all the blame onto his father. "Please, sir, spare my life. It wasn't my fault. That old man seduced me. If it weren't for his seduction, I would have let Feng Tianyue become the island lord."
How despicable. Shujia had a sudden heart attack, spitting out a mouthful of blood in anger. He pointed at Baiji, unable to speak due to his bitterness. You unfilial son."
Baiji was furious, even daring to yell back at his father, acting innocent and putting on airs. "Old man, what's the point of yelling now? If it weren't for you, would I have ended up in this situation?" Shujia's face turned green with anger. He prepared to take care of this son, but before he could act, his beloved son beat him to it. That heartless Baiji directly pierced his father's forehead with a blast, and Shujia kicked the bucket.
He collapsed, looking up at the sky and lamenting, you. A round hole on his forehead was emitting smoke. Shujia looked at his son before him, filled with regret. His father had died like that, but not only did Baiji show no sympathy, but he even shamelessly flattered Liu Ge. "Sir, look, I killed him. I killed that old man. He denied everything. Sir, look, I'm not with him. Please spare me." He was talking big. But unfortunately, Liu Ge didn't hear a single word he said. "Spare you? I don't remember you being so cowardly before." With just a light flick of his finger, Baiji was quickly pulled forward. In just a second, he was in Liu Ge's arms. He tightened his grip on his soul even more.
"You always make things difficult for others, so why don't you try it yourself?"
Baiji's doomsday had arrived. The fire released from Liu Banwei's hand directly engulfed him and tortured him. "Painful. Please spare me, sir. How could you go back on your word like this? I even killed my father. Aren't you going to let me go?" The flames suddenly flared up, and Baiji's soul was buried within, screaming miserably, "Help, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please let me go. It's all my fault. I beg you, please let me go." Slowly enjoy the feeling of death from that fire. That's what Baiji deserves. Liu Ge and his 4 brothers left together without looking back. The moment Liu Banwei and his brothers left the island was also the moment Fengyue Island gradually sank to the bottom of the sea, ending the reign of some elder.
Fortunately, in the ruins of Fengyue Island, an island was gradually emerging. The island was also full of life. A second Fengyue Island was forming.
Everything on the island was gradually restored to its original state. From houses, scenery, ships, and even people returned to where they belonged.
The common people throughout the island survived and returned safely. They happily embraced each other. "Where is this? Were we saved? Fengyue Island suffered a disaster. I thought I was going to die this time."
Feng Tianyue was lying in a corner outside the city, the sunlight reflecting on her, causing her to wake up in a daze, not understanding anything.
She quickly stood up and examined her body. Tianyue was secretly happy that her dantian still had cultivation. It was still there. There were no wounds on her body, and even her clothes were flawless. Everything she had suffered in Kuye Cave was like a dream.
Suddenly she remembered something. That's right, my younger brother.
Ling Beifeng, Tianyue ran straight to the Black Sea, where the old man Shujia had thrown her younger brother, Ling Bei. Tianyue looked around for a while.
The scene before her made her dare not believe her eyes.
Her younger brother was indeed still alive. Ling Bei was leaning against a rock and sleeping. Feng Tianyue burst into tears. She was so happy. "Ling Bei, my younger brother is here."
Tianyue was about to run to hug her brother when Liu Banwei suddenly appeared from the sky. He instructed the 2 sisters. "Try to manage it well. Be diligent. Don't disappoint me like this. Those who were chosen."
The master can rest assured. Lu Ji, Ao Qing, Xiang Fei, and Ziling Wang were about to leave. They had completed their mission well. Feng Tianyue did not hesitate, and immediately knelt down and nodded to thank her benefactor. Thank you, benefactor, for saving the lives of Tianyue and her brother and the people on the island. Tianyue will definitely not fail the expectations of the benefactor.
But there's one thing Feng Tianyue still doesn't get. The benefactor's first half was telling her to be the island lord of this new island. But what's the meaning of the second half? Who is he? Who is the master?
Suddenly, a surge of memories flooded back, and Feng Tianyue exclaimed in delight. The master, the benefactor mentioned. Could it be Mr. Yi? Lost in her random thoughts, Feng Tianyue looked up again to find Lu Gei and the others gone. They'd left. The sky was blue again, making her feel relieved. Scene change. Elsewhere, an island with a Yuzi sword, Sword Valley, true to its name. At the center of the island stood a towering great sword. The entire land was filled with a faint chilling aura. Hong, along with her subordinate Zheng Zhongjiang, greeted, Your Divine Yi Feng. Hongzhi pays respects to the Sir. Hongzhi has heard about the inheritance of death. The mere mention of it ignited Yi Feng's fury. He pointed at the red armor encasing him, his mouth running wild. It's more than just inheritance. The owner of that inheritance even gave me a turtle shell, saying it's impenetrable below the Saint Realm. Look at this! Piao Miao Hong could only give a silly smile, stammering, Honger didn't expect the Sir to inherit the inheritance of death. Piao Miao Hong thought to herself, never in a million years would I have guessed that the Sir would get something so heaven-defying in the inheritance. With this armor of courage, he can basically walk sideways in the heavenly domain. The subordinate behind her shook his head. What so many people crave has become a burden to the Sir. The more he talked, the more disdainful looks he got. Yi Feng was so angry he almost coughed up blood. If you guys want it, then figure out a way to take it. Heavens no, Piao Miao Hong and her subordinate waved their hands frantically, shaking their heads repeatedly. We wouldn't dare, wouldn't dare, wouldn't dare. Actually, Piao Miao Hong didn't understand what Yi Feng was upset about. She offered a suggestion. Although I don't know why Sir wants to die, with your strength and talent, plus this armor of courage, you're bound to become a saint in the future. How about you try a different path? Yi Feng shook his head. That won't do. Yi Feng's eyes became resolute. Clearly, he was thinking, what I want is immortality and indestructibility. Besides, the system says there'll be a major calamity in over 90 years. No fear, no fear. For the future safety of my buddy, death now is necessary. Courageously move forward. Suddenly, Yi Feng turned, his eyes sparkling with innocence, as he excitedly brought up the old topic. Oh right, Miss Hong, didn't you say you'd help me plan my death? Where's the plan? I need it now. Piao Miao Hong broke out in a cold sweat, unsure how to answer. She presented a shimmering, glowing treasure. It's here. Yi Feng's eyes lit up as if he'd struck gold. Delighted. Oh. Before he could reach out and touch the treasure, Piao Miao Hong quickly crushed it. She scratched her head. Well, these death plans are all small fry compared to Sir's armor of courage. I don't want to embarrass myself, Yi Feng lamented. Ah, don't be so hasty. What if it could work? WTF. Yi Feng felt dizzy. Oh heavens, is there really no way? Is it so hard to die? Piao Miao Hong pondered. Below the Saint Realm, there really isn't a way. But in the 9 realms, a new saint is about to be born around this time. It's just that this new saint hasn't awakened yet. Around this time, many omens appear in the 9 realms, and many forces will want to approach this saint, if you want to as well. Yi Feng despaired. Oh my God, save me. Suddenly, he let out a rogue-ish laugh, looking at Piao Miao Hong. I didn't expect our 9 realms to have a saint. Piao Miao Hong got goosebumps, thinking, this smile of the Sir's reminds me of unpleasant memories from the past. She suddenly remembered. That's right, external force can't break Sir's armor of courage. So what about from the inside? Yi Feng stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. Destroying myself from the inside, huh? With what, poison? I've used poison a long time ago, it doesn't work. Piao Miao Hong said wickedly. Sir, you're talking about ordinary poison. I'm talking about the most potent poison in this world, Yi Feng asked eagerly. Oh, how potent? Piao Miao Hong continued. Everyone knows that countless Yao and demons are hidden in the Black Domain, posing a huge threat to humans. Yunxing, affected by the Black Domain, also suffers from the devastation of Yao and monsters. To resist, Yunxing established the Heavenly Alliance, unaffiliated with anyone or any force. The elites of the Heavenly Alliance are gathered there, even saints are included. The Heavenly Alliance is the most unshakable existence in Yunxing and also manages the order of the entire Yunxing. Yi Feng wondered, what does this have to do with me using poison? Piao Miao Hong just smiled. Sir, don't rush, I'm getting to that. Because of the geographical issues of the Heavenly Domain, although people don't see the Heavenly Alliance come and go. There is an important place in the Heavenly Domain, which is Heavenly Poison Island.
People of the Heavenly Alliance research poisons on the island that can deal with powerful Yao and demons. But after the poisons are researched and become stronger, the captured Yao are no longer enough to test the poison. Piao Miao Hong took a deep breath, stammering, "Therefore, they need more powerful living people to experiment on." There was a flash of light in Piao Miao Hong's eyes, making her look trustworthy. But Piao Miao Hong was a little worried. Originally, using living people for experiments is something that Heaven's law hardly tolerates. But for the sake of humanity's plan, Heavenly Poison Island has no choice but to endure cultivators in the Heavenly Domain with great righteousness. It's just a pity that the effect is quite bad. After all, that kind of poison corrodes the bone marrow. It's really too terrifying. It's normal for the Surmer to hesitate.
Scared of what? Yi Feng, hearing about that kind of poison, was as happy as if he'd struck gold, reassuring Piao Miao Hong. He put his hands on her shoulders, gently saying, "Woo-woo, I want to register. For the grand plan of humanity, just use all kinds of poison on me. If one kind of poison doesn't kill me, change to another until the poison kills me." Piao Miao Hong was speechless at this answer. She raised her hand and gave Yi Feng a like.
"Righteous sir." They quickly proceeded according to the plan. At the registration point for poison testing on Heavenly Poison Island, the notice board clearly stated the registration conditions. Cultivation realm above the Tao realm, regardless of life or death. Reward, 100,000 spirit stones. At the Heavenly Clan, their elder was propping his chin, feeling frustrated. "Who's coming here? It's been 3 months already. Until now, there hasn't even been one person we can bring back. People with low cultivation aren't qualified. People who feel high are too afraid of losing their lives." Suddenly, Yi Feng appeared out of nowhere, surprising the old man a bit. "Who are you?" He stood in front of the old man, with his hands on his hips, said, "I'm here to register." "Damn," the elder was overjoyed, thinking, "Although we've successfully recruited some people in the past 2 years, the state of those people isn't very good. Some are seriously injured and won't live long. Some have suffered a blow and lost hope. There's no one like the radiant person in front of me. Must take advantage of this." Yi Feng jumped back and forth in front of that elder, urging, "Hurry up and register me." "What kind of registration? Where? Am I registering with you?" The Heavenly Poison Elder was confused and flustered by him, not daring to move, and also very excited. "Really? No matter how I look at it, he doesn't seem like he wants to die." Not only was that elder surprised, but the crowd of young people was also buzzing with discussion. "Someone's registering for Heavenly Poison Island. Is there anyone in the entire Heavenly Domain who doesn't know what Heavenly Poison Island is? Yet there's actually someone who's come to offer their life. He's a real man. Look, he's still a young man who looks very ordinary."
The elder didn't quite believe it. He tried to ask again. "You're not going to live much longer, or you have some deep-seated blood feud and want to use this method to have the Heavenly Alliance help you take revenge, or you've suffered a blow and feel life is too meaningless." Yi Feng shook his head repeatedly. No, none of those."
"Is this guy normal?" the elder roared. "None of that. Then what are you doing here? Registering?" Yi Feng seriously suggested. "Of course. It's to test poison for your Heavenly Poison Island." The elder was at his wit's end with this guy's thick-skinnedness. "Me, your words. First, there's no injury. Second, there's no heart demon. Why are you willing to come to Heavenly Poison Island to test poison? Don't you know that once you register for this, you can't go back?" Yi Feng, without a trace of fear, looked at the old man seriously. "Isn't this poison testing of yours to prevent demons from invading in the future? Then, is it not okay for me to register for the sake of the greater good, for the sake of humanity? Why do you have to think so badly of others?" Holy crap! The elder's face turned green as he looked at him. A living saint, this one is. Even the Heavenly Poison Elder was persuaded by his smooth tongue. The elder respectfully said, "Greetings. It is I who was narrow-minded. I apologize to you, young master. Is that all right?"
Yi Feng stood before the crowd, righteously criticizing. "A sentence for the sake of the greater good. A sentence for the future of the human race." Countless young people around secretly praised Yi Feng's ambition. "This person is truly a role model for our human race. I have learned a lesson from this hero. My perspective was too narrow." "Don't praise me anymore." Yi Feng secretly smirked, pleased with himself. He crossed his arms, looking stern, and continued. "The Black Domain is coming. Demons are invading human territory. Barely 1 in 10 will survive. The entire human race is in danger." Seeing that everyone was starting to be persuaded by him, Yi Feng declared grandly, I, Yi Feng, am just an ordinary cultivator, just one part of thousands upon thousands of people. My death is not a pity. If I can use my death to exchange for the stability of the human race in the future, what is there to regret about my death? Being able to contribute a little bit of strength to the poison masters, who contribute silently, is very worthwhile. Man, his speech was too impressive. Yi Feng leaned back, seeing if these young people agreed with what he just said.
The crowd looked at each other in silence, then simultaneously ran to surround him, cheering wildly. Well said, very well said. This is the pillar of our nation. The character and realm of a hero are simply beyond what we can imagine.
Seeing the crowd in such a hubbub,
the heavenly poison elder knocked his cane down a few times, and everyone returned to their previous positions. He spoke up. Poison masters like us gather on Heavenly Poison Island for the sake of all humanity, dedicated to research, and are considered respected by others, he said sadly. But in reality, no one can understand the pain in our hearts. Living on the island, with no living things, besides enduring the pungent smell every day, even when we leave the island, we are existences that everyone fears, avoiding us as if we were a plague, and some people even openly doubt our achievements, saying we are polluting the environment.
Saying that, the senior covered his face and cried like a child, his voice trembling. But today, finally someone can understand poison masters like us. He thanked Yi Feng. With these words of yours, even if the old folks of Heavenly Poison Island die of exhaustion on the island, it will be worth it. Yi Feng eagerly grabbed the elder's hand.
So you must agree to my request and let me test poison for you, the bald elder replied. Okay, I'm very happy. Right now, above the sky, a person was standing, observing Yi Feng from above.
This little brat's enlightenment is even higher than mine.
This person was an old man with 2 mustaches on his head. With this temperament and spirit, if he really dies on Heavenly Poison Island, wouldn't that be a waste of talent? If he can come to my Shuangxiao Island, he will definitely be of great use. He was the Tao Lord of Shuangxiao Island, Bai Lao.
Looking down at Yi Feng, he smiled. He continued. With such virtue, if he also has enough talent, he would be very suitable to be my disciple. It's just a pity that this little brat went to Heavenly Poison Island for the greater good of the human race. I'm not in a position to stop him.
Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. I've got it! I can register as well and observe him, and if all aspects of him are excellent, I can wait until he's nearly poisoned to death and save him. That way it won't affect his state of mind and will make him grateful to me, at which point I can take him as a disciple. As he spoke, he imagined the scene of Yi Feng kneeling before him, begging him to take him as a disciple. At this time, everyone was clamoring to sign up. I want to sign up! Let me follow in the footsteps of the hero! I also want to register to help you all a bit. The bald elder laughed loudly, his mouth wide open. Everyone, those who register need to have a cultivation realm of at least the Dapsio realm. Please think carefully before registering. Take your time. Suddenly, at this time, a man wearing a hat came over. I want to register, not for anything else, just for the greater good of the human race. Let this old man contribute one last time. This person was Bai Lao. He had disguised himself as another person and stepped forward.
Seeing him, Yi Feng smiled secretly. I'm just using the excuse of the greater good to find death. If we're really talking about the greater good, it has to be this old man.
The two seemed to have a telepathic connection with each other. Bai Lao was also thinking at this moment, are you kidding me? I'm just using the excuse of the greater good to get close to and observe you. If we're really talking about the greater good, it has to be you, little brat.
Just like that, Yi Feng and Bai Lao looked at each other intensely, sparks flying, and everyone around them sweated for them, thinking, is this the tacit understanding between heroes?
After a while, after registering, everyone began to board the ship, heading out to the island. On the ship, Yi Feng and another person were standing enjoying the bright sunshine, both of their eyes sparkling as if reflecting the sunlight shining on the sea. He thought to himself, after trying for so long, this time I'm finally about to die. What an exhilarating feeling. The old man beside him was also immersed in his own thoughts. I thought I wouldn't be able to recruit anyone this trip, but I didn't expect to recruit such a powerful hero.
Too awesome. Suddenly, Bai Lao held a chessboard towards Yi Feng and spoke. Little friend, my usual hobby is playing chess. There's nothing to do right now. How about we play a game? But in reality, deep down, he wanted to take advantage of this free time.
Yi Feng put on an innocent, naive look, waving his hand in refusal. Ugh, too hard, no play. He thought to himself. My chess skills have reached the unparalleled realm. It's no fun playing with someone weaker. Bai Lao, as innocent as a lamb, actually bought it, he said. Feeling it's difficult, That just means you don't understand the profound subtlety of the game yet. Chess is a way to see a person's comprehension ability. It's okay not to know at first. You have to see how long it takes and how well they grasp it. Then he suddenly roared at the top of his lungs, "Kid! Let this old man teach you how to play chess."
After a round or two of chess, Yi Feng got up and peaced out.
"I was being generous," he said, before leaving Bai Lao dumbfounded. Staring at the chessboard in disbelief, not understanding what happened, Yi Feng had utterly crushed him. Bai Lao refused to give up and stood up, unresigned. Play again, he thought.
Alright, so that's how you want to play. It must be because I was overthinking things and got careless.
And the next scene played out just like before, Yi Feng dipping out, leaving him gaping. He mumbled, This time it was decided before even half the game was over." After playing another 10-odd rounds, Bai Lao was completely defeated by this point, lying in a puddle of his own tears. How is this possible? He's not only winning every single time, but he's winning faster than before. Yi Feng left again. It really is too hard, meaning it was too hard to actually find any enjoyment from it. Bai Lao, regaining some of his spirit.
"You really are skilled at chess,
This old man. Admit I'm no match for you." Yi Feng smiled and replied, "You flatter me, old sir. You were being too generous." Scene change. After arriving at Heavenly Poison Island, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the area.
Surrounded by poisonous air, beside him are 3 people standing in front of the gate. The bald old man stood in front of Yi Feng and Bai Lao. 2 heroes. "This is our island master of Heavenly Poison Island, my lords, Jia Zhao."
Appearing before them was a girl wearing a mask, with a gecko clinging to her hand. The island master of Heavenly Poison Island, Jia Zhao. Looking her over, Bai Lao thought to himself, Jia Zhao, also known as the Poison Maiden of Yongxing. She's only a semi-saint, but her poison techniques are so unbelievably powerful that even saints don't dare to provoke her easily. Jia Zhao then spoke. "Welcome, 2 experts of the Tao integration realm, to my humble island. I've heard reports from my subordinates about your righteousness." Yi Feng and Bai Lao raised their hands in response. "For the survival of humanity, we cannot refuse us." But the truth was that Yi Feng didn't even know what realm he was in, so he just registered as Tao integration. Bai Lao was the same. Not wanting to reveal his true identity, he registered as Tao integration as well.
Jia Zhao smiled and continued. "Although you 2 volunteered to come here, once you're on this island, there's an 80 to 90% chance you won't be returning. You 2 are rare talents of Yongxing. Are you really sure you want to do this?"
Yi Feng put on his most stone-cold expression and said only one sentence. "Please, Island Master Jia Zhao, you absolutely must poison me to death."
Seeing Yi Feng say that, Bai Lao also spoke up. What this young friend said is exactly what Fu Nantian wants to say. For the righteousness of our people, we cannot refuse. In his mind, he was thinking, good kid, not afraid of death even when facing it directly.
Seeing them say that, Jia Zhao just stood there silently, and no one could tell what she was thinking behind the mask.
Immediately after, she turned around and headed inside. "Prepare for that guy Fu to test the poison. As for Yi Feng, bring him to me." The bald old man immediately obeyed.
"Yes." Bai Lao grabbed Yi Feng's shoulder and said, "Kid, that woman is someone even saints are wary of. You absolutely must keep your distance from her. If you make her unhappy, she might not care that you're a test subject and just take your life."
Yi Feng just let it go, in one ear and out the other, smiling brightly and giving Bai Lao a thumbs up. "Thank you for the reminder, old Sir Fu." Seeing this scene, Bai Lao was internally calculating 1,000 times over. "Don't cause any trouble while I'm testing the poison. I don't want my candidate for the position of disciple to turn into a corpse."
Yi Feng had a sly smile on his face at this time. "Take my life directly. That's exactly what I want." The bald old man looked at Jia Zhao and asked,
"Lord Jia Zhao, why do you want to meet Yi Feng alone? Why not let him test the poison together?" Jia Zhao replied. "A cultivator who is willing to sacrifice his life for righteousness. Do you believe that?" She flicked her skirt and sat down. "Maybe there is, like that Mr. Fu. But this Yi Feng, I don't think so." The bald old man broke out in a cold sweat. "Lord Jia Zhao, aren't you being too cautious? This young Master Yi was the first to register. His attitude of disregarding death for the sake of the righteousness of our race doesn't seem fake at all." Jia Zhao laughed. "That's just what you see." She recalled the sentence Yi Feng said. "Please, Island Master Jia Zhao, you absolutely must poison me to death. Normal people, even if they disregard death, would still hesitate a bit when facing it. But he didn't hesitate at all."
Too much perfection is a flaw, so I want to investigate his true intentions in private. At this time, several hours had passed. Yi Feng had arrived and was sitting in a chair opposite Jia Zhao. They stared at each other, not saying a word.
Looking at Yi Feng's punchable face sitting in front of her, she thought, ever since he came in, I've been investigating his true intentions, but I haven't gained anything. Instead, he's been staring at me like this for hours. Aren't you afraid I'll poison you to death with such impudence? Thinking this, she spoke up. Young Master Yi, what exactly are you thinking? Suddenly, Yi Feng raised his hand and replied, Don't move. He leaned closer to Jia Xiao, and then reached out to wipe away a trace of tea on her lips. You have tea on the corner of your mouth. This made Jia Xiao blush with embarrassment. Jia Xiao was so ashamed that she became angry and shouted, Aren't you afraid of death? My whole body is poison. A normal person would surely die if they touched me. Yi Feng just smiled, I know, but in such a beautiful moment. I can't accept a beauty like you having tea stains on your lips. Hearing these sweet pickup lines from Yi Feng, Jia Xiao's mind was about to explode, although her mouth wanted to scream. She covered her mouth with her hand. I used to have a burning heart too, but because I'm cursed with this misfortune physique, people, let alone the opposite sex, even the same sex would keep their distance. But today, someone's risking their life just to wipe tea stains for me. Looking at Yi Feng, all handsome and radiant while drinking tea, she sighed inwardly. This guy's got some serious guts. Good thing I've trained enough to control my misfortune physique, not to the point of actually killing him. After taking a sip of tea, he placed the cup on the table. He raised his hand to cover his face, then put on a look of utter bewilderment and boredom. Why haven't I died from the poison yet? Then, Yi Feng stared intently at Jia Hu. He figured if he looked at her rudely, she'd definitely poison him, but after waiting for hours, she didn't make a move. Now he's being handsy and still nothing. He was getting so impatient inside. Siamon, just off me already. Suddenly, Jia Hu grabbed the teacup on the table and chugged it all down, startling Yi Feng. He thought, She deliberately let the tea dribble on her lips, then looked at Yi Feng. I didn't expect young Master Yi to be such a thoughtful person. Yi Feng was terrified by this sight. The words, what the heck, flashed in his mind. He immediately regained his composure. He reached out both hands towards Jia Hu's face and laughed. Island Master Jia is such a cute ditz. Look, you've got tea on your face again. A rare chance to touch her again. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yi Feng immediately pinched and squeezed Jia Hu's face, shocking her. Damn it, he's such a pervert. After using all his strength to touch Jia Hu's face, Yi Feng slumped back into his chair, panting. All right. On the other side, Jia Hu blushed, rubbing her cheeks. He touched me. Does that mean he likes me? He sat on the chair, looking up at the sky and sighed. Blood's normal. Breathing's normal. Nothing's wrong. Can I die today? It's probably not a slow-acting poison, right? There's no point in staying here. Waiting for the poison to kick in back home is the same. Thinking this, he lifted his butt, turned around, and started to leave. Island Master must be busy. I won't disturb you any longer, Jia Hu, seeing Yi Feng leave, tried to stop him. You're leaving already. Watching Yi Feng's figure disappear through the doorway, Jia Hu shyly blushed and uttered, Young Master Yi. Suddenly, Baldy appeared. Lord Jia Hu. To be honest, this guy's acting too perfect. There's a high chance he's a spy sent by the Black Domain. Then, he put on an extremely shifty face. Should we lock him up first? Hearing this, Jia Hu went ballistic, shouting, Shut up, you're the spy. You don't have the same kind of righteousness as him, yet you dare doubt him. If I ever hear you say those words again, I'll lock you up. Baldy was shocked by this outburst, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. After yelling to her heart's content, Jia Hu turned around and left. Reflect on yourself, leaving Baldy standing there, tearing up with a huge question mark over his head. The next morning, the sun shone brightly, illuminating a myriad of golden flowers. Yi Feng suddenly jumped up, panicked. Crap, isn't that woman supposed to be dying already? I've waited all night. Even a slow poison should be kicking in by now, right? A voice suddenly called out from outside the door. Young Master Yi, it's time. Time to go try the poison. Hearing this, Yi Feng exclaimed. Perfect timing. Baldy, standing outside, spoke apologetically. Young Master Yi, the Yao demons are about to invade. The poison testing is extremely urgent. If young Master Yi isn't ready yet. Before Baldy could finish, he flicked his sleeves and fluttered in the wind, then strode out majestically, smiling brightly. No need. Such an important matter concerns the entire human race. We can't delay, even for a moment. You must let me try the poison today. Seeing this, Baldy couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. As expected of the person Lord Hinu admires, look at this enlightened mindset. It truly fills me with admiration. A little later, at the poison testing room, as soon as he saw old Bai, Yi Feng happily raised his hand and said with a smile, Senior Bai, you're here too. Seeing this, old Bai thought to himself, so happy and carefree to be handing over his life. This future disciple of mine is truly extraordinary. Pointing towards the gate, Baldy spoke. Two heroes. The poison testing is simple.
Just enter this space, and we'll release a special poisonous mist. Remember, do not circulate qi to resist the poison. Not only will it be useless, but it will also make the poison act faster. Remember. Finally, if you two have entered this gate, you must be prepared to sacrifice yourselves at any moment. Hearing this, he quickly raised his hand. Can I take it that you won't give up until the poison kills us? Baldy put on a scary face. If the poison doesn't kill you two, then it proves that our research these past few days has failed. So it's not too late for you two to regret it now. If you really enter the space. Before Baldy could finish, Yi Feng had already jumped inside. Before he could finish his sentence, Baldy was utterly surprised to see Yi Feng jump in. Old Bai quickly followed. Having such an enlightened disciple puts a lot of pressure on me as the Shifu. Then, Old Bai also rushed into the gate, leaving old Baldy standing there in tears. Those two are truly the pillars of our human race. Just then, Jiashao appeared. Old Baldy saw her and immediately shouted, Great Lord Jiashao, you've arrived. Jiashao responded, Just came to take a look. Then, she turned to leave. Tell me immediately when there's a result, Old Baldy replied respectfully. Yes, ma'am. Great Lord Jiashao has come all the way here to observe in order to push for an early breakthrough in the poison testing. Looks like the poison dosage will have to be increased a lot this time. At this moment, inside a sealed box were Yi Feng and Old Bai, sitting there. A small window at the top of the room suddenly opened, and a stream of green, toxic smoke poured out continuously. Not just one window. A second one opened, and a stream of red toxic smoke followed. Seeing the toxic smoke enveloping him, Yi Feng was overjoyed to the point of tears. It's starting! Finally, I can die. Old Bai looked at him, smiling. I'll step in to save this kid just as he's about to die from the poison. Thinking of that moment, he couldn't sit still, chuckling to himself. I can't wait to see the look of worship on your face. After a while of spewing toxic gas, the room was completely filled, with only blurry figures of Yi Feng and Old Bai sitting there visible. Time passed quickly, and the next day arrived. In front of the poison testing gate, Old Baldy was sweating profusely. A whole day has passed. Still no movement. The people behind him were sweating just as much. Could it be that the poison we researched can't pose a threat to a Dao integration realm cultivator? Suddenly, a voice came from inside the poison testing room. I can't take it anymore. I'm done for. Old Baldy immediately ordered people to run over. There's movement. It's young Master Yi. Quick. Inside the room, Old Bai was taking Yi Feng's pulse. The 7 orifices are normal. No black blood. Could it be that the poison has entered the internal organs? Looking at Yi Feng's motionless body on the ground, Old Bai said, Disciple, don't be afraid. Your Shifu will save you. Suddenly, as if discovering something, Old Bai's eyes widened. This is... At the same time, outside the door of the poison testing room, Old Baldy rushed over. How is young Master Yi? Old Bai slowly spoke amidst everyone's constant worry. He pointed towards Yi Feng and shouted angrily, He's just sleeping! Wasting my old man's emotions. Old Baldy was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Hearing the loud noise, Yi Feng's eyes slowly opened. He sat up abruptly, then stretched and yawned. Slept for 2 nights straight. I'm really exhausted. Suddenly seeing the crowd standing around him, Yi Feng was startled. Why is everyone here? Oh right, the poison. How did the poison testing go? Old Bai said irritably and helplessly. You slept in the toxic fumes for a whole day. What do you think the result is? Old Baldy also spoke up. The toxic fumes we prepared had no effect. It failed on a Dabio integration realm cultivator. Hearing this, Yi Feng sweated profusely. His eyes widened. Failed again. Because he was so frustrated, he raised his fist and punched the ground hard, causing it to shatter. Suddenly being punched, the earth cried out, Who did I offend? Old Baldy and the soldier's eyes widened, sparkling. Young Master Yi is worried about the survival of the human race. One failure makes him so indignant. He truly is the light of the human race. Seeing Yi Feng so depressed, everyone came forward to dissuade him. Young Master Yi, everyone fails sometimes, but accumulating experience over many times, you'll definitely succeed in the future. That's right, young Master Yi doesn't need to be so heartbroken. Hearing these words from the crowd, he became even more infuriated. No way. Before entering, I made it clear that you can't give up until you poison me to death. You can't regret it. Give up. You are the most skilled poison masters of Yunxing. Show me your true skills. Then, he raised 3 fingers and ordered, 3 days. Within 3 days, you must arrange another poison testing session for me. If you can't do it, go back home and raise pigs.
Seeing this, the crowd shed tears. Young Master Yi doesn't care about his personal safety and even encourages us. We can't let down young Master Yi.
Outside, the sun was still shining brightly as usual.
Yi Feng walked out of the poison testing room in an extremely bad mood.
He originally had great faith in those pharmacists, but unexpectedly they were just as useless. I can't put all my hopes on them. I have to prepare more. Last time, Island Master didn't poison me to death. It must be because I didn't reach her limit.
After thinking, he rushed straight to Jia Xiao's room, then kicked the door open.
Island Master Jia, I'm coming in.
Jia Xiao was very surprised to see Yi Feng arrive and immediately slumped into her chair. Young Master Yi, I've already heard about the failure of the poison testing. You don't need to take it to heart. Because of that, Yi Feng sat down and said,
Don't you have any tea? Hearing this without hesitation, damn it, I messed up, he thought, looking at her attitude. Why is she so nice? I'm being so rude and she's not even mad. Jia Xiao soothed him.
Seeing that you're not in a good mood, young master, how about we wander around for a couple of days?
Just to relax. What do you think? Yi Feng grabbed his tea, then suddenly snapped. Are you teaching me how to do things? Too much talk? Seeing Yi Feng's fierce tiger-like appearance, Jia Xiao was not only not angry but also strangely excited. Her heart felt like it had been shot. He's being mean to me. Knowing I'm a jinx and still not holding back, she, sat meekly, slightly trembling.
He cares about me. Young Master Yi is truly upright and has innate pride. I truly admire him. Yi Feng, at that moment, was just blinking with a million question marks above his head.
Why is she reacting like that? Now I don't even know what to do. Suddenly, he stood up,
then quickly rushed over, just wanting her to stop caring. He lunged straight at Jia Xiao,
then pushed her down. His face now looked like he wanted to devour her whole island. Mistress Jia, have you ever tried it before? Jia Xiao faltered at Yi Feng's expression. That man's taste? I? As she spoke, Jia Xiao panted. Her face flushed, thinking, he's so naughty, but I like it. Witnessing this scene,
Yi Feng was about to lose it. How is this different from the initial plan? Where's the anger? Why isn't she poisoning me? She seems to be enjoying this way too much. Seriously. Just then, outside the door, Baldy walked in. Great Jia Xiao! The poison cultivators are sending a message. They've had a major breakthrough. He heard this and immediately jumped up. What, really? Yi Feng darted off like the wind.
I can't wait. I have to go try the new poison. Leaving Jia Xiao clutching his sleeve, pleading, Young Master Yi, wait. Clutching the tattered sleeve of Yi Feng, she thought, I've been looking forward to the poison research succeeding, but I'm also afraid of it succeeding. If it really succeeds, then young Master Yi. Thinking this, she grabbed Yi Feng's sleeve and started kissing it obsessively. Young Master Yi, after running at top speed for a while, he slammed on the brakes. Yi Feng looked at the group and shouted, I didn't expect you guys to actually develop a new poison formula in 3 days. You truly are the best poison masters in Yuanxing, Baldy replied. It's all thanks to your encouragement, young master, otherwise we definitely wouldn't have been able to do it. Bai Lao looked at him and said, Kid, this time you're playing for real. They used a spatial Dharma artifact to research the new poison, otherwise it would take dozens of poison masters 3 years to research a new poison. Yi Feng blushed, thinking, spatial Dharma artifact, like the hyperbolic time chamber from Dragon Ball. After thinking, he stepped in heroically. No need to say more. What's so scary about death? Dedicating one's life to a great cause is one's unshirkable duty. The people behind him shouted, Young Master Yi is so noble. At this time, inside the poison testing chamber, black poisonous fumes filled the air. The poison had leveled up. The two of them were sitting in the middle of the poisonous fumes, looking like monsters ready to devour them whole. Bai Lao raised his head. This poison is even more powerful than I imagined. But looking at Yi Feng at this time made him very surprised. Kid, what are you doing? Yi Feng nonchalantly moved his muscles and bones. Nothing, just stretching a bit. In his heart, he wanted to promote blood circulation so that new toxins would enter the body faster. His eyes narrowed in thought. This poison is something that even Harmony Dago's stage could withstand. This kid is probably because he affected by poison. It is difficult to calm down. Right then, Bai Lao suddenly spurted out a mouthful of bright red blood. He immediately sat down and circulated his energy. My clone was killed. The destruction of the clone has caused my main body to suffer a backlash. I must quickly recuperate. Taking this opportunity, a poisonous monster rushed up from behind and bit Bai Lao straight on the neck. Catching him off guard, the poison instantly spread throughout his body, causing him to roar. A trace of poison entered my body while I was weak, and I can't deal with it. Bai Lao struggled to crawl on the ground. What kind of chicken blood have these heavenly poison island brats been drinking?
They actually researched such a powerful poison. This poison is clearly not only dangerous to Harmony Dao stage, but even perfected Dao stage experts in perfect condition would have to die.
His eyes widened in pain. Am I going to capsize in a ditch? Suddenly a voice rang out. Oh, old man, why have you become like this? In front of Bai Lao at this time, Yi Feng was squatting, his face full of concern. Seriously, are you that weak? You're not a fake Harmony Dao stage, are you? Hearing this, Bai Lao was so angry that his veins bulged. What the hell are you talking about, you brat? He roared subconsciously. I am a saint. Suddenly remembering something, he looked straight at Yi Feng. Angry as he was still wondering, why is this kid okay? Isn't he at Harmony Dao stage? What the hell is going on? Before he could even think, Yi Feng suddenly grabbed a handful of herbs and shoved them straight into Bai Lao's mouth, catching him completely off guard.
These are herbs I concocted myself, not sure if they'll work or not.
Eat up, Bai Lao was practically trembling with rage after having a bunch of leaves stuffed into his mouth. What the heck is this? You're feeding me herbs, I'm supposed to be his Shifu, and now I'm being saved by my disciple. No way, even a saint can't resist that poison. What good are ordinary herbs gonna do? Suddenly, he felt lighter than air, like he was standing in a field of golden wheat, dancing gracefully in the breeze. I'm swaying so elegantly. This herb, holy crap, it's actually working. Just then, he remembered the scene from before, when he had wanted to save Yi Feng from the deadly poison. Bai Lao felt so embarrassed and ashamed that he raised his hand to cover his face. Oh my god, I'm so freaking ashamed I could die. The next day, the sound of someone slapping the ground echoed in the room. I've completely lost face this time. I wanted to save that kid and then take him as my disciple, but it completely backfired. Bai Lao was trembling with anger, realizing his inferiority. My skills are inferior, even the poison test failed. How can I have the face to be his Shifu? Suddenly, the bald elder rushed in. The hero is awake! Yi Gongzi told us everything about you hiding your cultivation. You don't need to feel embarrassed. On the contrary, we at the Heavenly Poison Island are very grateful to you for spending so much effort testing the poison for the sake of the human race. Bai Lao's head was spinning with 1,000 whys. Suddenly, the bald elder's expression changed. You should rest up. We'll continue researching toxins that can harm the lives of Dapsu integration realm experts. We thought we could succeed this time, but Yi Gongzi is still fine. On the contrary, our hero here, who is in the Dao unification realm, suffered. The soldiers behind him chimed in. We still have a long way to go. Bai Lao finally understood everything. He roared in frustration. Holy Mother of Pearl, you're the one in the Dao unification realm. I'm a saint. A-S-A-I-N. Witnessing Bai Lao's fiery rage, the group couldn't help but feel terrified. Such terrifying pressure. A saint. He's really a saint. Jia Xiaolu, who was eavesdropping outside the door, was also very surprised. Acho saint. A moment later, Bai Lao's anger subsided, and he raised his hand, saying, You don't need to be so guarded. I don't have any ill intentions. Also, your poison isn't just successful, it's very successful. Don't even mention Dao integration realm. Even a Dao proving realm expert would die for sure. The bald elder was shocked to hear that. The bald elder and his group were stunned. Successful? He jumped up and looked at Bai Lao, asking, That's not right. If the saint says that the toxin can kill a Dao proving realm expert, then how can Yi Gongzi be safe and sound? Hearing this, Bai Lao became even angrier. That kid is safe and sound, which proves that he's not some Dao integration realm expert at all. He must be at least a half-saint. A series of shocking events struck him like lightning. The bald elder took a step back in shock. Yi Gongzi is a half-saint. That's also not right. Yi Gongzi is a half-saint and is fine, but you are a saint, and it touched your pain point. Bai Lao transformed into a ferocious beast. I was suddenly injured, allowing the toxin to take the opportunity to invade. Otherwise, do you think your little bit of poison could affect this saint? The bald elder teared up as he looked at the people next to him. Successful. We finally succeeded. The others were equally happy. Not only successful, but it exceeded our expectations. I can die in peace. Get out of the way. Bai Lao turned to look behind him. If you are successful, I have something to do and will go first. Here, I warn you, don't let the kid Yi Feng know my strength and identity. The bald elder and the group bowed respectfully. Yes, send off the saint. He was secretly thinking, I didn't expect that kid to be so scheming, still hiding his cards. And he can even deceive a saint like me. Today I was saved and lost all face. The matter of master and disciple can only be discussed later. Now I should deal with the matter of my clone being destroyed first. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he was startled by Jia Xiaolu's voice. She stood to the side and spoke. Is your goal Yi Feng? Bai Lao didn't hide anything. Of course it's because of that kid. He's an outstanding genius, and I want to take him as my disciple. I was afraid that he would die at your place, so I followed him here. Is there a problem?
Hearing the answer she wanted, Jia Xiaolu turned around and left, leisurely. I won't see you off. Jia Xiaolu smiled in her heart.
So he is such an excellent half-saint.
Seeing Jia Xiaolu's suspicious actions, Bai Lao was very suspicious. Damn it, this woman is so scary. She was almost killed here and didn't say anything, and was saved by her future disciple, and now she is threatened by a half-saint. Damn it, it's really unlucky.
The people inside were still talking non-stop. We must immediately report this good news to Yi Gongzi. Didn't Yi Gongzi already know everything? He is a half-saint. Shouldn't he be able to sense the intensity of the toxin?
Suddenly the bald elder raised his finger and said, No.
Before that, our research focus was the concealment of the toxin. The increase in toxicity is now being researched. Also said, although people below the saint can resist this poison, they can't detect it, and those who can't resist will directly kick the bucket. The others then replied, so it means that Yi Hero didn't detect the toxin, and success is very normal. Yi Hero didn't know the characteristics of our toxin, so he concealed his strength and helped us test the toxin. It is really intentional. The bald elder blushed shyly when he thought of Yi Feng. That's right, we were able to research and succeed this time, thanks to Yi Hero. On the other side, Yi Feng was in a state of extreme panic. I can't die again, I'm so tired. Should I urge those poison masters again? In a state of extreme listlessness, suddenly there were loud knocks outside the door. He stood up unconsciously. Who is it? Open the door. It was the bald elder and the group who were holding up a sign, and fireworks were flying everywhere.
Yi Hero has successfully tested the poison. Thank you, Yi Hero, for urging us to test the poison. Yi Feng didn't understand what was happening, just uttered a sound. Before he could understand the problem, the bald elder rushed over and took his hand. Yi Hero, you concealed your half-saint identity to help us test the poison. It is really too intentional. Don't hide it anymore. You can be safe and sound in a toxic space that can kill the Tao-proving realm, so you must be a half-saint. Yi Feng stared blankly at his face. Half-saint, meh, he suddenly yelled. Can your poison threaten the Tao-proving realm? How did you find out? Then the group stammered. We definitely have a way to confirm. You don't need to doubt it. Yi Feng clutched his chest as he heard this, yelling out, my heart's about to break.
How could this be? He was so angry he saw stars, grabbing the bald old man's hand. Can't you boost the potency of the poison to kill a semi-saint? I'm willing to sacrifice my life here. The bald old man was moved to tears. Noble hero. But the semi-saint's power is just too terrifying. We're really powerless. Yi Feng could only reluctantly say, all right? The bald old man asked, so, Hero Yi, you're really powerless?
Turning around to leave, Yi Feng didn't forget to say, the poison experiment's over. Staying here is pointless. I'll pack my stuff and leave tomorrow. In his head, he still refused to give up, thinking of new ways.
Cut tonight. At Yi Feng's room,
outside the door, Jia Zhao was standing, eavesdropping. She blushed shyly, thinking to herself, young Master Yi is leaving tomorrow. The only way to keep him here is tonight. But I've never expressed my feelings to anyone before.
How can I do this? Suddenly, Yi Feng opened the door and walked out. Interrupting her thoughts, he asked. Island Master Jia Zhao screamed in surprise. Ah, young Master Yi. Caught red-handed, she was too embarrassed, and changed the subject. I was just passing by. I was preparing. Before she could finish, Yi Feng grabbed a wine jug, got close, and asked, if you didn't come, I was going to find you anyway. Want to share a drink? A moment later, they were sitting by the beach, watching the moon and drinking wine. Jia Zhao was overjoyed to be alone with Yi Feng. She glanced at him shyly and thought, we're alone. This is my chance. As she called out, young Master Yi, Yi Feng cut her off, asking, Island Master Jia, do you have any friends? Jia Zhao was surprised and stammered, friends? Yi Feng continued, so have you ever tried making friends? Her face turned somber, and she didn't answer. Seeing her silence, he asked, is there anyone very important to you? Jia Zhao finally replied, yes, my father. But he passed away when I was very young. Taking a sip of wine, Yi Feng said, you must have been very sad at first. Actually, it's the same for everyone. It's always sad when someone important leaves. But everyone leaves eventually. Fortunately, everyone meets many people in their life. For you, someone important could be a blood relative, a friend who's been through thick and thin with you, or even an enemy.
Jia Xiao turned to Yi Feng and asked, relatives, friends, enemies, do you have many?
Yi Feng laughed. Of course, I have a little disciple, a hitman. He can't beat anyone, but he once saved me. I also have a lot of neighbors. Oh, and I have a dog. And all sorts of people I'll meet in the future. He glanced at her. And then there's Heavenly Poison Island, those cautious poison masters. And of course you. To me, you're all friends. Important people. Jia Zhao was as happy as a 3-year-old, her cheeks flushed. Jia Zhao looked at Yi Feng happily. Young Master Yi, I hope you, Yi Feng interrupted. Just thinking about leaving tomorrow makes me reluctant. Hearing this, she thought he would stay and was about to burst with emotion. Could it be? Yi Feng sighed, then looked at her. All good things must come to an end. Today's farewell is for a better reunion tomorrow. Island Master Jia, I wonder what I am to you. Jia Zhao was silent. She turned away, avoiding his gaze, thinking, I must like him, but why am I hesitating? Could it be that I don't actually like him? Sitting next to Jia Zhao, Yi Feng sighed inwardly. Island Master Jia's strange behavior is too obvious. It's hard not to notice. If Island Master Jia really has those feelings, it will be hard for me to control. But is it really love? It's just that suddenly someone who isn't afraid of death dares to approach her, causing her to develop some kind of twisted affection. Yi Feng, I still can't take advantage of others when they're in trouble. He broke the silence, raising his hand and saying loudly, The world is so big, Island Master Jia, you should go see it. Find a place where there's no one else. The you at that time is no longer a semi-saint, nor has bad luck. You are just you. Yi Feng's words freed Jia Zhao from the mire in her heart, and she smiled brightly. Cut to Heavenly Earth Island. There is a towering tower with a radiant glow above it. Heavenly Earth Island, the most powerful force in the heavenly realm, has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Inside, a man is kneeling. Behind him, a man and a woman enter, clasping their hands respectfully to pay respects to their ancestors. The son is named Xin Nan, in the Enlightenment realm, the #1 genius in the heavenly realm, and the daughter behind him is named Qin Xiyu, Qin Nan's younger sister, both with strength and talent. The white-haired man is Qin Lan, a saint of the Qin family. He turned to them and said, Hurry up and kneel down. Don't be disrespectful in front of our Qin family's sacred object. The two siblings replied, Yes. Then, he continued, Today I have called you here because there is a very important task for you to do. Qin Nan and Qin Jiyu were worried when they saw his serious expression, and both replied. Qin Lan then continued, Do you still remember the family motto of our Qin family? Qin Nan replied, Of course I remember. No matter how talented someone is in the Qin family, the most important thing is to master cooking skills. Those who aren't good at cooking will be expelled from the Qin family. Ancestor, I've always heard that our Qin family has 2 incredibly powerful sacred objects, and the Qin family's rise is all thanks to them. I wonder what these sacred objects actually are. Hearing this, Qin Jiyu behind him couldn't help but be startled. She glanced at her brother, hesitating. Could it be that our family's motto is related to these 2 items? Qin Lan turned to face forward and replied, To be more precise, it's related to the person who represents these sacred objects. Not long ago, our Qin family was just a small, unknown family on the Heaven and Earth Island, and our lives were controlled by others. As he spoke, he recalled the scenes of the past. Until one day, I met that man. I was in trouble that day, but luckily, I was saved by this person. Every day, he made delicious food for me. Not only did my injuries recover quickly, but my strength also broke through day by day. Although he introduced himself as an Earth Immortal chef that day, the power surrounding him far surpassed that of an Earth Immortal. His true strength was truly unfathomable. Speaking of this, his expression darkened, and while stroking the box in his hand, he continued, I originally wanted to repay his kindness, but he said that he opened that restaurant only on the orders of his Shifu. If I wanted to repay him, I should repay his Shifu. He said that his Shifu loved to eat delicious food, especially rustic dishes. Therefore, I tried my best to learn how to cook, hoping that one day I could repay that unseen senior. Therefore, I made striving to learn how to cook the family motto of our Qin family. Before parting, that person gave me 2 items, which are these 2 things. As if seeing something, the 2 siblings, Qin Nan and Qin Jiyu, were stunned, their eyes widening. Qin Lan then opened the 2 wooden boxes placed on the table, and a dazzling golden light caused the people to almost go blind, making them exclaim in surprise. After taking the 2 treasures out of the wooden box, Qin Lan stood majestically, holding the extremely sharp knife and the soup ladle, with what seemed like a halo of light radiating behind him. Seeing these 2 items, Qin Nan's jaw almost dropped, and Qin Ji was no less surprised. Isn't this just a vegetable knife and an iron spoon?
Hearing them say that, Qin was very angry. He waved the spoon and shouted, "What do you kids know? These aren't ordinary vegetable knives and iron spoons."
He hugged the spoon tightly, rubbing it. This iron spoon emits the aura of a sacred artifact. Relying on its enlightenment alone, I have successfully entered the realm of a saint. This vegetable knife even helped me successfully wreak havoc on the entire heaven and earth island, and thus ascend to the position of island master. Hearing this, the two siblings were struck dumb, unable to say anything more. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to the two siblings again. Now that our Qin family has a stable position, it's time to repay our debt. I want to send you two to find that senior. Qin placed the beloved knife into the hands of the two disciples. If you find the whereabouts of that senior, show this vegetable knife to that senior, and tell him that the Qin family on Heaven and Earth Island, in the Heaven Domain, has been helped too much by his disciple, so we are deliberately here to repay the favor. The Qin family will forever be his loyal servants, and he can command us at any time.
He carefully instructed, "Remember, the senior likes to eat delicious food. If you find the senior, you must prepare a rich feast for him first. If the senior likes to eat it, then you must always be by his side, making it delicious for him to enjoy every meal, understand?" The two siblings heard this and broke out in a cold sweat
and replied, "Yes, we obey." Watching the backs of Qin and Qin Jiu leave, he thought to himself, Senior's disciple was already very powerful. The one who can teach Senior must be even more powerful. I'm sending two outstanding descendants of the Qin family to his side. If they can receive a little guidance, then they can gain a lot of benefits, and they may very well become saints in the future.
In a flash, several months passed. At this time, in a certain place, a group of people were lying scattered on the ground, their feet trembling as they dragged themselves forward. "Big brother, all the guards are dead,"
Qin Jiu said breathlessly, looking at her brother. "In the past half-month, no one on the ship has survived. If this continues, don't even mention finding the senior. I'm afraid we'll also die here."
Qin clenched his fist on the railing of the ship. "The ancestor entrusted us with such an important task, but we can only sit here and wait for death. We have failed the ancestor." The two siblings' small boat was floating on the vast, boundless sea. Qin shouted, "How can we ever leave this misty land?" Suddenly, as if sensing something,
Qin Jiu turned her gaze to the other side, and she suddenly pointed in that direction and shouted, "Look, there's something rushing over here." Hearing this, Qin panicked. "What is it? Where?" At this time, in front of them was Yi Feng, sitting on a giant snail, muttering, "The plan to test poison on Heaven Poison Island has failed. Where should I go to seek death next?"
While in thought, he suddenly looked up, and a huge ship was approaching in front of him. "Oh my God, the ship is so big. This humble one is Yi Feng, passing by here. Greetings to everyone." The two siblings, Qin saw Yi Feng and also clasped their hands in salute. "Qin family of Heaven and Earth Island, Qin Jiu, please invite Brother Yi onto the ship to talk." Seeing that they were quite friendly, he thought to himself, so they're people who accidentally entered this maze formation like I thought. He happily smiled and said,
"Go on board to talk. You're too kind." His footsteps quickly moved onto the ship. As soon as he stepped onto the deck, a fragrant smell emanated from the side of the ship, causing Yi Feng to shout uncontrollably, "It smells so good!"
The two siblings, Qin were suddenly startled by this, and they were scared out of their wits.
Yi Feng, like a greedy cat, scratched his belly and looked at Qin. "Can I eat your food?" Seeing this, Qin replied, "Brother Yi can eat as much as he likes, but before that, I have a very important matter to discuss. With Brother Yi, I wonder if Brother Yi feels anything strange right now." Hearing Qin ask this, he was stunned. "Anything strange?" "No," Qin then continued. "Brother Yi, we are currently standing in a mysterious space or barrier. No matter which direction we go, we will eventually return to this place. Moreover, this space is shrouded in a mysterious power, constantly devouring our lives and cultivation until it sucks us dry." We looked at the corpses lying scattered on the ground. Qin's eyes filled with fear.
"We've been trapped here for half a month, and we've tried everything, but we still can't get out. Moreover, there were originally many people on the ship, but now, only 1/3 remains."
Yi Feng blinked. "You mean waiting here will lead to death?" Seeing this, Qin nodded vigorously. He thought to himself, "Was I too blunt? It was hard enough to meet a living person, but I scared him silly."
Then Qin gave a forced smile, accompanied by eyes full of fear. "Even so, Brother Yi is the only person we've met in many days. Able to enter and also able to leave, Brother Yi's appearance may be the key to breaking this situation."
Yi Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at Qin. "Really? Why can't I feel my life force and cultivation gradually being lost? Hearing this, Shinnan waved his hand. This is just a boiled frog syndrome. You won't lose all your energy in a few days. So while we can still move, we must work together to find a way out of this place.
Hearing that he was going to die,
Yi Feng couldn't hide his joy, turning away to laugh out loud, thinking to himself, to actually die while just waiting here? Is there anything more blissful? There seems to be a lot of food on the boat too. I don't have to starve before I die. I can just slowly wait to die without any pain. Lady Luck has finally smiled upon me. He then gave Shinnan a fist pump of victory. Shinnan, my bro, thanks for giving me this great news. Can I go down to the kitchen to eat now?
Shinnan was dumbfounded, utterly speechless, with a few giant question marks floating above his head. Yi Feng finished eating and flopped down.
This is too awesome. Not only can I eat my fill, but I don't have to suffer any pain. How didn't I discover such an amazing way to die before?
Seeing Yi Feng's unusual calmness, Shinnan asked, Yi Feng, did you not understand what I said? How can you still swallow food? And so much of it, Qin Qiyu chimed in. Just ignore them no matter what they say.
He continued to lie down, completely carefree. You guys have been here for so long, you must have tried all sorts of methods, right? If you guys are out of ideas, then I definitely don't have any ideas either. The two siblings could only feel helpless, fixed, speechless.
Qin Qiyu pulled her brother aside and whispered, Forget it. He's probably just like we were at the beginning, not yet aware of the severity of the situation. Wait 2 more days and he'll feel the loss of his life force, and then watch him fidget like crazy.
Looking at Yi Feng basking in the sun, the two siblings felt sorry for him. Poor guy, he's definitely going to be desperate when the time comes. Scene change. Desolate grave. The black area under the ground. At this time, the graves were scattered, and countless streams of spirit chi flew back and forth in the sky.
What the Qin family siblings are dealing with isn't an isolated case. Tough situations like this are still happening all over the place in different regions. Anyone caught up in them loses their cultivation base and life force. Ultimately, all this energy flows towards the land of Huang in the Black region.
After a large ray of spiritual power was sucked into a stenoil,
it suddenly exploded, with dirt and rocks flying everywhere.
Next, a thin, rough, pitch-black foot stepped out. He said, so strong, with immense power surrounding him, he was ecstatic. Such terrifying power. The other forces are simply not in the same league.
I didn't expect these fools to still be sleeping.
So I'm the first one. Just a little bit of power was enough to wake me up hundreds of years ahead of schedule. If I continue to absorb that power, my strength will definitely crush those other guys. While rejoicing, he noticed a ray of spiritual power passing by. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed it. It's you. Immediately after, unable to restrain himself, he used all his strength to pull it into his mouth. This power is all mine.
He had just swallowed the source of power. He turned young all of a sudden. Such terrifying power. To think that just swallowing a bit could bring me back to my peak.
He stretched out his hands and shouted, Power flows throughout my limbs. Then, he clenched his fist. My cultivation has broken through to my highest limit. So strong. Before he could rejoice for long, his body suddenly ballooned, his eyeballs nearly popping out. Wait, why isn't it stopping? The power is still pouring in. Why is this happening? At this moment, he only managed to shout out a single word, no. Then, he exploded into pieces.
Time passes. 2 days later, on the boat, Yi Feng was still sunbathing with a relaxed mood, without any worries. Seeing that Yi Feng was still unfazed, the two siblings came over and asked, Yi Feng, 2 days have passed. Why are you still so relaxed? Your life force and cultivation must have experienced a noticeable loss. You should be panicking and brainstorming with us. Hearing what Shinnan said, he sat up abruptly, looked at his hands. What? A noticeable loss? Why can't I feel anything? Shinnan resented. Impossible. In 2 days, the space has definitely swallowed a good amount of our life force and cultivation. I get it. Stop pretending.
Hearing this, he closed his eyes to feel it. Let me sense carefully. It's true, just like you said. I can feel the loss of life force.
Hearing Yi Feng say this, Shinnan replied, It's really like that. In this maze, no one can be an exception. Suddenly, only Yi Feng was seen raising his hand, gesturing something, leaving him stunned and confused. Yi Feng was making a contemptuous gesture at this moment, with a happy smile on his face. Only lost this teeny tiny bit, Shinnan shouted when he saw this.
If that's the case, then why aren't you worried? Do you want to wait until you're about to shit your pants before putting them on? It'll be too late to think of a solution when you lose more life force. Without a trace of fear, he retorted. That's what you say, but in the end, It's just a teeny tiny bit, no rush. Actually, at this moment he also had many calculations in his mind. The target determines the position. You guys want to live, but I want to die, okay? It is rare to really see the hope of death this time. Moreover, I really have no way. We are also considered acquaintances, and I can't bear to see you guys die here. At best, after I become an immortal, I will ennoble you too as ghost emperors.
Qin Nan stood there, pensively looking at Yi Feng, who was continuing to sunbathe. It seems that we can't rely on this guy, now there's only that way left. Thinking of the last resort, he told his sister, Qin Yu, go down to the kitchen and get the jar of wine. Qin Yu replied quickly. Yes, Yi Feng heard this and sat up abruptly. There's wine to drink. Passing by Yi Feng, Qin Nan spoke. Yi Feng, everyone has different aspirations. If you already have your own plans, then I won't force you. In the end, I only ask Yi Feng to do one thing for me. Yi Feng heard this and asked, Tell me, he said. Qin Nan took out a mysterious blue box from his storage ring. Yi Feng, in fact, I have an ace in my hand, which is this spatial magic weapon. In this magic weapon, it will automatically transform into a space. If no accident occurs, you can avoid being swallowed as long as you enter the space. I want to use my last strength to seal Qin Yu and the others of the Qin family into this space. Perhaps after I die, relying on the karma of our ancestors, they may be found and rescued here. Suddenly stopping, Qin Nan's lips tightened. He looked at Yi Feng with a determined gaze and said clearly, Sorry, but I don't intend for Yi Xiang to enter. The more people there are, the shorter the remaining time of my sealing power will be. Hearing these words, Yi Feng could understand Qin Nan's feelings. He just nodded slightly and replied, Understood. Standing in front of Yi Feng, Qin Nan clasped his hands in salute. Yi Xiang, your cultivation level must be high, and your survival time will definitely be longer than mine. After I seal the space, the remaining life force can only last for 7 days at most. I know it's selfish, but Qin Nan mustered his courage and pleaded, Yi Xiang, after I'm gone, please bury my body. As he spoke, Qin Nan bowed and begged. Seeing this, Yi Feng thought, this Qin Nan is willing to go to such lengths for the safety of his family, which shows his character. Since I'm about to die anyway, why not let him live? Thinking of this, he spoke up. Actually, I have a better way. That is, you and your family can enter this space together, and I'll help you seal it. Qin Nan was startled to hear this. Yi Xiang, you not only don't blame me for being selfish, but you're also willing to help me. He bowed deeply. Yi Xiang, your generosity is something Qin Nan admires from the bottom of my heart. I was a little disrespectful to Yi Xiang earlier, and I hope you can forgive me. Yi Feng also raised his hand in response. You're too polite. Too polite. A hint of happiness appeared on Qin Nan's face. If Yi Xiang is willing to help, then Qin Nan will accept it. It's just that this magical treasure has already recognized me as its master, and no one else can control it except me. But to be able to be friends with Yi Xiang in these last days, this Qin Nan's life has been worthwhile. Patting Qin Nan's shoulder, Yi Feng comforted him. If that's the case, then rest assured, after you die, I will definitely bury your body. Qin Nan laughed heartily. With these words from Yi Xiang, Qin Nan has no regrets. Qin Nan, with tears in his eyes, looked at Yi Feng with a whimper. It's just that it's hard on Yi Xiang. After I die, Yi Xiang will have to live alone here, without even someone to bury your body. Thinking about this makes me feel... He ruffled the kid's hair and laughed. You little brat, you don't need to worry about my affairs. In his mind, he was pleased. This kid speaks very pleasingly, and he's also very righteous. This old Medi's position as Ghost Emperor must be reserved for him. Qin Nan sat aside with tears in his eyes. Farewell, Ji Yu, farewell, ancestors. Qin Nan is leaving now. Qin Ji Yu's cry echoed throughout the boat. No, big brother, I don't want to. Young master, you can't do this. Qin Nan comforted her, stroking his little sister's head. Ji Yu, you are the most outstanding young generation disciple of our Qin family. Yes, even if it's for the sake of the Qin family. You must survive. Moreover, Big Brother also wants someone to place a bottle of fine wine in front of my memorial tablet every year on the anniversary of my death. Qin Jiyu burst into tears. Big Brother. After instructing his younger sister, Qin Nan turned to give his last order to his subordinates. I'm not too worried about Jiyu entering there on her own. You must protect her for me. This is an order. The subordinates obediently replied. Yes, young master. With that, Qin Nan opened the square box, and a dazzling light shone from within. Qin Jiyu wanted to hold on to her brother, but she was held back by two subordinates, who wouldn't let her get close. Qin Nan clasped his hands together and muttered, 4-array spatial chamber. After finishing, he put the square box back into his clothes. Qin Nan spat out a mouthful of blood.
slightly affected. He had consumed a large amount of energy in this process, so his body was somewhat exhausted.
Xinnan glanced at Yi Feng. Yi Xiang, you must be laughing at me. Let's have a drink together.
Yi Feng stood in the doorway, watching him struggle for so long.
All right. The two men sailed out to sea together until late in the afternoon. Xinnan looked at the setting sun and spoke to him first. Actually, I'm very afraid of death. I really admire Yi Xiang for not being afraid of death, but instead being so unusually calm. Yi Feng leisurely picked up his wine cup. Death doesn't represent the end, but a kind of beginning in another form. Xinnan was silent for a long time, and then said, I am the young master of the Qin family, the #1 genius of the younger generation in the heavenly domain. In the future, I am even qualified to become a saint. He held back his tears, but they still flowed out, and snot also flowed into his mouth. My life shouldn't end like this. I'm not reconciled. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die at all. Yi Feng looked at him, feeling a little speechless at the drama, and thought to himself, after I let you become my ghost emperor, you can continue to swagger around. About 2 days later, Yi Feng cast his fishing rod and quickly caught a fish. He happily picked up the fish and said gleefully, Xinnan, I caught it. Dare to bet, dare to lose. You go cook. Xinnan pouted, folded his arms, and sulked. Why is it me again? You caught the fish first, so at least let me win once. Several more days passed, and the two were still playing. Go on the boat. Yi Feng smiled brightly at him. I won. Go cook. Xinnan uncomfortably lay down, wriggled.
A few more days drifted by, and under the serene night sky, they decided to drink and admire the moon together.
Cheers, cheers to the end of my life.
Another 10 or so days passed, and Yi Feng was getting impatient. Xinnan, what day is it already? He basked in the sun with Xinnan. Hey, haven't you died yet? Xinnan said uncertainly. I don't even remember. Maybe just 1 or 2 days left.
Yi Feng frowned and sat up. How can you be so vague about your own life, he asked. Hurry up and check. Xinnan lazily responded. Ugh, I only have 7 days to live anyway. When the time comes, I'll just die. Yi Feng glared at him, not giving him any leeway, forcing Xinnan to take out the cube again. All right, I get it. Let me see. Draining the seal of the 4-directional array box can deduce what day it is.
After looking, Xinnan screamed in fright.
He turned to Yi Feng with a surprised look. Turns out it's been 16 days already. Yi Feng was stunned by the news.
Yi Feng was in utter shock, shaking Xinnan vigorously. Are you sure? Weren't you supposed to die on the 7th day? How are you still alive on the 16th? Xinnan stammered. Well, I don't know. Xinnan happily burst into laughter. Yi, brother, I don't know when my cultivation and life force... My cultivation hasn't diminished. It seems to be recovering. It looks like I don't need to die anymore. For someone who wanted to die like Yi Feng, this was hardly good news. Damn it, if he's not dying, I definitely can't die either.
Xinnan excitedly dragged Yi Feng to look at the vast sea. If that terrifying power that devoured life force and cultivation has disappeared, then the cage that sealed this space must have also disappeared. Yi, brother, it's time to set sail, Yi Feng forced a smile. As long as you're happy. The ship quickly headed straight forward without stopping. Seeing an island in the distance, Xinnan yelled, Yi, brother, look, it's an island. We really escaped. He was so happy that tears welled up in his eyes. We're alive. We don't need to die anymore. Miracle. This is a miracle. Yi Feng stared blankly at him, his face stiff, thinking, do I look like I'm happy? He couldn't be bothered with the living anymore and headed towards Manman. Since we're out of danger, I'm leaving from here. Xinnan looked at him blankly. Yi, brother, won't you come visit my Qin family? I'm busy trying to die. I don't have time to hang out with you. Yi Feng bluntly refused. I'm not free. Xinnan didn't try to stop him, just smiled lightly. I'm also a little reluctant to part with Yi, brother. Although we haven't known each other for long, we've been through life and death together. Furthermore, I've learned a lot from Yi, brother, like how to disregard life and death and handle everything calmly, just like you. He took out his precious item to give to Yi Feng. Yi, brother, we'll part ways here. I'll give you this scroll. This is a life-saving treasure my ancestors gave me when I left home. It can withstand a blow from a saint at a critical moment. Yi Feng awkwardly said, Such a precious item, you should keep it for yourself. Yi Feng frowned, thinking, is this guy complaining that the shell on my body isn't hard enough? If I accept this life-saving item now, can I still die like a normal person? He pointed towards the wine jug. If you really want to give me something, then give me half of that wine jug as a souvenir. Xinnan exclaimed. Yi, brother, it seems like I misunderstood your intentions again. If this scroll of mine were taken outside, it would definitely cause everyone to fight over it to the point of breaking their heads.
but Yi brother looks down on it so much, it truly makes people admire you. He hurriedly ran over and handed the wine jug to Yi Feng.
Yi Feng took it and rode Man away. "Goodbye," Qinan shouted from the ship. "If Yi brother needs my help in the future, just let me know." Yi Feng smiled lightly at him.
"I don't need your help. If you're so inclined, then next time we meet, cook some delicious dishes for me to try." He remembered something and added, "Oh right, I left a rice paddle for you in the kitchen. Your old rice paddle is too offensive to look at. It should retire." Shin Nan was dumbfounded. Rice paddle? He hurriedly went to the kitchen to check. Yi brother really actually left something for me, Shin Nan muttered to himself. But I probably won't use his rice paddle. After all, my rice paddle is made of high-grade materials, and forged by the best artifact refiner of the heavenly materials. I use it more than I use the sword in my hand. It's already one of my favorite items.
Then Shin Nan noticed something Yi Feng left on the table.
But no matter what, this is Yi brother's gesture. I will take good care of it. Upon seeing the rice paddle, he was strangely surprised. Shin Nan was blinded by the light emitted from the rice paddle. This rice paddle unexpectedly has such a strong and mysterious aura. It's like seeing the rice paddle reacting to my ladle. He panicked and grabbed both items. The ladle that my ancestor initially gave me. Are these two resonating? Could Yi brother be the sir that my ancestor mentioned? Shin Nan started to connect the dots. No wonder Yi brother wasn't even a bit afraid, even when he was in danger. After finding out that he was out of danger, he wasn't surprised at all. I understand now. He must have been in control of everything from the very beginning. He knew that we were in trouble on the road to find him, so he deliberately came to rescue us. Thinking about it, the power that devoured cultivation also disappeared after Yi brother arrived. He started to regret it immensely. Shin Nan, I truly have eyes but cannot see, so I didn't recognize the senior, and even did many disrespectful things to the senior. Shin Nan hurriedly knelt down and swore to the heavens. Not only did senior not hold it against me, but he also saved my life. Shin Nan doesn't know how to repay him.
In the future, as long as senior needs it, my Qin family will definitely go through fire and water for him.
Suddenly, his hand reacted and flashed a bit of light. An enormous source of power poured directly into Shin Nan's body. Wait, my realm, my Tao-proof realm is about to break through. Am I about to become a half-saint?
He looked at the two items before him in a panic. I only lightly touched the leftovers of the senior's meal, yet it allowed me to break through to the half-saint realm. Yi Feng grew even more curious. Just a leftover meal from the senior already has such power. How amazing is this senior exactly? Yi Feng was currently walking on the sea, and he sighed with frustration.
Yi Feng grumbled until a call interrupted him. I can't die this time either. Yujian Piao Miao Hong contacted him. She respectfully bowed. Greetings, immortal sir. I don't know if you are having a smooth journey in the heavenly poison island. Recently, we have received news that the saint of the 9 realms has awakened.
The saint is a woman named Bai Huang, and she is currently in the 9 realms alliance.
If your progress is not going well, immortal sir, you can go directly to the 9 realms.
She blushed shyly and glanced elsewhere. Also, the curse on my body has reached the final stage. After I inform Immortal Sir of this news, I will enter the Sword Valley's burial sword grounds to await death. If Immortal Sir can learn the divine art in the future, then please, for Hunger's sake, help the Sword Valley. Hunger will be very grateful. She spoke her final words before hanging up. Farewell, Immortal Sir.
Yi Feng was silent for a moment, then sent a message back to her. Yi Feng will remember Hong Xiaoji's righteousness. If the Sword Valley ever needs help in the future, I, Yi Feng, will definitely not stand by and watch. Also, please don't give up, Hong Xiaoji. Believe in yourself, you'll be all right. He sighed and put away the jade slip. Those who want to die can't, while those who don't deserve to die are surrounded by curses. Fate truly is a trickster. The saint of the 9 realms, Bai Huang, Yi Feng, immediately became interested. I might as well go broaden my horizons. Let's go to the 9 realms nearby. There, a couple was flaunting their love for everyone to see. Ugh, how annoying. I'm trying to lose weight these days. The boy smiled lightly and hugged her waist. Sweetheart, you're not fat at all. Yi Feng drank his water on the side, feeling rather unhappy, and thought to himself, the last time I went to the 1st realm, I didn't encounter a situation like this. Why is it always lovey-dovey wherever I go this time? Forget it, I should focus on finding Bai Huang's whereabouts, even if I only get news about her family.
Suddenly, something caught his attention. The crowd was discussing something. A person held up a picture for everyone to see. Look, this person is the son of the Wangyue sect leader, Shu Kaihan, and also Bai Huang's man.
Everyone began to buzz with excitement after hearing the hot news. Bai Huang has a lover already? Since when? Really? Is this just bragging? The old man smiled and rolled up the poster. Of course it's real. My young master and Bai Huang met in the forest. It's a love of freedom. Just imagine. On a sunny afternoon, my young master was strolling in the forest and suddenly saw a graceful figure ahead.
Yi Feng went over to eavesdrop, his eyes lighting up, thinking, Bai Huang's man? Then Bai Huang must care about him a lot. Someone noticed him eavesdropping and struck up a conversation. You want to rely on Shu Gongzi to get close to Bai Huang too? I advise you to give up. What if lowly characters like us find Bai Huang? Would she even care about us? He patted Yi Feng on the shoulder. Let's not talk about Bai Huang. Shu Kaihan of their family is the young master of Wang Yue's sect. Do you even know what Wang Yue's sect is? It's considered one of the biggest sects. Even if you go to their door, you'll be blasted away for 10,000 miles by the guards before you can even see her. We advise you, little people like us should know our limits.
Yi Feng pondered. Wang Yue's sect, huh? He glanced upwards. There was a young man with a notable mole near the corner of his eye, looking down from above. This was Shu Kaihan, the young master of Wang Yue's sect. An endless stream of his men were reporting. Reporting to the young master, we have spread the rumors according to your command. Now everyone believes that the young master is Bai Huang's lover.
Shu Kaihan smiled sinisterly. Very good. Continue spreading it. I want the entire 9 realms to believe that I am Bai Huang's man. He ordered. It's best to add some more details. The more sensational the details, the more people will listen and believe. But if we spread this too much, I'm afraid Bai Huang will come looking for trouble, so I want to stay hidden for a while. Leave the rest to you guys. The subordinates obeyed.
Yes, Shu Kaihan waved his fan, smiling slyly. Everyone knows that Bai Huang is a saint who awakened innately, but few know that Bai Huang attained sainthood through love. Which means that Bai Huang's luck lies in the word love.
Anyone who is emotionally involved with Bai Huang, even if it's just bragging, can obtain Bai Huang's love luck.
Then he turned to leave, so I must spread the rumor that I am Bai Huang's man. The more people who believe it, the more love luck I will obtain. I have recently felt that I have abundant luck. The luck of a saint is truly a good thing.
Suddenly, he saw someone standing behind him, startling him and cursing. Damn it, who is it? You scared me to death.
Yi Feng held up the paper and examined his face carefully. You're Shu Kaihan, Bai Huang's lover. Shu Kaihan forced a smile. That's me. May I know what you want from blocking my way?
After Yi Feng confirmed that it was him,
he didn't say much and threw a palm straight at his face.
Shu Kaihan fell to the ground in shock. You're so bold, you dare hit me. The Wang Yu sect will not let you go. Someone, come here.
Not letting him continue to yell, Yi Feng put a big bag straight over Shu Kaihan. Be quiet for a bit. The subordinates heard the commotion and rushed over. Something happened to the young master. In front of them was Yi Feng hugging a big sack. He threatened, Tell Bai Huang, if she wants her man back, come find Yi Feng,
he said, and jumped down. Let's go! The 2 subordinates panicked. Young master, Yi Feng, zoomed off.
He briskly cut through and caught up with his subordinates. So fast. Some random outskirts. Shu Kaihan yelled loudly. You're really bold, he scolded angrily. I'm the young master of the Wang Yu sect, Bai Huang's man. You dare capture me? Yi Feng leisurely munched on sunflower seeds. That's perfect. The one I wanted to capture is Bai Huang's man.
You, he said.
Shu Kaihan frowned. If that's the case, then don't blame me. A huge surge of energy radiated from his entire body. I just didn't react in time before. You really think I don't have the strength to fight back? You're about to die? Seeing how angry he was, Yi Feng seemed thrilled. As expected of someone related to a saint, you really do have some skills.
About a minute later, Shu Kaihan didn't dramatically break free as expected and lunge at Yi Feng.
He wouldn't give up and kept trying to use his strength. Watch this. Another minute passed, and he still couldn't break free from the ropes. Shu Kaihan panicked. How is this possible? I can't use my strength at all.
Yi Feng pouted, picked up a knife, and walked over. All right, enough nonsense. Bai Huang and I have an irreconcilable feud, so you're going to immediately call her here, or I'll refine you into a human stick. He stared at him in wide-eyed terror.
He's really going to do it. Shu Kaihan retreated in fear. Big bro, I don't know where Bai Huang is, so how am I supposed to call her here? Yi Feng clearly wasn't buying it, and pressed the knife to his throat. Shu Kaihan screamed in terror. I'm gonna die, my lord. I don't even know Bai Huang. The rumors about me being Bai Huang's man were all made up by me. Yi Feng angrily slapped him hard across the face, distorting his features. You think I'm stupid? The entire 9 realms knows you're her man. What else could it be? Yi Feng made a move, throwing out a pile of BDSM tools. I advise you to tell the truth. Bai Huang and I are mortal enemies. If I can't kill her, I'll make everyone around her pay the price.
Shu Kai-han was so scared he almost wet himself, and hurriedly kowtowed. My lord, spare me. You don't need to force a confession. I'll tell you everything. But I really don't know her. I really don't know Bai Huang.
Yi Feng grinned menacingly, picking up a BDSM toy. Okay, I didn't expect you to be so lovesick. In that case, don't blame me. We'll start with the small stuff first, and see how long you can endure it.
Shu Kai-han opened his mouth, not knowing how to make him believe him. He thought to himself, retribution? This is retribution for making up stories. He really didn't believe his words were true. Shu Kai-han screamed. If you touch me, my dad will definitely not let you off. My dad is the sect leader of the Wang Yu sect.
He continued to threaten. My dad's strength is close to being a saint. If you dare touch me, my dad will definitely kill you. Seeing that he wasn't attacking, he was puzzled and slightly opened his eyes. He stopped. Is he scared?
Yi Feng stuck out his tongue and licked the knife, looking like some perverted villain. So that's it. You should have said so. From the beginning, Shu Kai-han looked at him, even more scared, even more terrifying now. Yi Feng threw him something. This is the jade slip from your storage ring. I'll give you a chance. Call your dad here to save you now. Shu Kai-han looked at his actions, confused. This situation isn't right. Shouldn't he be scared and begging for mercy, then letting me go? Seeing him standing there dumbfounded, Yi Feng picked up an axe and walked over. I said, call your dad here. Shu Kai-han hurriedly contacted his father. Dad, save me. If you don't come, your son is going to die. Yi Feng coughed and patted his head in cooperation. Wouldn't have been a problem if you had done this sooner. Shu Kai-han trembled. Yes, Dad, hurry up and come. There's a demon here. The bright blue sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds, and a bolt of lightning struck horizontally towards the two of them.
He roared. Who dares to harm my son? Yi Feng was happy. Good. Pretty fast. Shu Kai-han was also happy. My dad is here. Your death day has arrived. Not letting him continue to be happy, Yi Feng locked his neck. He held the axe close to his neck and challenged. It's me who wants to kill your son. If you don't take action, I'll tear him to pieces. Shu Kai-han screamed. Dad, save me, save me. The man floated in the sky. He was Shu Kai-han's father, Shu Xianzi. He looked angry. You're courting death, kid.
Yi Feng looked at his super stylish aura and became even more aggressive. This demeanor, this aura, the effect, the power, has reached its peak, very similar to the peerless experts in the novels of my previous life. This suicide mission has hope now. Yi Feng continued to challenge. I want to die. What can you do about it? Shu Xianzi sent a blow down like a giant palm, rushing towards him.
Die? Yi Feng happily let go of Shu Kai-han and opened his arms to embrace. He happily closed his eyes, but after a moment of nothingness, he blankly opened them again. Shu Xianzi, scared out of his wits, thought to himself, what's going on? He dodged it. Why won't you give up? Continuously dishing out blows. You dodged once, but how are you going to dodge this time? But his attacks just kind of whooshed past him, not even scratching him. He exclaimed in panic, What? Shu Xianzi gaped in terrified disbelief. How is this possible? My life's ultimate technique is completely useless. Could this guy be a demi-saint or something? Yi Feng frowned and casually flicked his hand. Is that all you got? You put on such a show of power, I thought you were a big deal.
What a waste of emotion. Who knew that casual flick of his hand would actually whip up a strong gust of wind heading straight for Shu Xianzi?
As he was blown away by the wind, he panicked even more. Holy crap! I've run into a monster. A few minutes passed.
Yi Feng had already captured both father and son. He munched on some melon seeds and asked, Spill it, where's Bai Huang?
The two of them exchanged glances, communicating telepathically. Dad, think of something. What can I do? Even if we asked Bai Huang for help, she definitely wouldn't come. Are we really going to die at the hands of this lunatic today? I want to resist, but I can't beat him. Yi Feng, losing his patience, whipped out the hot stuff and approached them.
My patience is limited. Call Bai Huang here or I'll kill you right now.
Shu Kai-han panicked.
Hero, spare me. I really don't know Bai Huang.
Seeing the item in Yi Feng's hand, Shu Xianzi was even more terrified, muttering to himself. This kid actually has a divine artifact. Could it be that he is not a demi-saint, but a saint?
Shu Xianzi shouted. Call. I'll call now. Bai Huang is my daughter-in-law. She'll come. Senior, please don't attack.
Shu Kai-han was stunned. Dad, do you even hear what you're saying?
Shu Xianzi winked at him. Just stabilize him first, then we'll talk.
We can't beat this guy. Shu Kai-han understood.
All right.
Yi Feng chuckled, went over to untie them, and handed the jade slip to him. That's more like it. You better call Bai Huang here now. He stuttered. Okay. Shu Xianzi thought to himself. Even though I know Bai Huang definitely won't receive this message, and even if she did, she wouldn't come for two strangers like us. But at least I can fool this madman first, then figure out how to escape later.
The scene before them was a piece of land floating among the white clouds. This was Bai Huang's residence, the one that had been rumored about lately. A girl with a strong and determined style appeared. She was Sword Saint Suji. She walked slowly. 3,000 great paths. Although everyone is on a different path, they will eventually converge at one destination. But why is her path of love so complicated? The purple-haired girl was leisurely playing the zither. It was Bai Huang. Bai Piao Piao. She sighed boredly. Suji frowned at her. With her talent, she should be sailing smoothly. Why is it that after so long of cultivation, she still hasn't gained anything? Bai Huang closed her eyes, annoyed. How can the path of love be explained in just a few words? Suji wondered. What kind of person is this Yi Feng? Why is it that even after she's become a saint, she still misses him so much?
Suddenly, someone interrupted their conversation. Reporting to Bai Huang, a jade slip has arrived with a message. At this time, Yi Feng is in Little City, named Wu City, in the Nine Realms Alliance.
Hearing his name, Bai Huang was excited. He's finally here. Suji stared at her dumbfounded. Suji sensed something unusual and couldn't help but think. Just hearing news of Yi Feng can awaken her path of love that has been dormant for many years. What kind of god is this person? Back in the lower realm. Below in the lower realm, the father and son of Shu Kaihan were tightly tied around the neck, standing upright for everyone to watch the excitement. What kind of new kidnapping is this? Isn't that the sect leader of Wang Yu's sect? No way. Sect leader Shu Kai-shu is a very powerful figure. How could he be hung up by someone?
Hearing everyone's comments, the faces of both father and son were ashamed. They didn't know how many pairs of pants they needed to cover up their shame. Shu Xianzi cursed in his heart. My life of glory has been destroyed in an instant. It's all because of you, you good-for-nothing son, Shu Kaihan said awkwardly. You can't blame me for this, Dad. You supported me in spreading rumors about Bai Huang in the first place. Everyone pointed and ridiculed him. Hey, young Master Shu, isn't Bai Huang your girlfriend? Call Bai Huang to save you? That's right, call Bai Huang. Shu Kaihan was provoked but could do nothing, only muttered silently, If I could call her, I would have called her a long time ago. Do I need you to remind me?
The crowd laughed gleefully, mocking. Even though you're tied up like this, Bai Huang hasn't appeared yet. Could it be that you're not Bai Huang's boyfriend at all? Could it be not? Are those news from before all fabricated rumors? Isn't he just a fraud?
The onlookers shouted. Fraud? Shu Jianzi and Shu Kaihan cried, not daring to explain. If I had known there would be a day like this, I would have rather be beaten to death than spread nonsense rumors. Bai Huang will definitely not come. We are dead for sure. Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky. Look at the sky.
Everyone was attracted to look up. The dark clouds began to expand, as if something was about to appear.
Could it be Bai Huang?
Suji and Bai Huang descended like two fairies. Everyone started to make a commotion. It's a saint. It's Bai Huang. And the undefeated sword saint. I have seen their portraits before. My God, the saints have descended.
The crowd started to get worried. Could they be scammers? Is Shu Kaihan really Bai Huang's boyfriend? Did Bai Huang really come to save us?
The father and son looked at each other blankly. What's going on? I didn't expect Bai Huang to actually come.
Bai Huang slowly descended, making everyone gasp and cover their mouths in surprise. Shu Xianjie hurriedly spoke up. Welcome, your graces, Bai Huang. You must be here to save us, right? The human affairs assistant was stunned, seeing him snatch the chance to speak to the saint.
Shu Xianjie hastily continued. You have to be the judge. That guy is incredibly fierce, searching everywhere for people, constantly smearing your name. Not only that, but he also brought this plight upon my son and me, Shu Kaihan. Quickly chimed in. That's right, Dad. It's a small matter if we're humiliated, but your reputation absolutely cannot be tarnished like this.
Yi Feng, hearing the commotion, immediately revealed himself. I heard Bai Huang arrived, Shu Xianjie shouted, pointing fingers. Bai Huang. It's him. It's that wretched guy who's been tarnishing your name, yelling that he won't stop until he kills Bai Huang.
Bai Huang slowly walked over. You? The father and son were overjoyed. Yes, Bai Huang, just give the order. The eavesdropping citizens were instantly captivated by her voice. Bai Huang's speaking. Her voice really is light and ethereal. And that Zhu Kaihan guy is incredibly lucky. That kidnapper of Zhu Kai's father and son is done for. Offending a saint, he's probably going to die here today.
Bai Huang, without any courtesy, flicked them both away with force. Ouch. Everyone was caught off guard by her action.
She knocked them away. No one dared to speak. Wary of her. What's going on? Is this what happens when a saint gets angry?
Bai Huang ignored them and walked towards Yi Feng, a playful smile on her face. Long time no see. Yi Feng stammered when he recognized her. Bai Piao Piao. So you're the legendary Saint Bai Huang? He tensed up, thinking to himself, crap. The schemes I prepared for making enemies are useless now. Yi Feng decided to cut to the chase. Could you kill me? Bai Huang chuckled. You're still as interesting as ever. Yi Feng smiled back, defeated. Yeah, he was utterly dejected, thinking, help, I'm not kidding. Is there anyone who can kill me? Bai Huang tentatively spoke up. I heard you've been looking for me recently. Yi Feng scratched his head. Yeah, something like that. I just didn't expect you to become a saint. In his head, he thought, if I knew it was you, I would have given up on this a long time ago. Bai Huang startled, quickly explaining. My cultivation has increased a lot recently, but I'm still the same me, whether I'm a saint or not. Yi Feng smiled lightly and patted her shoulder. Got it. It's really worth it to have met you in this life, he thought more positively. Even though my plan to find death failed again, meeting an old friend isn't a loss. Bai Huang blushed intensely, as if struck by love. From his casual concern, her aura radiated, causing a stir around them. It's the aura of the great Tao. I didn't expect Bai Huang to release her Tao resonance. It's a blessing from the heavens, the Tao resonance of a saint. Just getting a bit of it is a huge gain. Some people were jealous of Yi Feng. Damn it. So that kid knows the saint? I can't believe he can be so close to Bai Huang. Bai Huang is even smiling at him. I really want to be him. So he's Bai Huang's real man. Su Ji, witnessing this, was astonished, thinking, how is this possible? This man's cultivation seems so ordinary, but he can activate Piao Piao's great Tao. Although Piao Piao's talent is outstanding, her path of love has been rough. After awakening and becoming a saint, her path of love no longer wavered. But now, Su Ji inquired, you are Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at her. I don't believe I know you. Bai Huang introduced her. This is my good friend, Su Jie. People call her Sword Saint. Yi Feng stared blankly at Su Jie. Sword Saint. Undefeated. A new idea for seeking death popped into his head. It's the Sword Saint. And the undefeated Sword Saint. This isn't just a saint. This is clearly my hope for going to the afterlife. Bai Huang, seeing him shift his attention, felt jealous. You just met, and you're already staring at her like that. Does he like that type of woman? She smiled gently and extended an invitation. Young Master Yi, it has been many years. Would you be willing to visit my place as a guest? Yi Feng quickly agreed. A guest? Sure, I'm willing, he thought to himself. Perfect. Time to get close to this Sword Saint and think of a way to get her to kill me. Bai Huang immediately led the way. Young Master Yi, this way please. Su Ji walked in front. Yi Feng felt a strange chill down his spine. Why do I suddenly feel so cold? Is it an illusion? It must be an illusion. I'm with the Sword Saint, who would dare to have malicious intent towards me. Yi Feng flashed a bright smile, carefully plotting in his mind. She's Bai Piao Piao's friend. So directly asking her to kill me is completely impossible. I have to find a way to make her hate me to the bone, hate me so much that she can't help but kill me. The three of them quickly arrived at Bai Huang's place. Yi Feng curiously looked around, inwardly praising. Worthy of being a saint's residence, truly a wonderful place for cultivating and nurturing oneself. Bai Huang guided him. Young Master Yi, this way please. Yi Feng happily smiled, thinking, I'm just a half-saint, but I can enjoy the beautiful scenery of a saint's residence, all thanks to Bai Piao Piao. This girl really is a good friend. Yi Feng couldn't help but recite poetry, with heart-seeking immortals, asking of longevity. A fairyland of clouds and seas is beyond reason. Tengshan Mountain's immortal scene. Taoists gather in markets and streets. Childhood dreams. He thought, if I can successfully die this time, I will definitely reach this realm. Bai Huang's face flushed after hearing him recite the poem, and her aura surged, causing Su Ji to be astonished. Why did Piao Piao's great Tao awaken again? It's not even inferior to my supreme sword Tao. Could it be just because of a few words from that man? She nervously glanced at him, pondering for a moment. Looking at him, he just seems like a normal half-saint, a world apart from a saint. Even if Piao Piao is extremely concerned about him, with his cultivation realm, it's difficult for her great Tao to improve. What on earth is going on? Su Ji was even more puzzled as she felt her aura increasing. Could there be some hidden secret within him that she couldn't comprehend? Moreover, Piao Piao's great Tao is subtly awakening her sword Tao. The dormant sword Tao is showing signs of awakening. Su Ji was terrified and hurriedly wanted to leave. Piao Piao, I suddenly feel that my great Tao is a bit stagnant. I need to seclude myself for a while. Farewell. Bai Huang chuckled. You don't need to be so polite with me. Just relax. Yi Feng paused, looking at her. She wants to leave. Yi Feng hurriedly spoke up. Wait, Miss Su. Why not stay for a cup of tea before you go? I have something I want to discuss with you. Seeing her vanish in an instant left him extremely disappointed.
I still have things to say to you. You should at least tell me if you can kill me before you leave, Bai Huang pouted. Don't look anymore, she's long gone. Yi Feng looked dejected. My opportunity to die.
At this moment, someone ran over to reporting. Your Majesty Bai Huang, Jiyu Qi Sheng has arrived to visit you. Bai Huang's face paled upon hearing that, Jiyu Qing Cheng. Before she could refuse,
he strode in with a grandiose manner. Bai Huang, please forgive me. I waited too long and got a bit impulsive, so I barged in. I hope you can forgive me, he greeted shamelessly.
Greetings, Qi Sheng. Yi Feng stared with wide eyes. He has another holy sword. Jiyu Qing Cheng went straight to the point.
Piao piao.
I've come today to invite you to admire a beautiful place in a different dimension, a place that's no less beautiful than your holy domain. Not many can even set foot there right now, so I came to invite you to explore it together. Bai Huang flatly refused. I'm very busy, so I can't go. Jiyu Qing Cheng refused to give up.
Lunging forward. Piao piao, why do you always reject me? I've visited so many times, haven't you understood my feelings?
Bai Huang was startled and recoiled. Qi Sheng, I hope you'll respect yourself.
He was puzzled. Why won't you accept me? In terms of cultivation and family background, how am I inferior? Yi Feng, seeing him getting too excited, immediately stepped in. Jiyu Qing Cheng angrily
fanned himself with his fan. Insolent! What kind of servant is this? Speaking in front of this saint and Bai Huang? Is it your turn to speak? Yi Feng glared at him. Shut your mouth. Who wants to talk to you? You're so noisy. He turned to her and asked, Miss Bai, is this fellow a friend of yours? Bai Huang shook her head. Not really a friend, just someone I know casually. Jiyu Qing Cheng angrily gnashed his teeth. Miss Bai, so he's not a servant, he growled. He's just a lowly commoner with low cultivation, yet he doesn't know his place and dares to look down on this saint. This crime cannot be forgiven. He exploded in anger. Today, this saint will teach you a lesson you'll never forget, Yi Feng mocked him. Then you better try hard. If you don't kill me, you're marrying me.
Seeing a sword descending from above, Yi Feng was excited. This power is not bad. I wonder if it can directly kill me.
Bai Huang cried out anxiously. Yi Feng, dodge the attack. Yi Feng was completely unharmed, which made Jiyu Qing Cheng's eyes widen. How is that possible? He fell silent, utterly disappointed. I thought you were so powerful, but you're nothing. What a loser. Jiyu Qing Cheng, provoked by him, yelled, I underestimated you. It seems this little bit of power isn't enough to kill you, so don't blame me for getting serious. He continued to unleash stronger and stronger moves. Yi Feng, still looking forward to it, leisurely watched. This power looks more impressive than the previous move. You have to try a little harder. Unfortunately, Bai Huang stood in front of him again. With a light flick, she dissolved his attack. Jiyu Qing Cheng was startled. Piao piao. She looked worriedly at him. Young Master Yi, are you all right? Yi Feng awkwardly replied. I'm fine.
Bai Huang thought. Young Master Yi is scared silly. It's my fault. Yi Feng stiffly looked at her. I was hoping something would happen. She scolded him. Qi Sheng, young Master Yi is my honored guest. You're being too rude.
Jiyu Qing Cheng clenched the fan in his hand. Piao piao, you dare scold me. My tolerance and sincere feelings for you, are they not comparable to a lowly commoner? Bai Huang fiercely defended him. Qi Sheng, you were rude to my friend first. I didn't expect you to retaliate, Yi Feng thought. The relationship between these two, this Jiyu Qing Cheng, seems to have misunderstood the relationship between me and Miss Bai. He grinned, thinking of another trick. I was worried that Su Ji leaving meant no more chances to die, but I didn't expect this pleasant surprise. This Jiyu Qing Cheng looks flashy, but his strength must be something else. Later, I just need to step hard on his weak spot, and I won't have to worry about him not wanting to kill me.
Yi Feng began to sidle closer to Bai Huang. Ms. Bai, there was such a big storm just now. Your hair is a little messy.
Bai Huang was startled and smoothed her hair. Hair? She thought. My hair is Yi Feng reached out and gently touched her hair. It's okay, let me help you. Her face flushed red, and she glanced away. You want to fix my hair for me? Yi Feng looked at her with deep affection. Even though you look beautiful with your hair all messed up, how could I bear to see you reveal your flaws to the world? Bai Piao Piao smiled happily. Then I'll trouble you. In her heart, she thought, so Yi Gongzi really does. Jiyu Qing Cheng, who was being force-fed dog food on the side, was furious. He crushed his fan. You damned bastard. What position do you have to dare to covet Piao Piao? Our affairs are none of your business. You want to die, don't you? That's right, you even saw through that. Well, you're good. Very good. I hope you can continue to be as arrogant as you are today. What's going on? Why did he suddenly leave? Where's the thunder and lightning? Where are the dark clouds? Aren't you going to kill me? Yi Feng Gongzi has caused big trouble.
Yi Feng heard her say that he had caused big trouble, and immediately asked again to make sure. You said I caused big trouble, Bai Piao Piao replied. I don't mean to blame you, Gongzi, but once you offend this person, it's like stepping onto a path of no return, he hurriedly asked. Is it really that dangerous?
Bai Piao Piao said very seriously, yes. This person's name is Ji Yu Qing Cheng. He's very good at using schemes to enter Dao, and his scheming is also extremely sinister. He has reached the Saint Realm for thousands of years, his cultivation is unfathomable, and he comes from an ancient clan, with extraordinary talent, and is extremely unrestrained. No one dares to control him.
Even if Jiyu Qing Cheng wastes his cultivation due to enjoyment, he is still considered a rare genius in thousands of years. Apart from Suji, among the saints who have awakened in the past tens of thousands of years, no one can compare to him.
It is said that 1,000 years ago, there was a newly ascended saint with an outstanding appearance. Jiyu Qing Cheng visited her time and time again, but was rejected each time. In a fit of anger, he broke into the Xin Sheng's cave residence. Even with the help of 3 saints, they couldn't withstand 10 moves. If Suji hadn't happened to be there, the consequences would have been very serious. Bai Piao Piao was worried to death, but Yi Feng was thrilled, secretly thinking, impetuous and petty, too good. She then said, Yi Gongzi doesn't need to worry. I will contact Jiyu Qing Cheng to appease his anger. As long as you stay in my cave residence, he probably won't dare to do anything. If he refuses to let you go, Gongzi, you can stay with me for a long time, I don't mind. As she said this, her face turned as red as a tomato. Yi Feng suddenly grabbed her hand and exclaimed, You're such a good person, he heroically exclaimed. But so what if his cultivation is more powerful? This guy has committed too many sins, and everyone wants to kill him. If I avoid him like this, I definitely wouldn't be a great man. Moreover, this guy is very narrow-minded. If I keep hiding behind you, sooner or later, I'll cause you more trouble. Hearing this, Bai Piao Piao was deeply moved. Yi Gongzi. Yi Feng interrupted her. If he has any business, just come at me. I'll wait for him here. Bai Piao Piao was so moved that she shed tears. In her heart, she admired him. Facing a terrifying existence like a saint, Yi Feng Gongzi is only a half-saint. But he doesn't show any fear. Not only that, Gongzi doesn't want to hide behind me, but wants to stand up against him for me. Gongzi disregards everything for me. There are countless handsome and arrogant people in this world, but how many can be as steadfast and courageous as Gongzi? She then said, Yi Gongzi, Piao Piao will listen to Gongzi, he happily exclaimed. Okay, just like that, 2 days later, he was still sitting there waiting, but he still didn't see anyone.
He said unhappily, I heard Bai Piao Piao said that in order to resolve Jiyu Qing Cheng's hatred, she invited that weird saint to be a guest here today.
But why hasn't he arrived yet? He said he hated me so much, right? No, I have to add fuel to the fire. What if he's afraid of Bai Piao Piao and doesn't dare to come here to take action? I'm doomed. I'm doomed. Saying that, he immediately took out a piece of paper and wrote Guda's name on it. Don't think that you can snatch love just because you have a handsome appearance. Our Piao Piao isn't a shallow woman. Piao Piao and I have been childhood sweethearts since we were young, and we've sworn oaths of love. You're just a clown jumping around.
Piao Piao couldn't help but feel delighted when she heard this, secretly thinking, Yi Gongzi, so I am such an outstanding girl in Gongzi's eyes.
Yi Feng then said, If you don't come, you're not a man, you're incompetent. Signed, Bai Piao Piao's lover, Yi Feng. Bai Piao Piao happily thought, so he loves me so deeply. After resolving Jiyu Qing Cheng's matter, it might be time to prepare for our wedding.
Thinking this, she ran back to her room, blushing. Yi Feng then gave the letter to the waiter. You come here, this is an invitation, give it to that fraud. No, give it to the Chi Saint Jiyu Qing Cheng for me. Just say that Yi Feng is inviting him to drink tea and reminisce about the old days, yes. After receiving the letter,
the waiter thought to himself, Bai Huang Daren instructed that Yi Gongzi can't deal with Jiyu Qi Sheng, so try not to let the two meet. But why did Yi Gongzi take the initiative to send an invitation?
Bai Huang Daren once said that Yi Gongzi is a distinguished guest, so we must take care of him in every way and not be sloppy. This letter clearly has something wrong with it. Maybe it's better not to send it to Qin Sheng. He opened it to take a look as he walked, and was immediately shocked, his eyes wide and his face turning purple. This!
At the same time, Jiyu Qing Cheng appeared in front of him, startling him so much that he threw the letter away. Jiyu Qing Cheng frowned and scolded. Don't just stand there blocking the way, you're an eyesore.
The letter fell and caught his attention, so he immediately picked it up to take a look.
To Jiyu Qing Cheng, a letter for me. Zhao Er blurted out anxiously. Wait, Shi Shengdaran, but it was too late. He had just finished reading the letter and was already furious.
He tore it into 100 pieces and shouted, "Yi Feng, you clearly want to die."
His hatred reached its peak, and he immediately ran off. Yi Feng, I must kill you, Xiao'er, turned pale with fright and cried out, "This is a disaster, I'm doomed, ah!"
Bai Huangdaren. He turned around and saw Bai Piao still lost in her fantasies. "I wonder if Yi Lang will be willing to stay on this island with me after we get married. If not, it's fine to travel around." Xiao'er tried his best to run over and report, "Bai Huangdaren, disaster. Yi Gongzi is in a life-or-death battle with Jiyu Qisheng at Yanghai Molin." Bai Piao was shocked to hear this. "What did you say?" She gritted her teeth and thought,
"Jiyu Qingcheng, if you dare to harm Yi Feng even a little, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." Then she ordered, "This matter is not allowed to be mentioned to anyone. Yes, yes." At this time, in the back mountain, where an elder was cultivating, she saw Bai Piao arrive. She immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Young miss, I was just consolidating my semi-saint cultivation, so I didn't notice your presence. Is there anything you need me to do?"
She hurriedly said, "Which is the strongest formation currently stored in the cave residence?" The elder was startled. "The strongest formation? Could it be that the island is in danger?"
Currently, the strongest formation is probably the Great Wilderness 7 Absolute Formation. This formation dates back to ancient times and is considered a high-grade sacred treasure. A fierce formation.
Once this formation is activated, even a saint would have difficulty escaping danger, so it can't be used casually.
After hearing this, Bai Piao frowned seriously and ordered, "Bring the formation here."
At this time, in some dense forest on Baihuang Island, Jiyu Qingcheng was impatiently complaining about waiting for Yi Feng for too long. He said he'd meet me for a fight. Waiting for so long and no one shows up. Could it be that he ran away without even fighting?
Suddenly, at this moment, rose petals began to fall, causing him to exclaim in surprise, "He's here." But the person who arrived was not Yi Feng, but Bai Piao, it's you. I thought it was a semi-saint. I didn't expect it to be you. Are you worried about me, so you came? Don't worry. With the difference in cultivation between me and a semi-saint, he can't hurt me.
It seemed he was being too sentimental. Piao immediately corrected him. "Qisheng, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to plead for Yi Feng, but to settle this matter." Jiyu Qingcheng angrily gritted his teeth and said, Piao, do you know how many women are willing to follow this saint? But I've never even glanced at them. You're the only one I respect, so I've never forced you.
But you should also understand clearly that, although we are both saints, you haven't awakened for long, and your foundation isn't stable. I advise you not to bring trouble upon yourself, and not to betray this saint's tolerance." Piao immediately unleashed a sacred, treasure-level formation scroll, but he still looked down on her and said, Piao, don't push your luck just because you're loved, otherwise you'll suffer." He hadn't even finished laughing when he was shocked to discover, This is an ancient formation, Bai Piao, you little bitch. You actually dare to use the Great Wilderness 7 Absolute Formation on me." Bai Piao glanced at him coldly and said, "For Yin Lang, I have no choice but to do this."
That night, in Yi Feng's room, he was extremely depressed, unable to even die. That Jiyu Qingcheng, what's wrong with him in the end? Is he really a coward? I sent him a declaration of war, but he can still endure it, not even replying to a letter.
Just then, Bai Piao had just entered. Yi Gongzi. Yi Feng then asked, "Bai Gunyang, what's the matter that brings you here so late at night?"
She blushed, thinking to herself, "He still hasn't closed the distance. I should still keep the old address." She sat down and stammered, "Yi Gongzi, you don't need to hide it anymore. I know everything," Yi Feng asked in surprise.
You know what?" She blurted out. "I know you're planning to settle things with Jiyu Qingcheng, and I also know you're filled with animosity towards him. So. I was thunderstruck. Yi Feng couldn't believe his ears, and screamed internally, "How did it turn out like this?"
He grabbed her hand and exclaimed, "Bai Gunyang, thank you for helping me trap him in the Great Desolation 7 Absolute Formation. Just don't do that again, okay?" She blushed shyly and replied, "Yes, I'll listen to you in everything from now on."
Yi Feng immediately turned to leave, saying, "Then let's go undo the Great Desolation 7 Absolute Formation. I want to fight him fair and square." Hearing this, Bai Piao panicked and stopped him.
"No way. I know you want to prove your worth, but the gap between your realms is too vast. Besides, he's one of the strongest among saints. How could I watch you walk to your death?" The Great Desolation 7 Absolute Formation only lasts for 3 days. When the 7th power of the Great Tao fades, Jiyu Qingcheng will be back. The best course of action right now is for you to leave immediately, find a quiet, secluded place, and avoid this storm. Jiyu Qingcheng won't dare to do anything to me. Wait until your realm breaks through to Saint before facing him. It won't be too late then.
Yi Feng sighed, then tried to say gently to her, Bai Gunyang, you're truly so good to me, even willing to shoulder such a great calamity just to protect me completely. This kindness is truly precious. To have a confidant like you in this life is truly a blessing from the heavens. She was embarrassed and speechless.
We're all family. I should do this. Yi Feng then said. But I, Yi Feng, a true man, how can I just run away like this? She still stubbornly stopped. Yi Feng, now is not the time to act on emotions. You must leave early. We will meet again later.
If anything were to happen to you, I'd never have peace for the rest of my life. Seeing her so persistent, Yi Feng felt truly helpless, his heart filled with sorrow.
But then he tried to persuade her. All right, I'll lay my cards on the table. Actually, even if Jiyu Qingcheng's realm is Saint, I still have a chance of winning. Piao Piao said, Yi Feng, don't joke around. Although semi-saint and saint are only one word apart, they're like heaven and earth. You simply can't withstand the power of the great Dako that a saint wields.
Left with no choice, Yi Feng had to reveal the truth. In reality, I have a divine ability. Although I haven't mastered it yet, I know its effect, that is, as long as I can die and restart, I can reach the realm of immortality and imperishability, and my cultivation will also increase greatly. Hearing this, Bai Piao Piao petrified, her eyes wide, her mouth agape. Die and restart? Yi Feng was embarrassed, thinking, every time I say it, it feels like I'm scamming someone. Then he affirmed, Bai Gunyang, if you can help me die and restart, dealing with that saint will definitely be a piece of cake. Bai Piao Piao sweated and said, Yi Feng, do you really have such a divine ability? Even I, a saint, have never heard of such a strange divine ability. This is very important. You can't joke about it. He shouted affirmatively. It's true. I would never lie about something like this. It's just that the conditions for learning this divine ability are too harsh, requiring one to die once first to be able to learn it. I haven't even started learning it yet, now I'm just lacking your help. You just need to attack me with all your strength, and everything will be up to fate. Just trust me. You just need to make me lose my life, and this cultivation method will succeed.
Piao Piao raised her hand to circulate her inner energy, but still didn't dare to do it. In her heart, she thought, if this is what Yi Feng wants, I might as well listen to him. If it fails, I'll follow him. I'll definitely not betray this true affection. She unleashed a powerful palm strike and shouted, I will definitely do my best to attack. Yi Feng happily spread his arms to welcome the death that was coming to him. Immortality and imperishability was about to become a reality.
Well, the result was, as expected, he wasn't hurt at all. How could a saint hurt a cheat code? While he was confused, Bai Piao Piao on the other side was panicking to the point of turning pale. A full-force strike, how could it be like this?
She said, a full-force attack from me. Why aren't you injured at all, Yi Feng? Could it be that your cultivation isn't semi-saint but saint? Yi Feng shouted in a panic. What? His heart was in turmoil.
It was already hard to die, now it's even harder. Son of a BTCH, I'm a saint, how can dying be harder than ascending to heaven? He immediately dismissed this thought. How could I be a saint? Don't joke around, she said speechlessly. Do you want to look at the surrounding situation before you speak? Yi Feng turned to look behind him. He was utterly horrified when he saw the scene of destruction. Holy SHT, it's leveled everything. Suddenly someone appeared. What happened? You're attacking in the Dongfu again. She looked annoyed. The entire Dongfu is shaking, Bai Piao Piao blurted out.
Su Jiji. Then she turned to ask for Yi Feng's opinion. Yi Feng, Su Jiji is like a sister to me. Can I? Yi Feng calmly replied. It's fine, just tell her everything.
What kind of mysterious game are you two playing, Su Jiji? The thing is like this.